Welcome to Chinese Novel Audiobook. Chapter 401 Shape-Shifting. You can keep it and accept the inheritance when you are strong enough. Guan stared at Lv-Xian, speaking earnestly, fearing that Lv-Xian would forsake his greatest opportunity. At the moment, the heavenly Dao immortal position proved stronger than the Holy Court, the immortal dynasty, and even the silent destruction domain. As immortal, if Lv-Xian missed it, finding a stronger chance in the future would be almost impossible. Lv-Xian couldn't rely on stealing lifespan to become stronger like him. Lv-Xian raised an eyebrow and said, "What do you mean? You think I can't rely on myself?" "You can't, at least not beyond this inheritance." "Bullshit!" Lv-Xian erupted in fury, his terrifying aura exploding like a volcano, startling the entire Tianya Valley. Suddenly, Guan raised his hand and pressed it on his shoulder, instantly dispersing his aura. Lv-Xian's eyes widened. He knew Guan was definitely stronger than himself, but to be suppressed so easily, rendered unable to move. In that moment, he recalled a duel between them hundreds of years ago. This moment was exactly like that one. Guan looked at him calmly and asked, "Can you keep this stone tablet now?" Lv-Xian couldn't answer, he was unable to speak. "Just blink if you agree." Hearing Guan's words, Lv-Xian blinked frantically. Guan withdrew his hand, and Lv-Xian breathed a sigh of relief, gasping for air. He looked at Guan with fear. He had learned from Li Suandao that Guan was younger than him, yet how had he cultivated to such a level? Compared to Guan, he was practically useless. Guan smiled and said, "Quickly put it away. When you become an immortal, if I can't catch up to you or have troubles, you'll be my backup." Upon hearing this, pride replaced the awkwardness on Lv-Xian's face. He patted his chest and said, "Naturally, I'm not your equal now, but I will surpass you one day, and then I'll have your back." Despite Guan not always being nice to him and often scaring him, wasn't that a form of care? In the past, when he initiated provocations towards Guan, Guan didn't mind, but if someone else treated him that way, he wouldn't be so merciful. And for Guan to return such an important inheritance to him, he was truly a man worth respecting. Lv-Xian stored the stone tablet and Guan put his arm around his shoulder as they walked toward the cave entrance. "By the way, your father misses you. When are you going to visit him?" "Him? That old undying man, if I visit him, I won't be able to help but kill him." "Nonsense, blood is thicker than water. He hasn't tortured or mistreated you. Why talk of killing? If you really wanted to kill him, could he even stand up to you? He's hundreds of years old, why act like a child? You don't understand." "Of course, I don't understand, I have no parents." "Well, I envy you for that. Hey, you brat, are you looking for a spanking? Just go back to the Supreme Sect and see your father. He treats me well and is always talking about you, my ears are almost calloused. If you go, I'll teach you a divine skill that will definitely enhance your strength." "Really? Guan, never lie." And so, the two chatted and walked out of the cave. Back in the valley, Guan reverted to being an ordinary nascent soul realm cultivator, while Lv-Xian continued to exude the arrogance of a supreme youth. A month later, Lv-Badian came to find Guan, extremely happy, pulling him to drink because Lv-Xian had come to see him. Although the father and son were still not on the best of terms, their relationship had begun to improve. He was touched to learn from Lv-Xian that it was Guan who had asked Lv-Xian to see him. This youngster always seemed impatient with his ramblings, but in his heart, he remembered his father's love. Lv-Badian looked at Guan with eyes full of fondness, as if looking at another son. Guan didn't refuse, as he was just in the mood for a drink. Perhaps this was what meant by "with great power comes great responsibility." He not only had to save the world, he also had to help people handle domestic affairs. How fortunate the immortal cultivation world was to have me. Filled with self-emotion, Guan then competed with LV Badian in a drinking contest and finally LV Badian was defeated. They were drinking high-level spiritual wine. It was alright for Guan to show off his strength a bit, especially since LV Badian was not considered strong in the Supreme Sect. Taking advantage of LV Badian's drunken stupor, Guan went downstairs. Just as he descended, Ji Xiao walked out of the room and said to him, "Come in." Guan shook his head, "No thanks, your strength isn't enough. Practice some more." Last time, to teach Ji Xiao a lesson, Guan had played Go with her in her room for an hour and beat her decisively, which left her quite unconvinced, and now she would think about game strategies even during her practice. "Just one more game and you'll see if it's enough." Ha! Guan couldn't be bothered with her and continued walking toward the distance. Ji Xiao watched his back, took a deep breath, and thought about the cost of losing the game last time. It made her teeth itch with frustration. Before the game, they had made a deal that if she won, Guan would focus more on his own practice, and if Guan won, he would pinch her face. Well, pinch it as it may be, he really dared to do it strongly. She looked at Guan's back, her mind full of confusion. Why in the world was his Go skill so strong? She finally understood why Nine-Finger Divine Lord couldn't maintain his composure in the Immortal Path realm when facing Guan. After walking some distance, Guan leaped up, aiming for the outer gate city. It had been ages since he last strolled in the city. Today, he might as well reinforce the sword intent on the heavenly repair platform. Too many people had been comprehending his sword intent, causing it to continuously weaken. Recently even a divine immortal of wondrous Dharma had come to study it. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, another decade passed. That day, in the deep sea, hidden spirit palace, Guan lay on a chair on the open ground, holding the supreme secret records. The deep sea dragon carp was beside him practicing the heaven and earth primordial skill. This skill had been upgraded, but being too complex was in fact not beneficial, and his disciples were all practicing it. How could he allow the deep sea dragon carp's treatment to exceed theirs? Even among his underlings, Tian Yao was the most important. The deep sea dragon carp opened its eyes, flew next to Guan, and asked cautiously, "Master, I think I can shapeshift, what do you think I should turn into?" Guan turned over, his back facing it, and said, "Whatever you want." He didn't care if a male demon wanted to shapeshift, it didn't matter even if it didn't. The deep sea dragon carp caught a glimpse of a picture on the supreme secret records. Pondered for a while, then turned and left. 2 ancient hours later, Guan left. By the time he returned, it was already half a month later. Upon return, he was taken aback. He saw a figure at the entrance of the hidden spirit palace. For a moment, he thought he saw a naked creature from the demon shore. But this fellow was not a female demon. When the deep sea dragon carp turned to look at Guan, its stunningly beautiful face flashed. A captivating smile, its long hair reaching its waist, and its skin as white as snow. Shimmeringly. He swayed his body as he walked towards Guan. Guan immediately threw a robe at him. "Put this on immediately." Guan really wanted to scold him. A male demon turning into a female form, what was this? Nonsense! Absolutely disgusting! The deep sea dragon carp, hearing the dissatisfaction in his voice, hurriedly put on the robe. Looking at Guan nervously like he had done something wrong, his exceptionally beautiful face filled with a look of grievance. Chapter 402 Future. After a bit of tossing and turning, Guan looked at the deep sea dragon carp, robed in white, and still felt awkward about it. The deep sea dragon carp had tied up its hair, giving off the impression of a woman. Disguised as a man, because since it had shape-shifted, it could not change its appearance again, it could only be like this. The more Guan looked at him, the more familiar he seemed. Wait, wasn't this the same woman that Guan had encountered in the Supreme Secret Records? Guan spoke up, "From now on, Don't dress as a woman anymore. There's no need to please me that way, I don't like it. The deep-sea dragon carp quickly nodded, although internally, he was puzzled if Guan did not like it. Why did he read such books? Seeing how wronged the creature looked, Guan began to instruct him on the practice of spells. Hearing that there were spells to practice, the deep-sea dragon carp immediately perked up, sweeping away his feelings of aggrievement and simultaneously gaining some insight. Although the shape-shifting of the deep-sea dragon carp was absurd, it didn't affect Guan's life. He already had 3 female demons, and no matter what form the deep-sea dragon carp took, it couldn't pique his interest. After spending half a day in the hidden spirit palace, Guan then went to the heavenly Phoenix Mountain, where he could harvest a batch of high-ranked medicinal herbs from the outer world cave, which should grant him tens of millions of years to his lifespan. There was no distinction between day and night in the outer world cave. After harvesting the herbs, Guan began to instruct the 3 female Tian Yaoer on their cultivation. Years had passed, and Tian Yaoer's cultivation level had reached the 9th layer of the Mystic Heart realm, and she was soon to assault the Mahayana realm. Her talent was exceptional, and with the abundance of high-ranked medicinal herbs shared by Guan, her progress in cultivation naturally soared. Tianqing and Tianbai were less gifted than her and had just broken through to the unification realm. Their pace of cultivation was already fast, at least faster than that of demons, whose cultivation was not as quick as that of cultivators of human race. The demons' advantage lay in their long lifespans, but under Guan's care, the 3 demons' cultivation speed was comparable to that of top human prodigies. After sparring for an ancient hour, the 3 demons were depleted of their demonic power. Their demonic power was considered abundant within their respective realms, but facing Guan, they had to go all out. Watching them exhausted, lying on the ground, drenched in sweat, Guan hovered midair, pointing out their weaknesses. After a while, the 3 demons gathered around him, inquiring about the outside world. They still vividly remembered the recent attack by the Immortal Lord during the Mid-Autumn Festival, his booming voice and imposing pressure. They were curious about the types of changes unfolding in the outside world. The Immortal Dynasty and Holy Court are fighting fiercely. Not long ago, I heard that an immortal spirit effortlessly moved an entire sea area with one hand, with billions of creatures at his mercy. He fought against the great cultivator of the Holy Court with the ocean in his grasp. It was earth-shattering. Guan casually picked an event to recount, listening intently as the 3 demons did. What he spoke of were actual events. As time passed, casualties of the Immortal Dynasty and Holy Court escalated, deepening the hate between them. If this continued, a battle that would sweep across the great heaven and earth was inevitable. Guan had calculated somewhat, fearing that the fight might cause heaven and earth to split apart, but with so many variables, he couldn't clearly discern all the choices of the free immortal or predict what was within the reincarnation tribulation of Shengtian. For the time being, it was impossible to see who would win or lose. Guan wasn't too worried, though, as Taixuan continent, where he resided, hadn't suffered much from the disturbances. For him, that was enough. As they listened to the tales of the world's vicissitudes, Tian Yaoer's heart yearned, but she did not propose to venture out. Her strength was still insufficient, it was mere curiosity. Seeing their interest, Guan spoke of a few more events. If it could strengthen their will to pursue immortal cultivation, Guan was naturally pleased. Snowflakes fell, marking the end of the year. The end of Lujia destined life had come. Guan and Lujia sat at the edge of a cliff, overlooking Mystic Valley. Big brother, 600 years ago, did you ever think that Mystic Valley could ever achieve such prosperity? Lujia asked with a chuckle while stroking his beard, eyes filled with many distant images that transitioned from hazy to clear. From here, one could see disciples in the forests outside Mystic Valley, cultivated demon beasts, various brightly colored groves, all within a dozen miles of Mystic Valley's domain, thriving and booming. Guan replied, actually, I feel there isn't much difference between now and the past because some people are still here precisely, you're still here. The original acquaintances of Mystic Valley had dwindled to Lujia alone. Once he passed on, Mystic Valley would become a closed chapter to Guan, or at least not as significant in his heart. Lujia turned to look at Guan, feeling that his big brother's profile was still so youthful, as if time had left no trace on him. "Big brother, do you remember Suhan?" Lujia suddenly asked. Guan glanced at him, replying, "How could I forget? Until now, no other disciple has taken a more crooked path than him." Mentioning Suhan stirred even more emotions in Guan. As the brothers talked about Suhan, Guan began to recognize the Suhan described by Lujia. The snow grew heavier, and fog rose around Mystic Valley, gradually swallowing the sight of mortals. Lujia's head sank lower, and his voice weakened. Jiangxi stood in front of the wooden railing in the precinct, his gaze fixed on Lujia atop the cliff, eyes brimming with reluctance. Last night, Lujia had already talked with him. He knew that today Lujia was going to depart. Though they called each other martial brothers in Medicine Valley, in Jiangxi's heart, Lujia was like his second father. The pain in Jiangxi's heart was overwhelming as his hands clenched the wooden railing tightly. And Shengtian emerged from the forest and was about to greet Jiangxi when he caught the expression on Jiang's face, so and Shengtian followed his gaze. Seeing the figures of Lujia and Guan, and Shengtian fell silent. He was quite fond of Lujia as well, who had taken good care of him over the years. The thought of Lujia's impending death weighed heavily on him. He even thought of his own father and grandfather. A somber and oppressive atmosphere permeated Mystic Valley. All the disciples guessed what was happening. They dared not speak of it, choosing instead to bury themselves in their own tasks. As dusk approached, Guan carried Lujia down the mountain on his back, with the disciples gathering around in silence, watching Guan. Then, Guan began to bury Lujia as all the disciples in the valley stood vigil. After the tombstone was erected, the disciples together bowed in homage to Lujia. Under the veil of night, the accumulated snow on Guan's attic suddenly slid off, crushing a wild herb by the staircase. 40 years later, the beginning of summer. In the outer gate city, the 700-year-old Guan was at an inn, drinking with Wu Ju, who was 702. Wu Ju had just entered the mystic heart realm and was in high spirits, endlessly recounting his breakthrough experience. With the assistance of the Supreme Sect, he breezed through his advancement. You have no idea how terrifying that heavenly tribulation was. If not for the sect's aid, I would have been reduced to ashes. The sect exhausted countless spirit stones for me, and my own spirit energy elixirs were completely used up. Wu Ju was animated, eliciting occasional gasps of amazement from Guan. Mystic Heart Realm, a bit slow. That was even after Wu Ju was cultivated with care following his exoneration from a miscarriage of justice. Guan felt that Wu Ju was still far behind Li Suandao, Lv and Li Yi, and none of these three had a lifespan as long as his. After a while, Wu Ju set down his bowl of wine and asked with a smile, "What about you? How have you been these years? Any troubles?" Guan did not conceal the truth, sharing about the death of Lujia. Since that event, he spent less and less time in Mystic Valley. Yelan and Zhenqin were out making their own way in the world. For him, Mystic Valley was filled with juniors. Interacting with them, the disciples were inevitably reserved, making him feel it was pointless to stay there. Hearing this, Wu Ju fell silent, thinking how similarly devastated he would be if Guan died. He looked at Guan and said, "Brother Gu, you need to cultivate well. Given your age and cultivation level, nirvana is not beyond hope for you." Guan gave him a look and said irritably, "You talk as if you've already achieved nirvana. Yourself. Hehe, with my talent, is reaching the nirvana realm difficult? What if you get into trouble again?" Inside the Supreme Sect, I might be able to figure something out, but outside, who could help you? Guan shook his head, making Wu Ju feel awkward. He couldn't out-talk Guan, so he simply poured more wine. This brat dares to mock me, today I must get you drunk. Wu Ju thought so to himself. He then ordered the inn to serve their most expensive spiritual wine. 2 hours later, Guan settled the drunken Wu Ju into a guest room and then descended the stairs himself, mounting the blood prison great saint and continuing his stroll. Master, what does that wine taste like? Even someone in the mystic heart realm can be knocked out by it. The blood prison great saint asked curiously. Ever since he started on the path of immortal cultivation in the lower realm, he had never been drunk again, and so he found it quite intriguing. From overseas, it's spiritual wine. We can order some from the tavern later. Guan replied offhandedly, his gaze turning to the street ahead. Each year, the outer gate city would see the emergence of many new things. This also meant that the influence of the Supreme Sect was constantly expanding. Since the Sheng family was dealt with, the pace of growth for the Supreme Sect accelerated. Further, and more powers engaged in trade with them, especially after the sword Venerable Fudeo vanquished the immortal Lord Kaiuxi, driving this trend to its peak. Along the way, Guan greeted people with a smile that never left his face. Suddenly, Guan spotted someone and quickly called out, Zhang Qiang, what brings you here? He naturally knew the reason for her visit, but had to pretend otherwise. Zhang Qiang, dressed in a red gown with a light veil covering her face, had just stepped out from a building. Looking at Guan, her eyes curved into 2 smiling crescents. She approached the blood prison great saint and joked, if I say I came looking for you, would you believe me? I don't, Guan shook his head. I don't live here. Seeing that Zhang Qiang's cultivation level had reached the 8th floor of the unification realm, Guan was pleased. With a lifespan of over 5,000 years, she was sure to achieve nirvana. That meant she could accompany him for tens of thousands of years. Although many old acquaintances had passed away, there were still many who were alive, keeping Guan from feeling too lonely. He got down from his mount and walked shoulder to shoulder with Zhang Qiang. Zhang Qiang did not hide the purpose of her visit. Some disciples from the Taixuan Sect had a conflict with those from the Supreme Sect and ended up being captured. She was here to demand their release. But the situation was complicated. The Supreme Sect claimed that it was the Ji family who captured the Taixuan Sect disciples, due to a death feud, and they were reluctant to interfere. Guan was unconcerned, it's a trivial matter. When it comes to connections, I still have some clout. The guy who just got drunk was saved by me once. Chapter 403 Heavenly Deo Merit. Is that so? Then I'll wait for you to help me, Zhang Qiang said to Guan, her smile all crinkles. Guan glanced at her and said, hold on, your real purpose isn't targeting the Ji family again, is it? Humph, with all the people coming and going, aren't you afraid of being overheard by the Ji family? Zhang Qiang sneered. There were indeed many people on the street, but there were just as many who talked big like Guan, so he was not afraid at all. Within the Supreme Sect, who would dare to make things difficult for me? Guan declared with feigned arrogance, then immediately flashed a smile and greeted someone who was approaching. Watching the adaptable Guan, Zhang Qiang couldn't help but want to laugh. After Guan's acquaintance had moved on, Zhang Qiang teased, you know, I've heard that Sect Master LV wants to groom you as the next sect leader. I thought he was joking before, but now it seems you really might have a shot. Guan shook his head and said, forget about it, he hasn't mentioned this for many years. Since the integration of the overseas cultivators, LV Badian rarely brought up the position of sect leader. It wasn't that he was reluctant to let go, but rather, he increasingly found himself not his own master, with the power of the sect leader being diluted. Moreover, appointing Guan as sect leader would only bring trouble to Guan. You're just not diligent in your cultivation, Zhang Qiang said irritably. Over 600 years ago, she had noticed Guan's extraordinary talent. Unfortunately, no matter how much she persuaded him, the lad was content to linger in the medicine garden, idly while away his days, fond of reading leisurely books, unwilling to cultivate diligently. What do you know? My approach is also a form of cultivation. You'll understand sooner or later, qi absorption cultivation is the most foolish method. Should I look forward to that? Don't pretend to forget when the time comes. You seem to understand women quite well. I have no choice, I've gained many of my connections thanks to this face of mine. Naturally, I understand women after interacting with so many of them. I really want to seal you in a coffin for a lifetime. The two chatted and strolled through the streets. Zhang Qiang's mind quickly wandered elsewhere. Coming for help was true, but it wasn't her main purpose. She had come to find Sword Venerable Feudeo. As night fell, in the woods outside the Supreme Sect, Zhang Qiang stood under a tree, frowning, the breeze stirring her robes, not feeling the cold at all. Her heart was in tumult. Centuries ago, when Sword Venerable Feudeo had endowed her with the authority over the Ghost Mother of Ephemera, she used it to establish the Taixuan Sect, rising from a helpless, solitary figure to a formidable force in the immortal cultivation world. Without Sword Venerable Feudeo, she wouldn't have achieved what she had today. How could she not be nervous in front of Sword Venerable Feudeo? Her greatest concern was not knowing what Sword Venerable Feudeo really wanted in helping her. Born into a demon sect, she didn't believe in absolute perfection. Despite Sword Venerable Feudeo's reputation for justice, he must have another side. She had foreseen many possibilities and was devising ways to cope. Crack! The sound of someone stepping on tree leaves came from not far away, startling her to turn and look, only to see a demonic figure emerging from the darkness. The demon shadow divine skill of the Thousand Autumn Pavilion. Zhang Qiang immediately bowed to Sword Venerable Feudeo. What's the matter? Sword Venerable Feudeo asked in a hoarse voice. Zhang Qiang remembered that voice, it was the same one that had sounded during the attack by the Sun and Moon Netherworld Emperor. Taking a deep breath, she immediately stated the reason for her visit. The Ghost Mother of Ephemera had been captured. Her disciples had been possessed by a spirit thought of the captor all the way back to the Taixuan Sect. It was only in front of Zhang Qiang did the spirit thought reveal itself, belonging to the Spirit Sea's demon palace, wanting to use the Ghost Mother of Ephemera to force the Taixuan Sect to serve them. Zhang Qiang had yet to agree when the spirit thought made its demands every year. The Taixuan Sect must deliver 10,000 cultivators under 1,000 years old to the Spirit Sea's demon palace. Before Zhang Qiang could react, the spirit thought wounded high-ranking members of the Taixuan Sect and left arrogantly. Zhang Qiang had no other choice but to seek out Sword Venerable Feudeo. The Taixuan Sect is a sect of the righteous path, how could it commit such atrocities at the behest of overseas demons from the demon path? Zhang Qiang said emphatically. Watching her serious demeanor, Guan wanted to laugh. Such an act! Guan turned away, dropping a sentence before moving into the darkness. I understand now, they will not trouble you again, and as for the Ghost Mother of Ephemera, she will return on her own. Hearing this, Zhang Qiang breathed a sigh of relief. She looked at the retreating back of Sword Venerable Feudeo and asked through clenched teeth, Senior, why did you choose me? With that question, the dark cloud hanging over her finally dispersed. Some things had to be faced. After witnessing Sword Venerable Feudeo's divine skills suppress the Sun and Moon Netherworld Emperor, she felt she would never surpass Sword Venerable Feudeo in this lifetime, so there was no need to wait. Without turning back, Guan kept walking, and his voice floated back to her. I helped you because of a request from my disciple. As for his identity, you need not worry. Isn't he the only person you care about in this world? With those words, Guan vanished into thin air. He knew Zhang Qiang had always been worried about this matter, so he took this opportunity to ease her concerns. Upon hearing this, Zhang Qiang's eyes widened, and she froze on the spot. After a long while, she burst into laughter, whispering, "You really do have connections at the Supreme Sect." She didn't mind that Guan had deliberately concealed this from her. After all, her life had changed because of him. It was she who was indebted to him. What right did she have to complain? In her heart, she felt more of a pleasant surprise. With the guidance of Sword Venerable Fuedao, Guan's future would certainly surpass hers. Thinking back to what Guan had said, that qi absorption cultivation was the dumbest method, might actually be true. Sword Venerable Fuedao had imparted to him a more profound method of cultivation. Zhang Qiang lifted her head and gazed at the bright moon peeking through the leaves, finding it as beautiful as her current mood. Elsewhere, Guan returned to the loft in the Third Medicine Valley. His main body switched places with the clone, completely unbeknownst to Ji Xiao below, and even the Sun and Moon Netherworld Emperor would be unable to see through it. Guan picked up the fate-determining pen on the table. Before Zhang Qiang had arrived, he had already deduced the nature of the demon sect of ghostly bindings, a purely demon path power. Its sect leader was a reincarnation of a heavenly demon with awakened memories, choosing the Taixuan continent to investigate Sword Venerable Fuedao, preparing for the heavenly demon's invasion of the great heavenly spirit land. Every single member of the demon sect of ghostly bindings was undoubtedly sinful to the extreme. Killing them was, in essence, ridding the world of a scourge. Guan began to write in the air with the pen, scribing the characters for demon sect of ghostly bindings, then determined their life or death with the longevity true word. Any link to the demon sect of ghostly bindings' chi fortune would be reduced to ashes. The sect leader of the demon sect of ghostly bindings was a divine immortal of wondrous dharma. Below him, the sect's influence was roughly comparable to the Star Sea congregations, although they did not have as many members. When Guan placed the fate-determining pen back on the table, several notifications appeared before him. You have successfully seized 709 years of lifespan from the true man of Yin Calamity, Loose Immortal Realm 7th floor. You have successfully seized 2171 years of lifespan from Lin Gexuan, Wandering Immortal Realm 2nd floor. You have successfully seized 624 years of lifespan from Yangfu, Nirvana Realm 8th floor. Guan looked at these notifications, his face expressionless. The demon sect of ghostly bindings, which had brought despair to Zhang Qiang, was as insignificant as dust on a table in his eyes. However, as more notifications kept coming, Guan felt a special chi fortune approaching him. Through the depths, he felt a familiar attachment to it, instinctively wanting to accept it, but the restrained himself. This was the heavenly Tao's reward for him, slaying those with heavy sins would grant him this chi fortune. To be precise, it was not exactly chi fortune, as it was both invisible and intangible. Merit. Guan suddenly had an epiphany. The concept of merit was long rumored among the mortal world, it was not without foundation. Indeed, as humans acted, the heavens did watch. Unlike the great cold demon sect, the demon sect of ghostly bindings bore greater sin. While the great cold demon sect could wash away much of its sins with the chi fortune of the holy court, the demon sect of ghostly bindings did not rely on the holy court, acted recklessly, and had sins rarely seen in this age. The heavenly Dao merit Guan would receive for eradicating the demon sect of ghostly bindings was immense. If he mentally accepted it, it would rush toward him. Guan did not accept the heavenly Dao merit, he decided to keep a distance from the heavenly Dao. Finally, the notifications ceased. In one go, he had obtained 7 billion years of lifespan. Still, earning lifespan through killing was the fastest method. At that moment, Guan even felt the impulse to eradicate all the forces of the demon path in the world, but then he remembered the fate of Long Zhan, and he held back. No matter how he persuaded himself, he was acting out of self-interest. The more people he iled, the greater the impact would be. He could not act rashly. Guan opened his attribute panel and saw that his lifespan had reached over 29 billion years. His deist heart calmed down. With more years accumulated, he would be ready for a breakthrough. Although he had no concerns about the passage of time, he knew he must continue to grow stronger lest any insurmountable enemies appeared. The moon set and the sun rose. At noon the next day, Ji Xiaohu came to find Guan. The Hua sect disciples have been released, Ji Xiaohu said, looking intently at Guan. Guan put down the book in his hands and looked up with a smile. Thank you. What is your relationship with the Hua sect leader? She asked. Hearing her query, Guan did not conceal the truth and roughly explained the process of his acquaintance with Zhang Qiang. She offered me considerable help in the early stages of my immortal cultivation. Without her guidance, I wouldn't have achieved what I have today, Guan said earnestly. What else? Ji Xiaohu inquired. Guan asked in surprise, what do you mean by what else? What else do you want to know? Ji Xiaohu was about to speak but then her expression shifted, and she said, never mind, I have my destiny in this life, and cannot obtain longevity. The fact that you have so many women who treat you well means that even if I return to my original self, I would have lived a content life this time around. You speak as if you're a different person. You are you, and the soul doesn't change. You have no need to worry, Guan said, trying to comfort her. Ji Xiaohu shook her head, you don't understand this feeling. With that, she turned and left. Watching her go, Guan couldn't help but think of her previous incarnation as the third miss. He suddenly felt some regret. Perhaps it was from experiences in his youth, but he held complex feelings for the third miss. Gratitude, and perhaps affection as well. Maybe Ji Xiaohu was right, at least in this life, she seemed like a different person compared to the third miss. In that case, he had yet to see the third miss for the last time. Perhaps at the end of her life, the third miss never even thought of him. Guan shook his head and chastised himself for being sentimental. He picked up the green Hero Travelogue and began to cultivate his mind. It was Xian Tianyi's free-spirited literary style that influenced Guan, helping him dispel the meaningless sorrows in his heart multiple times. Those who were gone had passed away. It was important to cherish those who were alive. Life must go on. Such were Guan's thoughts as he soon became engrossed in a story of an isolated island. Chapter 404, The Descent of a Deity. I'm preparing to leave now, thank you for making a move, said Zhang Qiang to Guan, speaking earnestly outside of Mystic Valley. Not far from them, in the nearby woods, several Hua sect disciples were resting and healing, awaiting Zhang Qiang. Guan waved his hand, if you wish to thank someone, thank Ji Xiaohu. Zhang Qiang knew of Ji Xiaohu, and she also understood that this Ji Xiaohu was not the Ji Xiaohu she knew. She did not dwell on Ji Xiaohu, but instead, pondering on the words of Sword Venerable Fudeo, asked softly, why do you help me so much from behind the scenes and yet always choose to remain patient and silent? Guan understood what she was referring to. He blinked and said, what would it change if I said anything? To make you more grateful? That would be so dull. You should just focus on growing the Hua sect, life's journey is long. I hope that thousands of years from now, we can still share drinks and converse cheerfully. Upon hearing this, Zhang Qiang smiled and said, then you better live for thousands of years. I'll try my best. After hearing Guan's words, Zhang Qiang smiled, then turned and left. As Guan watched her leave, he felt none of the sadness one might feel when parting with someone from the past because he knew he and Zhang Qiang would meet many more times, and to him, the Hua sect was not far away. Some distances are not measured by steps, but rather by the rolling mortal world pushing the wheel of fate. Even though some people will continue to live, there will come a moment when Guan might feel this parting is a final farewell. After Zhang Qiang and the others flew away on their swords, Guan couldn't help but stretch lazily. I still have to face the new life ahead. Just 700 years old and already feeling melancholic. What will I do when I'm 1,000,000, 10 million, or even 100 million years old? Guan thought to himself with a smile on his face. Birth, aging, sickness, and death cannot be stopped, so why cling to them? Cherishing a lifetime of fate is enough. Guan turned and walked back into Mystic Valley, his thoughts turning to Xiao Chuan. How has the rascal not reincarnated yet? With others, Guan might only desire a lifetime's fate, but with Xiao Chuan, he was much greedier. 5 years later, inside a courtyard of the Taixuan Sect, Zhang Qiang sat opposite the ghost mother of ephemera. After listening to the ghost mother's words, Zhang Qiang wore a strange expression and asked, "Are you sure it was 5 years ago?" "Yes, it was a very quiet night. No one came looking for me until dawn, so I went out to look around, only to find that all the people from the demon disciple palace were dead a very peculiar death, with no signs of battle, as if their souls had been extracted. Not a single demon disciple was left alive throughout the whole palace, but we who were imprisoned all survived," the ghost mother of ephemera recalled, her face unable to hide the fear. Zhang Qiang was inwardly shocked. She knew Sword Venerable Feudeo was powerful, but the ghost mother's description was still frightening. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Qiang revealed that she had asked for Sword Venerable Feudeo's help. Upon hearing this, the ghost mother actually relaxed and revealed an ecstatic expression, "Allying with Sword Venerable Feudeo is the best decision I've made in my life." Zhang Qiang looked at her and thought silently, "You will regret it." By seeking Sword Venerable Feudeo's help, she considered herself having repaid the help that the ghost mother had provided over the years. However, the ghost mother was hated by Zhen Qin. Given the relationship, Zhen Qin could be considered a grand disciple of Sword Venerable Feudeo. By any measure, the ghost mother would sooner or later face her death. It was also obvious that Sword Venerable Feudeo didn't care much for the ghost mother. The destruction of the demon disciple palace is an opportunity for us. I found many good things there, which can help the Taixuan Sect to soar. The ghost mother of ephemera suddenly said excitedly. Zhang Qiang's eyes shone, and the two began to discuss taking over the soul-binding demon palace. In the holy court, on a glittering golden hall, the holy minister sat on his throne, listening to the reports from the ministers in the hall. Behind him, the imperial seat of Shengtian emitted a faint golden glow, as if a figure was sitting upon it. Currently, our control over the world is shrinking, and there have even been consecutive occurrences of sects and dynasties being wiped out within our controlled territory without any trace of the true culprits, an old man said with a voice full of age. The holy minister spoke, "In these extraordinary times, there is no need to expend energy investigating. The holy court's goal is the immortal dynasty. Once the immortal dynasty is destroyed, regaining control over the world will be as easy as flipping one's hand. It's just the right time to let all living beings feel the darkness of the years without the holy court's protection. Having held power for too long, those who were born in times of peace do not know the terrors of the dark years." His words received approval from many in the hall, as the Yuanxu ancestor had blessed all living beings and even opened up reincarnation, resulting in the immortal dynasty having a better reputation. This could be glimpsed from the difference in the growth of their respective chi fortunes. The hearts of all living beings were leaning towards the immortal dynasty. A man clad in battle armor stepped forward and said, "The urgent matter at hand is to cultivate a free immortal. Holy Minister, gather the strength of the entire court to boost your cultivation level." As soon as these words were spoken, many echoed in agreement, even beseeching the Holy Minister. The Holy Minister was already at the 9th layer of the divine thought true immortal realm, just one step away from becoming a free immortal. Why must it be the Holy Minister, and not the Holy God? Someone questioned, casting the great hall into silence. The Holy Minister glanced at him, not in anger but instead inquired, does anyone else have a differing opinion? The cultivators of the holy court within the hall exchanged glances, but no one else made a sound. With a thunderous boom, a bolt of heavenly lightning struck from nowhere, hitting the person who had just raised the objection, reducing him instantly to ashes. The holy minister stood up and declared, "Since you all wish for me to attain the status of a free immortal, let us then prepare the plan. I will amass the chi fortune of the holy court to verify the path of the free immortal. Let the citizens of the holy court witness my process of tribulation crossing, to broaden their horizons." Many in the hall wore ugly expressions. Even if they feared the holy minister's power and dared not object, how could they not be angry in their hearts at the sight of the holy minister executing a court official at will? In the end, led by someone taking the initiative, everyone began to thank the holy minister. On behalf of the citizens of the holy court, the holy minister looked up, and the vision of a starry sky emerged above him. That fellow should be returning soon. When he comes back, that will be my opportunity for a breakthrough, the holy minister murmured to himself. Elsewhere, in the mystic valley of the Supreme Sect, Guan read a book in the forest while an Xin sat nearby practicing her martial arts, glancing towards an Shengtian not far away, practicing with his sword, while Zhangxi watched him closely. Why choose to practice with a sword? It doesn't seem impressive enough, mused an Xin. Her gaze following to Guan. Guan turned a page and said, "Everyone makes their own choices, let him be." "Master, what weapon suits me?" she asked. "Are you not practicing the sword?" "I feel the sword doesn't suit me. I like magic artifacts like the brush in your hand, they're more novel." "Then you should think about it yourself, don't ask me." Guan replied dismissively, then stood up and tucked the green hero travelogue into his chest. An Xin followed him to her feet, her voice filled with grievance. "How could I possibly come up with one? I follow your guidance in my training, help me think of something." Guan did not respond but looked up instead. The sky was a brilliant blue, and a streak of white light flashed across rapidly, disappearing in an instant. "Another has arrived, it seems things will get even more chaotic," Guan thought to himself. That streak of white light just now was unmistakably a free immortal. Chapter 405, Zhu Xi's Prudence, Immortal World Deity. "Master, what are you looking at?" An Xin curiously asked as she too looked up, but there was nothing in the sky. She would not believe that Guan was just looking at nothing, he must have seen something. Guan withdrew his gaze and said with a light smile, "Another formidable fellow has descended to the mortal world." "How formidable?" "So formidable that not even the heavens can stop him." Listening to his words, an Xin contemplated in silence. Guan then looked at an Shengtian. Perhaps it was because there were too many peerless talents around him that an Shengtian's talent seemed mediocre in his eyes. However, it didn't matter. Guan had taken him in merely wanting to give him a hand, not expecting anything in return. The younger generations had their own lives to live, he was there to provide help, where they chose to go was not his concern. Guan shifted his attention and walked towards the valley, an Xin hurriedly followed. Zhangxi turned his head, feeling anxious. He knew that Guan was the sword venerable Feudao, who had a disciple that was a legend of the Supreme Sect. It was clear that An Shengtian was far behind An Hao, and Zhangxi, having heard of An Hao's deeds, knew how astonishing An Hao's speed was. An Hao had that incredible speed because Guan had personally guided him, which was not a treatment An Shengtian received. Guan had watched An Shengtian practice many times, merely observing, which made Zhangxi anxious. Without solid fundamentals, the gap with those peerless talents would only grow wider. "Master, how is my knife technique?" An Shengtian suddenly turned his head and asked Zhangxi, his voice excited. An Shengtian was puzzled, why did it seem like his master was in a bad mood? Zhangxi answered in a perfunctory manner, "You still need to practice more." Having said that, he left with a sweep of his sleeve. And Shengtian was puzzled, why did it seem like his master was in a bad mood? On the other hand, Guan took an Xin to Mortal World Peak, where he taught her cultivation. Guan spared no effort in nurturing an Xin, she was, after all, his treasured disciple. He truly planned to train an Xin to surpass an Hao and Yangjian. At present, an Xin's talent was indeed far from those two, but Guan had resources and could impart teachings, so there was hope to bridge the gap in talent. And Hao and Yangjian did not have the guidance of the Taoist hidden immortal. 2 ancient hours later, Guan was walking down the mountain trail while an Xin stayed on the peak. As Mortal World Peak changed its criteria for accepting disciples, there were now many below the Nirvana realm. Along the way, Guan encountered disciples greeting him, and he would nod his head with a smile. Unlike the ever-changing Supreme Sect, Dingtian Peak hadn't changed much. Even the flora along the path had stayed largely the same for many years. After a long time, Guan reached the base of Dingtian Peak, where there were more and more disciples, and the noise grew louder. Here, no disciples recognized Guan, so no one greeted him. Guan made his way to a medicine garden. He turned his head and saw a woman sprinkling spirit water in the garden. It was Zhu Xi with the Taichu swallowing Yuan body. Recently, Zhu Xi faced a predicament, having offended a disciple of Dingtian Peak, and had been suppressed here for nearly 10 years. In those 10 years, Zhu Xi had been very obedient, gradually making the disciple forget about her. While sprinkling water, Zhu Xi sensed something and looked up, then saw Guan watching her. She pretended to be flustered and timidly asked, "Senior, can I help you with anything?" Such an act. This individual seemed to be at the nascent soul stage 5th level, but in reality, she had once consumed the spiritual power of a unification realm cultivator, even destroying their soul. The strength of the Taichu swallowing Yuan body far exceeded all the physiques of the current age, not even an Hao or Yangjian could match her. Zhu Xi's strength could not be measured by the surface realm. In a sense, she and Guan were alike. She could consume spiritual power and mana, while Guan could take lifespan. "It's nothing, I just happened to pass by. Why are you the only one in this medicine garden?" Guan asked with a chuckle, his demeanor gentle, easing Zhu Xi's nervousness. Zhu Xi replied, "The garden owner has gone to visit a deist friend and I don't know when he'll return. Once he's back, I can leave." Guan beckoned Zhu Xi to come over. After hesitating for a moment, Zhu Xi still stepped out of the medicine garden and approached Guan. Stopping about 5 steps away, she asked anxiously, "Senior, is there something specific you need me to do?" Guan raised his right hand, pinched his fingers, and 5 secret books appeared in his hands, fanning out to reveal their titles. "Meeting by chance is fate, you caught my eye, pick one." Guan had calculated that if things continued this way, Zhu Xi would inevitably take a path hostile to Mortal World Peak. After all, he was the peak master of Dingtian Peak, and should do something for Mortal World Peak. Besides, he was very much looking forward to Zhu Xi's future. Zhu Xi glanced at them, a strange look on her face. Heaven and Earth primordial skill, stepping path of ages step, deist gang primal energy, primordial reincarnation skill, universe in the palm. They all seemed impressive but unreliable. Since when were peerless secret books inscribed on paper? Immortal cultivation sects used jade scrolls, read by divine sense. Guan was not in a hurry, leaving the choice to her. If she did not fancy any, then so be it. Guan didn't have to resort to this method to resolve potential resentment. If Zhu Xi dared to cause trouble in Dingtian Peak, he could suppress her with a flip of his hand. Could the Taichu swallowing Yuan body consume the immense mana of a great cultivator who cultivates the mixed Yuan refining void physique? Zhu Xi, though skeptical, had a second thought. Choosing a book wouldn't be a loss, and what if the person became furious if she declined? Having cultivated for many years, Zhu Xi had encountered various troubles and had experience in dealing with them. She pulled a secret book and then bowed in thanks to Guan. Stepping Path of Ages step. Guan gazed deeply at her for a moment, then smiled, turned, and left. Zhu Xi didn't expect him to just walk away. She watched as Guan's figure vanished around the bend of the mountain path before returning to the garden. She didn't continue sprinkling water but sat down at the wooden table to read the Stepping Path of Ages step. Before long, her expression grew solemn, her hands clutching the secret book even trembled. This divine skill. Zhu Xi looked up, no longer sensing Guan's presence. But she remembered Guan's face, her heart full of complex emotions. After reading the secret book, she confirmed the divine skill was authentic and extremely powerful, and that he had not deceived her, which made her wildly speculate. Why had he taken a liking to her? It certainly wasn't because she was easy on the eyes. Could he have seen through to her physique? Zhu Xi might not understand the origin of her physique, but she knew that once news of it spread, she would become everyone's enemy. No. She must leave mortal world peak. This thought cemented in Zhu Xi's mind with resolve. Days later. Third Medicine Valley, inside an attic. Guan was chatting with Shenzhen, his divine sense locked onto Zhu Xi. He hadn't anticipated his well-intentioned action would scare Zhu Xi away, which made him even more curious about her. She was too cautious, eerily reminiscent of his own self. He wasn't upset, on the contrary, he looked forward to Zhu Xi's future even more, considering her disposition made her more likely to survive. I dream less frequently now, do you think I've lost my talent? Shenzhen said, worried. Her consciousness had dwelled in dreams while Demon Shore possessed her body, so she was utterly unaware of its existence, let alone its death. Guan laughed, the way you used to dream was already extraordinary, akin to path enlightenment. You can't be expecting that to happen all the time. What you should do now is reflect on your past insights, consolidate your deist heart. Sooner or later, there'll be a next time. Do you know of Wuju? He began telling her about Wuju's experiences with path enlightenment, omitting the part about lifespan limits, but Wuju indeed had multiple bouts of enlightenment. Shenzhen had not expected Wuju to have such a background, which explained his sudden rise. Now that I think about it, why does everyone associated with you seem to encounter all sorts of fortunes? Shenzhen suddenly asked. Guan raised an eyebrow, could it be my doing? Shouldn't you be kneeling and thanking me? Shenzhen rolled her eyes in response, how could that be? You wish. I just think it's a bit coincidental, maybe there's something common among us, perhaps it's Qi fortune. There was a great cultivator who came to the Supreme Sect to teach, I listened to his lecture about Qi fortune. Guan had not attended the lecture because the speaker was just a loose immortal. Now, hearing Shenzhen, he listened attentively. A person with great fortune of energy movement would always turn danger into safety and break through limits, and they also seemed to attract each other. Given this explanation, it indeed seemed reasonable to attribute it to Qi fortune. After chatting with Guan, Shenzhen's worries dissipated. She felt that Guan was right. There was no need for overthinking, the gains she had already made were plenty. As long as she maintained equanimity, she would eventually find enlightenment through music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. I am a mortal world immortal. All beings speak my name with devout faith and shall receive the protection of my divine power. A loud and authoritative voice rang out, startling the entire world and interrupting Shenzhen's speech. Shenzhen, struck with astonishment, said, I coined the name Mortal World Immortal when I was writing and even came up with a scenario. After I drew it, the picture somehow disappeared. Guan immediately knew it had been destroyed by Demon Shore, fearing it would alarm the Mortal World Immortal. This Mortal World Immortal was also of the 9th level in the free immortal realm. He lacked the Qi fortune of the Holy Court but was entangled in intricate karma with it. His arrival was likely at the Holy Court's behest. Should I redraw it for you? Shen Zhen offered, standing to grab pen and paper. Wait, with him now descended to the mortal world, you dare to draw? Aren't you afraid he might suddenly appear before us right now? Guan glared at her, irritated. Shen Zhen realized the logic and opted to sit back down. He claims divinity, could he be an actual immortal? Shen Zhen asked, curious. Before the conflict between the immortal dynasty and the Holy Court, people thought they were immortals. But as the world plunged into chaos, the fantasy shattered, and they came to be seen simply as powerful forces. Guan shook his head, how would I know? Shen Zhen's eyes widened, but you wrote Investiture of the Gods, Journey to the West, Romance of the Three Kingdoms, surely in dreams, an immortal graced you. You must know more than I do. She was convinced those 3 books weren't fabrications, they must represent some part of immortal history. Not just her, many people believed the same, which is why Pannon was still remembered. Chapter 406, Lifespan Samsara, the Ultimate. The proclamation of the mortal world god startled all living beings under heaven, but the reaction within the supreme sect was minor. This kind of proclamation had occurred several times before, and given that the Taixuan continent hadn't been impacted by the chaos that plagued the greater world, the majority of cultivators who heard the mortal world god's words were merely curious and did not believe. The beings of Taixuan continent had their own faith, and that was in Sword Venerable Feudeo. Could the mortal world god possibly be as formidable as Sword Venerable Feudeo? Shen Zhen also expressed such sentiment, looking down on the mortal world god. I've drawn him, and I've drawn the divine skills of Sword Venerable Feudeo, and I truly feel that Sword Venerable Feudeo is stronger, Shen Zhen earnestly said. Guan helplessly said, regardless, the fact that he can shout to the whole world means his cultivation level is beyond our imagination. We should discuss this less. Shen Zhen glared at Guan and said, look at how timid you are, what's there to be afraid of? Would he dare to come to Sword Venerable Feudeo's territory? Sword Venerable Feudeo only protects all living beings, he doesn't intervene in personal grievances. That depends on the cultivation level of the visitor. With an existence like the mortal world god, it's impossible that he came for just any individual. Sword Venerable Feudeo certainly won't give him the chance. You speak as if you understand Sword Venerable Feudeo the best. Nonsense, I definitely understand him better than you do. Watching Shen Zhen's vehement demeanor, Guan realized he couldn't out-argue her, it seemed like no one understood Sword Venerable Feudeo better than she did. Guan, not wishing to argue further, changed the subject and talked about other matters while his divine thought reached out to the mortal world god. The mortal world god had established a dojo on a straight and majestic mountain peak, and had taken 100 heaven and earth flying immortals as land immortals, seemingly preparing to promote the divine Dao. These 100 heaven and earth flying immortals came from different sects, each sought out by the mortal world god. It is worth mentioning that Baizia of Mortal World Peak was also among them. If not for Baizia's invitation, Guan would not have joined Mortal World Peak, but since demonstrating his superior strength, their relationship had become distant, with Baizia intentionally keeping his distance. Guan didn't know his state of mind, all he could do was to oblige him. Being a land immortal under the mortal world god was in Baizia's view the greatest opportunity of his life. However, after Guan's deduction, this path was more perilous than fortunate, as the mortal world god was destined to confront the immortal dynasty. Nearly an hour later, Shen Zhen left. Guan then continued to deduce Baizia's destiny to enhance his own understanding of the way of cause and effect. Although the mortal world god's proclamation had no impact on the Taixuan continent, it sparked wild thoughts among the beings overseas, especially those who suffered greatly, who clung to it as if it were a life-saving straw, knelt to worship the heavens, and prayed for the mortal world god's divine protection. In the years that followed, the divine Dao of the mortal world god grew rapidly, and Guan could see his chi fortune soaring. Once the mortal world god's chi fortune reached a point where he could contend with the immortal dynasty, he would launch his attack. Time flowed gently, and 20 years swiftly passed. North Sea Mountain. Guan, donning a mask, casually sat on the eaves with his legs crossed. He pulled up his attribute panel to have a look. Name, Guan. Lifespan, 725/3,169,008,271. Physique, mixed Yuan refined void body. Cultivation level, Taoist hidden immortal realm perfect. 3,169,000,000 years of lifespan. He wondered if it would suffice for breakthroughs. Guan thought cheerfully, suddenly feeling inspired to open a lifespan samsara. Through reincarnation evolution, he could also deepen his grasp on cause and effect, and destiny. He hadn't used it in many years, always restraining himself. In recent years, he had been paying close attention to the mortal world god, able to sense the intense reincarnation cause and effect surrounding him, indicating that the mortal world god had experienced many cycles of reincarnation. This meant that for great cultivators, reincarnation was also a method of cultivation. Guan could also undergo reincarnation, and it would be risk-free at that. But upon thinking of Liu Kaiuxian and Longqing, Guan feared reflecting the reality. After much deliberation, he felt he was being too cautious. Regardless of how many variables arose, as long as he was growing stronger, that was what mattered. He shouldn't be weighed down by so many burdens, even if he had descendants. How would that be an issue? If he met them, he would help. If he created karma, he would suppress it when necessary, and as for more formidable foes, no matter his choice, enemies on the path of immortal cultivation would keep emerging endlessly. Everything must prioritize the Tao. Bring it on. After persuading himself, the eyes beneath the mask grew excited. Start a game. You have spent 10 million years of lifespan to initiate a reincarnation evolution. Beginning connection to Tao rules. Searching for a world of reincarnation. You have the following options, please choose one. 1. Great Heavenly Spirit Land. 2. Great Primordial Land. 3. Dark Heaven and Earth. Why are these the three options? Guan frowned, annoyed by the lack of refresh options, making him somewhat uncomfortable. The Great Primordial Land was where Liu Han had been. He too had completed the trial, ultimately being slain by the Black Profound Emperor in the River of Destiny. No need to mention the Dark Heaven and Earth, as it was where Chu Liu and Xiao Shengtian had been, both killed by the Black Profound Emperor. Both choices likely meant confronting the Black Profound Emperor again. Whenever Guan mentioned the Black Profound Emperor, he would bristle with annoyance. The Annihilation God Emperor had suppressed Long Zhan, and could at least be considered to have eradicated a scourge for all living beings, but what about the Black Profound Emperor? This bastard was motivated entirely by personal vendetta, and moreover, he was a higher realm bullying a lower one. No, he couldn't allow himself to become hostile towards him. He needed to treat him with indifference. Guan adjusted his mindset and turned his gaze to the first option. Great Heavenly Spirit Land. What would happen if he chose the Great Heavenly Spirit Land? In the Great Heavenly Spirit Land, he wouldn't panic. After all, there was no one in this great heaven and earth who could threaten him for the time being. Let's try it. You have chosen to reincarnate into the Great Heavenly Spirit Land. Given that the Tao rules of this land cannot conceal your talent, you will retain your ability to seize lifespans, but you won't be able to unlock stage-based functions. Reincarnation evolution begins. In the first year, you were born into a Yan clan tribe in the desolate ancient continent and you were named Extreme by your father. At age 3, you crushed a rabbit to death, seizing 6 years of its lifespan. Your destiny reached a turning point. At age 7, your chi blood reached the level of a wilderness beast, and you were proclaimed the #1 divine son of the tribe. At age 12, you defeated all challengers within the Yan clan tribe, becoming the champion warrior crowned by the Yan ancestors. Looking at the prompts before him, Guan's expression became strange. Tribes? Yan clan? At age 15, an old man came to the Yan clan tribe, calling himself a land immortal, claiming knowledge of 5,000 years before and after. He saw through you at a glance and wanted to tell your fortune. Will you accept? He calculated and realized that the great heavenly spirit land had no Yan clan tribe, which meant that this lifespan samsara was not set in his own time point. He continued reading. At age 15, an old man came to the Yan clan tribe, calling himself a land immortal, claiming knowledge of 5,000 years before and after. He saw through you at a glance and wanted to tell your fortune. Will you accept? Was this a necessary NPC encounter at the start of reincarnation evolution? Guan silently chose no. You refused his offer to tell your fortune. However, he didn't give up but insisted on doing so, resulting in your chi blood boiling in rage and you dying on the spot. At age 18, in pursuit of greater strength, you left the Yan clan tribe on your own. At age 20, you condensed your primordial spirit, gaining a might capable of shaking gods. At age 21, you encountered an injured dragon girl by the seashore, lying on death's door, begging for your help. Will you choose to save her? No. You chose not to save her. The dragon girl died of a broken heart upon your refusal. Her clan brother, the Azure Dragon, leapt out from the depths of the sea and upon seeing the scene, suspected you of killing the dragon girl. He attacked you, and after a fierce battle, you tore the Azure Dragon to shreds. Guan suddenly felt some regret. Why did rejecting to save her lead to even bigger trouble? At age 22, you faced a massive pursuit by an army of shrimp soldiers and crab generals, trapped on an island and cornered. Using your lifespan evolution ability, you enhanced your path of physical cultivation, and after days of fighting, you broke through the encirclement and condensed your mystic heart. Mystic heart realm at 22 years old? Just how many creatures had this person killed? Guan couldn't see the specifics of each year, but judging by Extreme's growth rate, his killer instinct must have been tremendous. In the years that followed, Extreme was constantly haunted by the Dragon Palace from where the dragon girl had come. He battled ferociously, slaying dragons and demons, with astonishing progress each year that left Guan both thrilled and terrified. Strength can be brittle. It wasn't until he was 40 that Guan finally saw a chance to make a choice. At age 40, having stepped into the immortal path, you stormed into the astonishing Dragon Palace and slaughtered widely. Carrying the severed head of the Dragon Crown Prince, you confronted the grievously wounded Dragon King who knelt before you begging for mercy. Will you choose to spare the Dragon King? To have come this far, it was natural to eliminate the roots as well. Moreover, the long-standing grudge between Extreme and the Dragon Palace wasn't his fault. How could he be blamed when the palace insisted on holding Extreme responsible for the dragon girl's death, leading to an ever-growing hatred? Guan chose no. You executed the Dragon King and started to cultivate and heal in the Dragon Palace. At age 50, you learned the strongest legacy of the Dragon Palace, the dragon's divine heaven-reaching record. At age 51, you arrived at the Fallen Star continent and made the acquaintance of a cultivator, who invited you to join Mortal World Peak. Do you choose to join Mortal World Peak? Finally, something familiar. Guan immediately chose to join. You joined Mortal World Peak, astonishing the high ranks of Mortal World Peak in the assessment, and the Peak Master sought to take you as a disciple. Do you choose to accept? Accept. You became a disciple of Bai Kitheo, the Deist Lord of Mortal World Peak, and started to focus on your cultivation. At age 60, Bai Kitheo took you to a grand conference of all sects, representing Mortal World Peak in combat, constantly slaying powerful enemies, alarming various sects with your killer instinct. At age 61, you won first place in the grand conference and were conferred the title of Heaven-Killing Extreme Star by the Immortals. At age 62, you left Mortal World Peak on your own to temper yourself. Upon setting out to sea, you were ambushed and annihilated the enemy. At age 63, you stormed the Chi Sea cliffs, captured the mastermind behind the ambush, but the Chi Si cliffs threatened you. If you dared to kill that person, they would be at endless war with you. Will you choose to stay your hand? The ruthless heaven-killing extreme star seemed even more powerful than Long Zhan. The key was that his aggression was not unrestrained but targeted at his enemies. Guan felt that even if he stayed his hand, Chi Si cliffs wouldn't let him go. What did endless war matter? Had it been any other situation, he might have capitulated, but Extreme had stormed the Chi Si cliffs instead of sneaking in, suggesting he was capable of fighting his way out. No. Ignoring the threats of Chi Si cliffs, you crushed that person into a mist of blood. Chi Si cliffs launched an onslaught against you. You didn't flee but chose to fight. After a bloody battle, you broke the morale of Chi Si cliffs, with no one daring to challenge you again. You left the remains of the Chi Si cliffs under the fearful gazes of its cultivators. Chapter 407, Battling Through Life, Dominating the Ancient and Modern Times. How fierce! Guan admired the extreme performance he witnessed. He couldn't help but say that the manipulation of lifespan samsara had been pushed to the limit. Accumulate lifespan crazily, evolve crazily, and even evolve during battles, truly like a madman. Moreover, no matter the choices this person made, as long as anyone dared to make a move on him, he would show no mercy. Guan looked forward to seeing more of Extreme, just unsure if Extreme had existed in the past or was from the future. At the age of 65, your understanding of the divine skill's heavenly record has deepened, and your soul has transformed. At the age of 67, you broke into the cave of an ancient immortal, endured many hardships, and seized the inheritance of the ancient holy court. You have obtained the heavenly Dao inheritance and can claim the heavenly Dao destiny. Do you choose to accept it? Ancient holy court? These 4 words made Guan imagine many things. But the holy court had existed for countless years, and it still needed to be seen whether the holy court existed in the time and space where Extreme was. As for the heavenly Dao destiny, he could not accept it. No. You refuse to accept the heavenly Dao inheritance. You return the inheritance to its original place, waiting for the next fated person to arrive. At the age of 68, as you prepare to leave the ancient immortal's cave, you suddenly encounter the spirit of a holy god from the ancient holy court. Seeing that you are fated, he wishes to pass on a divine skill to you. Do you choose to accept? Holy god? Guan's expression turned strange. He hesitated for a moment, then chose to accept. You accept the inheritance of Holy God Yangjian, learning the heaven-extinguishing Dao annihilating 36 spear techniques. Yangjian. Now Guan could completely confirm that Extreme existed in a far distant future. Holy God is a level of divine thought, true immortal. After reaching this realm and then dying, how many years later must it be? There's no such thing as a duplicate name, because the heaven-extinguishing Dao annihilating 36 spear techniques were taught to Yangjian by divine exotic ghost king stealing the 5 elements, and Guan had seen it. Does Yangjian's death not mean that the holy court will also perish? As Guan pondered, notifications continued to pop up in front of him, quickly drawing his attention. After learning the heaven-extinguishing Dao annihilating 36 spear techniques, Extreme continued to battle across the world. In the next 50 years, he made a formidable name for himself on the fallen star continent, then proceeded to the next continent. Battles, slaughter, and exploring caves, that was Extreme's life. He remained unattached to any emotions, unlike his previous reincarnations, even if Guan helped him to refuse them. Extreme reached the free immortal realm by the age of 800, astonishingly radiant. At 1233 years old, you defeat the strongest contemporary of Deluo Heaven, understanding your own Daoist intent during the battle and creating the ultimate battle technique. At 1150 years old, you declare yourself the Extreme Saint, ancient and brilliant, and you begin closed-door cultivation. At 1200 years old, you step into the river of time, journeying to the past seeking rivals. At 1300 years old, you arrive in the post-ancient period and begin a new campaign. Journeying to the past? Guan felt odd inside. The subsequent experiences were still battles. Each time Guan had a choice, it was either threats or pleas from enemies asking Extreme for forgiveness. In the end, Extreme spent 200 years sweeping through the heavenly spirit great heaven and earth of the post-ancient period, seizing the chi fortune of heaven and earth, and his cultivation level skyrocketed. However, he did not surpass the 9 heavens of immortal path as he used his lifespan evolution to enhance his cultivation techniques and divine skills. Then, he stepped into the river of time again, heading for a more distant past. The Middle Ages. Unparalleled and capturing the chi fortune of heaven and earth again. Continue through time. The Taoist period, still waging wars across the universe. During the Wilderness Ancient Period and the Ancient Period, Extreme maintained absolute dominance, killing his way into the most remote eras. He came to the Taixuan period. At 3,236 years old, you encounter the senior disciple of the Taixuan Sect. You initiate a battle, defeat your opponent decisively, and choose not to kill him, letting him go. At 3,237 years old, the sect master of the Taixuan Sect descends, wishing to test his strength against you. Ultimately, he cannot withstand a punch from you, and the sect master of the Taixuan Sect meets a crushing defeat. At 3,238 years old, a river formed from concentrated sword chi descends from the sky, blocking your path. An ancient founder of the Taixuan Sect appears, his sword intent shakes the heavenly spirit great heaven and earth, and you engage in a monumental battle. Ultimately, you scatter his sword intent using the ultimate battle technique, and as the battle takes a tragic turn and he is on the brink of death, you feel an unusual hesitation in your heart. Do you choose to save him? Taixuan Sect. The words Taixuan also made Guan's heart waver. After a moment's thought, he decided to save him. You choose to save the founder of the Taixuan Sect, Li Yi, sacrificing your own true yuan to successfully save Li Yi. After gaining a hint of battle intent from your ultimate battle technique, Li Yi inquires about your name as you bid him farewell, to which you reveal only the name Extreme. What a story! Li Yi. No wonder Guan and Extreme hesitated. According to the prompts, Li Yi was already at the cultivation level of a free immortal. How many years later must that be? This cycle of lifespan projection has gone too far. Wait, would he perhaps slaughter his way to the era I'm in? Guan felt uneasy at the thought. His conquest continued, and within the primordial period, he met numerous free immortals, including Li Suandao and Blood Prison Great Saint, all of whom he defeated. Li Suandao even tried to win him over, offering his daughter in marriage, but his offer was rejected. Along this journey, the girl of heavenly pride also confessed her true feelings to him. Unfortunately, Guan had to refuse for him. Let him be a pure warrior and cultivator. At the age of 3,700 years, you defeated the most powerful Lvcien of the era and seized the chi fortune of heaven and earth, elevating your ultimate battle technique to a new realm. At the age of 3,800 years, you returned to the river of time, where you were attacked by a mysterious entity, severely injured, and flung back to your era. Mysterious entity? Guan's heart tightened. Although he had caught up with Liu Han, to have died at just over 3,000 years old seemed far too regrettable. The following prompts were all about recovery. He hid on a deserted island to heal, a process that took a millennium. Guan felt that his lifespan must be immense, but couldn't understand why he refused the 9 heavens of immortal path. Perhaps, although he appeared strong, he was actually cautious at heart, only undertaking actions he was certain of. Once he achieved the free immortal realm, he continued to fight, improving the power of his deist sorcery. His prowess within the free immortal realm had reached a stage where he could traverse ancient and modern times. Guan wondered how strong he was now, and whether he could compete with the free immortal realm's Guan. After the reincarnation evolution ended, he could use a lifespan simulation. Fighting himself? Guan found it intriguing and was filled with anticipation. In the years that followed, once he had healed, he began adventuring through the universe. From the prompts, it seemed like the universe at this time was vast with intricate powers, far more exciting than Guan's current era. At the age of 5,306 years, you unexpectedly met the fairy of Nine Nether Underworld, Yuquan. You enjoyed each other's company, and she invited you to discuss deist ideas in the Nine Nether Underworld. Would you accept? Nine Nether Underworld? That sounded very dangerous. Guan chose no. You refused Yuquan Fairy's invitation, leaving her regretful. As you watched her leave, you erased the turmoil in your heart, dissolved the karma between you, and roamed the universe alone. At the age of 5,400 years, you enter the Kanglan immortal domain. You are attacked by a heavenly demon, slaying millions of them and earning the enmity of their entire race, but also the admiration of all beings in the Kanglan immortal domain. At the age of 5,402 years, you are titled the Immortal Domain War God by the Domain Master of the Kanglan immortal domain. At the age of 5,413 years, you enter an ancient forbidden land within the Kanglan immortal domain, where you are attacked by the spirits of the battle court. You annihilate all the spirits in the forbidden land, and you arrive at the Kanglan immortal king's Dao palace. At the age of 5,414 years, you comprehend the Kanglan immortal technique, triggering the heavenly Dao immortal position examination. You defeat the immortals in the exam. Would you choose to accept the heavenly Dao immortal position? Heavenly Dao immortal position? It was unexpected that he also had a heritage similar to LV Xian's. It was within expectations that he could progress through such a heritage. Guan immediately chose no. If the immortals knew that he could seize lifespans, what then? You refuse to accept the heavenly Dao immortal position. The immortals are furious, claiming you have offended the heavenly might. Within 100 years, they will definitely capture you. Absurd. Guan suddenly felt fortunate that he had not accepted the heritage examination before. If he had tried it, big trouble would have surely come his way. At the age of 5,480 years, you evolve through lifespan and condense a Tao fruit, becoming a Taoist hidden immortal. At the age of 5,485 years, a group of immortals descended into the universe, starting to hunt you down. You fought tens of thousands of immortals alone and struggled to cope. At the age of 5,486 years, you arrive at the edge of the universe and encounter the heavenly spirit god guarding the boundary gate. You are annihilated by a single strike of his axe. You have died and your path has extinguished. Reincarnation ends. As the last prompt fell, Guan vanished from the porch and moved to a deserted island on the ocean, swiftly activating a lifespan barrier. He sat in meditation, beginning to absorb the life memories of Ji. Although Ji had only lived for just over 5,000 years, his experiences were in no way inferior to those of Liu Han or Long Zhan, and perhaps even more splendid. Through Ji's eyes, Guan saw the environment where the Yan clan tribe lived, with a broader heaven and earth and more abundant spiritual energy. The rabbits Ji killed in his childhood were as large as small hills. From a young age, Ji, who had exhibited exceptional strength, was the treasure of his entire tribe, dearly loved by everyone. Before he left the Yan clan tribe, he had never suffered any hardships, with everything going smoothly for him as he hunted year-round, accumulating a substantial lifespan. Afterward, Guan saw the desperately endangered dragon girl, extraordinarily beautiful with a pitiable look. If it were him, he might not be able to resist helping in such a situation. Yet the dealings of the Dragon Palace were overbearing, and no matter what, conflicts might be unavoidable. Ji's grudges with the Dragon Palace lasted many years. Guan found that Ji was fighting almost every day, and with this speed, his lifespan growth was definitely fast. He was immersed in Ji's memories. Through Ji's actions and words, he could feel that Ji was different from his other past lives. Ji had an inherent arrogance that emanated from his bones, directed only against strong opponents. When facing the weak, he could show a gentle side. Guan also saw the spirit of Yang Jian. Although its disposition differed greatly from the Yang Jian, Guan knew, it was indeed Yang Jian. And there was Li Yi. During the Taixuan period, Li Yi, with his white hair and powerful presence, had almost reached the current Guan's Taikang sword intent. Chapter 408, Whose past life is stronger? Guan was immersed in the extreme memories, experiencing his heart-wrenching life. At the same time, Guan's understanding of the ultimate battle technique deepened. Although it was called a combat skill, it was actually the way of extremes. He combined all his cultivation techniques, divine skills, and spells into the ultimate battle technique, forming a combat system unique to himself. Through this memory, Guan could confirm that the Taixuan period was immeasurably distant from the present, perhaps impossible to measure in millions or tens of millions of years. Taixuan period, Ancient Times, Middle Ages, Taoist period. Each period was separated by countless years, and in the Taixuan period, one could still encounter Li Yi, Li Suandao, and Lv-Xian, but in the later ancient times, their legends were no longer to be found. Yang Jian didn't even survive until the Taixuan period. Guan thought of many things, but he didn't feel that the future was already set, nor did he worry about those friends who did not appear in the extremities of his life. Rather, he experienced the life of the extreme. In the same realm, the combat power of the extreme was incredibly fearsome. Apart from fighting, all his time was spent cultivating, and judging by the rapid strengthening of his ultimate battle technique, he had devoted most of his lifespan to it. After Guan inherited all the memories, he felt that the ultimate battle technique might be stronger than any method he currently possessed. Having reached the free immortal realm, he did not become arrogant but instead felt a strong unease, which was also why he chose to become stronger by battling through the river of time. The river of time was different from the river of destiny, it allowed one to traverse the past and future. The reason for choosing the past was because the extreme felt that what was past had already gone, and he would not feel as much guilt when killing. In fact, the extreme did not kill indiscriminately and even admired some opponents. Because he let many enemies go, his lifespan was not as long as Guan had anticipated. Both were belligerent, but the extreme led a life without shame, never killing innocents or those without enmity, at most leaving them to their fate. Thinking about the extreme's battles, Guan felt that in terms of combat talent, the extreme was stronger. He could even say that he had never seen a stronger being than the extreme. If the extreme hadn't been hunted by immortals, his potential would be unimaginable. After entering the Tao fruit realm, the extreme's combat talent was clearly stronger. None of the 10,000 immortals he faced was of a lower realm than him, and each possessed outstanding divine skills. Every one of them brought a sense of pressure that surpassed any opponent he had faced in his earlier life. Yet even so, the extreme was able to break out of the encirclement of 10,000 enemies who were of a higher realm than himself. As for the heavenly spirit god he faced last, that guy was indeed terrifyingly powerful, decidedly many levels above the extreme. Guan opened his eyes, and instead of immediately returning to the North Sea mountain, he had another idea. He wanted to fight with the extreme. Even though the extreme was him, he just wanted to spar with another self. The aura of the extreme was too strong, even in death before the heavenly spirit god, he had not felt fear or dread. Just do it. Guan's mind stirred. Simulating a battle with the extreme will consume 1 million years of lifespan. Do you wish to continue? Continue. Guan's eyes hardened, and his consciousness plunged into the simulation. Both were Taoist hidden immortals, but Guan was still in the perfect realm. Guan liked battling lower realms from a higher one, but that didn't mean he had no demands for his own combat strength. The battle lasted for several ancient hours until night fell. Guan opened his eyes, his brow furrowed. He had actually lost. He couldn't beat the extreme. The combat power of the extreme's ultimate battle technique was simply too strong. No matter what combat skill he used, the extreme could find a way to counter it in an extremely short time. Guan felt somewhat depressed. He had never tried so hard, yet he still lost. Losing to himself was not a big deal, but it still irked him. He had to look into the ultimate battle technique later. Guan stood up, looking towards the North Sea mountain, where he saw Sage Xianmiao cultivating and not rushed by his disappearance. Seeing this, he decided to return to the Supreme Sect first. He vanished on the spot. 30 minutes later, Guan sat in the attic of the Third Medicine Valley, reviewing the previous fight, repeatedly reassessing, and looking for ways to defeat the extreme. His mana was a bit stronger than the extremes, but clearly, the extreme had invested far more lifespan into the ultimate battle technique than he had into deist sorcery. Moreover, the extreme's combat talent was truly exaggerated, the whole process filled with pressure, and without any flaw. He sat from night until morning. Only when the sounds of disciples practicing came from outside the window did he finally wake up. He couldn't help but smile wryly. Was he really influenced by the extreme? Why did he care so much about winning and losing? Wasn't he pursuing the joy of high realms battling lower ones? If he ever reached the extremes period of the Tianyuan, it was unimaginable how terrifying he would be then, and the extreme wouldn't be worth mentioning in his eyes. Guan found that the reincarnation evolution absorbed character traits from the evolution, fortunately only the good ones, at least he had not inherited Long Zhan's brutality. I have a goal now. Guan silently thought. He wanted to comprehend the ultimate battle technique, and he also thought of Long Zhan's divine skill. Heavenly Dragon Reincarnation Dharma Aspect. This divine skill could condense the self of a past life to fight alongside oneself, perfectly fitting for lifespan samsara. Guan had realized that all his reincarnations were battle maniacs. The more numerous they became, the stronger the Heavenly Dragon Reincarnation Dharma aspect would grow. In a sense, the more times one reincarnated, the stronger the Heavenly Dragon Reincarnation Dharma aspect became. The Dharma aspect conjured by the Heavenly Dragon Reincarnation could retain the main body's battle will, but lacked independent thought, only capable of battle, not of serving as doubles. Imagining the future, Guan raised his hand as myriad past lives stood behind him. How spectacular was that vision? The divine skills created by Long Zhan, like the ultimate battle technique, had immeasurable potential. Guan took a deep breath and ceased to dwell on the comparison of strengths and weaknesses. With the polar extreme, even if he failed, so be it, then he would just continue to grow stronger. It was precisely the right time to temper pride and complacency. Guan stood up, then went downstairs, ready to practice drills with his disciples. Just as he reached the bottom of the stairs, Ji Xiaohu also came out, saying she wanted to join him in practice. He did not refuse. During the drill practice, Guan could feel Ji Xiaohu observing him. After blending the polar extremes' life memories, there came about a certain change in Guan's demeanor, one he couldn't completely revert to as it was before merging those memories. He wasn't afraid of Ji Xiaohu seeing through him after all. If he simply refused to admit it, what could she do? After the practice was over, Ji Xiaohu invited Guan to her room, and he did not refuse. Once inside, they sat down opposite each other at the table. Ji Xiaohu stared at Guan, saying, "You've acquired some aura of reincarnation about you. Where did you go yesterday?" Guan replied, "Off to save the world." "Why do you ask? Can you see who I was in my past life? A mere reincarnation path emperor, could he measure up to the polar extreme? Speaking of which, the polar extreme had once visited the yin-yang domain in later generations, sweeping through all the strong beings there, even compelling the yin-yang domain to erect an imperial stele in his honor. I can't see through it, I suddenly suspect that you are just like me. We both may be reincarnations of some great power. Ji Xiao said, her face unexpectedly breaking into a smile. Guan raised his eyebrows. How could that be? I've not received memories of a past life, I haven't even dreamt anything. That's because the karma of your reincarnation is still dormant, and your cultivation speed is too slow. Ji Xiao laughed, but then suddenly remembered something and her brow furrowed again. If Guan was like her, didn't that mean their future was already destined? Both of them would eventually become just a memory for someone else, all their experiences belonging not to the ones who truly lived them but to their original selves. At that thought, Ji Xiao looked at Guan with a different gleam in her eyes. At this moment, she sensed the force of destiny. Was it fate that led her to meet Guan? Seeing her spirits somewhat dampened, Guan changed the subject. So, who do you think was stronger in our past lives, you or me? Ji Xiao's soul was that of the reincarnation path emperor, and they were one and the same. Even Guan couldn't extricate her from the reincarnation path emperor's being. Without a soul and only having memories, she wouldn't be the real her. It was an unsolvable issue, only time could soothe the regret. Of course, I was stronger. Judging from the karma of reincarnation, the number of my reincarnations far exceeds yours, and for beings of that realm, the number of reincarnations indicates the height of their Dao level. Ji Xiao stated as matter-of-factly, prompting Guan to want to laugh. The reincarnation path emperor hadn't even transcended the reincarnation tribulation. How could he be compared to Guan's past life? Let alone outmatching the polar extreme and Long Zhan, it seemed doubtful that the reincarnation path emperor could even defeat Liu Han. The two of them continued to chat, and Ji Xiao began to speak of the battles she had dreamed about, the epic battles of the reincarnation path emperor against formidable enemies, which excited Guan greatly. Of course, the emotion was feigned, he had to put on a show for Ji Xiao. While chatting with Ji Xiao, Guan was reflecting upon more. He thought about incorporating the polar extremes cultivation methods into his teachings for his disciples, which might make them stronger. He would start with an Xin. Nobody could possibly possess the polar extremes battle talent, but if an Xin could achieve a mere 1/10,000th of the polar extremes combat achievement, even she could sweep through her peers. Regrettably, the polar extremes life had not intersected with In-house, leaving the future of In-how an unwritten story. As it stood, though In-how could not compare to the polar extreme, both had different growing environments, and the future remained uncertain. Late at night. Hidden Spirit Palace. Guan was instructing the deep-sea dragon carp in cultivation. After shape-shifting, the deep-sea dragon carp, clad in white, looked even more feminine with her black hair neatly pinned up. He intended to reprimand the deep-sea dragon carp, but found her transformed appearance quite pleasing to the eye, so he held back the critique. The deep-sea dragon carp, receiving direct guidance from Guan, was very joyful, speaking even more tenderly than an Xin and Yelan, sometimes drawing Guan's gaze to linger. Once Guan finished instructing, he lay back in the chair to read. The deep-sea dragon carp, practicing her step technique beside him, inquired, "Master, I've been reading the book you gave me. Do you think I might have a chance to turn into a dragon someday?" She was named Long Li because she carried the blood of ancient true dragons. Deep in her bones, she yearned for the stature of an ancient true dragon. Guan, flipping through the pages of Green Hero Travelogue, casually responded, "Keep cultivating well, and in the future, whatever you wish to do or become, you might have the chance." Hearing this, the deep-sea dragon carp felt greatly inspired and practiced the stepping path of age's step with even more diligence. Chapter 409, The Darkest Years. Above the vast ocean, clouds surged like a scene from an immortal realm, and a towering peak stood in the sea with immortal birds circling around. Atop the mountain shone a dazzling golden light from a gigantic golden mirror, spinning and sweeping beams of light in all directions. Below the golden mirror lay a spacious and bright dojo, paved with white jade. Tens of thousands sat in meditation, all from the heaven and earth flying immortal realm. The majority meditated with closed eyes, while a few looked towards the front where a majestic figure sat in meditation before the golden mirror, his presence alone stretching 100 yards high. Mortal world god. Clad in a black deist robe, holding a horsetail whisk, his half-white hair bundled behind his head with jade pins, his face weathered as if worn by the ages, he emitted an immense and boundless aura of deist sorcery simply by sitting there. Mortal god, now that the world is in chaos, when will we, the followers of divine Deo, descend the mountain to save the world? An elder suddenly spoke out, prompting everyone to open their eyes and collectively gaze at the mortal world god. Even Baizia, from mortal world peak, opened his eyes to look. They had pledged allegiance to the mortal world god not merely to seek greater strength but also to fulfill their own aspirations. In their eyes, both the immortal dynasty and the holy court were preoccupied with their own power, not prioritizing all living beings. Neither deserved to rule the great heavenly spirit land. They believed that salvation required a third-party force, and the divine Deo founded by mortal world god represented their hope. Before joining the divine Deo, they had experienced its formidable power, a force they believed to surpass the immortal path. With the chi fortune of divine Deo, their strength continued to grow. Though newly joined, many were already eager to take action. Without opening his eyes, the mortal world god responded slowly, "The time is not yet ripe. We aim to save the entire world, not merely a portion of beings. Acting now might accumulate virtue, but it won't shake the immortal dynasty or the holy court. Once we are strong enough, we will crush the immortal dynasty in one fell swoop, swallow the holy court, and quickly restore peace to the world, which will truly benefit all beings." Many nodded in agreement with his words. A female cultivator asked, "Mortal god, in your eyes, is the threat from Shengtian greater, or is it the Yangxian emperor?" The free immortal might not decide the fate of the world after all, even the Yangxian emperor couldn't breach the holy court, but they all knew that to crush the immortal dynasty and the holy court, they must defeat both the Yangxian emperor and Shengtian. A monumental battle awaited the mortal world god. Upon hearing this, the mortal world god slowly opened his eyes, peering into the distance with a profound look. He said meaningfully, "Besides those two, there are greater threats in this world, and not just one. It is a time of unprecedented chaos. The future changes of the world will far exceed your imaginations, and what you currently see are merely premonitions. The true calamity has yet to descend. Day and night confused, your sin and virtue mixed, where immortals and mortals coexist, you will witness the darkest of times." Hearing the words of the mortal world god, the faces of the cultivators in the heaven and earth flying immortal realm changed drastically, and they began whispering among themselves. Baizia also furrowed his brows, his eyes filled with worry. What really awaited them in the future? 3 years later. In a forest, Guan sat on a tree reading, while Blood Prison Great Saint lay beneath, watching an Xin cultivate with a curious look in his eyes. "Master, what exactly is she cultivating? It feels different from the previous cultivation techniques and divine skills, yet it contains those mysteries." Blood Prison Great Saint couldn't help but look up and ask. Guan responded nonchalantly, "It is my Deo." Over the past 3 years, he had integrated the ultimate battle technique and infused his own enlightenment, which he was now beginning to teach to an Xin. However, even if the level of achievement in the ultimate battle technique was the same, the strength and combat style of Guan remained distinct. He had to admit that the original user was the most suited for the ultimate battle technique. With the same level of achievement, the original user could unleash greater power, which related to will and nature. Since the simulated battle 3 years ago, Guan hadn't simulated again, feeling that he was still not ready. It was good this way, having another version of himself as a target, made life more expectant. Dao. Blood Prison Great Saint pondered thoughtfully. The forest quickly fell silent. Blood Prison Great Saint was momentarily dazed as he looked up and saw an Xin had stopped. She was standing still, seemingly lost in thought. Master, she. Blood Prison Great Saint looked up and cautiously asked. Guan flipped through the pages of the book and replied, she is merely embracing the path enlightenment, pay it no mind. Path enlightenment? Blood Prison Great Saint was not the naive youth he once was. He understood what path enlightenment meant, an opportunity seldom encountered in life. He looked at an Xin with envy, filled with expectation. Indeed, following his master, experiencing path enlightenment and changing one's essence were not difficult. Yang Jian was unfortunate not to continue staying on. Had his heart settled, his growth would have accelerated. That foolish boy was short-sighted, thinking he had learned all the skills his master had, not realizing that his master's Dao level was profound and immeasurable. Blood Prison Great Saint's gaze returned to an Xin and noticed a new aura about her. This presence instinctively made him wary. This girl is growing so fast. Always smiling, but once she begins to cultivate, her aura is even stronger than Yang Jian's. Blood Prison Great Saint thought to himself, astonished. He tried to recall when an Xin had developed such an aura. He could not pinpoint the exact moment. He looked again towards Guan in the tree, his eyes full of admiration. If such a frail woman could be nurtured to this extent, how powerful could he become if properly trained? Blood Prison Great Saint silently vowed to become the strongest under Guan's command. Time swiftly passed. As dusk approached, an Xin suddenly woke up. Her eyes widened as she gasped for air, her forehead covered with cold sweat. Hey, what's wrong with you? Why does path enlightenment seem like you're having a nightmare? Blood Prison Great Saint asked with a hint of jealousy in his tone. He wanted to experience path enlightenment too, just like that fat rat. He suspected that the rat's rapid growth was due to continuously embracing path enlightenment even while sleeping. An Xin managed to calm herself, then turned to look at Guan and said, Master, I just saw a figure. No sooner had she spoken than she froze. The invincible figure in her mind overlaid with Guan sitting on the tree. What figure? Guan casually asked without looking at an Xin. An Xin smiled and said, Nothing, Master. Thank you for your teachings. Master, what is this? Miracle skill? It's so powerful. Guan did not hide anything and replied, This is the ultimate battle technique. You must not mention it to anyone, including Hauer. Even if you use it, you must never reveal its name. Why? An Xin asked, puzzled. Blood Prison Great Saint was also curious. Guan, with an expressionless face, staring at the book in his hands, said, Because this technique originated in the future, a distant future. Upon hearing this, both an Xin and Blood Prison Great Saint froze, their thoughts wandering into an endless reverie. Chapter 410 Past Life Background. In the distant future, an Xin and Blood Prison Great Saint were deeply shocked by Guan's words. They harbored no doubts, only boundless longing. How advanced must Guan's Dao level be to obtain Daoist sorcery from the future? An Xin let her imagination run wild for a moment before she couldn't help but ask, Master, you can see the future, what is it like? How long into the future will I live? Blood Prison Great Saint also looked toward Guan, eager to ask the same question. Who wouldn't be curious about their own future? Guan replied indifferently, the future is not fixed. If you knew it, it would change. Upon hearing this, an Xin was not satisfied and pressed on, then, is our fate good or bad? Guan glanced at her and said, with me, could it be bad? A smile blossomed on an Xin's face as she began to flatter Guan. Blood Prison Great Saint was also excited, secretly admiring Guan's way of speaking. he thought it supremely domineering and decided he needed to learn it as well. Continue training, we'll return later. Guan continued reading, giving instructions aloofly. Elated, an Xin turned around and began to reflect on her previous enlightenment. Although training with ultimate battle techniques had slightly extended an Xin's maximum lifespan, it was not substantial. The lifespans of an Xin, Yelan, and Zhenqin were all increasing slowly. Guan could only try to get them to reach the Nirvana realm as soon as possible for a chance at a breakthrough. Currently, they primarily relied on the primordial reincarnation skill and Guan's elixirs to extend their lives. Guan was only reassured by their high cultivation spirit and their refusal to give up on training. As night fell, Guan descended from a tree and began to guide an Xin's cultivation. Only the next morning did they travel to Tianya Valley where, after gathering medicinal herbs, they returned to Mystic Valley. Regardless of what they were cultivating, harvesting medicinal herbs and accumulating lifespan were Guan's highest priorities. Nothing could delay this. Recently, Guan was contemplating another matter. Where should he break through next? He felt that breaking through in the silent destruction domain would sooner or later bring great trouble to the great heavenly spirit land. The thought of facing immortals still pressured Guan. A more distant place for the breakthrough was necessary. The universe was vast, after all, hiding other great heaven and earths, it might bring trouble to other lands, but sacrifices had to be made to preserve his own land. 2 years later, at the age of 730, Guan was visiting Ye Mansion within the subsect where he and Yelan sat listening to Zhenqin recount thrilling battles from years past. Energetic, she occasionally stepped on a stool, her emotions fluctuating with the dramatic shifts of the events. Guan was very supportive, not only listening intently but also expressing various emotions. Yelan did not intervene. She watched Zhenqin boast to Guan with a smile. As the spring breeze swept through the courtyard, she felt nothing could be better than this day. Having all the people she cared about around her, wasn't this the luckiest thing in life? After Zhenqin finished, she sat down, hands on the table, and looked at Guan, asking, "Master, is the divine Dao that's been widely discussed recently real or fake?" The mortal world's deity speaks greatly, but for many years there hasn't been any real movement, just rampant rumors. The rumors of the divine Dao had reached the Supreme Sect. It was said that believing in the divine Dao could grant divine power and help one survive the upcoming darkest years, quite miraculous indeed. Guan had also heard such statements in the Third Medicine Valley, but he hadn't taken them seriously. The future was becoming more chaotic, and the deity of mortal world's divine Dao was merely one part of the grand torrent of the world and hardly decisive in the future's direction. The deity's proclamations were loud, but essentially, he was just a pawn of the Holy Court. How could a pawn compare to the Holy Court? More free immortals would appear. During Guan's previous breakthrough, 2 free immortals had sneaked into the reincarnation vortex, the purpose of which was still unclear. Who can really know what's true or false? But I've heard it's quite chaotic overseas. If the divine Dao can relieve suffering and difficulty, even if it's false, I'm willing to believe it's true, Guan responded, his words sincere. In his view, the might of an immortal wasn't key. Since one is deemed an immortal, they should prioritize aiding all living beings. Whether in his past or present life, stories about immortals were always about righteousness and great benevolence, signifying that the meaning of immortals wasn't merely human fantasy but rather a notion once conveyed by the immortals themselves. Since it had been conveyed, that was the role these immortals granted themselves. Zhenqin nodded and said, "Exactly, what difference is there between an immortal that doesn't help others and the immortal dynasty or holy court? The world certainly did not need another immortal dynasty or holy court." Yelan spoke up, "These matters are too distant for us, why think too much about them? It might be better to contemplate how to achieve nirvana." Hearing this, Zhenqin frowned slightly and asked, "Nirvana, is there really hope for us?" Despite already being a great cultivator of the void-crossing realm, she still felt Nirvana realm was unattainably distant. She could hardly imagine how others had reached the nirvana realm. Of course, there is. If you keep hope alive, anything can be realized. I believe you can do it, Guan said cheerfully. Both women had reached the void-crossing realm, and a century ago, they had unleashed their cultivation levels, their maximum lifespans extending beyond 1200 years. Yelan looked at Guan, her gaze falling on his forehead. Guan's apparent cultivation level remained at the nascent soul realm, but both she and Zhenqin knew he must be concealing a stronger cultivation level, especially since the primordial reincarnation skill was passed to them by Guan. Over the years, Guan's bearing had grown increasingly strong, nothing about him indicating mediocrity. Master, if you release your cultivation level, could you reach Nirvana realm in one go? Zhenqin asked curiously. Guan said, Nirvana realm? You underestimate me. I could directly advance to the 9 heavens of immortal path. Master, how many drinks have you had? Do you think I'm bragging? So, are you saying you're even more formidable than Yangxian Emperor? Let's say it's 50-50. What does that mean? That you have a 50% chance. Pfft! Zhenqin burst into laughter at Guan's jests, and started boasting along with him. Yelan watched them amusedly, though she didn't think Guan was as powerful. After all, she had grown up with Guan, and knew the beings of immortal path realms were ancient creatures thousands of years old. It was said that Yangxian Emperor had lived an indeterminate number of years, an evident age gap existing there. However, Yelan thought of Sword Venerable Fudeo backing Guan. That old man probably did have a 50% chance against Yangxian Emperor. Guan's bragging might also have been backed by inquiries to Sword Venerable Fudeo, getting such an answer. After a long chat, Guan saw that the conversation had run its course and rose to take leave. Yelan tried to keep him, but Guan, wishing to explore the subsect, politely refused. Guan left Ye Mansion alone and then strolled around the city. Compared to Supreme Sect, the order in subsect seemed even more chaotic, with many stalls on the streets selling practical items, all disciples coming to subsect aimed to train in the lands of demons. Many disciples bore wounds. As the world descended into chaos, numerous demon and ghostly creatures infiltrated Taixuan continent, coming for survival. Guan didn't stop them, their arrival also helped the human race cultivators to grow stronger. Of course, it was more dangerous, but ultimately, everything depended on individual strength. Great demon creatures brought not only competitiveness but also demon treasures, providing more resources for cultivators. The current Guan didn't hunt, merely harvesting medicinal herbs sufficed to significantly increase his lifespan. As he walked, Guan saw someone. Zhang Shi. The entity bound by the causality of reincarnation, whose true self was a free immortal undergoing reincarnation tribulation, he was also well versed about reincarnation path. Emperor, clearly no ordinary figure. Guan even suspected he might be the reincarnation of Saint Heaven. Guan approached and stopped Zhang Shi, hesitantly saying, Brother Zhang. Zhang Shi recognized Guan too, he was deeply impressed with the Valley Master who invented Go. He smiled, saying, Deist friend Gu, it's been a long time. I didn't expect you to remember me. Seeing that his cultivation and lifespan hadn't changed much, Guan warmly said, Indeed, it's been a while, how about we find a pavilion and have a chat? Zhang Shi didn't understand Guan's enthusiasm, given they had only exchanged a few words initially, but he didn't refuse. The two made their way to the inn, laughing and talking. 30 minutes later, Guan sat opposite Zhang Shi. Seeing the pleasantries were over, he picked up the wine jug, poured wine for Zhang Shi, and smilingly asked, Deist friend, why have you come to the subsect? Zhang Shi answered, I'm investigating an enemy who has concealed his identity and potentially hidden himself in Supreme Sect. Upon hearing this, Guan frowned and asked, "Do you need any help? You're not even asking about our enmity? What if I was the one at fault?" If that were the case, he wouldn't need to conceal his identity. Supreme Sect, as a sect of the righteous path, would assure justice if he joined them, Guan seriously stated. Zhang Shi shook his head with a wry smile, seemingly trusting Supreme Sect excessively. "Thank you for your kindness, but I can handle it myself. I mustn't trouble others or involve the innocent." While talking, Zhang Shi kept his eyes on Guan's forehead, asking, "Brother Gu, do you understand the golden Dao patterns on your forehead?" Guan touched his forehead and said, "A friend from the Immortal dynasty mentioned they were Dao patterns, something that forms with path enlightenment." Zhang Shi smiled, "Impressive that you know. These indeed are Dao patterns formed from path enlightenment, and not just any common enlightenment." He appraised Guan, pondering, "Your past life must have had a significant background." Guan, wide-eyed, asked in surprise, "My past life?" "That's right, your past life definitely belonged to one of the top powers of heaven and earth, but who exactly, I can't see through yet," Zhang Shi said, his gaze on Guan deepening. "Gotcha." Guan frowned, asking, "Then what should I do? Does my reincarnation mean I have some sort of mission?" Shaking his head, Zhang Shi replied, "Don't think too much about it. Your task is simply to live this life with your heart, and knowing your past life is to help you live with more confidence." His fondness for Guan grew upon learning about his past life. Guan didn't boast about his greatness but pondered the purpose of his reincarnation. "Isn't that a form of enlightenment itself?" Guan sighed in relief, smiling, "That's a relief. I'm used to living a peaceful life, honestly, I'd be scared if suddenly burdened with some mission." Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audiobook YouTube channel. Chapter 411, The Strongest Person. What do you want to do in this life? Zhang Shi looked curiously at Guan. He had gone through many reincarnations, in pursuit of a unique experience in each one, which left him somewhat lost in this life, unsure of what to strive for. He had been a savior, worshipped as an immortal by all beings, had played the role of a world-destroying demon king, and even lived as a mortal. With the increase in the number of his reincarnations, his confusion grew. This was why his original memories had awakened prematurely. He was searching for direction. Guan answered, "Tend to flowers, grow plants, chat and play chess with friends and disciples daily. If I could live my whole life like this, I would be completely content." Zhang Shi asked in surprise, "Then what is your pursuit in immortal cultivation?" Upon hearing the question, Guan looked back at him with confusion and asked, "Isn't the purpose of immortal cultivation to satisfy the life one desires? I already have what I want, so why should I pursue cultivation further? My cultivation now is not about becoming stronger, but about living longer to enjoy more of this kind of life." Zhang Shi's expression changed subtly as he pondered Guan's words. Which is more important, life or cultivation? He knew all too well how difficult it was to attain longevity. Many people appeared to live for thousands of years, but they spent their entire lives desperately pursuing cultivation, and the total time of genuine happiness they experienced might not even surpass that of a mortal. At the same time, Guan offered him a new way of thinking. Reincarnation didn't necessarily require one to be a certain type of person, it could also be about experiencing life in different ways. Seeing Guan again, Zhang Shi felt that Guan possessed a transcendental quality, one that not even some free immortals had. This aura, combined with the philosophical impact of Guan's ideas, suddenly elevated Guan's image in Zhang Shi's heart. Zhang Shi's gaze towards Guan turned different, and he began to inquire about the joys in Guan's life. Guan didn't hide anything and talked on and on. The topics were all everyday matters, but when recounted by him, they carried an unusual significance. Even the bickering between the bull demon king and the white spirit rat brought laughter to Zhang Shi. In the ensuing conversation, it was mostly Guan speaking, and Zhang Shi listening intently. As Guan narrated, he also calculated Zhang Shi's karma. The more he interacted with Zhang Shi, the more he could deduce, allowing him to glimpse into Zhang Shi's past. He saw many scenes. Zhang Shi was unaware that Guan was deducing his fate. In fact, he was doing the same with Guan. After a while, when Guan finished speaking, Zhang Shi remarked, "Meaning can be found in the ordinary life. No, everything that exists has meaning, and cultivation's pursuit of deist sorcery and nature should indeed be about experiencing all aspects of the world." Guan seized the opportunity to ask, "You know about my past life, does that mean you have one too?" After all, both of them were nascent soul realm cultivators. Zhang Shi nodded, "Indeed, I also have a past life." A male cultivator at the neighboring table couldn't help but roll his eyes, winking at the female cultivator opposite him. Guan and Zhang Shi were bragging so impressively, it made everyone around increasingly curious to hear what else the two could boast about. Guan asked, "Why do we reincarnate? According to what you've said, we must be very strong. Did we get injured?" "No, quite the opposite. We reincarnated to challenge even higher realms. It's the reincarnation tribulation. In those cycles, one forges their Tao, and upon full realization, one can transcend the 9 heavens of immortal path, embarking on the true path of cultivation," Zhang Shi replied. He didn't lower his voice deliberately, nor did he fear others overhearing. Guan, intrigued, asked, "How many times must one undergo the reincarnation tribulation?" "It varies from person to person. The reincarnation tribulation has no limit. I once met someone who was also undergoing it, but he seemed to have long surpassed the 9 heavens of immortal path." Zhang Shi said this with a vision of a figure appearing before his eyes, his gaze revealing fascination. After hearing this, Guan was interested. Could it be that even those in the Tao fruit realm must still endure the reincarnation tribulations? Zhang Shi continued, "Truthfully, the enemy I seek is also using the reincarnation tribulation to conceal his identity, probably to investigate Sword Venerable Feudeo." At the mention of Sword Venerable Feudeo, the surrounding disciples started to become restless. "You can't be serious. That's way too audacious. Sword Venerable Feudeo is not someone you can just call out. Ridiculous, do you truly believe you've reached the 9 heavens of immortal path? Ha ha ha, truly delusional." As the mockery from all around increased, Guan said with resignation, "Shall we change our location to talk?" Zhang Shi nodded. Guan rose to pay the bill and then left the inn with Zhang Shi, but the laughter inside the inn continued for a long time. The two walked on the bustling streets, continuing their discussion about the reincarnation tribulation. Guan was very curious about it, and Zhang Shi didn't hide anything. The rules of the reincarnation tribulation are hard to define. Sometimes, you may go to the past, sometimes to the future, or even to other great heaven and earths, but one thing is certain, wherever you are, your reincarnated self will never meet your original self, as if bound by some cosmic law that restrains the cultivators within the reincarnation tribulation. Zhang Shi's face showed a look of nostalgia. Guan couldn't help but ask, what would happen if one reincarnation tribulationist met another? That depends on personal choice. Even if they fight to the death, it won't affect their reincarnation tribulation. However, I prefer to exchange knowledge with others, like now. It's a pity that you haven't awakened the memories of your original self, otherwise we could share much more. Zhang Shi revealed a smile. He paused and then said, "Reincarnation is like this crowd, seemingly chaotic yet orderly, with a beginning and an end. Even if you meet along the way, ultimately everyone will reach their own destination." "Then do you have memories of your past life?" "Of course, I am the consciousness of my original self, only unable to wield the powers of the original." Upon hearing Zhang Shi's words, Guan feigned courage and asked, "Then may I ask you about your that? I am afraid, is not possible. It would bring you tremendous trouble, Zhang Shi immediately refused. Tremendous trouble? You couldn't possibly be from Shengtian, could you? Guan inwardly sneered, thinking even if it were Shengtian, he would not be daunted. Have you ever met anyone during your reincarnation tribulation who left a deep impression on you? Someone who is also undergoing the reincarnation tribulation, Guan shifted the subject and asked. That Zhang Shi was willing to converse so much was quite unexpected to Guan. He didn't think Zhang Shi was foolish, clearly, Zhang Shi was confident, unafraid that speaking of these things could cause him trouble. Indeed, there have been such individuals, from both the past and the future. Let me mention one from each, Zhang Shi mused. Neither stopped walking as they spoke, their figures seemingly on the verge of being swallowed by the sea of people. In the past, I encountered a being known as the Cold Emperor, born with immense qi. Fortune, as if all things under heaven and earth paved the road for him. When I met him, he had already become the supreme under heaven, which is unimaginable. A reincarnated body reaching the 9th level of the immortal path, he was just one step away from ending his reincarnation tribulation. When mentioning the Cold Emperor, Zhang Shi's face was full of respect. Guan asked, what do you mean by just one step? Did he fail? Correct, he failed. I watched him fall, eradicated by a powerful being beyond my understanding. I too received a warning from that being, with eyes that seemed to peer into the universe. Zhang Shi's face showed a hint of fear. Guan thought of the mysterious giant eye he saw in the depths of the universe during his breakthrough. Could it be the same entity? Guan couldn't help but think of the heavenly spirit god, suspected to be synonymous with the eyes. At present, the heavenly spirit god is definitely the strongest being he knows of. Residing at the edge of the universe, extremely formidable. During later reincarnation tribulations, I never saw that powerful being again. Perhaps it's because my reincarnated body wasn't strong enough. But in the future, I met another reincarnated body, even more unimaginable, because he actually managed to traverse the river of time within the reincarnation. He came from a far distant future, we are not from the same epoch, but somehow we met. His spirit is absolutely the strongest I've ever seen. This spirit has nothing to do with cultivation level, it is a kind of will, as if no existence could ever crush his fighting spirit. Zhang Shi looked intensely, while Guan's expression became odd. Could it be Ji? Guan pondered carefully but couldn't recall if Ji had ever met Zhang Shi. Who knows what Zhang Shi from the past looked like? What was his name? Guan couldn't help but ask. Zhang Shi smiled and said, he has but one character to his name, Ji. He defeated all the strong throughout every epoch in the great heavenly spirit land, pursuing battle throughout his life. Embarrassingly, I never got to fight him, he didn't even know me. I just watched from a distance as he faced the world's mightiest, even against the entire world, and he still won. I will never forget that sight. If there is truly a strongest being, I believe he could become the strongest. With his capabilities and fighting spirit, he is certain to transcend the 9 heavens of the immortal path and challenge even higher realms. Just as expected, Ji. Guan secretly felt triumphant. Ji was himself, impressing Zhang Shi within the reincarnation, a rather satisfying notion. He pressed on asking, you have no idea about his ending? I don't. After single-handedly sweeping away all powerful beings, he broke through the void and continued his journey. But as of now, his journey has not reached our epoch. Perhaps his original self was born in the future, so I am quite looking forward to meeting him later and having a fair and square decisive battle, Zhang Shi said, clenching his fists with a gleam of fighting intent in his eyes, a stark contrast to his usual refined self. Guan really wanted to say you wouldn't stand a chance. Just then, a voice came from ahead, "Aren't you afraid of being backlashed by the reincarnation for revealing its secrets?" Guan looked over to see a monk approaching, his appearance handsome and dressed in a simple monk's robe. His gaze was sharp as knives, focusing intently on Zhang Shi. When Zhang Shi saw him, his expression did not change, rather, he stared back at the monk and said, "If you are not afraid, why should I be?" They faced off without any display of aura, causing passers-by to look at them in confusion. Guan whispered, "Who is he? He couldn't be. He is the enemy I was looking for. He does not belong to the great heavenly spirit land, he comes from outer heaven," Zhang Shi replied. The monk then said, "We are all in the reincarnation, why differentiate between inner heaven and outer heaven? Do you think you can stop me in reincarnation? Are you afraid of sword Venerable Feudeo?" Zhang Shi stared at the monk, asking with a cold voice. Chapter 412, Supreme Demon Realm, Apocalypse. Yu Chan, Divinity Transformation Realm, 3rd Layer 762/1500/1600. Guan performed a lifespan detection on the monk, but unfortunately, he could not discern anything significant. However, he could sense that the monk named Yu Chan was connected to the heavenly demon through karma. Free immortals from the great heavenly spirit land could reincarnate into other great heaven and earths, so naturally there might be outsiders reincarnating here. Guan was curious about what grudge existed between Yu Chan and Zhang Shi. Currently, they didn't seem to be the two mysterious free immortals who had infiltrated the reincarnation vortex. Sword Venerable Feudeo. What is there to fear? I have no feud with him, I didn't come here for him. Shouldn't free immortals avoid making enemies with one another so easily, right? While Yu Chan spoke, his gaze remained sharp. Zhang Shi responded, "Indeed, we shouldn't make enemies easily, but when encountering a Dao stealer, our Daoist paths differ and cannot conspire together." Although their cultivation levels were not high, as they spoke and looked at each other, Guan could feel the clash of their Daoist intents. Ultimately, the essence of their souls were that of free immortals, reincarnation merely temporarily suppressed their power. Guan feigned a cough and said, "How about we talk somewhere else?" He could tell that neither Yu Chan nor Zhang Shi really wanted to fight, they were merely talking without engaging in combat, clearly wary of sword Venerable Feudeo. Zhang Shi coldly said, "Let's go outside." Yu Chan's expression was also cold, he agreed and both turned to leave. Just as Guan was about to follow, Zhang Shi turned back and said, "This is my grudge with him, you don't need to get involved. No worries, we are all reincarnators, let's speak kindly." Guan continued the conversation, then walked past Zhang Shi, catching up with Yu Chan and started making small talk. Yu Chan was not someone incapable of communication, faced with Guan's questions, he too would respond. Zhang Shi followed, frowning. After about half an incense stick's time, the three of them arrived at a forest outside the sub-sect. Zhang Shi and Yu Chan stood opposite each other with stern expressions, and in this place, they no longer restrained their murderous intent. Both having reincarnation bodies, it doesn't truly matter who dies, the hatred won't dissipate either. Why not sit down and talk, exchange insights? Guan suggested. Zhang Shi spoke, he and the force behind him cultivate by devouring heaven and earth, Daoist sorcery. Their stance is naturally opposed to ours, there's no need to talk. Yu Chan looked at Guan, showing a smile and asked, "May I know under what name does Daoist Friend's true self go?" Free immortals, standing above all creatures and traveling the universe with ease, lived for tens of millions, maybe even hundreds of millions of years. They had likely heard of each other's names. No free immortal remained unknown. Sword Venerable Feudeo's true identity must also be renowned, at least that was what Yu Chan thought. Upon hearing Zhang Shi's words, Guan pretended to be surprised and looked towards Yu Chan, while Yu Chan let out a cold laugh. In the daylight, his laughter was terrifying. The path of the great Dao is one of strife. Isn't the reason we possess spiritual wisdom to fight? This is the heavenly Dao. Yu Chan said with a sneer, raising his right hand and summoning golden flames in his palm, within which he formed a small tower. Zhang Shi also raised his hand, with red dragon strength energy rising from his feet, encircling him, all heads of the dragons focusing on Yu Chan. The wind in the forest also halted. Guan grew even more curious about the origins of the two. Zhang Shi seemed to be a person from great heavenly spirit land, but apparently had no ties with Holy Court or Immortal Dynasty, while Yu Chan came from Silent Destruction Domain. A Dao stealer seemed similar to the Battle Court, not exactly benevolent. Guan had no intention of intervening, for he had foreseen what would happen next between the two. Yu Chan and Zhang Shi faced each other with escalating aura. After a while, Yu Chan mocked, "It seems your reincarnation tribulation has reached a bottleneck." Zhang Shi maintained an expressionless face and said, "Seems you two have come with a certain mission and can't afford to die easily. Truly ridiculous. No courage to fight, yet making all this fuss." Yu Chan followed up, "The beings in this realm have forgotten you. This is the era of Yang Xian Emperor and Sheng Tian. Be at peace with your tribulation crossing, pursue your own Dao, why go against the heavenly trend? You know well the grand trends of the heavenly Dao." Zhang Shi calmly said, "Indeed, I can't manage too much, but don't even think about harming the beings of this land. Ha, with sword venerable Feudao here, would I be so foolish?" Yu Chan answered dismissively, then looked toward Guan, "Daoist friend Gu, if you awaken the memory, consider joining us at the Supreme Demon Realm. I might even be able to secure a demon city for you." Supreme Demon Realm? So he was part of the same group as the Demon Shore. Guan, having eradicated the Demon Shore, was destined not to ally with the Supreme Demon Realm. However, in the Demon Shore's memories, the Supreme Demon Realm had already fragmented. How could Yu Chan still try to recruit people under the name of the Supreme Demon Realm? Perhaps the force behind Yu Chan wished to rebuild it. No wonder the future trends of the great heavenly spirit land became increasingly complex, involving many intricate karmic ties. Not to mention the Immortal Dynasty, Holy Court, there were also Heavenly Demon, Battle Court, and now the emergence of the Supreme Demon Realm. In this life, I merely seek peace. When I die, speak to my original self." Guan responded. Yu Chan paused, then shook his head and laughed, finding Guan to be a peculiar individual. Zhang Shi also showed a smile, pleased that Guan had refused. Yu Chan looked back at Zhang Shi and said, "Let it be. When the great calamity descends and heaven and earth reshuffle, if you haven't completed your reincarnation tribulation, you'll perish along with the great heavenly spirit land. Your time is running out." As soon as he finished speaking, Yu Chan vanished on the spot. Zhang Shi, after hearing, muttered to himself, "Indeed, his target is the Holy Court." Guan couldn't help asking, what do his words mean? Will the great heavenly spirit land be destroyed? Zhang Shi looked at him and said, "Because he has predicted the calamity of the great heavenly spirit land. This is an inevitable path of heavenly and earthly evolution and also the time when the rules of heaven and earth are weakest. At that time, all beings in the great heavenly spirit land will be affected, and the free immortals undergoing reincarnation tribulation will return. If other free immortals from outer heaven descend, the heaven and earth could indeed be destroyed." Guan pressed further, "How far off is that day?" "That is unknown." With those words, Zhang Shi walked towards the forest. Guan asked, "Where are you going?" "I'm going to try out your life, but not in the Supreme Sect," Zhang Shi said without turning back. Guan watched him leave, looking as the red dragon strength energy dispersed from him. For ordinary people, reincarnation is an insurmountable chasm, yet for great cultivators, it seems to be a chance and fortune. After watching his figure disappear, Guan too turned and left. Late at night, Shen Zhen was painting in her cave, holding a brush in her right hand and rolling up her sleeve. With the left, her beautiful face furrowed in frustration as if she had encountered a problem. Her right hand, holding the brush, trembled, never managing to make a stroke. After struggling for a long while, she suddenly put down the brush, let out a long sigh, and seemed to relieve a burden. "Why can't I paint the city from my dreams?" Shen Zhen muttered to herself. For some time now, she had found it difficult to paint the scenes she dreamt of or imagined, which distressed her greatly. "Because your Dao level is not high enough." A cold voice suddenly sounded, startling Shen Zhen into looking up. A figure emerged from the wall of the cave, revealing itself to be Yu Chan. Shen Zhen straightened up, her expression cold, and asked in a stern voice, "Who are you? Intruding into another's cave is a grave offense." Yu Chan surveyed Shen Zhen and smiled, "It seems you haven't completely recovered your memory. However, you have her karmic aura, I can't be wrong. Since that's the case, I'll help you. I need your power, demon shore." He stepped towards Shen Zhen. Shen Zhen had never heard of the demon shore, but the intruder's actions were provocative in her eyes. A nascent soul realm daring to trouble her? She immediately grabbed a wooden zither nearby and plucked the strings. The harsh sound of the zither resonated, and visible sound waves rushed towards Yu Chan. His monk robes fluttered violently, his gaze sharpened, and he uttered one word, "Stop." A burst of golden light shot from his eyes, transforming into a golden stop character, striking Shen Zhen at tremendous speed, immobilizing her. Shen Zhen's eyes widened, filled with disbelief. She was of the void-crossing realm, yet she had been easily immobilized? Yu Chan's mouth curved up. "Your temperament is exactly like that of the demon shore, truly worthy of being the reincarnation body she chose." As he continued to approach, Shen Zhen said sternly, "I am not the demon shore. Within the Supreme Sect, do you dare to mess around? Are you seeking death?" She was anxious in her heart, wondering why the great cultivators from the Third Medicine Valley hadn't yet arrived. Instead of thinking of Guan, her thoughts turned to the chess-loving great cultivators of the Third Medicine Valley, which was less than 200 miles from her cave. She had always believed her cave to be safe, never anticipating such an incident. "I did not mess around, and I will bestow a great opportunity upon the Supreme Sect." Yu Chan smiled as he reached her, his right hand raised, about to grab Shen Zhen's head. Her pupils trembled, panic overwhelming her. Suddenly, a hand pressed on her shoulder from behind, startling her, and her heart skipped a beat. She glanced back instinctively with her peripheral vision. The hand on her shoulder pulled her back, causing her to fall uncontrollably backward as she saw a figure. The man had an exceptionally handsome face, with lifelike golden patterns on his forehead. At that moment, Shen Zhen thought she was seeing an immortal lord from the heavens. It was Guan. Shen Zhen was dazed for a moment, then snapped back to reality. Guan pulled Shen Zhen behind him, then looked at Yu Chan. "Is it you? What are you trying to do?" Now it was Yu Chan's turn to frown. He completely hadn't seen how Guan had come in. This man was also a reincarnated free immortal. If he were to interfere, that would be unfortunate. The look Yu Chan gave Guan was filled with chilliness, a stark contrast to his warmth from earlier this afternoon. "Breaking into a female disciple's cave late at night is hardly the behavior of a monk," said Guan expressionlessly, his tone lacking the warmth of the afternoon. Yu Chan squinted his eyes and asked, "Do you know each other?" Shen Zhen felt a warm flow from Guan's palm enter her shoulder, restoring her bodily freedom, which relaxed her. She quickly spoke, "Guan, this person's cultivation is not simple, we must be cautious." She was incredibly shocked. The sealing technique that she couldn't break free from, Guan had managed to unlock it easily. Chapter 413, tower of limitless heaven and earth. Hearing Shen Zhen's words, Guan didn't respond, his gaze was fixed on Yu Chan, his expression indifferent to the extreme. Yu Chan could tell from his look that he was resolute. It seemed impossible to take Shen Zhen away by bypassing him. Yu Chan sighed and said, "We were having such a pleasant conversation, I didn't expect you would still stand in my way." "Well, if you could walk together with him, how could you possibly share the same path as me? I was foolish." He took a step back. Shen Zhen was curious upon hearing this. Did these two know each other? And from the other's intention, he was trying to win over Guan. That was quite normal. Guan was strangely charismatic, able to make connections with all sorts of demons and spirits, even forming friendships with great cultivators that transcended age. However, she didn't know who this person was or why he wanted to win over Guan. Lost in her wild guesses, Yu Chan lifted his right hand, and a golden flame surged in his palm, the small tower reappeared. The first glimpse of the small tower made Shen Zhen feel a chilling dread. Danger! She instinctively looked at Guan and saw no fear on his face, her own heart gradually settled down. Although she didn't understand the confidence underpinning Guan, she subconsciously believed in him. Guan's gaze also fell on the small tower, but before his eyes, another notification also appeared. Hostility from Yu Chan. Once triggered, it is deep-seated hatred. Truly befitting of someone from the supreme demon realm. Guan sighed, "Why bother? Why bother?" Yu Chan seemed to have heard a great joke. The golden light burst forth from the small tower in his hand, and his expression became hideously fierce as he roared in a low voice, "Do you realize who you are?" Suddenly, Guan swung his sleeve, and a gust of wind rose from the ground, instantly dispersing Yu Chan's corporal body, even his monk robe turned to ash. The golden small tower fell to the ground with a clear sound. The cave quickly fell into silence. Shen Zhen seemed to have been struck by an immobilization technique, standing frozen in her spot, unable to snap out of it for a long time. "You have successfully seized 85 years of lifespan from Yu Chan, Divinity Transformation Realm, 3rd layer." Looking at the notification before him, Guan felt a pang of regret. Although a reincarnation of the free immortal, this body's lifespan was pitifully short. Guan turned his head and looked at Shen Zhen, asking with a smile, "Aren't you usually very brave? Fearless of the heavens, fearless of the earth, why are you so frightened tonight? I really want to sketch this moment for you to see yourself." Shen Zhen snapped back to reality and couldn't help asking, "What exactly is your cultivation level?" Guan slightly raised his chin, looking down upon her with a smile, "When you are strong enough, you will naturally know my cultivation level." Shen Zhen wanted to keep talking, but the golden small tower suddenly emitted a burst of golden light, causing the environment in the cave to change abruptly. It was as if they had been transported to the starry sky of the universe, standing on a meteor. Shocked, Shen Zhen turned around subconsciously and looked up. It was her first time in the universe, even though she had dreamt of such a scene before. Guan, on the other hand, was not surprised and calmly gazed into the depths of space. The golden small tower was rising, set deep in the universe. The windows of the tower opened and a golden flame gushed out like a stream turning into an ocean, magical and unstoppable. When Shen Zhen noticed this scene, the golden flame rapidly coalesced into a giant face, larger than both heaven and earth, looking down upon them. Yu Chan's face. But the aura was entirely different. Especially his eyes, filled with a commanding brilliance, making it impossible to clearly see his pupils. In front of Yu Chan's colossal face, Guan and Shen Zhen were smaller than dust particles. This shock was greater than when the immortal Lord of Autumn Evening had appeared. Because now she wasn't in the heavens or on earth, but situated in the boundless universe. Within this vast cosmos, Yu Chan's face still dominated her field of vision. How could she not feel overwhelmed? She subconsciously drew closer to Guan, grabbing the sleeve of his robe. Guan looked at her and smiled reassuringly, "What's there to fear? I am right beside you." Looking at his smile, Shen Zhen felt an indescribable mix of emotions: fear, despair, curiosity, and anticipation. "Who exactly are you?" Shen Zhen stared at Guan and asked. She wasn't foolish, she knew Guan was definitely not as simple as just a valley master from Medicine Valley. No wonder the sect leader always came running to him. Wait a minute. Could he be? A wild guess crossed Shen Zhen's mind, causing her to widen her eyes in astonishment. "You are not a reincarnation body." Yu Chan's voice rang out, filled with wariness. Guan looked back at him and laughed. "Your divine skills are not bad, mixing the false with the real, but can you escape my five-finger mountain?" As he spoke, he lifted his right hand. Yu Chan seemed to sense something, his eyes suddenly widened, a terrifying power welling up within them. Guan's right hand moved swiftly, as if he was grabbing at the starry sky. When he drew back his hand, his right fist clenched. The starry universe vanished accordingly, and Shen Zhen only felt a blur before her eyes. When her vision cleared, she was back in her own cave. Guan stretched languidly and said, "It's late at night, time to sleep." He walked toward the entrance of the cave dwelling. Shen Zhen stepped forward and asked, "What's wrong with him? He won't come back again. I hope only you and I know about what happened tonight." Guan left those words behind and disappeared around the corner of the tunnel. Shen Zhen stood in place, recalling what she had seen and heard earlier. She felt as if she were in a dream. "Have I soul transmigrated into another world?" Shen Zhen muttered to herself, then followed and sat down at the desk. She raised her hand and, with a wave, the wine pot flew over through the air, yet her hand trembled. Inside the third Medicine Valley, Guan sat in the loft, holding a golden miniature tower in his right hand. The commotion from Shen Zhen's cave dwelling had been deliberately isolated by him, even the Sun and Moon Netherworld Emperor hadn't sensed any disturbances or anomalies. The divine thought true immortal was very strong, but in the eyes of a free immortal, it was nothing significant, and for the deist hidden immortal, even less different from a mortal spirit. Guan was using his divine thought to search for Yu Chan's soul, which was encapsulated within the tower itself. As he had guessed, Yu Chan and the entity behind him wanted to rebuild the supreme demon realm. He had invited Demon Shore many times and been rejected, until hundreds of years ago when his reincarnation body sensed the karma of Demon Shore. He then saw hope to win over Demon Shore. Yu Chan's reincarnation tribulation was on its last step, which was why he could retain the memories of his past life. The closer to successful tribulation crossing, the more memories from past lives the reincarnation body retained. Jiangxi was just one step away as well. Ji Xiaohu probably had a bit more distance to cover. The more reincarnations there were, the stronger the control of the original being over the reincarnation body became. During the early stages of the reincarnation tribulation, it was like reincarnation, until death, one couldn't recover the memories of past lives. The current supreme demon realm was very strong, with more than 10 free immortals. Leading them was the supreme demon emperor, with an unfathomably deep Dao level. Even Yu Chan did not know how extensive his cultivation level was. The supreme demon realm had many targets, and the great heavenly spirit land was just one of them. They wandered deep within the silent destruction domain. Guan retracted his divine thought, and with a clench of his right hand, the golden sand drifted out from between his fingers, then turned into fly ash. This golden tiny tower was also an immortal path supreme treasure, built by Yu Chan over millions of years, stronger than the immortal path supreme treasures controlled by the Holy Court because it had never left its master. You have successfully seized the lifespan of the Sun and Moon Netherworld Emperor, free. Immortal Realm 9 layers, for 2,580,928 years. The prompt that popped up did not surprise Guan. It seemed the reincarnation tribulation allowed the original being's lifespan to temporarily pause, and crossing the reincarnation tribulation did not consume the lifespan of the original being. Guan was contemplating this when the golden sand in front of him reassembled into the golden tiny tower. This tower was named the Boundless Heaven and Earth Tower, capable of creating domains, much like the cosmic starscape that Guan and the other had previously entered. Within that domain, its master could suppress enemies, even create limitless illusions to stupefy them. Guan looked at the Boundless Heaven and Earth Tower with a smile curling the corners of his mouth. He began to erase all karma within the Boundless Heaven and Earth Tower, a difficult task for a free immortal, but trivial for the current him. The moon set and the sun rose. With the arrival of the early morning, not a single shred of karma from the supreme demon realm remained in the Boundless Heaven and Earth Tower. It was like a blank sheet, heavy with boundless power. Guan hung the palm-size Boundless Heaven and Earth Tower on his belt alongside Qingtian Peak as another ornament. After finishing all this, he stood up and went downstairs to go through his exercises. Approaching noon, Shen Zhen came looking for Guan, just in time to see him playing chess with Long Qing. After going out to practice with Shen Zhenzi for a while, Long Qing returned, studied even harder, and began delving into chess. Much like the nine-finger Divine Lord, he felt that there was a great Dao hidden in the black and white, and even his master Shen Zhenzi did not refute such a guess. Guan was using the seven stars mirror as a fan, gently waving it. Shen Zhen approached the crowd and saw him like this, dying to scold him. But then she thought of last night and her feelings complicated once again. Faced with Guan's mysterious and terrifyingly powerful means, she felt an innate awe and could no longer regard him as she used to. Guan turned his head to look at Shen Zhen and threw her a challenging gaze. As if to say, "Dare to play a game?" Shen Zhen glared at Guan, muttering to herself, "How could I possibly win against you? No wonder no one else can beat you either." A breeze blew past, stirring the strands of hair by Shen Zhen's ears. She watched Guan quietly, feeling him to be so distant, unreachable through the ages, yet so real, like an illusory reflection in water. With an immense universe, she unexpectedly had such a great cultivator hidden by her side. She couldn't understand why Guan chose to conceal his cultivation level. But she began to review Guan's life, and looking back now, every move he made, every action, seemed to hide a profound truth. What was his world like? Shen Zhen thought absent-mindedly. Leaves flew up behind her, rapidly turned yellow as they ascended to the sky, and ultimately fell to the ground, becoming part of Earth's greenery. Leaves grew and fell, year after year. 10 years had passed. In the deep autumn, Guan stood up, leaving the chessboard. The man he had been playing with, a white-haired elder, agonized over the game board. Guan walked toward his loft, his gaze lifting to the sky. "It's time for a breakthrough," he thought to himself, a smile involuntarily forming on his lips. What realm lay beyond that of the deist hidden immortal? He arrived at the front of the loft, just as Ji Xiao was stepping out. "I have to leave Medicine Valley for a bit, I'll talk about it when I get back," Guan declared. First, then hurried upstairs. Chapter 414 Reincarnation Tribulation Crossing. Ji Xiao stood in front of the attic, looking up at the window on the second floor. She was curious, where was Guan going this time? She waited for a while, and Guan came downstairs again. She immediately stopped Guan and said, "First agree, you must spar with me when you return." Guan looked at her and nodded, "All right, I want to see the progress of your cultivation over the years." Seeing that he had agreed, Ji Xiao finally smiled and shifted to the side. Guan raised his hand, ruffled her hair, and then quickly walked away. Ji Xiao turned around, watching him leave. She raised her hand to touch her head, her thoughts drifting back to her childhood. It had been a long time since he had touched her head. Time really flies, Ji Xiao murmured to herself, her tone revealing a sense of reluctance. On the other side, Guan arrived at Mystic Valley. He didn't leave immediately, instead, he went to observe the cultivation of An Shengtian and Zhangxi. The master and disciple liked to cultivate in the woods. Now, Zhangxi had nothing left to teach An Shengtian, they mostly discussed and helped each other with their cultivation. Seeing Guan's arrival, the master and disciple were excited, which made Guan reflect. Had he been too indifferent toward them? Guan was already aware of their feelings, he just had been too lazy to teach them and had decided to let them temper their own characters. Guan raised his right hand, and 5 secret books appeared, letting them each choose one. The master and disciple were not fools, they chose different secret books, specifically Heaven and Earth Primordial Skill and Deduced Gang Primal Energy. After encouraging them a few words, Guan turned and left. Holding the secret books, the master and disciple felt a surge of excitement. They looked at each other, both sensing a promising future. Cultivate well, do not disappoint master. Also, don't think about leaving. Guarding Mystic Valley is our lifelong duty, Zhangxi sternly advised. An Shengtian nodded. He felt the same way. In the future, he would only leave for revenge. Once the revenge was done, he would return to show his gratitude. Practicing under sword Venerable Fudeo for thousands of years wasn't much, as long as they could continue to live and cultivate under Fudeo's guidance indefinitely. After leaving Mystic Valley, Guan walked towards the distance on foot. His gaze fixed on the reincarnation vortex in outer heaven. He decided to go into the reincarnation vortex to cultivate. He had previously sent an incarnation to infiltrate it. The reincarnation vortex wasn't another world, aside from the dense reincarnation rules, it served more as a transmission channel, accessing countless realms. This was also why Xiao Chuan had not reappeared since entering, he had been reborn in another realm. After many years of consideration, Guan still felt that breaking through in the silent destruction domain was too dangerous. Would the heavenly spirit god carry out a thorough search if alarmed? Or perhaps invite more mysterious immortals? Though not sure from where the relentless immortals pursuing him hailed, Guan was full of apprehension regarding their backing forces and did not want to disturb them. As Guan reflected, he strolled forward leisurely as if touring beautiful mountains and waters, not walking quickly. An ancient hour later, Guan emerged from the great heavenly spirit land. Beneath his feet seemed to be an invisible staircase, he ascended step by step. Along the way, divine thought true immortals were engaged in a grand battle, the battlefield covering the sky, yet Guan walked between the 2 divine thought true immortals, invisible to their senses. Their mana passed through Guan without causing any harm or even encountering any obstruction. As Guan walked upward, he looked down upon the world. Above him was the cosmic starry sky, and from there, scenes of battle were visible everywhere in heaven and earth, making great heavenly spirit land seem like a grain of sand in the vast ocean, rendering no corner of this universe unblemished. The struggle between the immortal dynasty and the holy court seemed endless, continuing for countless years, with numerous sects and dynasties seizing this opportunity to wage war and plunder resources. Out of the mystical depths, a malicious energy enveloped the vast expanse of the heavenly spirit land. As Guan was about to approach the reincarnation vortex, he withdrew his gaze and looked up. The reincarnation vortex, transformed by the Yuangsu ancestor, had become stronger. A continuous stream of lost souls flew towards the reincarnation vortex, their spectral forms equally mysterious, invisible, and untouchable to even living spirits. Guan did not stop, quickly stepping into the reincarnation vortex. Once inside the vortex, he found himself in darkness, unable to see the souls, only feeling the Taoist aura of causality, reincarnation, fate, and souls from all directions intertwining and complicating the rules of the Tao in this place. Having previously experienced this path through an avatar, Guan was not curious. He continued onward. After taking a long journey, Guan saw twinkling stars appear ahead, and with each step, the number of stars increased significantly. These stars represented different dimensions, some were like the great heavenly spirit land, while others were from lower realms like those of the blood prison Great Saint and Lu Lingjun. Needing a vast amount of spiritual energy, Guan naturally headed for a great heaven and earth. Since the road was endless, he did not always make a choice, but, upon seeing a great heaven and earth comparable to the heavenly spirit land, he walked directly towards it, quickening his pace. Soon, Guan emerged from the darkness and arrived in the cosmic starry sky. Stepping out of the vortex, his vision still lingered on the reincarnation causality, where he saw continuous souls flying towards the vast great heaven and earth ahead. As they barely approached the heavenly barrier of the great heaven and earth, the souls vanished into thin air. Reincarnation. This scene was quite beautiful. Such were Guan's thoughts as he turned and walked deeper into the void. This great heaven and earth was still enveloped by the silent destruction domain, but it was extremely far from the heavenly spirit land, and even with Guan's divine thoughts, he could not see the heavenly spirit land from here. It was as if he had come to another universe. Half an ancient hour later, Guan was meditating on a desolate continent drifting in the silent destruction domain, as vast as the Taixuan continent but devoid of flora and fauna, everything appearing dead. He activated the lifespan barrier. He didn't strive to break through immediately but rather gazed into the distance. Luck wasn't very good. He had just arrived and saw free immortals fighting. Guan was captivated by their battle, watching intently. These two free immortals were not as strong as the divine cicada demon lord, but being free immortals, the commotion was huge, causing the Tao spiritual energy to surge immensely. After watching for a while, Guan turned his head towards another direction, his expression turning peculiar. He saw a skull that looked humanoid, floating in the depths of the darkness, observing the battle from afar, just like him. This skull exuded an ominous aura, something Guan had never felt before, not even during reincarnation evolution. What is this aura? Guan frowned, increasingly eager to understand it clearly. This aura made him want to destroy the other party immediately, an inexplicable hostility. Under Guan's gaze, the skull began to move forward, entering a strange state, and Guan deduced that the free immortals could no longer sense its presence. Was it planning to strike at the two free immortals? Chapter 415, Breakthrough to the Perfect Xian Yuan Zi's Immortal Realm. Guan watched as the skull moved forward. Because the distance was too far, he was unable to use lifespan detection and could only follow with his divine thought. The two free immortals continued their fierce battle, not sensing the greater danger that was approaching. Guan could feel that the skull had not reached the perfect realm of the Taoist hidden immortal, yet it was even more dangerous than a free immortal. He had no idea what kind of divine power it was using that made it undetectable to free immortals. Time continued to pass. Half an hour later, while the two free immortals were locked in a stalemate using their mana, the skull suddenly appeared, growing immensely large, and devoured both free immortals in one bite. Then, turning into a rainbow light, it vanished into the depths of darkness. The cosmic void fell silent afterward. The great battle seemed as if it had never occurred. Although surprised, Guan had no intention of pursuing the skull. It just so happened that its appearance coincided with his breakthrough, a noise that would allow the blame to fall on it. Guan pulled up his attribute panel. Name, Guan. Lifespan, 740/3,329,223,602. Physique, Han Yuan refined void body. Cultivation level, perfect state of Taoist free immortal. 33 billion years of lifespan. Advancing one great realm was not difficult. A smile spread across Guan's face as he decided to start by enhancing his physique. He immediately invested 1 billion years of lifespan into his physique, and a steady stream of notifications appeared. Initially, he did not succeed in advancing. Without hesitation, Guan invested another billion years of lifespan, and the Hunyuan refined void body successfully advanced to the Hunyuan Taoist golden body. Tao spiritual energy surged towards him, and the lifespan barrier's display of lifespan consumption began to change wildly. Closing his eyes, Guan delved into the transformation of the Hunyuan Taoist golden body. Golden patterns on his forehead began to wrap around flames, and his skin started to shine with a golden light, his entire being exuding an indescribable divinity. The Hunyuan Taoist golden body enabled his flesh to compare with the power of rules and be compatible with the Tao, allowing for a perfect embrace of all Tao rules. This meant that from here on, Guan could study any kind of Tao. Not only that, but the Hunyuan Taoist golden body could also bring about a metamorphosis for his mana, with his soul receiving a tempering by the Tao. It was an incredibly wonderful process, devoid of any pain. The silent destruction domain also began to resonate with the changes, as Tao spiritual energy roared and Tao rules quaked, the area of influence expanding. Creatures hidden within the silent destruction domain emerged one after another, some frantically fleeing, others investigating the cause. In front of Guan, a black sea dragon with 9 dragon heads flew on clouds. The continent beneath Guan was only half the size of one dragon head. This was a landmass comparable to the Taixuan continent in size, indicating just how enormous the sea dragon was. None of the beings detected Guan's presence, the formidable strength of the lifespan barrier remained undetected by all. After half an hour had passed, Guan opened his eyes and began to invest his lifespan into the eternal infinite skill. 1 billion years of lifespan advanced the eternal infinite skill to the great Tao unlimited skill, achieving mastery realm. Another half an hour went by, and Guan started to upgrade his ability, the Dao representation divine thought skill critical for hiding his cultivation level and needing to be upgraded in sync. Similarly, investing 1 billion years, the Dao representation divine thought skill was elevated to the great thousand Xian void skill, reaching the realm of complete understanding and integration. Next, he worked on upgrading his stepping path of Aegis step and the ultimate path formless body. The stepping path of Aegis step was the only movement technique he was researching with combat significance, while the ultimate path formless body could prevent causal inference, hiding his true identity both equally important. He invested 1 billion years of lifespan into each. The stepping path of Aegis step advanced to the eternal measuring heaven Dao step, achieving mastery realm. The ultimate path formless body advanced to the formless and invisible freedom body, reaching the pinnacle of achievement. Once all his inheritances were complete, he checked his attribute panel and saw he still had over 27 billion years of lifespan left, with more than 80 million years already consumed by the lifespan barrier. He decided not to upgrade the divine skills and ultimate skills of his past life incarnations like Long Zhan and Liu Han, since these skills were the culmination of his past life's achievements, of extremely high grade and rank, and he intended to comprehend his own path. After some thought, Guan invested another billion years of lifespan into the Deist Gang primal energy, his protective technique, which should also aid in tribulation crossing. Eventually, the Deist Gang primal energy advanced to the protecting Tao divine essence, achieving a realm of seamless proficiency. The silent destruction domain had descended into total chaos, with countless divine thoughts and divine senses sweeping through and numerous forces wandering about. Centered around Guan, entities were active in every direction. Even from the distant great heaven and earth, various creatures flew out to investigate the situation. The extraction of Tao spiritual energy was now affecting the heaven and earth rules of the great heaven and earth. Panic was spreading. After Guan completed the inheritance of the protecting Tao divine essence, he was clad in golden light with a white halo swirling around him. The white halo abruptly shrank and merged into his body, blending with the Hunyuan Taoist golden body. It was as if a layer of flowing light spread over his skin, covering every inch of his body. His skin returned to its original state, but his demeanor now far surpassed what it had been before. He seemed like a supreme deity that commanded all things, his gaze indifferent, exuding a commanding presence that looked down upon all living beings. Guan pulled up his attribute panel and saw he had over 25 billion years of lifespan left. He began to compose himself. The next moment was of utmost importance. Breaking through the realm. 1 billion years underway. You have been practicing qi absorption cultivation for 5 million years, forcibly. Attempting to break through to the Xian Yuan Zai Zai Xian realm with the great accomplishment of the Great Tao unlimited skill, beginning your tribulation crossing, but you have not survived the mysterious reincarnation Great Heavenly Dao tribulation. Tribulation crossing has failed. You have been practicing qi absorption cultivation for 10 million years, forcibly attempting to break through to the Xian Yuan Zai Zai Xian realm with the great accomplishment of the Great Tao unlimited skill, beginning your tribulation crossing, but you have not survived the mysterious reincarnation Great Heavenly Dao tribulation. Tribulation crossing has failed. A tribulation crossing every 5 million years? That's quite harsh, the last time it was only once every 2 million years. Guan merely sighed inwardly, but in fact, he had long been mentally prepared. As long as the breakthrough succeeded, any amount of lifespan spent along the way was just a number. Ultimately, 100 million years of lifespan did not bring success. He had failed 20 times. He continued to invest his lifespan. 100 million after 100 million, Guan's expression remained unchanged, as if he was undisturbed by the waves. When 10 billion years had passed and all had resulted in failure, he slightly opened his mouth. There were still 1.6 billion years of lifespan left. No need to panic. Guan continued to invest in increments of 100 million years, and his countenance grew more solemn because of it. After another 500 million years, the sixth 100 million year investment. Finally, Guan saw the notification text lengthen suddenly. You have been practicing qi absorption cultivation for 45 million years, forcibly attempting to break through to the Xian Yuan Zai Zai Xian realm with the great accomplishment of the Great Tao unlimited skill, beginning your tribulation crossing, and you have survived the mysterious reincarnation Great Heavenly Dao tribulation. Tribulation crossing successful, your cultivation level has broken through to the early stage of the Xian Yuan Zai Zai Xian realm. You have been practicing qi absorption cultivation for 100 million years, your cultivation level has increased. 55 million years could not advance even a minor grade and rank. Guan felt the Tao spiritual energy vibrate again and continued to invest lifespan, striving to reach the perfect realm in one breath. Finally, after spending more than 600 million years of lifespan, he broke through to the perfect realm of the Xian Yuan Zai Zai Xian realm. Guan looked at the speed of lifespan depletion within the lifespan barrier, and his heart settled down. With the remaining 400 million years of lifespan, he should not be drained dry. He closed his eyes, immersing himself in the fortune he had cultivated for himself. From the distant void came the roaring flames of battle, where a great cultivator was fighting. The disturbances in the silent destruction domain had persisted for a while now, and various powers, unaware of the truth, were growing uneasy and began to suspect one another, leading to friction. The continent beneath Guan began to tremble as if it were about to shatter. As time went on, more figures joined the battle, and eventually, 2 of them came above the continent to fight, each wielding a divine weapon like heavenly gods in combat, locked in fierce battle. They did not know that a terrifying existence surpassing the free immortal level was breaking through below them. Guan's Tao fruit began to evolve, adorned with Xian Yuan Dao patterns, the life-bound great divine power, the longevity true word born from the Tao fruit, also started to strengthen, merging more extensively with more Tao rules and heaven and earth rules, which allowed the scope and depth of the longevity true word to become broader and deeper. When Guan's cultivation level stepped into the realm of Xian Yuan Zai Zai Xian, endless memories surged into his mind, his past, his future, and even illusory alternative destinies. At the crossroads of life, each choice he could make would generate different lines of fate, and these lines would continue to branch out in the future. Only the path he truly took remained his reality, though the others were illusory possibilities. With sufficient strength, they could also be realized. To make them real, one would need to create the same heaven and earth. The Xian Yuan Zai Zai Xian stage is a process of comprehending fate, being able to see all the possible destinies that one's former life could have generated, as well as the future directions of these destinies, thereby making one's future path firmer. The myriad states of all living beings ebb and flow. Guan saw the vision of the destruction of the great heavenly spirit land. That grand continent would be ground into dust at a certain moment, not only the great heavenly spirit land but all the great heavens and earths would move towards obliteration, just as living beings ultimately face a day of death. The destruction of the great heavenly spirit land was irreversible because this was a part of the heavenly Dao and the evolution of the great Dao. Unless Guan could transcend them, but if he could, the eternal and undying great heavenly spirit land might then bring variables to other cosmic lands. Guan saw that after he fiercely protected the great heavenly spirit land, the supreme sect and the Taixuan dynasty became the rulers of heaven and earth, becoming the next holy court, the immortal dynasty, ruling high above all living beings. They went to the outer heaven, plundering far and wide. In the end, they became the new hegemony, the enemy of all living beings. In the dim mystery of the cosmos, everything is predetermined, merely a cycle of new replacing the old. Cultivators can calculate heaven and earth, the natural way, but the only thing they cannot fully predict is the human heart. Any person, any sentient being with spiritual wisdom, could be a variable. One variable can generate countless others, just as it says in the Tao Te Ching. The Tao produces the one produces two, the two produce three, the three produce all things. All events and all things are like this. Looking from the present is very much the same as looking from the future. Reaching the realm of Xian Tian Zai Zai Xian means not only that the Tao fruit has become stronger, but it is also a pursuit of one's own position. Through this, Guan sorted out his Daoist heart. If he saw through fate, then how should he treat those who were closely related to him? Emotions tie him down, but should he allow himself to be constrained by emotions? The so-called following one's true nature, but what is this true nature? Living in the world, with each additional day, the true nature is influenced by other things, and emotions are also established over time. Chapter 416, Longer than heaven and earth, greater than the great Dao. Xian Yuan Zai Zai Xian. What is Xian Yuan, and what is to be free? Guan seemed to be surrounded by myriad scenes, violently clashing against his will at times, with images from the past, images from the future, growing more chaotic, more frenzied. He didn't know how much time had passed. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, his consciousness arriving in a vast and glittering starry sky, no longer surrounded by those intricate and tangled scenes. His world appeared to become quiet all at once. His eyes regained their clarity, and one by one, figures walked out from within him, standing before him and turning to face him. A total of 5 figures. They were Chu Lu, Xiao Shengtian, Long Zhan, Lu Han, and Ji. His 5 reincarnated selves. Guan watched them, his eyes gradually firming. Behind these 5 reincarnated selves, in the depths of the starry sky, more figures emerged, their identities indiscernible to Guan, but he could sense they were also his reincarnated selves. Once he truly began to reincarnate, these selves would obtain their own identities. Their appearance signified that Guan had yet to sever his attachment to the cycle of reincarnation. Although they dressed differently, their figures resembled Guan. With each step they took, they flashed forward a great distance, rapidly closing in on him. Hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands, their numbers surged, and soon, the starry sky before Guan was occupied by these countless figures, densely packed. Guan continued to sit cross-legged, gazing at his reincarnated selves before him, his expression unchanging. He was observing his reincarnated selves, and all his reincarnated selves were watching him, as if he were facing his true self. At this moment, Guan's Taoist heart gradually became enlightened. The original heart was not necessarily the true heart, nor were later gains necessarily obstacles. His current thoughts represented his true heart, any moment he acted upon his own wishes was an expression of that heart. As long as his true heart did not conflict with his principles, it signified the right course of action for him. Even if the outcome of some matters was unfavorable, what of it? All he could pursue was his own life. At most, he could assist others, but he could not control their wills. Even if the outcome was destruction, wouldn't a period of pleasure before that destruction also count as a gain? Setting aside karma and fate, Guan needed to consider his own pursuits. Longevity? Too vacant. Through his cultivation so far, Guan increasingly understood the principle that the Tao is endless. How high must one's realm be to achieve longevity? If faced with a stronger being, could he maintain that longevity? Guan reviewed all his memories, including those of his reincarnations. His eyes gradually emitted brilliance. With a boom, the whole universe shattered, and Guan's consciousness returned to the present. He was still sitting cross-legged on the broken continent, protected by the lifespan barrier. Xian Yuan Zi's Xian realm, early stage. The breakthrough was still ongoing. Guan's perception of the Tao became clearer, his comprehension of cause and effect, fate and reincarnation deepened. These were mere transformations in the essence of his life. If one spoke of power, his mana far surpassed that of the Taoist hidden immortal realm. While the Tao spiritual energy continued to flood his body, Guan began to probe this universe. His divine thought could see farther away. First, he saw a colossal gate deep in the universe, very similar to the land of extreme fall, where the heavenly spirit god who executed Ji was guarding such a gate. Boundary Gate. When executing Ji, the heavenly spirit god had mentioned the gate's name, adding that anyone who approached the boundary gate was defying the heavenly Dao and deserved to be utterly annihilated. Could every universe have a boundary gate? Guan saw that there was no one beneath the boundary gate, a silent and eerie void. Intuition told him that drawing near to the boundary gate would lead to trouble. He withdrew his gaze and looked in the direction of another great heaven and earth. His divine thought captured all creatures within it, even overhearing their interactions. This great heaven and earth was named the Great Vacuous Heaven and Earth and was home to 3 free immortals, also in a state of chaos. The disturbances in outer heaven had already caused unrest within the Great Vacuous Heaven and Earth. Factions of all kinds were striving to appease the creatures. Guan muttered an apology in his heart, but at that moment, he had no way to change his position and could only wait. He needed to advance, it was just unfortunate for the Great Vacuous Heaven and Earth. Suddenly hit by an idea, Guan lifted his right hand, and mana converged into seeds within his palm. He scattered them toward the Great Vacuous Heaven and Earth, where they disappeared into thin air as soon as they were released. Consider this my recompense, thought Guan. As he acted, he looked again towards the Great Vacuous Heaven and Earth and saw changes in its future. The fate of the heaven and earth developed branches, some branches dissipated, leaving others to extend, to grow and spread. Guan even saw that in the distant future, the Great Vacuous Heaven and Earth would collide with the Great Heavenly Spirit Land. Indeed, any variable could bring both fortune and calamity. Guan felt this way inside but held no regrets. Even without him, the Great Vacuous Heaven and Earth would eventually face variables. What are variables? They are forces that the rules of this heaven and earth cannot restrain. Anything from beyond this realm could become a variable. Time continued to flow, Guan's mana soared, and he did not neglect the lifespan barrier. The digits representing his lifespan flickered rapidly, but the numbers did not decrease significantly. An hour later, Guan's mana had finally soared to perfect completion within the Xian Yuan Zi's immortal realm, leaving him with over 1 billion years of lifespan. He stood up, twisted his neck, his body shimmering with a golden light, enchanting and mysterious the radiance of a mixed Yuan-Daoist golden body. He then vanished on the spot, directly burrowing into the reincarnation vortex and then heading toward the great heavenly spirit land. With one step into the reincarnation vortex and another step out, and yet another step, he had already arrived near the Supreme Sect. This was none other than the eternal measuring heaven Dao step. The vast expanse that lay between the great void heaven and earth and the great heavenly spirit land was immense, such a distant place that even for a free immortal, it was hard to reach, and even with the existence of the reincarnation vortex at present, how vast the reincarnation was. How many could find their way home in such a short time inside it? Guan inhaled the scent of flowers and grass in the mountains and his face revealed a smile. This place still made him feel at ease. Now approaching noon, just a night had passed, and Guan had already surpassed the Taoist hidden immortal, reaching the higher Xian Yuan Zizai immortal. And within the great heavenly spirit land, within this universe, he had yet to encounter the Taoist hidden immortal. Of course, the heavenly spirit god guarding the boundary gate did not count. Guan looked up and could already make out the figure of the heavenly spirit god. The fact that the heavenly spirit god could live to the utmost epoch was enough to prove his power. In the eyes of numerous cultivators, doesn't he represent immortality, eternal life? Guan did not take any more glances at the heavenly spirit god, for fear of being noticed by him. With his strength, confronting the heavenly spirit god was still very dangerous. Moreover, he had no enmity with the heavenly spirit god, so why provoke him? Within the great heavenly spirit land, he already had the confidence to deal with anything. There was no need to be so cautious next, but he still had to keep one hand hidden. Guan could let people know he was the sword venerable Feudao, but he could not let them know how strong he really was. What he contested for was not the transient strength but the future of countless eons. No matter how the world changed, how the sun, moon, and stars shifted, he wanted to witness all the changes forever. He intended to live longer than the great heaven and earth, longer than the great Dao itself. He aimed to become a symbol of eternity. He wanted to enjoy the solitude of immortality. Guan's lips curved upward, his right hand touching the passing flowers and grass, and after being brushed by his fingers, those flowers and plants all burst with vitality, slightly quivering as if about to become sentient. After another hour, Guan leisurely set foot into Mystic Valley. Inside the valley, there were disciples weeding, others sowing seeds, and some cultivating spells, resembling a small sect bustling with life. Seeing Guan return, the disciples immediately greeted him. After spending 30 minutes in Mystic Valley, Guan returned to the Third Medicine Valley. The Third Medicine Valley was now the center of his life, the place that Mystic Valley occupied. In his heart was no longer so important. As he arrived at the Third Medicine Valley, a figure appeared out of nowhere in front of Guan. It was Ji Xiaohu. Ji Xiaohu was about to speak when her gaze suddenly fixed. She stared at Guan, her brows furrowing. Guan was dressed the same as the day before, but there was a significant change in his demeanor that even made Ji Xiaohu pause. "Shall we go, to play chess, to your abode, or to the dojo?" Guan asked with a smile. The so-called dojo was the area for playing chess, where dozens of chess tables were set up. Every day, people would come to play. Ji Xiaohu gathered her thoughts and said, "Let's go to the dojo. I've also been wanting to really feel life lately." Guan heard the implication in her words but did not say much more and immediately led her to the dojo. Last night, Ji Xiaohu couldn't help but ask as she turned to look at Guan, full of confusion. Guan, looking forward, laughed and said, "I went to practice last night and had a bit of an epiphany. It seems you've had quite the realization." "That's right, you should see who I am," Guan said proudly, and Ji Xiaohu felt like punching his smug smile, but as he laughed in such a way, she felt their relationship return to normal, with the distance she felt a moment ago completely vanished. Ji Xiao studied Guan and said, "You wouldn't be hiding your cultivation level, would you?" Although Guan's cultivation level had not increased, she thought carefully and realized that his aura was constantly changing, and this was definitely not an illusion. "You guessed it right. In fact, I'm very strong now. Even if your true form awakens, you might not be my match." Master Pudi actually wrote about me. Guan glanced at her seriously. Ji Xiao rolled her eyes at him. All of the dojo's chess tables were occupied, but when Guan arrived, 2 disciples voluntarily gave up their seats, and the cultivators playing chess had their eyes drawn to Guan. As Guan and Ji Xiao sat down, a good number of people gathered around. The 9-finger Divine Lord also arrived, looking at Guan with a strange expression. He likewise felt that Guan's demeanor had changed dramatically. What was the story with this boy? Could he be related to Sword Venerable Fudeo? The 9-finger Divine Lord had always been baffled by how Guan managed to win against him and suddenly had a bold thought. Could it be that Sword Venerable Fudeo was advising Guan on his chess play? Maybe. Yes. That must be it. The 9-finger Divine Lord's gaze toward Guan was filled with anger. The boy had no sense of martial morality. Guan let Ji Xiao make the first move, and she did not hold back. After 7 moves, Guan sensed that Ji Xiao was mobilizing the power of the primordial deist talisman. She indeed came prepared. The 9-finger Divine Lord, shocked, looked towards Ji Xiao and marveled inwardly. What kind of power was this? Chapter 417, Why don't you just say you are the divine thought true immortal? The primordial deist talisman continuously unleashed the power belonging to the reincarnation path emperor, causing Ji Xiao's divine sense to rapidly strengthen. Whether it was Ji Xiao or the 9-finger Divine Lord, both understood that the competition in Go was about the power of calculation. Precisely because of this, they felt unwilling to accept that Guan, with his lower cultivation level, could continually win against them. The 9-finger Divine Lord, sensing Ji Xiao's aura quickly strengthening, secretly felt shocked. More and more great cultivators were attracted to the scene, and even Shenzhenzi and Longqing came over. Guan and Ji Xiao played speedily, full of murderous intent, causing the surrounding people to hardly dare breathe. A figure appeared out of thin air beside Ji Xiao. It was the Sun and Moon Netherworld Emperor, who looked at the Go board, frowning, wanting to speak but stopping himself. An Xin and Yu Yingying also walked over, watching the Go match from within the crowd. Even those with lower cultivation levels could feel Ji Xiao's increasingly strong momentum. Yu Yingying looked at Ji Xiao, secretly surprised. Her curiosity about Ji Xiao's background deepened. She had only heard that Ji Xiao came from the Ji family. Ji Xiao was definitely the most mysterious existence in the Third Medicine Valley. She was always in seclusion and only had a good relationship with Guan. An Xin was equally curious about Ji Xiao's strength. Knowing Ji Xiao was powerful, and Guan had said she had talent not inferior to An Hao, how could she not be curious? As Ji Xiao's momentum continued to soar, thunderclouds surged over from the horizon, violently churning, darkening the sky rapidly, with the sound of thunder echoing. Disciples in the valley looked up one after another, abuzz with alarm, and even disciples from other cities of the Supreme Sect and Medicine Valley were drawn by the anomaly. What's going on? Is someone undergoing tribulation crossing? It seems the commotion comes from the dojo. Feel it carefully, there is a momentum that is quickly strengthening. Indeed, many people are running there. Shall we go have a look too? What's there to be afraid of? In the Supreme Sect, we wouldn't even fear if the sky fell. The valley disciples discussed among themselves, many rushing toward the dojo, wanting to see exactly what was happening. Holding a white stone, Guan looked at Ji Xiao and asked, "Is it necessary to go to this extent?" Once the power of the primordial deist talismans was used too much, it would trigger expulsion by the reincarnation rules. Guan could see Ji Xiao's lifespan was decreasing. Ji Xiao lifted her eyes to look at him and said, I must defeat you at least once to have no regrets, fighting it out on the go board is pretty good. Guan stared at her and laughed, even so, I will not admit defeat. In my life, I've never truly lost, and if I ever lost, it could only be to myself. Unable to restrain himself, the nine-finger Divine Lord spoke, you really like to put on an act, anyone who doesn't know might think you're sword venerable Feudeo. Guan glanced at him and said, how can a defeated dog bark so boldly? I'll crush you shortly. The nine-finger Divine Lord's face turned red with anger, yet he didn't know how to retort. The other spectators found it amusing but didn't dare to offend the nine-finger Divine Lord. The Sun and Moon Netherworld Emperor, looking at Guan's play, had an increasingly odd expression. He didn't stop Ji Xiao's thinking. For him, he served the Reincarnation Path Emperor, not Ji Xiao. He couldn't wait for Ji Xiao to recover into the Reincarnation Path Emperor. The two continued playing Go. Ji Xiao's style was sharp and fierce, making frequent killing moves, but Guan always managed to counter them. The onlooking crowd secretly marveled, they too enjoyed Go and had their own studies, able to recognize the high level of Ji Xiao's play, and each move's attack and strategy surprised them. Yet, despite that, Guan always managed to resolve Ji Xiao's every aggressive move. His play was not as overpowering as Ji Xiao's, but it gave off an undefeatable momentum. Boom! A clap of thunder resounded beneath the storm clouds, startling many. Looking at the Go board, Ji Xiao's face was cold, her eyes filled with a compelling force, and the momentum of her moves continued to strengthen. In contrast, Guan looked composed, his speed of play neither hurried nor slow. Time quickly passed. As time went on, Ji Xiao's moves became slower and slower. With the strengthening power of the primordial deist talisman, her calculation speed increased. However, no matter how much she sped up, she couldn't turn the tide of attack, and the pressure mounted with each move made, even giving her the feeling that she could not defeat Guan. Ji Xiao lifted her eyes to Guan and saw the smile on his face, out of place compared to the furrowed brows and intense tension of the onlookers. The player seemed as calm as the gentle wind and clouds. The more confident he was, the less sure Ji Xiao felt inside. Could it really be that she would be forced to reveal her true self? Ji Xiao frowned, a shade of hesitation flickering in her eyes. Suddenly, Guan made his move, his voice clear, let's stop here, you've lost. Ji Xiao's frown deepened, and as she was about to speak, Guan raised his hand and drew the Go containers toward him. Before Ji Xiao could react, Guan waved his right hand, and the Go stones from both containers sprang out, black and white stones successively landing on the board. Everyone was taken aback, not understanding what he was doing. Ji Xiao looked at the Go board, her expression rapidly changing. The expressions of the Nine-Finger Divine Lord and the Sun and Moon Netherworld Emperor also turned odd. As the black and white stones continued to fall, with other stones rising, the path played by the black stones appeared no different from when Ji Xiao personally played. After 10 breaths, no more stones fell, and the situation on the board was decided, with white winning. The others also realized, had Guan simulated Ji Xiao's play? They were all cultivators with extraordinary memories, unlike ordinary people, recalling the situation of the previous moves. The higher the cultivation level, the quicker their expressions changed. Their gazes toward Guan were filled with disbelief. Could he really calculate that? Sun and Moon Netherworld Emperor had the highest cultivation level, and he covertly compared them. The Go strategy simulated by Ji Xiao was very strong. If it were him, it wouldn't have been easy to win. Nine-Finger Divine Lord looked at Guan, opened his mouth, but ultimately, he couldn't utter a word. Guan looked toward Nine-Finger Divine Lord and asked with a smile, fancy a game? Nine-Finger Divine Lord's expression turned serious. Forget it, another day maybe. Today's game was very impressive, it gave me a lot to ponder, I need to comprehend it well. Guan laughed, this senior's tone was perfectly captured. He looked toward Ji Xiao and asked with a smile, what's the matter? Can't handle losing? Ji Xiao took a deep breath and turned to Guan, I lost. The innate deist talisman within her began to stabilize and her imposing aura dissipated. She stood up and walked to the side. Sun and Moon Netherworld Emperor took the chance to sit down, let's play a game. Guan looked at him and asked, do you even know how to play? How could I not? I've played here a few times before, Sun and Moon Netherworld Emperor glared at Guan, annoyed, feeling that the kid was too arrogant. Ji Xiao came to Guan's side, her eyes complex, wondering about something. Nine-Finger Divine Lord, having seen Sun and Moon Netherworld Emperor once before, always thought him to have profound and unfathomable cultivation. He became interested, wanting to see if Sun and Moon Netherworld Emperor could beat Guan. Faced with the challenge from Sun and Moon Netherworld Emperor, Guan naturally wouldn't refuse. The two quickly got down to the fight. The others continued to watch the battle. An hour later, Guan stood up, looking down at Sun and Moon Netherworld Emperor under Ji Xiao's shocked gaze, Go is not as simple as you think. The surrounding disciples immediately cheered. They were unclear about Sun and Moon Netherworld Emperor's identity, but inside the Third Medicine Valley, they definitely supported Guan. Nine-Finger Divine Lord, Shen Xinzi, and several other Immortal Dao great cultivators looked at the Go board, finding it hard to snap back to reality for a long time. Sun and Moon Netherworld Emperor trembled all over, his face full of disbelief. How is this possible? Sun and Moon Netherworld Emperor muttered to himself, unable to believe that he lost. Seeing Guan turn around, he immediately stood up and asked sternly, stop right there, who are you really? You're not Guan. When he said this, everyone followed suit in looking toward Guan, including Shen Xinzi and Nine-Finger Divine Lord. Longqing couldn't help but say, what do you mean? Losing to my master and throwing a fit. Out of anger. Sun and Moon Netherworld Emperor stared intently at Guan's back, my cultivation is above the Immortal Dao 4th layer heaven. Do you think he can beat me just like that? The Go strategies I can calculate are beyond what a mortal spirit can imagine. Above Immortal Dao 4th layer heaven? Above heaven and earth flying immortal? Even Nine-Finger Divine Lord and Shen Xinzi were startled, their gazes at Sun and Moon Netherworld Emperor turning to fear. Guan turned to the side, looking contemptuously at Sun and Moon Netherworld Emperor, Immortal Dao 4th layer heaven? Why don't you just claim you're a divine thought true immortal? Sun and Moon Netherworld Emperor's face changed drastically, and Ji Xiao's expression also shifted. She looked at Guan, feeling he was very unfamiliar. Guan stared at Sun and Moon Netherworld Emperor, since you're aware I'm stronger than you, how dare you speak to me like that while hiding in my residence? His tone was indifferent, yet it exuded an immense pressure. The disciples discovered for the first time that their master could be this intimidating. However, they had never heard of divine thought true immortal. Even Nine-Finger Divine Lord and Shen Xinzi were pondering what realm divine thought true immortal was. Sun and Moon Netherworld Emperor's face turned extremely ugly, his heart beating wildly as he faced Guan's gaze, feeling even more nervous than if he were causing trouble in the holy court. You are Sun and Moon Netherworld Emperor said through gritted teeth, but the words Sword Venerable Feudao were impossible to pronounce. Guan turned around and said to Ji Xiao with a smile, let's go, back to the room to talk. Ji Xiao nodded subconsciously and then followed him away. Sun and Moon Netherworld Emperor stood in place, staring as they left. The others exchanged glances, all filled with confusion. Longqing approached Shen Xinzi, asking in a low voice, Master, what realm is divine thought true immortal? Shenzhenzi did not answer. He too wanted to know the answer to this question. Nevertheless, one thing was clear to him: divine thought true immortal was above heaven. An earth-flying immortal, and Guan was most likely even stronger than a divine thought true immortal, otherwise, how could he have frightened Sun and Moon Netherworld Emperor into such a state? An Xin was the only one not surprised, only excited. She too wanted to display her powers in front of others like her master had. Her motivation for immortal cultivation grew stronger, and she immediately turned and left to practice diligently. On the way to the loft, Ji Xiao looked at Guan, her heart filled with 1,000 words to say. Have you awakened your memories from a past life? Ji Xiao couldn't help but ask. She had previously speculated that it could be a reincarnation of the free immortal, and now she was even more certain of this, otherwise how could Guan suppress Sun and Moon Netherworld Emperor? As for whether Guan could be Sword Venerable Fudeo, she didn't think it was likely. Sword Venerable Fudeo had taken action more than once. Reincarnators who utilized their true form's power would be expelled by the reincarnation rules. Chapter 418, Invincible Across the Supreme Sect. Awoken past life memories? I suppose that's one way to put it. Guan turned to Ji Xiao with a smile and answered, having indeed recalled many memories from his past life. Ji Xiao, upon hearing this, had a complex look in her eyes. She could sense that Guan had chosen to end the chess game early because he feared she was expending too much vitality. As a result, Guan had also been forced to reveal his cultivation level. Her mood was a mix of various emotions. Surprise, astonishment, reluctance, concern, regret, and more swirled within her. Guan saw through her thoughts, raised his shoulders with a smile, and said, "Don't be dissatisfied, we can play chess again in the future, and you'll have more opportunities. I fear I may not have much time left." Ji Xiao murmured in a low voice. Guan turned his head to look at her and asked, "So, what do you want to do with the remaining time?" Ji Xiao was the Reincarnation Path Emperor, and the Reincarnation Path Emperor was Ji Xiao. It was only the differing memories that caused her fleeting emotional turmoil. Guan could transfer the memories of this life of Ji Xiao to another person, but that wouldn't separate Ji Xiao from the Reincarnation Path Emperor. Because there is only one soul. Moreover, memories and experiences can influence one's character, but one's true nature is determined at birth. Ji Xiao understood this as well, so she never thought about breaking away from the Reincarnation Path Emperor. Her disquiet stemmed from her inability to imagine how her will would return to her original self after this life ended, as she couldn't feel the emotions from her past life memories when recalling them. What do I want to do? Indeed, I need to give it some thought, Ji Xiao mused. Guan offered no suggestions, letting her think for herself. The two returned to the house. While back in the dojo, the Sun and Moon Netherworld Emperor disappeared from sight, and the onlookers gathered to discuss the chess game that had just ended. Shenzhenzi looked toward Guan's loft from a distance, took a deep breath, and said, "Your master is no ordinary person." Long Qing, who stood nearby, couldn't help but roll his eyes at the remark. As if I couldn't see it for myself. Long Qing's feelings were equally complicated. He was close to Guan, always regarding him as a father, but in his heart, Shenzhenzi was stronger. To cultivate with Shenzhenzi, he had spent a significant amount of time with him, which resulted in less and less time spent with Guan. Yet, the scene just now showed Guan's aura even overpowering that mysterious great cultivator. That was someone even more formidable than Immortal Dao fourth layer heaven. Did this mean that Guan could be stronger than his master, Shenzhenzi? Long Qing suddenly felt this to be absurd, even hard to accept. If this were true, why didn't he cultivate with Guan from the beginning? Long Qing's gaze shifted to an Xin, who was walking away in the distance. Suddenly, he thought that an Xin might know something. He must ask. How could someone so close to him hide such a cultivation level? What did it all mean? The altercation between Guan and the Sun and Moon Netherworld Emperor became known in the days that followed, and the words divine thought true immortal remained in people's memories. 3 days later, LV Badian and Jihantian came to find Guan. He received them, asking them to sit while he went to pour tea. Is it true that a being with a cultivation level above the immortal Dao 4th layer heaven has appeared in Medicine Valley? And that you managed to suppress them? LV Badian couldn't help but ask, his expression tense. His first reaction to the news was disbelief, but when his subordinates claimed to have witnessed it, he had to take it seriously. Currently, the Supreme Sect did not have a great cultivator of the immortal Dao 4th layer heaven to rely on. Sword Venerable Feudao did not count, for no one knew his cultivation level. Now, not only had the heaven and earth flying immortal phenomenon occurred, but his most promising, Guan, allegedly could suppress such an existence? Impossible. LV Badian found the notion ludicrous, even suspecting that his own training had gone wrong, trapping him in an illusion realm. Jihantian's feelings were similar, with Ji Xiao originating from a Ji family house servant. No matter what kind of fortuitous encounters he'd had, it was impossible for him to be so powerful. Since you're already aware, why ask me? Guan responded casually. When he had attained the Xian Yuan Zai Zai Xian, he decided he no longer needed to disguise himself as before, as long as he did not reveal his true strength. Even the Immortal Dynasty and Holy Court wouldn't suspect that Sword Venerable Feudao surpassed the Zai Zai Xian, and by 2 whole great realms at that. The strongest of them, Sheng Tian, was still striving to reach the Taoist hidden immortal. Hearing Guan's words, LV Badian and Jihantian's eyes widened as they instinctively looked at each other. Jihantian signaled LV Badian with a glance, and after hesitating for a moment, LV Badian subtly nodded. Immediately after, Jihantian suddenly stood up and swung his palm towards Guan, who had his back to him. But as soon as he moved, he was immobilized, unable to take a step, and he couldn't help but widen his eyes in shock. Guan turned around, holding 2 cups of tea and walked toward Jihantian. As their eyes met, Jihantian's were filled with disbelief. As Guan approached him, he sensed an incredibly terrifying presence, as if Guan's aura could crush him. If there's a next time, you'll die even if I don't lift a finger, Guan stated flatly, looking at Jihantian without emotion. Jihantian was drenched in cold sweat. LV Badian hurriedly stood and said, he only wanted to test you, he had no intention of harming you. He too was terrified, looking at Guan with fear in his eyes. With such momentum, it was absolutely an immortal Dao existence. Without any exaggeration, LV Badian had never in his life felt such a powerful aura. As for the terrifying beings like Sword Venerable Feudao and Immortal Lord Chu Xi, their presence was directed towards heaven and earth, far from LV Badian. This time, it was a face-to-face feeling. Guan retracted his aura and placed 2 cups of tea on the table. He sat down casually, then leaned back in the chair, looking at LV Badian and the other person, asking, now that it's confirmed, what are you going to do next? His tone was casual and he didn't emit an overwhelming aura, but it paradoxically brought an almost suffocating pressure to LV Badian and his companion. They had never imagined this young man could possess such spirit. At the same time, they pondered over Guan's words, unable to determine his attitude. Was Guan hiding his strength, or did he not mind revealing it? Should they help Guan with the aftermath? Guan was not in a hurry, waiting for them to think. Seeing Guan not rushing them, the pressure on the 2 men increased, and they even began to sweat profusely on their foreheads. LV Badian looked up at Guan, somewhat dazed. The Guan that he had tried to take care of and favored over the years turned out to be so powerful. He suddenly thought of something. Could it be that Guan was very strong from the beginning? The more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed. Since he had met Guan, he had never seen him panic. The young man seemed to fear nothing, no matter how tough or treacherous. The path. A pursuit of a simple life could be because he was strong enough to have seen the splendor of the world. Could he be sword venerable Feudeo? Once this thought occurred to him, Lv Badian startled himself. He looked at Guan, meeting Guan's seemingly smiling gaze. Lv Badian broke into a cold sweat as he thought about his actions over the years and the suggestions Guan had made. Many things finally clicked together. No wonder he said that he would never reach the unification realm in this lifetime. It turned out that he simply held the unification realm in contempt. Jihantian didn't think that much, he was just puzzled as to why Guan was so strong. After all, Guan was a house servant of the Ji family. Jihantian had investigated Guan early on and was certain of Guan's true identity. Could it be that the current Guan was not the same person he knew and had been replaced by a great cultivator? That was the only possibility. How could a junior of over 700 years old be so powerful? Even An Hao had not necessarily stepped into the Nirvana realm to this day. Lv Badian took a deep breath and said, regarding your cultivation level, we won't disclose it. And won't disturb your life. Jihantian came back to reality and quickly echoed him. No longer did he bear his usual haughtiness. In front of Guan, he appeared scared and apprehensive. Guan thought to himself that even if they had said something, it wouldn't matter, but the quietness was welcome. He spoke, drink the tea. This tea is a long-treasured favorite of mine. The two men nodded hastily, following up by picking up their tea, but their hands were trembling. 30 minutes later, the two men walked out of the attic, with Guan coming out to see them off. Longqing, who was chatting with the blood prison great saint, turned his head to look and saw the sect leader and vice-sect leader bowing and scraping to his master, which caused him to frown. Guan watched as the two left and then turned to Longqing with a smile. Without waiting for Longqing to speak, he went straight back into his room and slammed the door shut with a bang. Longqing opened his mouth, realizing that his master was intentionally avoiding him. It was understandable, remembering how he used to boast about how strong his second master was in front of his master made his face burn with embarrassment. Elsewhere, Lv Badian and Jihantian were traveling on clouds, conversing in low voices. What should we do from now on? Jihantian asked, his expression complex. He truly didn't know what to do with Guan. They could no longer treat him as a subordinate, but given their past relationship, he felt awkward about trying to flatter Guan directly. Lv Badian looked towards the horizon and replied, pretend as if we know nothing of this. And from now on, treat well those who have a good relationship with him. After all, he has worked diligently for the Supreme Sect, and those who are on good terms with him must also have made significant contributions to the Supreme Sect. The Supreme Sect cannot let them go unrewarded. After hearing this, Jihantian's eyes lit up, he couldn't help but admire Lv Badian. Indeed, there is a difference between the sect leader and the vice-sect leader. In the days that followed, the rumors about the Third Medicine Valley were suppressed, but in the hearts of the disciples in the valley, Guan had become a mysterious great cultivator. They worked even harder, hoping to gain Guan's favor. Time flew by. During the autumn, Yelan and Zhenqin came to find Guan. The two women climbed upstairs and entered the room. Master, we're now elders in the Hall of Elders of the subsect. Nowadays, in the subsect, we're second only to one and above 10,000. Zhenqin said excitedly. Although this had been decided for several months, every time she brought it up, she was ecstatic. Guan raised his eyebrows, surprised, that impressive. Yelan, on the other hand, stared at Guan and asked, this must have something to do with you, right? No matter how great our achievements are, with our cultivation levels as they are, it's nearly impossible to enter the Hall of Elders. Upon hearing this, Zhenqin turned to look at Guan, thinking he would either be modest or deny it. Instead, Guan answered, "Perhaps someone wants to curry favor with me." At that, Zhen Qin's eyes widened, and she asked in astonishment, "Who could use 2 seats in the Hall of Elders to curry favor with you?" Guan proudly said, "I'll be honest with you, I'm very strong now. Without any exaggeration, I could defeat anyone in the Supreme Sect. From now on, you can walk sideways if you like." Chapter 419, The Power of Tens of Millions of Years. For real, you think you can still beat Sword Venerable Feudao? Zhen Qin chuckled, teasingly responding to Guan's claim. Guan raised his right fist and declared, "My punch carries the power of tens of thousands of years. Could Sword Venerable Feudao withstand it?" "Tui, tui, tui. Don't talk nonsense, be careful lest the old master hears you." Zhen Qin suddenly became anxious. After saying that, she stood up, bowed towards the window with her hands pressed together, apologizing on behalf of Guan. Guan watched with a desire to laugh but did not stop her, simply observing Zhen Qin's performance with amusement. Yelan, on the other hand, was not afraid. She had always felt that there was a connection between Guan and Sword Venerable Feudao. Guan's words implied that his relationship with Sword Venerable Feudao was extremely good, so good that he could even joke with his superior. This made her quite happy. The better Guan's relationship with Sword Venerable Feudao, the safer she would be in the days to come. After Zhen Qin apologized for quite some time, under Guan's urging, she sat down again. Guan inquired about their experiences in the Hall of Elders, and the 2 women did not hide anything. When they first joined the Hall of Elders, they faced much ostracism, and some even publicly humiliated them. However, the next morning, those people came to visit and apologized. After that, the Hall of Elders changed its attitude towards them, treating them very well. Yelan took this opportunity to grow her influence, and to her surprise, rather than being suppressed, the Hall of Elders even paved the way for them. So, Yelan concluded that someone must be helping them from behind. After much consideration, the only person they could think of who was capable of doing this was Guan. In the Supreme Sect, there were numerous women with more outstanding looks and higher cultivation levels than them. None of the great cultivators on the immortal path were interested in them, so it was easy to figure out the answer. From now on, perform your duties in the elder seats without worry, and don't feel too much pressure. If you encounter something you can't solve, come to me. Guan spoke earnestly. This was something the old him would never have said, not because he had become more powerful, but because Ji Xiao's situation had made him realize that the time left for those around him was not long. He had billions of years, even more, of lifespan, but others were different. 100 years flew by in an instant, and how many centuries could a person live? In times of great chaos, it was possible that while he was distracted, the people he cared about might be enduring hardship. Why not be more open-hearted? Yelan responded, "Don't worry, we'll come to you." Zhen Qin nodded in agreement as well. They began to talk about interesting stories from their subsect. Guan listened intently, occasionally laughing genuinely. As dusk approached, Zhen Qin left, while Yelan decided to stay one more night before leaving. Night fell. While watching Guan read, Yelan casually asked, "Brother, what do you think of Miss Ji?" Guan's gaze remained fixed on the green hero travelogue he was holding as he countered, "Why ask so suddenly?" The atmosphere downstairs had become unnatural again. Ji Xiao was eavesdropping. "Actually, I think you two are quite a match. With her talent, instead of enjoying fame and fortune, she stays in Medicine Valley, which is clearly for you." Yelan spoke softly, her eyes fixed on Guan, seemingly observing any change in his expression. Guan replied, "I know." Upon hearing his answer, Yelan's gaze flickered. Guan looked up at her and said, "Her reasons for staying include me, but there are other reasons as well. In life, especially for a cultivator, there are more important things to pursue, right? Yelan smiled at his words, saying, yeah, in my 40s all I was concerned about was you, enchained by emotions. Now I have more to pursue. Rather than some nominal reputation, what matters more to me is that we are both alive and can keep each other company. She paused, then added, actually, I brought her up because I hope you, brother, would seriously consider her feelings. I can't accompany you forever. It's best if you don't cling to the past and keep forming new relationships, whatever those may be. At the very least, this will make you less lonely in the future. Having caught the eye of Sword Venerable Feudeo and possessing the primordial reincarnation skill, Yelan believed Guan would live a very long time, and she was destined to be just a passerby in his life. Rather than claiming possession, she hoped he would live freely in the future. In her view, her brother deserved all the world's beauty. Guan looked at her without offering comfort, instead smiling and asking, "What's wrong with being alone?" "The terrible thing is being perpetually alone. Don't worry, I have many friends, and have you ever seen me feeling down? As for Ji Xiaoyu, she too can't accompany me for long. Don't think about how long you can be with me, but what I can do with you and for how long." Yelan instinctively wanted to ask what was wrong with Ji Xiaoyu, but she refrained, realizing that if even Guan couldn't solve the problem with Ji Xiaoyu, what could she do? There was no need to spoil her brother's mood. "That's true, I'm just a mortal whose life is blessed by association with you, brother." Yelan covered her mouth and laughed, her comment seemed jesting, but it was earnest. Without Guan, she would not have her current status and power, and might well have died hundreds of years earlier. Every additional day she lived, she owed a bit more to Guan at least, that's how she saw it. Guan gave her a glaring look and said, "What nonsensical talk! Since when has fate been hierarchical? Meeting you is my good fortune as well." "Really?" Yelan's eyes crinkled with laughter, making her look quite charming. Guan raised his hand, placing it on the table with his palm up. Yelan hesitated for a moment, then reached out her hand, which Guan took hold of readily. "Focus on your cultivation, don't worry about what might be or might not be. I will accompany you on the journey of immortal cultivation. If we don't reach the immortal realm in this lifetime, I will find you in the next. Even if you've forgotten me, it's enough that I remember you." Guan stared into Yelan's eyes, speaking earnestly. Yelan's eyes widened, it was the first time she had heard Guan make such a pledge. "Brother!" Yelan said emotionally, her gaze filled with tender affection for Guan. Guan casually drew out a book, asking, "This is a book I've been working on recently, want to take a look?" Yelan's attention shifted to the book's cover, and she saw 3 characters. "Dream of the Red Chamber." As autumn was drawing to a close, one day, Guan rode down from the transmission array platform on the back of the Blood Prison Great Saint, with an Xin following by his side. Suddenly, a figure charged over and blocked the way of the Blood Prison Great Saint. It was Long Qing. He looked at Guan with a face full of anger, and in his eyes, there was also a sense of grievance. Guan sat on the Blood Prison Great Saint's back, his gaze lazy, and said, "What do you really want?" An Xin looked at Long Qing and found it amusing but held back her laughter. If it had been before, she might have spoken for Long Qing, however, she had experienced Long Qing's swagger too, feeling that this youngster's temperament indeed needed tempering. "Look how honest and Shengtian from Mystic Valley is." Facing Guan's gaze, Long Qing opened his mouth but didn't know how to express his feelings. The Blood Prison Great Saint wouldn't indulge him and said, "Don't get in the way. Someone has already taught you cultivation, yet you still want the master to teach you." Long Qing's face turned entirely red, and he was at a loss for what to do. After all, Guan had raised him himself, and he didn't make things difficult for him but said, "In fact, you harbor a starting point that others do not have, and one could even say that you are already strong, it's just that you haven't discovered it yet. Rather than blindly striving to get stronger, what you should do is take a deep breath and understand yourself. From a distance, Shenzhenzi was eavesdropping and pondered upon hearing these words. He had long noticed that Longqing was no ordinary individual. Without a trace of spiritual power, Longqing's physical strength and qi blood surged rapidly. In terms of spiritual power, Longqing was worthless, but when it came to the growth rate of true strength, he was definitely a rare talent in the world. Could it be that Longqing truly harbored a power even he hadn't noticed? After hearing Guan's words, Longqing was shocked, unable to tell if what Guan said was true or false. An Xin and the Blood Prison Great Saint both looked at Longqing with astonishment. They wouldn't believe Guan would lie. Do I really still have potential? Longqing couldn't help but ask, his face showing both nervousness and anticipation. Guan dismounted and walked up to Longqing, resting his right hand on Longqing's shoulder. Instantly, Longqing's face turned pale, and his body began to tremble. How does it feel? Guan asked. Longqing clenched his teeth and said, it hurts a bit. It was more than a bit, he felt like his body was about to fall apart, but he couldn't show weakness in front of his master. He was puzzled in his heart and didn't know what his master was doing. Testing him? A smile appeared on Guan's face. As soon as he smiled, Longqing's complexion turned deathly pale, and his body trembled even more violently, even his lips quivering. Large beads of cold sweat broke out on his forehead. At that moment, he felt his body no longer belonged to him. He even felt his body had decayed, as he lost sensation, and his mind went blank, devoid of all thoughts. An Xin saw something was amiss with him and took 2 steps forward, but she still restrained her concern. How could the master possibly harm Longqing? Guan withdrew his hand, and Longqing immediately collapsed to the ground like a lump of mud. He instinctively looked up at Guan, his eyes filled with fear. Passing disciples gave them curious or puzzled looks, thinking that Guan was disciplining Longqing, unaware of what offense Longqing had committed. Guan looked down at Longqing and asked, what did you just feel? Longqing took deep breaths, struggling to raise his head, and said with an afraid look, I felt like I was about to die. But you didn't die. Guan stared at him with an indifferent gaze that made him feel afraid, causing him to subconsciously lower his head. Just now if it were a Mahayana cultivator, they'd have been reduced to ash. Guan left these words behind and then walked past Longqing. Longqing widened his eyes and twisted his head to look at Guan's retreating figure, his expression one of disbelief. An Xin and the Blood Prison Great Saint were also stunned. For an Xin, the Mahayana realm was still a far-off dream, while the Blood Prison Great Saint was itself a Mahayana cultivator. Was this youngster Longqing already more formidable than a Mahayana cultivator? They both felt it was absurd in their hearts. Shenzhenzi appeared out of thin air in front of Longqing, crouching down to check his body. His face quickly revealing a look of shock. Impossible! Shenzhenzi murmured to himself, sensing his worldview collapsing. Longqing didn't know what his master was thinking, his mind was echoing Guan's words. If it had been a Mahayana cultivator, they would have been reduced to ash. He recalled the terrifying sensation from before and suddenly felt it may not have been so scary after all. Meanwhile, Guan's image in his heart soared immensely. Chapter 420, The Power of the Past. Since being informed of his potential by Guan, Longqing stopped cultivating his physical body, instead he began to settle his mind and feel the foundation of his own being. Shenzhenzi had no objections to this. Shenzhenzi felt that he was not worthy to teach Longqing. He appeared calm on the outside but was very lost at heart. Having stayed in the Third Medicine Valley for hundreds of years, he had seen through nothing and learned nothing. Autumn gave way to winter. Snow fell from the sky, plunging the great heaven and earth into an expanse of whiteness. That day, after the morning exercises were over, Guan stood by the wooden rail admiring the snowscape. The snowflakes landing on his body turned into mist, swirling around him. His eyes were fixed on the garden, but his divine thought was cast towards outer heaven. An anomaly had appeared in the reincarnation vortex. After Guan's breakthrough, the reincarnation rules within the vortex had been constantly changing. He couldn't tell whether it was because of him or simply a coincidence. It was likely due to his traveling back and forth through the reincarnation vortex. He had caused a great upheaval in a universe's path, which in turn affected the reincarnation vortex. He wasn't worried, though. Even the greatest anomaly in the reincarnation vortex would hardly pose a threat to the Xian Yuan Zai Zai Xian. He speculated that beings from other universes would come to the great heavenly spirit land, which was undoubtedly a disaster for the great heaven and earth. While he was contemplating, an Xin arrived at his side. She mentioned Longqing. The boy had been sitting still under the mystic pure tree for a month, and she was afraid he might go mad. "It's fine, it's not been that long. Sometimes it's good to think things through," Guan said casually. Longqing was born in the Nirvana realm. Guan had merely sealed his cultivation level. Now, it seemed that Longqing was rapidly growing stronger when, in fact, he was merely recovering his original strength. After hearing this, an Xin couldn't help but ask, "Master, how high is his potential, really? How does it compare to my senior and junior brothers?" Guan replied, "In terms of innate talent, he is stronger, but your senior brother has a sharper intuition." In Guan's eyes, what was truly terrifying about and how was his intuition? Not only did he cultivate quickly, but he also had an astonishing understanding of spells and divine skills. He had been imprisoned by the Immortal dynasty but had not delayed his cultivation at all, and he was not far from reaching the Nirvana realm. He even anticipated the commotion and how would cause in the Immortal dynasty once he reached the Nirvana realm and looked forward to it. That amazing! An Xin widened her eyes in astonishment. Before Guan had revealed Longqing's potential, she had always had sympathy for him. What use was physical strength without spiritual power? Then why? An Xin asked cautiously. Guan glanced at her and chuckled, "You're right, I'm intentionally forging him." Just as she thought. An Xin knew that Guan was an expert in the sealing technique. The Blood Prison Great Saint was an example, a mighty Mahayana being suppressed to such a state, and others were completely unaware of Guan's sealing methods. Suddenly, she felt relieved and said with a laugh, "This kid is already arrogant enough. Without restrictions, he could make a huge mess indeed." Guan looked up, noticing that the reincarnation vortex was changing, expanding rapidly. While an Xin was still pondering Longqing's temperament, figures emerged from the reincarnation vortex, all humanoid but with demonic qi, ghostly energy and demon energy. They quickly lined up, turning their gaze towards the great heavenly spirit land. Their cultivation levels were high. Although none were free immortals, the weakest among them were devoid mysterious immortals. Guan could sense that free immortals were rushing here from the reincarnation vortex. He couldn't help but calculate the major trends of the world, and the images of the future came into his vision. He saw some troubling scenes. Destiny, hey! Guan thought to himself but outwardly nodded along with an Xin, talking about Longqing. After a long while, an Xin bid her farewell and did not disturb Guan any further. Guan continued to watch outer heaven. He saw the Holy Court and the Immortal dynasty dispatch a large number of cultivators to investigate. The three forces coexisted under the outer layer of light without clashing, at least for the time being. Further probing would be needed later on. Guan turned and flew towards the outer gate city. He was preparing to release the immortal cultivation version of Dream of the Red Chamber, following the romance of the Three Kingdoms. Many in the immortal cultivation world awaited Pan An's fine work with anticipation. Writing was no longer a source of profit for Guan. Instead, he was more interested in sharing and reminiscing, passing down the works of earth literature to the immortal cultivation world to have beings remember for him. An ancient hour later, Guan left the book collection hall under the respectful farewell of its disciples. He decided not to leave the city immediately, choosing instead to continue wandering the streets. Strolling through the streets was also his hobby. By glimpsing the cause and effect of passers-by, he could further enhance his understand fate and, as always, Guan would encounter acquaintances. Although his mindset had changed, his attitude towards others had not. He remained friendly and enthusiastic. Gradually, Guan arrived near the heavenly repair platform. From a distance, he saw many people gathered around the heaven-cutting axe. Even on the platform, there was a heaven and earth flying immortal, who concealed his cultivation and appeared very ordinary, unable to draw attention, at least on the heavenly repair platform. Zhou Yujian stood steadfast beside the heaven-cutting axe, straight as a rod. Like a faithful devotee, he had not brought any benefit to Guan, but his dedication and perseverance moved him. After all, the stronger Zhou Yujian became, the more he underscored the might of the sword Venerable Fuedao. Guan stepped onto the heavenly repair platform, making his way through the crowd towards the heaven-cutting axe. Even on the platform, Guan would encounter acquaintances, necessitating some small talk. By the time he reached the heaven-cutting axe, half an incense stick's time had passed. Zhou Yujian saw Guan and smiled, a rare sight on his stern face. He greeted Guan proactively, asking, "What brings you here today?" Guan replied, "I've been to the book collection hall." Zhou Yujian's eyes lit up as he asked, "Could it be a new book?" He knew that Guan was the author of Investiture of the Gods, of which he was a dedicated reader. It was the work he read the most, but he also greatly enjoyed Journey to the West and Romance of the Three Kingdoms. Guan did not conceal anything and nodded in response, which thrilled Zhou Yujian. At that moment, a cultivator who had been trying to pull out the heaven-cutting axe failed. He released his grip, stepped back 3 paces, and remarked with emotion, "The legacy of sword Venerable Fuedao truly is not easy to obtain, even I, a wandering immortal, could not succeed." Wandering immortal. A stir went through the crowd, and someone complained in a low voice, "Can this legacy really be obtained by someone?" As soon as these words were spoken, he faced criticism from those around him. "Couldn't you feel the sword intent of sword Venerable Fuedao when you were on the platform?" "That's right, even if you can't obtain sword Venerable Fuedao's legacy, at least you can experience his sword intent, which is a great honor. Sword Venerable Fuedao is so formidable, if his legacy were obtained within a few hundred years, it wouldn't seem as precious. That just means the fated person hasn't arrived yet. I really look forward to that day. When it comes, the commotion caused by the heaven-cutting axe will surely shake heaven and earth." Guan listened to the discussions around him and reflected inwardly. Was he being too harsh? Without speaking of someone's talent, to pull up the heaven-cutting axe, one must at least possess the cultivation level of a free immortal. Due to the appearance of the Sun and Moon Netherworld Emperor, Guan had quietly strengthened the mana within the heaven-cutting axe, so none but a free immortal could shake the heaven-cutting axe. He had originally planned to ease the conditions when the destined one arrived, but as it stood, finding someone who met his criteria seemed difficult. Never mind, it was just as well if no one obtained it. A legacy that stands for 10,000 years, a million years that would become legend, embodying even deeper foundations. "Do you want to give it a try?" Zhou Yujian asked Guan. In the meantime, someone else approached and grabbed the axe handle of the heaven-cutting axe, but just like the person before, no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't move the heaven-cutting axe one bit. Most people who came to the heavenly repair platform were there to feel the power of sword Venerable Fuedao, and even if they failed, they had no regrets. As such, those who failed to obtain the legacy left with excitement. "Forget it, what I really want to ask is, what are you seeking by staying here so long?" Guan looked at Zhou Yujian and asked with a smile on his face, as if making small talk. After hearing the question, Zhou Yujian shook his head and said, "What can I seek? Being here allows me to comprehend the sword Dao, and I am already content." Sword Dao, hey! Guan murmured, then cupped his hands and turned to leave. Zhou Yujian saw Guan walk away in confusion and was about to speak when... boom! A majestic sword intent rose from beneath his feet, engulfing his entire body and lifting his robes upwards, fluttering as if they would burst at any moment. Zhou Yujian's face changed dramatically, his eyes filled with surprise and joy. His gaze followed Guan, who was walking away with his back toward him. All around, there was a sound of astonishment as everyone watched him in shock. Only Guan, turning his back on the crowd and not turning around, seemed out of place, as if he were in another dimension. Could it be? Zhou Yujian's eyes widened. Guan had just inquired about his aspirations, and now he had received the sword intent of Sword Venerable Fuedao. It couldn't be a coincidence. At that moment, Zhou Yujian felt a familiar sword intent emanating from Guan. The sword intent of Sword Venerable Fuedao. And it was even stronger than his own. It could only be. Zhou Yujian was shocked and excited. He felt no anger at being deceived by a junior, instead, he was pleasantly surprised. Because he liked investiture of the gods, he had always held a wonderful fantasy about Pan. And he had been saddened for a long time upon learning that Guan was Panan. Now, knowing Panan was Sword Venerable Fuedao, how could he not be thrilled? He didn't believe Guan was a few hundred years old. He must be some old monster in disguise. The thought of how well he had treated Guan over the years filled him with a sense of excitement. Perhaps he had the chance to take Sword Venerable Fuedao as his master. As he watched Guan walk in the opposite direction of the crowd, Zhou Yujian was filled with infinite longing. Such capability, yet content to cultivate here, what an extraordinary state of mind. The cultivators from all sides marveled at Zhou Yujian's fortune, as the vast sword intent of Sword Venerable Fuedao was directed only at him, clearly a reward. More and more disciples of the Supreme Sect appeared as if from nowhere, gathering atop the heavenly repair platform. They saw Zhou Yujian enveloped in sword intent and couldn't help but feel delighted. Whoever received the guidance of Sword Venerable Fuedao was a treasured asset for the Supreme Sect, and as a community of shared interests, how could they not rejoice? Rumbling! A suppressive roar echoed through the sky, causing all the creatures of heaven and earth to look up, but the cultivators on the heavenly repair platform were not concerned, assuming it was an anomaly caused by the sword intent of Sword Venerable Fuedao. Walking through the crowd, Guan paused and looked up, his brow lifting. Is this power from the past? Guan thought curiously. His divine thought pierced through the sky, peering into the reincarnation vortex beyond. A powerful entity was descending, one that could directly threaten the safety of the great heavenly spirit land. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audiobook YouTube channel. Chapter 421, Primordial Immortal King. As the cultivator on the heavenly repair platform marveled at Zhou Yujian's fortune, the Supreme Sect sensed something amiss, for the oppressive might enveloping the heavens and the earth grew stronger. The snow filling the sky was becoming sparse, as if the harsh winter was about to end. In the third Medicine Valley, Shen Zhenzi, sitting under a tree, looked up with furrowed brows, beginning to calculate by counting on his fingers. Ji Xiaohu stepped out from the house, looking up at the snowy heavens, her eyes reflecting the figure of a majestic stature. The Sun and Moon Netherworld Emperor appeared out of nowhere beside her, his expression solemn, and said, "The breath of an immortal king." Ji Xiaohu turned to look at him, asking, "What is an immortal king?" She had regained many memories from her past life, but there were always gaps, hence, she could maintain the will of this life. An immortal king is a free immortal who has gathered the chi fortune of heaven and earth in oneself, having undergone reincarnation tribulation. Their mana is said to penetrate the heavens and be unmeasurable, said the Sun and Moon Netherworld Emperor, looking up with a serious expression on his face. He continued, the aura of this immortal king is off, there's a strong scent of death. What does that mean? Ji Xiao asked, her brows knitted. I'm not sure, but one thing is certain, the great heavenly spirit land is facing a great disaster. The Sun and Moon Netherworld Emperor took a deep breath, his eyes flickering, seemingly deep in thought. After hearing this, Ji Xiao shifted her gaze back to the sky, observing the strange phenomena above. The snow melted, the clouds churned, and the sky gradually darkened, the oppressive atmosphere between heaven and earth intensifying, making more and more beings feel uneasy. Guan watched for a while, then walked toward the edge of the heavenly repair platform. Zhou Yujian was still absorbing the sword intent refinement from Sword Venerable Fudeo, his thoughts being drawn into a state of path enlightenment, forgetting about external matters. When Guan descended from the heavenly repair platform, the disciples of the outer gate city finally noticed the anomalies in the sky. At the same time, in outer heaven, in the void, figures knelt, facing the reincarnation vortex, which had grown larger than ever, with the majestic figure radiating light appearing faintly visible in the darkness at the center of the vortex. Before this figure, all the powerful figures under the reincarnation vortex seemed insignificant. The cultivators from the Immortal dynasty and Holy Court who rushed here changed their expressions drastically at the sight of the figure in the reincarnation vortex. What is that? Such a terrifying aura, how high must his cultivation level be? Be careful, everyone, that figure is neither human nor demon, it must be an evil spirit. Could it be a heavenly demon? But why wouldn't they come from the silent destruction domain? Why do I feel this figure looks somewhat familiar, as if I've seen it somewhere before? As the two factions of beings discussed, they held their Dharma treasures, ready for battle. The figures kneeling under the reincarnation vortex all looked up, their eyes intently fixed on the figure within the vortex, their expressions filled with fervor. Suddenly, an immortal spirit from the Immortal dynasty burst out shouting, "The primordial immortal king!" At this utterance, the side of the Immortal dynasty was in uproar, the immortal spirits greatly shocked, their gazes towards the reincarnation vortex filled with disbelief. On the side of the Holy Court, a few strong cultivators who had heard of the name of the primordial immortal king also showed a look of horror. All celestial ranks returned to the Holy Land. A commanding voice echoed in the void, and upon hearing it, the cultivators of the Holy Court turned around and left. Within 3 breaths, all the cultivators of the Holy Court had returned to the great heavenly spirit land. Seeing this, the immortal spirits became increasingly agitated. Is it truly the primordial immortal king? He's still alive. So Yuangsu ancestor created the reincarnation vortex to welcome the primordial immortal king. No, don't you feel that something is off about his aura? But that is the primordial immortal king, no matter what form he takes, he is forever the immortal king of our immortal dynasty. How many years has it been since the birth of the Holy Court? The immortal dynasty has not seen a true unifier of the world. The immortal spirits were overtaken with excitement, though a few showed worried expressions on their faces. Just then, the primordial immortal king within the reincarnation vortex began to move. He slowly emerged from the darkness, a terrifying aura reminiscent of an ancient demon god surging from the vortex, unstoppable like a river bursting its banks. The immortal spirits within the void fell silent, merely staring at him in shock. Holy Court, on a grand hall. The holy minister stood before the holy throne, looking up at the starry sky, his brow furrowed, and his gaze stern. Around him stood numerous figures, all second-rank celestial beings of the Holy Court, the holy gods. Each one a divine thought, true immortal. An old woman dressed in a white-lit feathery robe spoke up, "Holy Minister, the arrival of the primordial immortal king is surely directed at us. Regardless of why he has resurrected, we must devise a strategy." The other holy gods agreed, their demeanor calm but their words clearly filled with apprehension towards the primordial immortal king. With the primordial immortal king, the immortal dynasty now had 3 free immortals. In terms of top-tier strength, the Holy Court was now completely outclassed by the immortal dynasty. How could they not feel alarmed? Over the years, although the Holy Court had withstood the onslaughts of the immortal dynasty, anyone with clear sight could see that the Holy Court could not turn the tide and decisively defeat the immortal dynasty within a short period. Now with the emergence of the primordial immortal king, what would happen next was foreseeable. The holy minister, with a stern face, said, "What strategies do you propose, my lords?" Upon hearing this, the holy gods suddenly fell silent. Facing a free immortal, any plan was meaningless. Only a free immortal could confront another free immortal. One of the holy gods looked at the holy minister and asked, "When will you begin your breakthrough?" The holy minister had been preparing to break through to a free immortal status, but such a matter could not be rushed. It required ample preparation, and for the holy minister, this tribulation crossing was a life-or-death challenge, naturally not to be undertaken lightly. The holy minister looked at him and said, "If not for some people shirking their responsibilities, I might have already succeeded in my tribulation crossing. We are all contributing to the holy court. I don't know why some clutch onto their chi fortune so tightly, either in seclusion unable to act rashly, or having just released it, unable to retrieve it immediately." He wanted to leverage the entire chi fortune of the holy court for his breakthrough, but once chi fortune was linked with a person, it could not be withdrawn easily. Losing chi fortune would disturb the mind and bring ominous luck. This could not be forced and must be discussed thoroughly with the higher and lower echelons of the Holy Court, to draw out some of the chi fortune without causing the collapse of the Holy Court. Moreover, the Holy Court was still contending with the immortal dynasty. Faced with the holy minister's interrogation, that holy god turned pale and did not make a sound. Another holy god spoke up, "It's too late even for the holy minister to make a breakthrough now. What we need is a free immortal who can join the fight immediately." An old man with a wooden staff stroked his beard and asked, "Are you referring to Sword Venerable Feudeo?" Silence descended upon the great hall, the holy gods then turning their gaze towards the holy minister, causing him to furrow his brow. The holy minister cursed inwardly. If Sword Venerable Feudeo had been so easy to convince, he would have joined the holy court long ago. Knowing that Sword Venerable Feudeo might possess the cultivation of a free immortal, while the holy minister was pleased and relieved, he was also wary. A free immortal who would not reveal his true identity, who wouldn't rethink their assumptions. Chapter 422 I Give You a Chance with a Knife. As the holy minister hesitated, the primordial immortal king stepped out of the reincarnation vortex and presented his image before the immortal spirits. The primordial immortal king had a towering figure, his clothes worn and tattered, and the upper body was left with only strips of cloth drifting slightly. His long hair was spread over his shoulders, emitting a wild and fierce aura. His strands of hair, like the grey rivers of the wilderness, fluttered, stirring the clouds like dragons churning the river, causing the Tao spiritual energy around him to twist, forming a visual impact that could be seen with the naked eye. He seemed to come from ancient times, as if he had travelled from the source of the river of time, arriving at the great heavenly spirit land with an oppressive aura that stifled all creatures. The immortal spirits looked at him, their eyes filled with reverence and anticipation. Beneath the reincarnation vortex, figures radiated an aura similar to that of the primordial immortal king, silent and chilly. Seeing the primordial immortal king, they were not shocked but rather excited. They seemed to know what was about to happen and were ready to participate. Wu! The primordial immortal king slightly opened his mouth and exhaled a scorching breath, his eyes filled with bloodshot veins as his pupils gradually regained their luster. His gaze first fell upon the figures beneath the reincarnation vortex before shifting to the many immortal spirits in the distance. Facing his gaze, the immortal spirits still felt fear, with some instinctively stepping backward. Different from the primordial immortal king they imagined, this one radiated a dangerous presence, making them feel weird and horrified. Now, The primordial immortal king began to speak, his voice hoarse, making the void of outer heaven even more oppressive. He had not finished speaking when he suddenly opened his mouth and let out an enraged roar. This roar was earth-shattering, every creature in the great heavenly spirit land heard it, even Tian Yaoer, Tian Qing, Tian Bai in the hidden spirit palace, and the deep-sea dragon carps in the Niancho cave were frightened. It felt as if they were suddenly awakened from a dream, the roar of the primordial immortal king not just a sound wave but a soul impact. Hearing his roar, all beings felt fear, unable to calm themselves. Creatures on land saw the afterimage of the primordial immortal king in the sky, akin to a mirage, his enormous roaring figure casting an oppressive presence that made their hearts skip. At this moment, Guan stood on the streets of the outer gate city, the surrounding cultivators all looking up at the sky with expressions of dread. In front of Guan, the son of the demon emperor, Deduced, was also looking at the sky, his brows furrowed. "What's that?" Deduced murmured to himself. Guan remarked, "It looks like big trouble is coming." The two came across each other rarely, exchanging a few pleasantries before the roar of the primordial immortal king interrupted them. Originally, when the demon land invaded the land of the human race, Deduced, the son of the demon emperor, sneaked into the supreme sect and had stayed for hundreds of years. Now, he had become one of the high-ranking individuals of the supreme sect, helping the cultivators of human race establish connections with the demons. At first, he and Guan got along very well. As time went by and their statuses diverged, they drifted apart. Taking a deep breath, Deduced said, "Indeed." Then he looked down at Guan with a smile and said, "Don't worry. The Supreme Sect is now the safest place in the world." Guan nodded and continued their casual conversation. Perhaps because of the appearance of the primordial immortal king, Deduced had the rare patience and started talking about the current strength of the Supreme Sect. Meanwhile, in the outer heaven, before the reincarnation vortex, the primordial immortal king stood suspended. He was no longer roaring, his arms hanging loosely. He suddenly looked in the direction of the immortal dynasty. When his gaze suddenly fell upon them, the immortal spirits couldn't help but tremble with fear. The primordial immortal king showed a fierce smile, his eyes narrowed, and in an instant, the entire void was filled with countless eyes of varying sizes, all belonging to the primordial immortal king. Each immortal spirit felt the horror of being watched by countless enemies. Before they could escape, the eyes in the void exploded open, and the immortal spirits' faces drastically changed. They were unable to speak, to run away, as their souls uncontrollably flew out of their bodies towards those eyes. This scene was incredibly eerie, causing the powerful beings who were using divine thought and divine sense to peek into the great heavenly spirit land to shudder in fear. The immortal dynasty did not send reinforcements and let these immortal spirits have their souls snatched away. Quickly, all those souls were absorbed by the eyes of the primordial immortal king, who then closed his eyes. The eyes spread throughout the void vanished all at once. When the primordial immortal king opened his eyes again, the blood in his eyes had disappeared, and the deathly aura around him had dissipated a lot. He looked more like a living spirit. He smiled again and blew a breath towards the corpses of those immortal spirits, and thousands of them turned into ash in an instant. "Welcome back, Immortal King, from your exile in Xianyu." A mysterious man who flew out of the reincarnation vortex raised his head and shouted loudly. At his call, the other figures of the reincarnation repeated his words, and the name of the Immortal King echoed through the cosmos. The primordial immortal king raised his right hand, and the great heavenly spirit land trembled slightly. The sea of clouds churned, as a patch of ocean suddenly exploded, with terrifying waves shooting up to the sky. A mysterious black object like a mountain surged from the seabed, scattering the clouds and swiftly flying towards the primordial immortal king. Boom! The primordial immortal king caught the incoming object with his right hand, a massive black saber with a handle as long as a mountain ridge, carved with mysterious patterns, the blade thick, seemingly unsharpened, completely black, emanating no aura. Viewed from this position toward the great heavenly spirit land, in the direction from which the black saber had come, the sea of clouds was spreading open to reveal a massive hole. Beneath the hole, a blue expanse was faintly visible, a crack appearing and widening. The gaze of the primordial immortal king fell upon the black saber in his hand, and he murmured to himself, "It's been a long time since I held you, I truly miss the days we fought side by side." Chapter 423 Giving you a chance with a knife _2. He lifted the black broadsword and swung it gently, stirring up the mana that shook the outer layers of the sky, and also caused the reincarnation vortex behind him to twist and ripple. This spectacle made the figures within the reincarnation even more excited, continuously shouting the name of the immortal king. There was a tumult in the sky, while the great heaven and earth was dead silent, as if all living beings were afraid of disturbing them. No one dared to come out, and even less dared to shout. The primordial immortal king raised the black broadsword high, completely releasing his own momentum. It was the momentum of someone standing at the pinnacle of the 9 heavens of the immortal path. Even the Yangxian emperor had never shown such momentum. Far away in the immortal dynasty, the Yangxian emperor stood atop the golden palace, gazing up at this scene, while the ancient immortal emperor appeared out of nowhere beside him, his face ashen. "Was this also part of your plan?" the ancient immortal emperor asked in a deep voice. The Yangxian emperor, with an expressionless face, countered, "Would I resurrect another emperor of the immortal dynasty to replace myself?" After hearing this, the ancient immortal emperor furrowed his brows and asked in astonishment, "Then, who could it be?" The Yangxian emperor said softly, "It seems that Yuanxu ancestor had another reason for opening reincarnation, and perhaps this was all part of the primordial immortal king's calculations." The immortal dynasty and the holy court were in turmoil, creating chaos in the heavenly secrets. His resurrection now might not be impossible. Upon hearing this, the ancient immortal emperor's eyes showed a hint of worry. The momentum of the primordial immortal king was indeed too strong, so powerful that even he, as a free immortal, felt a chill in his heart. How could he not worry? The most critical point was that following the resurrection of the primordial immortal king, it was not the holy court but their immortal dynasty's immortal spirits who were the first to suffer. This was a very dangerous signal. Could it be a plot by the holy court? But that shouldn't be. How could they achieve such a feat? The ancient immortal emperor muttered to himself. The Yangxian emperor did not reply, but in his eyes, there was no sign of worry. Instead, there was a will to fight. Ever since he took the throne of the immortal dynasty, people have often compared him to previous immortal emperors, with the primordial immortal king, the founder of the immortal dynasty, being in existence he could never surpass. He had more than once imagined, if he and the primordial immortal king existed in the same era, who would have the last laugh. He was full of confidence in himself, even when facing the long unbeatable Sheng Tian, he was confident, for he was much younger than Sheng Tian. Even though the primordial immortal king's current momentum was strong, the Yangxian emperor did not fear, his heart burning with fighting spirit. On another side, the holy court, currently discussing strategies, the holy ministers and holy gods were astonished that the primordial immortal king had actually annihilated that group of immortal spirits. What was going on? One of the holy gods looked towards the holy minister and couldn't help but ask, "Was this your arrangement?" The holy minister looked towards the sky, shook his head slightly, and said, "It has nothing to do with me. I fear that changes are about to arise." Upon hearing this, the holy gods became even more puzzled. They did not feel the delight but rather a sense of unease. Who, after all, was behind all this? In front of the reincarnation vortex, after the primordial immortal king felt the power of the black broadsword, his left hand reached towards his head. There is still something missing. The primordial immortal king muttered to himself, his gaze following to the great heavenly spirit land, his eyes fixing there, the corners of his mouth lifting, and then he vanished into thin air. The Supreme Sect, within the outer gate city. Guan was listening with great interest. With the information obtained from Disye's mouth, the Supreme Sect had indeed become powerful, even extending a vast network of relationships overseas. It all revolved around one person. Sword Venerable Feudeo. Overseas powers, out of respect for Sword Venerable Feudeo, responded very enthusiastically to the Supreme Sect's attempts at forging alliances, especially after Sword Venerable Feudeo took action. This enthusiasm rose to a whole new level. Disya was about to recount last year's battle on Golden Scorpion Island, where the Supreme Sect had established no small reputation, proving that, even without Sword Venerable Feudeo's intervention, their strength was formidable. Boom! A figure descended from the sky, crashing down onto the street behind Guan, sending stones flying, and cultivators nearby were blown away. Guan's robe, too, was fluttered by the blast. Disya's pupils suddenly dilated. He immediately flashed behind Guan, shielding him. But the next second, he regretted it because he saw the true face of the comer. It was the primordial immortal king. The roaring figure of the primordial immortal king was still imprinted in the sky, and the surrounding cultivators instinctively looked up and then back at the primordial immortal king. Whoosh! The cultivators scattered like a receding tide, with some even leaping up, flying towards the distance. Disya, however, stood rooted to the spot, his legs as if they were filled with lead, unable to move. He was afraid, but for some unfathomable reason, he did not run away, all he could hear were his heartbeat. The primordial immortal king looked emotionless as he stared at Guan. In front of him, both Disya and Guan seemed so insignificant, the disparity between their auras vast. Junior, do you know the origin of the crown you wear? Hearing the primordial immortal king's inquiry, Guan turned and looked at him, then pointed to his own immortal king crown and asked, could it be that this crown belongs to you? The primordial immortal king's lips curled up as he said, that's right, it's mine. This treasure was crafted by me when I stepped into the 9th level of the immortal path. It is called the Immortal King Crown, and it is capable of swallowing the chi blood of living beings, storing mana. 9th level of the immortal path. Immortal path supreme treasure. Upon hearing this, Disya nearly died of fright, with large beads of cold sweat covering his face. Such an entity, he had no power to resist it. Not just him, the entire Supreme Sect might face the danger of annihilation. He even began to resent Guan. How could you pick up such a crown with such a history? He had already been puzzled before, noticing that Guan's Immortal King crown had many notches, obviously meant for setting jewels, yet the fool hadn't done so because they simply wouldn't fit. Guan looked at the primordial Immortal King and asked, so? You want it back? Cultivators in all directions watched tensely, and although the primordial Immortal King was fearsome, this was the Supreme Sect, where many disciples bore the responsibility of protecting their sect. Hearing Guan's words, they cursed inwardly. Has this kid gone mad? To actually provoke such a terrifying entity. The primordial Immortal King narrowed his eyes, sizing up Guan. The primordial Immortal King has become hostile toward you, wanting to grind you to dust. Would you like to use lifespan detection on him? Guan chose to probe conveniently. Primordial Immortal King, 9 layers of the free immortal realm 0/0/0. All zeros. Not a living thing. Guan felt a pang of regret in his heart, the primordial Immortal King was worth less to him than a chi cultivation realm cultivator right before his eyes. The primordial Immortal King took a step forward, coming before Disya, whose pupils trembled violently, his body shaking as he was engulfed by shadow. Looking down at Disya, the primordial Immortal King said coldly, "Mortal, you seek to block my path." In the distance, figures appeared, all great cultivators of the Supreme Sect, including the 9-Finger Divine Lord and Shenzhenzi. They looked at the primordial Immortal King, their hearts pounding with fear. Such a terrifying aura. Who exactly is this person? Disya was unrecognizable compared to his usual self, appearing so bedraggled. He wished to speak, even if just to beg for mercy, yet he couldn't muster the strength to do so. And it wasn't just him. Cultivators from the Supreme Sect all around remained silent as cicadas in winter, not daring to make a move. The fact that they chose not to flee already showcased their utmost courage. Kneel. The primordial immortal king's gaze turned stern, his voice thunderous like a roaring explosion, startling everyone to tremble. Disya turned pale with fright, his legs went weak, and he collapsed. But just as his knees were about to touch the ground, a hand from behind grabbed his arm, pulling him back up. It was Guan. While holding Disya, Guan looked towards the primordial immortal king. The nine-finger divine lord, perched on a rooftop afar, was secretly shocked. Who in the world was this kid? Having a vivid memory of Guan's recent standoff with the Sun and Moon Netherworld Emperor, he became curious about Guan, though he dared not inquire. Disya, gripped by Guan, inexplicably felt a sense of relief wash over him. He turned to look at Guan, wanting to say something, but upon seeing Guan's stern face, he found himself speechless. He was overwhelmed by Guan's demeanor. He couldn't help but feel an involuntary awe in his heart. The primordial immortal king looked at Guan, his eyes flashing with a strange light. He raised the black great sword in his hand, holding it high above his head, ready to strike Guan. Be careful! A Supreme Sect disciple shouted out loud, having once been a disciple of the Third Medicine Valley, and forever grateful to Guan. Seeing Guan in danger, he instinctively warned him. That was all he could do. Guan slightly tilted his head, staring at the primordial immortal king, and said, "I'll give you one chance to strike, just one." Upon hearing this, a chill shot through the primordial immortal king's eyes. He twisted his wrist and savagely brought the sword down. Half kneeling, Disya looked up, his eyes obscured by the black sword, his face filled with despair. Boom! The sword struck down. The black great sword instantly dissipated, and along with the primordial immortal king, it turned into ash. The terrifying surge of energy crushed the surrounding buildings, and even the clouds in the sky scattered. Guan stood his ground, expression unchanged, only his hair and robes fluttered ceaselessly, as if fierce flames were raging around him. Chapter 424, I am Sword Venerable Feudeo. With the primordial immortal king turning to dust, the whole world seemed to suddenly quiet down. Supreme Sect's cultivators were all left staring at Guan, their eyes brimming with shock, while Disya, standing before Guan, was dumbfounded, his body rigid. The nine-finger divine lord and Shenzhenzi were also as still as wooden chickens, unable to believe their own eyes. Guan's face was expressionless, and there was a slight sense of regret in his heart. Could even a powerful free immortal not break through his protecting Tao divine essence? He did not strike back just now. The primordial immortal king was destroyed by his own power and the protecting Tao divine essence, both body and soul, completely obliterated. Regrettably, since the primordial immortal king was not a living being, Guan was unable to seize any lifespan. More and more figures appeared out of thin air, all of them great cultivators from the Supreme Sect. Looking at the street where Guan was standing, they all frowned as the strong presence of the primordial immortal king still lingered in the air. Looking at the mess on the street, they couldn't help imagining the recent tumult. Guan raised his right hand, streaks of black air appeared out of nowhere, burrowing into the center of his palm. He then casually put his hand into his sleeve, and nobody saw what it truly was. He looked down at Disya and asked, "Brother D, are you all right?" Disya came back to his senses. With Guan's help, he shakily stood up. Looking at Guan, awe was difficult to hide in his eyes. "You?" Disya's lips quivered as he wanted to ask about Guan's identity but feared giving offense. Sword Venerable Feudeo! A cry of shock came from afar. As the words were spoken, the quiet was broken, and noise rose from all around, rapidly turning into an uproar. Disya also guessed this. The primordial immortal king claimed to possess the 9 heavens of immortal path cultivation level. Who else could slay an entity with such mastery within the supreme sect, if not Sword Venerable Feudeo? He turned out to be Sword Venerable Feudeo. Disya looked at Guan, whose smile was mild. His deist heart could not calm down. Recalling the years of interaction with Guan, he felt ashamed and frightened. Thankfully, he had never looked down on Guan, as he had never been disrespectful in their exchanges. Guan couldn't hear his inner voice but could probably guess it. For Guan, it was just amusing, there was no feeling of being slapped in the face. He always enjoyed socializing and never demanded too much. A smile from others was already nice, there was no need to ask for more. Is he Sword Venerable Feudeo? No, it's more likely that Sword Venerable Feudeo protected him. Indeed, we didn't see him take action, it must have been Sword Venerable Feudeo who acted. That man is Guan, the Valley Master of the Third Medicine Valley. Go, chess, and Gamako were all invented by him. I know him, he definitely isn't Sword Venerable Feudeo. I've also known him for hundreds of years. He is extremely kind-hearted. Perhaps he has met Sword Venerable Feudeo, who is incognito, so Sword Venerable Feudeo came to his aid. I wonder if that guy just now is dead. As more and more disciples began to talk, the tone quickly changed. With the voices of people familiar with Guan speaking up, many believed that it was Sword Venerable Feudeo who had protected Guan, not that he was Sword Venerable Feudeo himself. Of course, some still thought that Guan was Sword Venerable Feudeo, because he was too composed in the face of the primordial immortal king. Even if he was not Sword Venerable Feudeo, he must have a close relationship with him, otherwise, he could not be so fearless. LV Badian, Ji Hantian, Gu Zong, and other high-ranking members also appeared one after another. Upon seeing Guan, LV Badian breathed a sigh of relief. He gave Ji Hantian an instruction and then appeared beside Guan. Let's talk somewhere else, LV Badian said in a low voice, glancing at Disya with a look full of mystery. Guan nodded slightly, then followed LV Badian away. As Disya watched Guan's retreating figure, he was about to speak when 2 figures appeared out of nowhere in front of him. Come with us, one of them said coldly. The oppressive feeling of the immortal path realm enveloped Disya, leaving him no choice but to comply. The street was quickly sealed off, the spectators were dispersed, the celestial phenomenon above and the remaining clouds gradually disappeared, and the snow continued to fall. Streams of shooting stars lit up the sky, figures emerging from the reincarnation vortex. They were descending into the great heavenly spirit land everywhere. Is it over? What happened? The ancient immortal emperor asked, furrowing his brows, still alone with the Yangxian emperor in the great hall. Yangxian emperor also sensed that the presence of the primordial immortal king had abruptly ceased. He pondered and said, probably Sword Venerable Feudeo made a move. The place of the primordial immortal king's descent, Yangxian emperor would not forget. That was a place that brought shame to the immortal dynasty. Slain by Sword Venerable Feudeo, a powerful heavenly spirit, the immortal dynasty dared not seek revenge, a situation that naturally caused extreme dissatisfaction within its ranks, towards the higher UPS, and towards Yangxian emperor. Although Yangxian emperor was wary of Sword Venerable Feudeo, he did not expect Sword Venerable Feudeo to cause the momentum of the primordial immortal king to vanish so quickly. Taixuan continent. What exactly happened there? Yangxian emperor suddenly wanted to take a trip there. At this moment, not only he but even the holy minister of the holy court wished to visit the supreme sect. Such a domineering primordial immortal king, it was not likely that he would have subdued his presence upon arrival. It was highly possible he had been suppressed. Sword Venerable Feudeo, who exactly are you, a sacred being, and what is the purpose of hiding your identity? The holy minister sat on his sacred chair, his gaze deep in thought. The holy gods in the hall were also discussing the matter. The sudden disappearance of the aura of the primordial immortal king made them uneasy, regardless of the outcome. An hour later, Guan leisurely returned to the Third Medicine Valley. Just as he got back, he was surrounded by a throng of disciples. News about what had happened in the outer gate city spread rapidly. Guan's name and that of Sword Venerable Fuedao were widely circulated, though stories varied. However, one thing was certain, Guan was very likely related to Sword Venerable Fuedao. The disciples had heard before that their master's cultivation level was extraordinary. Now hearing this, how could they not be excited? Facing their inquiries, Guan said helplessly, "I must confess, I am Sword Venerable Fuedao. I have always interacted with you in the guise of an ordinary valley master of Medicine Valley, but in return, you have not shown enough reverence for me. This intervention was unexpected." As soon as these words were uttered, they immediately provoked exclamations from the disciples. Yu Yingying in the crowd couldn't help but snort, "What an act!" She also harbored doubts in her heart. Previously, Shen Zhenzi had wanted to kill her, but then suddenly stopped. Could it be related to Guan? Is Guan truly Sword Venerable Fuedao? That should not be the case. She had heard from Xian Tianyi about his life story, and he was just over 700 years old now. At such an age, how could he be Sword Venerable Fuedao? His flippant tone made it impossible for her to speculate wildly. Not just her, the other disciples also felt that way, always feeling that Guan seemed to be joking. Guan did not elaborate further, letting them guess. Was it true or false? Letting a bit of suspense remain in life was rather interesting. It's worth mentioning that previously, LV Badian had assured him that he would find a way to suppress this incident. LV Badian thought that Guan's intervention was to protect the Supreme Sect. Of course, he had more reasons hidden in his heart. He feared the exposure of Sword Venerable Fuedao's true identity, which was also the thought of the Supreme Sect's core leadership. If other powers learn it of Sword Venerable Fuedao's true identity, that would not be good. They were not afraid of Sword Venerable Fuedao getting into trouble, but rather someone enticing him away. The Holy Court was the best example. Guan freed himself from the disciples' entanglement and went to his own loft, and then was properly blocked by Ji Xiaoyu. Was that commotion caused by you? Ji Xiaoyu asked. Guan shook his head and said, "Somebody fell from the sky, wanted to steal my crown, he was about to chop at me, then suddenly, he vanished." As he spoke, he patted his chest, showing a scared expression. Ji Xiaoyu, pensive, couldn't help but feel a sense of familiarity with Guan's description. Seeing her distracted, Guan didn't continue talking and entered alone. When Guan closed the door, Ji Xiaoyu was startled awake. She turned her head to look at the second-floor door, her eyes filled with disbelief. Could it be the Heaven and Earth Path Gang? Even so, to think of extinguishing such an existence. Ji Xiaoyu was filled with shock, Guan becoming incredibly mysterious in her mind. As time passed, the incident at the outer gate city quickly spread, and even with the efforts of the Supreme Sect to suppress it, the name couldn't be stopped. Various powers heard of one name: Guan. After returning to his room, Guan took up the Green Hero Travelogue. He could feel that the followers of the primordial immortal king had all descended to the mortal world, and they were going to bring disaster. He had no interventionist ideas. Because this disaster would cause the immortal dynasty and the Holy Court to temporarily cease hostilities, which was actually a good thing. The immortal dynasty and Holy Court's war affected even more creatures. Moreover, with Guan's current insight into the laws of fate and karma, he could see farther calamities. No matter how he intervened, the fate of the great heavenly spirit land would never disappear permanently. There is birth and death, fortune and misfortune, these are the laws of all things in great heaven and earth. After the extinguishing of the primordial immortal king, the winter snow fell even heavier. In the following days, more and more people came to the Third Medicine Valley for Go games and visits to see Guan. Guan didn't meet with strangers, he continued to linger in his various medicine valleys, harvesting medicinal herbs. When he went to the Nianzhou cave, Tian Yaoer and the other two girls inquired about the roaring of the primordial immortal king. He comforted them briefly and then began to give them guidance in their cultivation. Life was quite busy. Apart from picking medicinal herbs, Guan also had to teach Tian Yaoer, Tian Qing, Tian Bai and an Xin. Aside from that, he had to take time to cultivate and nurture his body. In the blink of an eye, the Spring Festival arrived. On the morning of the Spring Festival, Guan made a trip to the inner sect city, drinking with Wu Ju at an inn while listening to a storyteller talk about overseas matters. That immortal Lord Qin is said to be an ancient great power from 10 million years ago, resurrected from reincarnation, needing to devour the souls of countless immortal cultivators to reconstruct his body. The storyteller's tone was filled with emotional provocation, even Guan and Wu Ju were captivated by his words. Wu Ju turned his head to look at Guan, curiously asking, "What exactly is your relationship with Sword Venerable Feudao?" Guan glanced at him and said, "I am Sword Venerable Feudao." "What do you mean by what? Relation? How could that be? I've watched you grow from the Foundation Establishment realm to today. If you are Sword Venerable Feudao, then I must be the Yangxian Emperor." Wu Ju exclaimed with wide eyes. Guan's gaze followed to the stairway entrance. Someone was coming up. Yangxian Emperor, Free Immortal Realm Level 16,908,22/50,000/100,000,000,000. Chapter 425, Giving Face to Seniors. Over 6 million years old, a free immortal. A lifespan of 50 million years. The ultimate lifespan of 100 million years. Truly worthy of being the current lord of the immortal dynasty. Guan looked at Yangxian Emperor and felt deeply moved as these numbers demonstrated the emperor's formidable power. Wu Ju continued to refer to himself as the Yangxian Emperor, oblivious to the true Yangxian Emperor approaching. The Yangxian Emperor, dressed in a purple robe with a handsome face, exuded a transcendent aura even without donning the golden robe and crown of an immortal emperor. His eyes were particularly bright and piercing, his brows hardly concealing his pride. The arrogance nurtured over millions of years made him unforgettable at a glance. The Yangxian Emperor did not glance around the second floor, his gaze fixed directly on Guan. He walked towards Guan, reaching Wu Ju's side, and upon hearing the name Yangxian Emperor mentioned, he remained unperturbed. Looking at Guan, he extended his hand in greeting and said, "Deist friend, may I sit and chat with you?" Guan glanced at him and nodded slightly, following which the Yangxian Emperor sat down. Wu Ju observed the Yangxian Emperor, sensing an extraordinary poise in him. "Do you know each other?" Wu Ju curiously asked, aware of Guan's strong networking skills and friendships across the Supreme Sect, which he greatly admired. Before displaying his talent, he had not one friend. Guan replied, "We do not know each other, but to meet is fate, is it not?" Upon hearing this, the Yangxian Emperor smiled and nodded in agreement. Guan waved his right hand, and a jug of wine rose up, settling gently in front of the Yangxian Emperor. "Drink this jug of wine, and see if you would like to be friends with us," Guan said nonchalantly. Previously when Xuexi Immortal Lord had come to trouble him, even if not arranged by the Yangxian Emperor, as the Lord of the Immortal Dynasty, he couldn't disassociate from the causal relations. The Yangxian Emperor narrowed his eyes upon hearing this. Naturally, he wasn't going to drink the wine, but Guan's intention was to constrain him. Facing Guan, he could only discern that Guan's cultivation level was in the nascent soul realm, unable to spot any loopholes. If Guan truly was Sword Venerable Feudeo, their gap in cultivation level was undoubtedly enormous. He hesitated for a moment before opening the jug and lifting it, beginning to drink heartily. Wu Ju looked skeptically between Guan and the Yangxian Emperor, witnessing for the first time Guan putting someone in a difficult position. Who is this person? Could he be a scion of a family that had offended Guan? The Yangxian Emperor drank swiftly, and once he set down the jug, Guan picked up a new one and began drinking alone. Seeing this, any trace of discomfort in the Yangxian Emperor's heart instantly dissipated, a smile appearing on his face. Adversaries should resolve and not agitate conflicts. He and Sword Venerable Feudeo had no direct enmity, Chu Xi Immortal Lord had acted rashly. Although this incident had cost him face, Sword Venerable's power was enough for him to concede some face. Though he was proud and considered his talent unparalleled in the world, he was only several million years old, and beings like Sword Venerable Feudeo had likely lived tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions of years. He should yield some respect to his predecessor. After finishing his drink, Guan put down the jug and started making casual conversation with the Yangxian Emperor. The two tactfully avoided revealing their true identities, acting as if genuinely curious about each other. Wu Ju joined in, guided by Guan, and they returned to discussing the Yangxian Emperor. Wu Ju admired the Yangxian Emperor, who had faced interventions from the Holy Court during his tribulation crossing and had boldly initiated war. Perhaps it was a calculated move, but it was done openly, which he liked about the Yangxian Emperor. For some reason, Guan felt like he was being scolded. Little bastard, who says he isn't straightforward and honorable? The Yangxian Emperor, however, was all smiles, finding Wu Ju more and more agreeable. The three drank and chatted, growing familiar with one another, when Guan sighed, "I feel like we were born in the wrong era. Why does it seem like our generation always faces endless tribulations?" Wu Ju nodded, sharing the sentiment. The Yangxian Emperor said, "Every generation feels like this, remembering only the hardships. But such is life, continuously experiencing trials." He thought Sword Venerable Feudeo was hinting at him and felt compelled to explain. With the Immortal Dynasty and Holy Court vying for power, the world seems embroiled in great turmoil, but in fact, friction between the two powers had always existed. To the major sects, the past might have seemed peaceful, but for the common people, every century brought various hardships. It is said when immortals fight, mortals suffer, and the battles between immortal path cultivators also bring disasters to mortals. Our very reason for pursuing immortal cultivation is to withstand the incessant trials that follow, the Yangxian Emperor earnestly stated, clearly implying that the turmoil between the Immortal Dynasty and Holy Court affected the world's structure, yet for ordinary beings, it's just a change in who causes their sufferings. Life is always filled with suffering, a common worldly norm. Wu Ju felt this made sense, and remarked thoughtfully, "Who knows how long this tribulation will last? It always feels like it will be difficult to end within 100 or even 1,000 years. Of course, because this great heaven and earth is too vast, far beyond your imagination. In ancient times, when the primordial immortal king unified the great heaven and earth, it took 1,000,000 years. When the Holy Court rose and swept across the world, pushing back the Immortal Dynasty, it took 3,000,000 years. The battles of heaven and earth are beyond mortal comprehension," the Yangxian Emperor replied, nodding. This response made Wu Ju look at him quizzically. This person seems very knowledgeable, what is his origin? Suddenly, Guan asked, "Do you think in the struggle between the Immortal Dynasty and Holy Court, they might both end up weakened, leading to a new ruling power in the great heaven and earth?" Yangxian Emperor's expression suddenly turned unnatural, and his gaze toward Guan became complex. Wu Ju frowned and said, "That's not possible, right? Is there any other sect that can compare with them? Now there isn't, but what about in 10,000, 100,000, or 1,000,000 years?" Guan shook his head. He paused, then added, "Besides, I've heard that strong beings always descend from outer heaven, and even heavenly demons reincarnate in the mortal world. Couldn't they be preparing their own forces?" Wu Ju frowned, thinking there was reason in Gu An's words. Yang Xian Emperor's complexion returned to normal. It turned out Sword Venerable Fuedao was reminding him of threats from outer heaven. He was actually worried that Sword Venerable Fuedao was going to support Supreme Sect. In fact, without Gu An's mention, he had always been worried. The primordial immortal king was the best example. Though a fallen spirit of the immortal dynasty, he knew nothing about it. He even felt that there were unknown forces stirring within the immortal dynasty. He couldn't help but think back to those immortal spirits who had supported him in starting the war, each one of them seeming suspicious. The storyteller's voice continued to spread, but the trio's conversation didn't attract anyone else's attention because the inn was filled with people boasting. However, after drinking for nearly an hour, new guests arrived, recognized Guan, and enthusiastically engaged him in conversation. Since the battle initiated by the primordial immortal king, many knew of the close relationship between Guan and Sword Venerable Fuedao. Yang Xian Emperor watched Guan interacting with the lowly cultivators and suddenly had a realization. This man was terrifyingly strong, yet he could lower himself to mingle with mortals without them noticing a thing. His deist heart was unfathomable. Of course, he didn't think much of this approach since he believed more in the supremacy of the strong. The weak should merely serve as foils to the strong. An hour later, Guan and his companions left the inn, and Guan invited Yang Xian Emperor to spend the spring festival in Third Medicine Valley. Yang Xian Emperor did not refuse. He also had more to discuss with Guan. Both returned to the Third Medicine Valley. Upon arriving, Yang Xian Emperor's gaze became complicated. Divine thought, true immortal. Reincarnation, tribulation aura. And mortals with strong chi blood and not a trace of spiritual power. He even saw 2 reincarnated heavenly demons. Something was off about this valley. The Third Medicine Valley was festively decorated, even Ji Xiaowu and the Sun and Moon Netherworld Emperor, who rarely shunned cultivation, were playing chess with disciples. Everywhere. The Sun and Moon Netherworld Emperor turned his head toward Guan, his pupils contracted sharply on seeing Yang Xian Emperor. His first instinct was to flee, but then remembering Guan's strength, he reassured himself. Guan would protect him, there was no need to be afraid here. Would Yang Xian Emperor dare oppose Sword Venerable Fuedao? That day, the aura of the primordial immortal king was overwhelmingly strong, yet he was reduced to ashes before Sword Venerable Fuedao. From that day on, Guan was regarded by the Sun and Moon Netherworld Emperor as the most powerful being in the great heavenly spirit land. He even suspected Guan was Shengtian. Apart from Shengtian, who else in the great heavenly spirit land could be so powerful? The Sun and Moon Netherworld Emperor diverted his gaze and continued to play chess with the 9-finger Divine Lord, who was visibly upset and indecisive in his moves. Guan walked further into Medicine Valley, introducing the situation of the Third Medicine Valley to Yang Xian Emperor. Yang Xian Emperor grew interested in the Third Medicine Valley. Subsequently, Guan asked Longqing to entertain Yang Xian Emperor. He had himself to meet Shen Zhen. Shen Zhen was messing around in his bookshelf again. Ever since learning about Guan's strength, Longqing had taken very seriously any tasks given by Guan. This was his chance to perform. He was very enthusiastic with Yang Xian Emperor, who found him quite interesting as well. Not sure why, Yang Xian Emperor felt that Longqing seemed familiar, as if he had met him in a previous life. He guessed that he might have encountered Longqing's past life. However, this was Sword Venerable Fuedao's territory, and Longqing addressed him as master, so Yang Xian Emperor wouldn't dare act recklessly. As dusk approached, all disciples gathered in the loft area. Some sat drinking, others stood arm in arm, and yet others were sparring to enhance the festive mood, keeping the atmosphere lively. Yang Xian Emperor's attention was on Guan. He saw Guan surrounded by Shen Zhen, Zhen Qin, Yelan, Ji Xiaohu and an Xin, with Shen Zhen and Zhen Qin directly beside him, sparring verbally. Zhen Qin was nearly putting her feet on the table. This gave Yang Xian Emperor a deeper understanding of Sword Venerable Feudao. This man truly was a hidden hermit. Yelan watched Zhen Qin verbally sparring with Shen Zhen, a smile on her face. Not that she found Zhen Qin's actions appropriate, she simply enjoyed the atmosphere. It was different from the subsect where people revered her, making her feel as though she had returned to Mystic Valley 700 years ago. After so many years, how could recalling the original intentions not be wonderful? Ji Xiaohu watched Guan intently, he could see the displeasure in her eyes. What could he do? Everyone insisted on coming to Third Medicine Valley to celebrate the festival with him. It was unstoppable. At least Zhang Qiang was better, waiting for him in the 8 scenic caves. How good it was to interact privately. More crowds always lead to trouble. Chapter 426, Suanyu Divine Dynasty, Sky Demon Great Sect. After the festival, Guan went to Mystic Valley on his own. He wasn't worried about Yang Xian Emperor causing trouble in the Third Medicine Valley. If Yang Xian Emperor dared to entertain such thoughts, Guan could make him disappear in an instant, even erasing all his karma, making all beings forget the Yang Xian Emperor ever existed. When An Shengtian and Zhang Shi saw Guan, they were extremely excited. Guan had initially planned to just go through the motions, but he didn't expect them to be so thrilled. Thus, Guan let the two of them demonstrate their recent cultivation results, then gave them guidance one by one, to their immense surprise and delight. After fussing around for an ancient hour, Guan finally entered the 8 scenic caves. He emerged from the grotto and in the distance, he saw the immense green vine tree, with a young woman in green, swinging under it. It was Zhang Qiang. She was barefoot, with no jewelry on her hands, her long hair casually draped over her shoulders, exuding an aura of pure innocence, unlike her past demeanor as the demon cultivator of the Thousand Autumn Pavilion. She turned her head, and upon seeing Guan approaching, she couldn't help but snort coldly. As Guan drew near, Zhang Qiang couldn't resist mocking, "Where were you indulging yourself last night?" Guan didn't indulge her, and replied gruffly, "Do you need something from me? Aren't you the sect master of Huhua Sect? I heard your sect also celebrates the spring festival, shouldn't you be overseeing everything?" "What's there to oversee? I've raised so many people, it's time I took a break," huffed Zhang Qiang. She stood up, her feet pressing into the grass. Her eyes gleaming, she suddenly lifted her right foot, trying to brush the grass off onto Guan, but he dodged it. "So I've heard you calling yourself Sword Venerable Feudao." Zhang Qiang watched Guan closely, her eyes sparkling. She had intended to catch him off guard, yet Guan had still avoided it. This kid really was no ordinary person. Guan kept his distance and countered, "Indeed, what about it?" Zhang Qiang obviously didn't believe it, because Sword Venerable Feudao had personally told her that Guan was his disciple. She only felt their master-disciple relationship was quite strong. "It seems Sword Venerable Feudao is ready to take action, putting you in front, you should be careful. Even with him backing you up, beware of hidden attacks. When dealing with others, try not to be too impulsive," Zhang Qiang cautioned. Guan helplessly responded, "Please, do I need you to teach me in this area? Who was it that got kicked out of the Taixuan dynasty on the spot?" Zhang Qiang was immediately displeased and started chasing after Guan, but no matter how she tried, she couldn't catch up. She got serious, chasing Guan at full speed, while he continued to evade her. As the chase went on, Zhang Qiang fell into a profound state, seeing Guan as a series of shadows in her eyes. His figure and step technique seemed so agile and enticing. Who knows how much time had passed? Zhang Qiang suddenly snapped awake to find herself under the green vine tree, while Guan was in front of her, practicing alchemy. She took a deep breath and asked, "What was that just now?" "A step technique. Once mastered, you could be unrivaled in the world," Guan answered casually without turning around. What he had taught was the eternal measuring heaven Dao step, an advanced version of the stepping path of ages step. Aside from himself, no one else had learned it yet. Towards Yelan and Zhenqin, Guan could only encourage them to pursue their cultivation level as far as possible, and to cultivate other Daoist sorceries only after reaching nirvana. Zhang Qiang was different. Her maximum lifespan was over 5,000 years, she would certainly achieve nirvana, so learning divine skills in advance wouldn't delay her cultivation. "What's it called?" Zhang Qiang asked curiously, certain such a precise step technique had to be an inheritance from Sword Venerable Fuedao. Guan glanced at her and said, "Eternal measuring heaven Dao step. Don't spread it around, or it'll bring big trouble, and I mean trouble from beyond this world." Upon hearing this, Zhang Qiang became both nervous and excited. She eagerly pounced towards Guan. She hugged Guan tightly, wanting to plant a kiss on his face, but was blocked by his palm. Instead, she ended up kissing his palm, tickling him. "I haven't loved you for nothing, rest assured, I will definitely succeed," Zhang Qiang said joyfully. Guan pushed her away and said, "Then you'd better start practicing now. To master this divine skill, I'm afraid it might take 1,000 or even 10,000 years." Zhang Qiang didn't believe it and immediately got up to begin her cultivation. Guan turned his gaze back to the pill furnace. Below the pill furnace, the flames flickered, burning out only to reignite, continuously cycling through a state of reincarnation. With time flying like an arrow, Guan once again seated himself in front of the pill furnace, kindled the fire, and turned his head to look. Zhang Qiang's figure shifted about, resembling a white swan, elusive and difficult to track. She suddenly appeared beside Guan, her right hand to her forehead, followed by a fall, her hands clasping Guan's upper body, resting her head on his shoulder. "Why, after 100 years of practice, can I still not even enter the threshold?" Zhang Qiang said in anguish. It had been a century since she had received the eternal measuring heaven Dao step, and over the years, she diligently cultivated but failed to grasp it, so she came to Guan for advice. She had just demonstrated it, and with her mystic heart realm cultivation level, she couldn't even take 20 steps. Guan remained leaned upon and said, "I've told you before, this divine skill isn't so simple to master. The fact that you can take so many steps already proves your diligence." Zhang Qiang sighed, dispirited. After resting for a while, she brought up worldly affairs. The reincarnation shadows brought by the primordial immortal king wreaked havoc everywhere in the mortal world, and they were given a unified name, Swanuraths. A century had passed, and rather than being eradicated, the Swanuraths had grown stronger and had even established the Swanyu divine dynasty. Apart from the Swanyu divine dynasty, a sect named the Sky Demon Great Sect appeared in the mortal world, supposedly all reincarnations of heavenly demons. While the Immortal dynasty and Holy Court were struggling against each other, they spared efforts to confront the Swanyu divine dynasty and the Sky Demon Great Sect. Not only did they not succeed, but they also suffered repeated defeats, allowing the enemies to gain tremendous momentum. Now, the Immortal dynasty and Holy Court had begun to cease their wars, turning their spears towards the Swanyu divine dynasty and the Sky Demon Great Sect, and the mortal world faced new uncertainties. The Taixuan continent remained unaffected, but its sects saw this as an opportunity to vie for resources. Outside their realm, Sword Venerable Fuedao would not protect them, nor would overseas powers indulge them. The Taixuan Sect was one among these, constantly expanding their reach. Last year, they encountered a demon of the Sky Demon Great Sect and lost tens of thousands of disciples in the fray. This incident enraged the Taixuan Sect, but the power gap made them wary of seeking revenge. Zhang Qiang was telling Guan all this not to seek help, but just to discuss the outside situation, and Guan had no intention of intervening. Over the years, the reincarnation vortex continually spawned Swanyu wraiths, bolstering the strength of the Swanyu divine dynasty. Certainly, there were great karmic forces at play. Behind this, who knows if the Immortal Dynasty and Holy Court have really reconciled? They would do well to join forces and expel these two powers, otherwise, the consequences are unthinkable, Zhang Qiang said worriedly. Guan, while refining an elixir, replied, "Don't worry, I will talk to the Yangxian Emperor." Zhang Qiang blinked in surprise and asked, "Are you talking about the sovereign of the Immortal Dynasty?" "Yes, what about it?" "You're bluffing, making it sound as if you can meet him just like that." "You think I can't? Even if you have Sword Venerable Feudeo as your mentor, he's far away in the Immortal Dynasty." I'll take you to meet him today." "Why don't you ask him yourself, okay?" Guan rolled his eyes at Zhang Qiang, speaking in a mocking tone. She dared to look down on him. He was no longer the Ji family house servant of yesteryear, he had to show this woman some of his true power. Chapter 427, The Orthodox of Heaven and Earth. Guan brought Zhang Qiang to the Third Medicine Valley, and they made their way to the dojo. Along the way, Zhang Qiang looked around curiously, intrigued by the current state of the Third Medicine Valley. Since the news about Guan's connection with Sword Venerable Feudeo had spread, more people had been coming to the Third Medicine Valley, and the Supreme Sect had expanded it, continuously increasing the number of disciples in the valley. Now, the number of Medicine Valley disciples had surpassed 4,000. At first glance, the Third Medicine Valley seemed like a sect. Zhang Qiang sensed many cultivators with a stronger presence than herself, which made her even more curious about Guan's current status. Guan approached a senior disciple from behind and tapped him on the shoulder, signaling him to leave. The senior disciple, upon seeing him, immediately felt relieved, quickly stood up to salute, then hurried away. Guan sat down and looked across at the Yangxian Emperor, asking, "You've been here for 100 years, aren't you going back?" Zhang Qiang stood next to Guan, casting a strange look towards Yangxian Emperor. Could it be that the Emperor of the Immortal Dynasty was him? Although the Yangxian Emperor had concealed his cultivation level, the sheer grandeur he emanated was extraordinary. Yangxian Emperor looked at Guan and smilingly asked, "Go back for what?" Comprehending the great Dao here is quite good. He had been in Third Medicine Valley for 100 years. Initially, he was curious why Sword Venerable Feudeo would choose to stay hidden in such a modest place, but gradually, he was attracted to the lifestyle here. The disciples working, cultivating, falling in love there, every action symbolized the laws of the great heaven and earth. Everything in this Medicine Valley seemed to contain some aspect of the Daoist intent. His feelings were not a mere illusion but were influenced by Guan's Tao fruit in the surroundings. The so-called Tao fruit is also a pathway of Dao, representing the fruits of chasing the Dao by living beings. Even though Guan had concealed his cultivation level, the aura of Xian Yuan Zai Xian still prevailed, and his Xian Yuan Tao fruit also influenced everything around him. This was why the Medicine Valley disciples' cultivation speed was increasing, with geniuses emerging almost every year. These geniuses might not stand out in today's Supreme Sect but would have been famous 800 years ago and heavily nurtured by the sect. Guan was also aware of his own impact on the surroundings, unable to control it, he only opted to feign ignorance, kind of a care towards the people around. Now that the Swanyu Divine Dynasty and the Sky Demon Great Sect have emerged, the threat to the Immortal Dynasty, the Holy Court, and even the whole world is not small, Guan stated, then glanced at Zhang Qiang. "You are normally quite talkative, why the silence now?" Zhang Qiang was skeptical and didn't just blurt out anything, plus she never really intended to seek out the Yangxian Emperor, she just wanted a topic to discuss with Guan. Yangxian Emperor replied, "The world is in chaos, it's normal for variables to emerge, let them be." He watched Guan make his move on the board, his gaze subtly changing. He was about to win this game, but with Guan's move, the situation on the board shifted. Though it wasn't a resurrection from death, it made him sense danger. It seems the immortal dynasty is not shouldering the mission of all living beings, rather pursuing the victory of the major trends, Guan muttered with a slight smile. Yang Xian Emperor perceived the implications in his words. He didn't avoid them but rather said, in different periods, the targets pursued will vary. Whether it's the immortal dynasty or the Holy Court, when they first rose, they surely won the hearts of the people and shouldered the mission of protecting all living beings. But once you unify the world and become the Lord of all, you will become the common enemy of all beings in misery. There's no power in this world that can satisfy all living beings. From my perspective, the immortal dynasty should pursue other things, like the legitimacy of the great heavenly spirit land. Guan remembered the immortal dynasty's spirits once said that the Holy Court was established by beings from outer heaven. For the immortal dynasty, no matter how well the Holy Court did, they wanted to overturn it, as it concerned the honor and disgrace of the immortal dynasty. Some things are more important than peace. After hearing this, Guan made no comment. Different stances naturally lead to different perspectives on matters. Since Yang Xian Emperor was already aware of the chaos in the outside world, that was sufficient. In Guan's eyes, both the immortal dynasty and the Holy Court were headed towards destruction. He could see far into the future. Everything has its destiny, including the current supreme sect he was in. Guan had no intention of making the supreme sect last forever, knowing that one day, as old friends departed, the sect would lose its significance to him. Without the supreme sect, he could still flourish elsewhere. He wasn't worried at all. The deeper he delved into causality and fate, the fewer burdens Guan felt. Of course, Guan did not resist this change in mentality. To live in this world, one should not be entangled by too many emotions and unnecessary worries. Zhang Qiang also pondered the words of Yang Xian Emperor, curious about what he meant by the legitimacy of heaven and earth. Guan didn't linger, the current game couldn't be saved, his moves were just for play. He stood up and took Zhang Qiang to leave. Yang Xian Emperor watched the few ingenious moves made by Guan, contemplative. A breeze swept into the Medicine Valley, lifting leaves that swirled towards the sky. Spring had departed and summer arrived, warming the lands of great heaven and earth. On this day, Guan rode the blood prison great saint, bringing an Xian to immortal seeking island. The island master, Sun Hanfan, personally greeted him, and soon, Hu Xiaojian arrived too. With Guan's support, Hu Xiaojian, now a cultivator of the void-crossing realm, despite years having passed and their relationship deepening, struggled to hide his excitement and joy in front of Guan, making it difficult for Guan to discern if it was an act. Guan asked Hu Xiaojian to take an Xian and the blood prison great saint for a stroll, while he discussed matters privately with Sun Hanfan. With them gone, Sun Hanfan finally said, "Master, demon cultivators from the Sky Demon Great Sect have been infiltrating Immortal Seeking Island frequently lately. I sense trouble brewing. Only places like the Taixuan continent, protected by mighty beings, were relatively safe. Immortal Seeking Island, despite its strong foundations, inevitably attracted covetous eyes." Guan had foreseen a tribulation awaiting Immortal Seeking Island, which was why he had chosen to come. "Do not worry, just manage the island calmly, no one will disturb Immortal Seeking Island," Guan, holding his teacup, replied softly while blowing on the steam. Hearing this, Sun Hanfan smiled. He was a disciple of Mortal World Peak, arranged by Guan to oversee Immortal Seeking Island, and treated well by Guan. The benefits he reaped each year were not small, and now he truly valued Immortal Seeking Island, not wanting mishaps to befall it. Shortly after, Sun Hanfan brought up various other issues, mostly regarding internal disputes or power struggles on the island. Guan spent most of the time listening, and when Sun Hanfan asked for advice, he did not hold back his opinions. When Sun Hanfan finished, Guan gestured for him to leave. After Sun Hanfan departed, Guan remained seated, looking out toward the blue sky, his gaze reaching beyond the heavens and earth. He was looking at an old friend. Tattered clouds hung like torn fabric across the sky, and figures exuding demonic chi hovered in midair. Among them, one with the most intense demonic chi had a giant red fireball and deep red chains wriggling like snakes behind him. Their eyes were all fixated on a ruined and solitary island below, where trees were toppled and the ground upheaved, creating a pockmarked landscape. Dressed in black, Liya stood atop a pile of rubble, with the sword in his right hand and divine exotic city in his left, while divine exotic immortal spirit perched on his shoulder. Zhao Sui He, is that all the capacity you have? Capturing me won't be that easy, Liya taunted loudly, a cold expression between his brows. Zhao Sui He stood in front of the red fireball, toying with the chains around him, an indifferent expression on his face, as he looked down at Liya. Liya, how long can you last relying on the power of divine exotic city? Join the Sky Demon Great Sect. Holy Court is not for you. You must sense the weariness of Holy Court, without Shengtian, the chaos in Holy Court holds no merit for nurturing you. Liya frowned slightly upon hearing this. He had been in the holy position within Holy Court for many years but had not reaped significant benefits. Recently, the chi fortune of his position was extracted, making his cultivation unstable. He had no choice but to venture out, partly to clear his mind. As Zhao Sui He raised his right hand towards the sky, he said, "The sect hierarch of Sky Demon Great Sect has yet to arrive here. When he does, he will transform this realm. There's not much time left for you. If you don't leave Holy Court soon, you'll perish along with it." Liye, frustrated, retorted, "So? Is living a lowly life really better than death?" At this, a fierce light flashed in Zhao Sui He's eyes. Liya said no more and tossed divine exotic city upwards. Quickly enlarging, it enveloped the whole island, emitting black mist from which divine souls and peculiar ghosts emerged, even revealing a colossal figure wielding an axe, instantly suppressing the momentum of the Sky Demon Great Sect's side. Divine exotic immortal spirit stood on Liya's shoulder, howling as if taunting the enemy. Zhao Sui He huffed coldly, placing his right hand to his mouth, beginning to chant a spell. As he chanted, his own mana surged out, entering the red fireball behind him, which spouted explosions of intense flames and weird black spots wriggling on its surface. Just as the ghostly army burst forth from divine exotic city, the red fireball suddenly opened a chilling eye, freezing the whole realm as everything came to a standstill. While sipping tea, Guan observed that the Sky Demon Great Sect indeed possessed something powerful, utilizing the power of the silent destruction domain. He secretly passed mana to divine exotic immortal spirit. The stronger it became, the stronger divine exotic city would be, leading both parties into a stalemate. He had noticed some mighty beings stirring within the silent destruction domain, eyeing the great heavenly spirit land. These entities only dared to peer and feared to step into great heaven and earth. This disappointed Guan. The Sky Demon Great Sect borrowed the power of the silent destruction domain, while Swanya Divine Dynasty tapped into the power of the reincarnation vortex. Both forces still tested the waters, uncertain whether they feared him or Shengtian. Guan indeed looked forward to their descent. If they provoked him, it would be the perfect time to harvest lifespans. Time swiftly passed. After battling for 2 ancient hours, Liya had escaped the encirclement, barely surviving this tribulation. However, Guan foresaw that Liya would be entangled in vendettas for many years to come. "Senior brother Li, the next millennium won't be easy for you," Guan murmured to himself, then stood up and walked outside the hall. Chapter 428, Divine Emperor's Descent. Autumn breezes wafted through Mystic Valley. Guan sat on a tree branch, looking down at the sparring in the forest below. Zhang Xian and Sheng Tian were engaged in a close contest of martial moves and movement techniques, the master and disciple evenly matched. Jiangxi possessed a maximum lifespan of 4,800 years, while An Shengtian's lifespan could reach 5,000 years. Talent-wise, there wasn't a large gap between the two. After many years of cultivation, An Shengtian had grown significantly. When it came to hand combat, he could fight Jiangxi to a standstill. However, their sparring didn't interest Guan much. Despite watching them, his thoughts were actually on Li Yi. Since escaping from a desperate situation, Li Yi had been chased by the Sky Demon Great Sect. Fortunately, no particularly strong entities had set their sights on him yet, and the strongest among his pursuers were only at the wandering immortal realm. Li Yi was currently engaged in battle. Most followers within the Sky Demon Great Sect were reincarnations of heavenly demons, awakening their original souls, but there were also some infiltrators from outer heaven who had descended as demons, nearly all of whom had cultivation levels above the immortal Dao 4th layer heaven. After years of warfare with the immortal dynasty, the Holy Court's control over outer heaven was weakening. Guan lifted his gaze and saw figures coming and going from the great heavenly spirit land without anyone daring to block them. In such circumstances, the Sky Demon Great Sect was rising swiftly, spreading across the world like a wildfire. Guan's immortal-seeking island would be affected in the future as well. Watching Li Yi battling fiercely, Guan's thoughts drifted to the future, contemplating an appropriate time to reap the growth of the Sky Demon Great Sect. Guan had no intention of blindly playing the savior, but if threatened, or if those he cared about were threatened, he would show no mercy. He lived in seclusion, but that didn't mean he would stand idly by. After observing Li Yi for a while longer, Guan's gaze shifted toward An Hao. An Hao was about to undergo nirvana. He was still imprisoned, waiting for the Yangxian Emperor to return. Once released, after his nirvana, An Hao would re-emerge into the world, embarking on the path of the heaven-favored. Compared to Li Yi, An Hao's journey would be smooth, continuing his past grace. Guan then turned his attention to other old acquaintances, and as he did, his thoughts suddenly turned to Xiaochuan and Yangjian. Both had entered the reincarnation vortex, yet there had been no word from them, and Guan could no longer feel the destruction Dao seal on Xiaoquan's soul, indicating a great distance between them. After a long while, Jiangxi came to the base of the tree, looking up to ask, "Master, how did we perform just now?" And Shengtian also walked over, expectantly looking up at Guan. Guan withdrew his divine thought, glanced at them, and said thoughtfully, "In truth, both of your growth rates are rapid, you can be considered geniuses. You don't need to be so tense. There's no need to prove anything to me. Strong or weak, as long as you don't betray me, I naturally won't abandon you." These two disciples had many merits, but every time they saw him, they became nervous, and they were eager to demonstrate their abilities, which made him feel uncomfortable. Upon hearing this, An Shengtian smiled. Jiangxi also let out a sigh of relief. Unlike An Xin and Longqing, they had sought Guan for their own gain, so they could never be at ease in front of him, always maintaining a deep reverence for him. Guan then added, "In a while, I'll arrange for a disciple to spar with you. The two of you will take him on together, to broaden your horizons." On hearing this, An Shengtian's eyes brightened as he asked, "Is it a disciple from the Third Medicine Valley?" They had naturally heard of the Third Medicine Valley, but had never been there. Even though Mystic Valley had a transmission array platform, the disciples from the two valleys were not permitted to use it for visits, a rule set by Guan himself. Anyone who violated this rule was expelled from Medicine Valley. "Yes, unlike the others, he's a direct disciple like you. This lad is combative, so don't underestimate him," Guan replied, and with that, he descended from the tree. Upon hearing this, Jiangxi and An Shengtian tensed up again. Guan, somewhat helplessly, said, "Don't be nervous. Even if you lose, it's normal. My aim is just to enhance your practical experience." The two exchanged a glance, then forced a smile, clearly strained. Guan found it dull and shook his head, then turned and walked away, refusing their offer to follow. Continue your cultivation. The tribulations of the world are increasing. Who knows, they might reach Mystic Valley one day, and then we'll need you two to guard Mystic Valley. Upon hearing Guan's words, the pair stopped in their tracks, their fighting spirit suddenly ignited. They didn't believe Mystic Valley could be in danger. Clearly, this was Guan's test for them. Guan made his way back to the Third Medicine Valley. As soon as he stepped from the transmission array platform, someone blocked his path. I am Lu Changjing. I wish to have a word with the Valley Master, if you may, said a middle-aged man standing before Guan, bowing respectfully. But before he could finish, Guan interrupted him. Immortal Fall Gorge doesn't qualify. Guan walked past Lu Changjing, heading towards his loft. Immortal Fall Gorge was Lu Changjing's sect, a great sect on the seas. Guan knew of it through the causal threads he saw surrounding Lu Changjing. The strongest within Immortal Fall Gorge had attained the divine immortal of wondrous Dharma realm, which, in Guan's eyes, indeed did not qualify. Upon hearing Guan's words, Lu Changjing's face flushed. He turned around, wanting to speak, but seeing Guan's retreating figure, he dared not show anger or figure out how to retain him. For Guan to speak directly of Immortal Fall Gorge indicated he truly did not regard it highly. Is he Sword Venerable Fudeo himself, or a disciple of Sword Venerable Fudeo? Lu Changjing frowned in thought. Being rejected was regrettable, but the thought that the other party might indeed be Sword Venerable Fudeo filled him with excitement. The Sword Venerable Fudeo was an existence comparable to the Yangxian Emperor. Lu Changjing took a deep breath and turned to visit the main city of sect of the Supreme Sect. As he turned around, a figure barred his way. He looked up and involuntarily furrowed his brows. This emperor has some connections with Immortal Fall Gorge. Take me there, the Yangxian Emperor said indifferently to Lu Changjing. Overwhelmed by the Yangxian Emperor's imposing aura, Lu Changjing cautiously asked, "May I inquire who deist friend is?" Yangxian Emperor, have you ever heard of him? What? Lu Changjing's face changed dramatically, a look of terror etched on his features. Passing disciples who heard the three words Yangxian Emperor instinctively turned their heads to look, as the Yangxian Emperor with a wave of his sleeve, disappeared into thin air. Along with Lu Changjing. Far away, Shen Zhenzi, who was meditating under a tree, furrowed his brows, his eyes filled with a look of shock. That man was actually the lord of the Immortal Dynasty, the Yangxian Emperor. Over the past 100 years, he had played many games of chess with Yangxian Emperor and always found him inscrutable. He hadn't realized his origin was so extraordinary. If even the Yangxian Emperor would come to spend a century in the Third Medicine Valley, what kind of legendary figures might appear in the future? Shen Zhenzi turned his head towards where Guan stood, feeling that Guan's silhouette was so majestic as if he could bear the weight of the heavens collapsing. 30 years later. At the subsect of Supreme Sect, Ye Mansion. Guan and Yelan were enjoying tea in the courtyard. The fragrance of the tea pervaded the air, attracting several spirit birds to perch on the branches. It was a rare occasion without Zhenqin causing a nuisance. Guan and Yelan were both enjoying the moment. With one hand propping her chin, Yelan looked at Guan and asked with a smile, "Recently, Suji from your Third Medicine Valley has become quite famous, even the news has reached our subsect, hasn't it? That kid's talent is indeed outstanding, he's really brought honor to the Third Medicine Valley," Guan responded with a smile. Suji had become a master disciple after only 5 years in the Third Medicine Valley. Guan did not give him personal guidance, he received the same treatment as the other disciples. This resulted in Suji not having a strong sense of belonging to the Third Medicine Valley, treating it merely as a stepping stone in his journey of cultivation. Suji was not particularly enthusiastic about Sword Venerable Fudeo, and Guan even heard him privately telling other disciples that he would surpass Sword Venerable Fudeo one day. Yelan chuckled, more and more geniuses have emerged from the Third Medicine Valley over the years, and your disciples all show up under my command. Her eyes held admiration as she looked at Guan. Even setting aside the fact that Guan was a disciple of Sword Venerable Fudeo, she had always respected his own capabilities. Ever since they were young, it seemed there was nothing that her senior brother couldn't do. Then I'll have to trouble you to look out for them more, Guan replied with a smile and picked up a piece of pastry from the table, which was made by Yelan herself. Although the taste was not particularly delicious, the sentiment behind it meant the most. Yelan curiously asked, "Would you say Suji is your most outstanding disciple?" Suji, with his lifespan limit of 9,000 years and dazzling talent, was someone yet Lan also wished to recruit. Guan shook his head and said, "How could that be? My most talented disciple is currently making a breakthrough." "Oh? Breaking through to which realm?" "The Nirvana realm." "The Nirvana realm? Impossible. You're joking, right? Isn't this disciple much older than you?" "Not at all, he's 34 years younger than me." "Someone over 800 years old breaking through to the Nirvana realm? I don't believe it, you're teasing me again," Yelan exclaimed with skepticism. She had never heard of anyone succeeding in reaching the Nirvana realm before 1,000 years of age. Guan laughed, offering no further explanation. He was talking about An Hao, who was undergoing tribulation with the help of Immortal spirits from the Immortal dynasty, and even the Yangxian Emperor himself was present to witness his tribulation. Boom! The sound of thunder rolled in from the skies. Yelan looked up to see dark clouds rushing in, carrying the potential to envelop the heavens. Yelan teasingly asked, "That wouldn't be the celestial phenomena triggered by the breakthrough of that disciple of yours, would it?" Guan also looked up and said, "Of course not. However, this commotion is indeed caused by a breakthrough. The Holy Minister was making a breakthrough, advancing to the free immortal realm." Guan sensed it was going to be an interesting event. With the eruption of this phenomenon, many powerful existences quickly flew towards the Holy Court. The Immortal Dynasty, the Suanya Divine Dynasty, and the Sky Demon Great Sect certainly wouldn't let the Holy Minister have a peaceful tribulation. After a quick calculation, Guan realized that the future held new variables. A free immortal could change the fate of the world. Yelan's eyes sparkled with curiosity upon hearing Guan's words. What kind of realm was capable of causing such a breakthrough phenomenon? It was at that moment that Guan saw a powerful aura coming from the depths of the cosmos. A meteorite wrapped in demonic chi was hurtling out of the silent destruction domain, bearing down on the great heavenly spirit land with unstoppable force. Such momentum suggested it had the cultivation level of the 9th layer of the free immortal realm. Guan hadn't been particularly concerned, for in recent years, there had been more than a handful of free immortals arriving in the great heavenly spirit land. But suddenly, he felt a familiar presence. This aura was the Annihilation God Emperor. With memories of Long Zhan, Guan vividly remembered the aura of the Annihilation God Emperor. Indeed, this aura belonged to him, albeit not as powerful as what Long Zhan remembered. Chapter 429, Longqing's Fear. Holy Minister broke through, Annihilation God Emperor descended. Guan recalculated the momentum of great heavenly spirit land and found that the future became blurred, many things could not be thoroughly predicted. Most critically, Guan was unclear about the purpose of the Annihilation God Emperor's visit to the great heavenly spirit land. Long Zhan was from an era far distant from his own, with the battle court he established becoming ancient legend, making the Annihilation God Emperor only stronger than before. How could he not be wary? Even if this presence of the Annihilation God Emperor was just the aura of the free immortal, Guan believed that his true form would be an incredibly tricky existence. Under Guan's watch, the meteorite carrying the aura of the Annihilation God Emperor rapidly approached the great heavenly spirit land. The powerful beings within the great heavenly spirit land were also alarmed by the annihilation god emperor, all using divine thought and divine sense to probe, but no one dared to obstruct the annihilation god emperor. Within the holy land of the holy court, vast heavenly thunder covered tens of thousands of miles of sky. The holy minister amidst the tribulation looked up, his eyes revealing a wary expression. He knew his crossing of tribulation would bring trouble, but he had not expected such a powerful being to come. The aura of the annihilation god emperor reminded him of the primordial immortal king from before. He cursed the heavens for being unfair, but at this point, he could only grit his teeth and break through. Once the heavenly tribulation began, there was no turning back, either die or succeed in crossing. He leveraged the chi fortune of the holy court to break through. He could not afford to lose, because if he failed, the entire holy court would suffer greatly, chi fortune connecting every living being of the court. Rings upon rings of grand formations guarded the holy minister, dazzling and emitting vast and infinite pressure, countering the heavenly might, stirring chaos in the heaven and earth rules, which also caused the surrounding mountains and oceans of the holy court to trigger cataclysms. Under the holy minister's gaze, a meteor streaked across the sky, the celestial thunder unable to obscure the meteor's brilliance. At this moment, not only the holy minister saw the meteor, great cultivators and demons from various powers across the land also saw it. Inside Ye Mansion, Yelan also saw the meteor crossing the horizon, and for some reason, she felt an unexplained palpitation. She couldn't help but look towards Guan and asked, "Did you see that meteor just now?" Guan nodded, said, "Did you make a wish?" Yelan gave him a glance, a worried expression across her brow, said, "At that moment just now, I was inexplicably scared. Could it be another demon from outer heaven descending?" Guan chuckled and said, "What's there to fear? When has the Supreme Sect ever encountered such calamity? I've always felt quite at peace, the danger lies in the overseas realms." "That's not the right way to think, we can't always rely on others, the sword Venerable Feudeo will leave eventually." Yelan shook her head. Guan offered comfort, said, "I am the sword Venerable Feudeo, don't worry." She laughed upon hearing this, said, "Really? Then can Senior teach me divine skills?" "It's not impossible, say something nice." "Want to hear something nice?" Yelan gave Guan a flirtatious smile, then stood up and walked towards him. Guan hurriedly raised his hand and said, "I was joking." "Humph, I took it seriously." Boom! The meteor, enshrouded in blazing flames, shattered the sea of clouds, crashing down upon the mountains with terrifying momentum, instantly crushing miles of mountains and forests. Bright light bursting forth, rolling dust rose into the air, like a massive wall of dust pushing towards the distance, destroying everything in its path. The earth shook and trembled, as if it were the apocalypse. As this force spread to the horizon, terrifying waves of flame emerged at the center of the explosion, seeming to burst through the sky. This power from beyond wreaked havoc on all upon the land, merciless and brutally cruel. After an unknown period, the roaring between heaven and earth ceased, but the rolling dust continued to churn, just without its former intensity. A figure stepped out from the dust, clad in a black robe overlaid with black scale armor shimmering with a cold light. He wore a fierce helmet with two horn-like blades pointing to the sky. Below the helmet there was no face, only pitch blackness, akin to a lifeless black hole. With each step, the gravel beneath his feet turned to dust, the surface revealed magma patterns, terribly fearsome. He stopped walking, looked up, still pitch black under the helmet, without eyes. It was unclear what he was looking at, or perhaps what he was sensing. He shifted his left foot to the side, instantly dispersing the dust between heaven and earth, revealing the wounded land. Shocking to behold, he stood within a massive crater, over 100 miles wide. Outside the crater, the land was littered with rocks and crevices, barren and desolate. Not just the dust on the land, even the sky suddenly cleared. The Annihilation God Emperor turned his head towards the distance. After looking for several moments, he turned and walked away. With one step, his figure shifted millions of miles. The land was boundlessly vast. He took 5 continuous steps and still had not reached the edge of the continent. He arrived at a cliff, where the area was still trembling. Following his gaze downward, a city below the cliff was collapsing, and the mortals were wailing and crying, their misery extreme. The Annihilation God Emperor remained silent for a while, then suddenly waved his sleeve, and the earth regained its calm. Pieces of rubble and wooden pillars rose and flew toward the distance. After doing all this, he disappeared on the cliff. The cries beneath the cliff abruptly ceased, and the whole world fell into silence. In the evening, Guan entered the Third Medicine Valley, watching the Annihilation God Emperor travel the other side of the world, temporarily unable to discern his purpose. The Annihilation God Emperor did not head toward the Holy Court, indicating that he was not attracted by the Holy Minister's tribulation. He seemed more like he was searching for something. Perhaps it was no coincidence, fearing the Holy Minister's tribulation might affect what he was seeking. As soon as Guan entered the valley, Longqing hurried over, his face eager to please, expressing concern and warmth. Get lost. If you can't comprehend, it means the time isn't right, and your mindset is still not stable. Guan glared at Longqing and said thus. Within the Supreme Sect, many believed Guan was a disciple of Sword Venerable Fudeo, but many disciples within the Third Medicine Valley, including Longqing, thought Guan was Sword Venerable Fudeo himself. This was also confirmed by Shen Xinzi, who now showed extreme respect for Guan, entirely in the manner of a junior. How long must I wait? Why do I have to wait? Longqing asked indignantly. Guan suddenly thought of something. Could it be that the Annihilation God Emperor was here for Longqing? It was very likely. Guan said sternly, you already know your physique is special, can't you guess that you might be carrying a significant cause and effect? If you don't settle down, you'll face great trouble, and even I won't be able to protect you, possibly not even the whole world. His tone was severe, causing Longqing to be stunned. As Longqing reflected on Guan's words, he couldn't help feeling uneasy and panicked. Guan was influencing his emotions with his deist intent. He had to scare the young man. Without absolute certainty, Guan dared not let Longqing reveal his true identity. The cause and effect of the Dragon Clan were too significant, likely to draw the real body of the Annihilation God Emperor and the current battle court. Longqing's expression shifted uncertainly, but Guan did not continue to frighten him and instead walked past him. Just a few steps away, an Xin arrived, reporting that some disciples were fighting and needed his intervention. Hearing the names of the fighters, Guan understood why an Xin had to seek him out. 2 geniuses. Ranked among the top in talent within the valley, they had not yet completed their training, but already great cultivators and notable families were trying to recruit them. It's typical of geniuses, they tend to be arrogant, and when arrogant individuals meet, conflicts are inevitable. Guan followed an Xin, not feeling troubled, his thoughts still on the Annihilation God Emperor. The setting sun was like blood, but it didn't add a touch of tragedy over Third Medicine Valley, it was still full of vitality. The Holy Minister's tribulation eventually led to a great battle, with the Immortal Dynasty, Suanya Divine Dynasty, Sky Demon Great Sect, and a few forces bearing grudges against the Holy Court all attacking together. The battle was spectacular, prompting even Guan to watch. Despite the perilous process and countless casualties, the Holy Court survived the ordeal, and in the end, the Holy Minister made a breakthrough and even fought a great battle with Yang Xian Emperor. Although the Holy Minister was a civilian official, his combat strength was formidable, able to hold his ground against the Yang Xian Emperor, which surprised Guan. The Yang Xian Emperor did not entangle further, otherwise, his alliance with the Suanyu Divine Dynasty and the Sky Demon Great Sect's Free Immortal might have been able to eliminate the Holy Minister. This battle passed, but it also laid down a greater cause of trouble for the future. Thus, great heavenly spirit land welcomed a brief period of peace. 8 years quickly passed. One day, Guan, accompanied by an Xin and blood prison great saint, arrived at Tianya Valley. Lv had unexpectedly returned, specifically to seek out Guan. Before meeting with Lv, Guan collected medicinal herbs first. Lv took him into his cave and, after activating the cave's restrictions, asked nervously, "Are you Sword Venerable Fuedeo?" Chapter 430, Heavenly Deo has its own fixed number. Facing Lv inquiry, Guan raised an eyebrow and said, "So the news has reached your ears." Lv crossed his arms in front of his chest, chuckling proudly, "Of course. That's really slow." "What?" Lv smile froze, uncertain of what to say. If it were anyone else, he would have responded with a kick, but facing Guan, what could he do? Endure, that's what. Guan found his expression amusing, so he pretended to be mysterious and said, "That's right, I am Sword Venerable Fuedeo. However, many people don't believe it and think that I am just a disciple of Sword Venerable Fuedeo. You must keep this matter between us, heaven knows, earth knows, you know, and I know." Upon hearing this, Lv became excited. His body trembled as he asked carefully, "Is it true? Why, let me know." Guan's gaze deepened as he said, "Even though you are no match for me, in my eyes, you are the only one who poses a threat to my talent. And how doesn't have what it takes, he's too compliant and will stumble eventually. Only those prodigies who survive can be considered strong." Lv was deeply moved, his fists clenched and blood boiling with excitement. Guan was satisfied with his reaction. Winning people over with just a few words, why not? Then, Guan went and sat down at a stone table to the side. Lv snapped back to reality and hurried to follow. Sitting across from Guan, Lv asked nervously, "Is it your talent, or are you the reincarnation of a great power, or have you concealed your age?" Guan looked at him and replied, "When you reach the immortal path realm, you'll understand a stage called reincarnation tribulation." Reincarnation tribulation? Lv was captivated just by the name. Guan asked, "You didn't come to find me just to confirm this, did you?" He could guess Lv purpose, but he preferred to hear Lv say it himself. Lv took a deep breath and said, "The Swanyo Divine Dynasty has invited me to join. Lately, I've been thinking about breaking away from His Majesty. What's your view on the Swanyo Divine Dynasty?" Guan knew about the rift between Lv and Li Suandeo. As Li Suandeo was becoming stronger, he began to reveal his true nature, like Guan, and became increasingly domineering, which added to the pressure on those around him. Guan replied, "If you want it as a stepping stone, then it indeed is a good place. But if you plan to stay with the Swanyo Divine Dynasty, they will all go up in smoke." Lv eyes widened as he asked, "The Swanyo Divine Dynasty will be destroyed?" Guan chuckled, "To be more precise, all the powers of this world will go up in smoke, the old forces will turn to dust. Including the Supreme Sect, Taixuan Dynasty." "Yes. Why?" "Because the world has its cycles, and the Heavenly Deo has its set parameters." Doesn't that mean all my efforts are meaningless?" Lv turned pale, completely disheartened. Guan shook his head, his words laden with profound meaning, "Someone always survives. But think about it, if all the powers of the world disappear and 99% of beings turn to dust, and you survive, then after weathering that period, what will your status be in this world?" Excitement shone on Lv face as he thought more about it. He was so elated at the idea of being one of the supreme beings of the world that he even ignored how he would survive to that point. His gaze towards Guan changed, filled with admiration. What level of cultivation was needed to foresee such an outcome? He didn't doubt Guan's words because he had also heard legends about the evolution of the world. Many cataclysms had swept through the world since ancient times. From what he could see, the world was far from destruction, at least, there were no signs in sight. Indeed, Sword Venerable Fuedao was the most formidable, even the Yang Xian Emperor couldn't compare. LV Xian became exhilarated and started pressing for more information. Guan did not reveal more about the fortune of heaven and earth, but regarding some trivial information that he could disclose, he considered it taking care of LV Badian's son. Half an ancient hour later, Guan, accompanied by LV Xian, walked out of the cave. Luo Hun watched LV Xian's respectful demeanor and couldn't help but laugh. This LV Xian was so proud by nature that even the emperor had never been shown such reverence. It was unknown what abilities this young Guan possessed to make a proud figure like LV Xian. Submit. Luo Hun watched from a distance, then approached them. Guan, where is the book? Asked Luo Hun as he reached Guan. Guan casually took out Dream of the Red Chamber and handed it to him, saying, Green Hero Travel will be after a while. The author went out to make a breakthrough. Luo Hun's old face turned red as he said, What Green Hero Travel? I just like Dream of the Red Chamber. LV Xian asked curiously, What is Green Hero Travel? Dream of the Red Chamber. He knew of it because being interested in Guan, he had read all of Guan's writings. An Xin walked over and, hearing their conversation, couldn't help but look at Luo Hun with an odd expression, causing Luo Hun extreme embarrassment, wishing he could find a crack in the ground to hide in. After Guan left Tianya Valley with an Xin and Blood Prison Great Saint, an Xin began disparaging Luo Hun, saying she hadn't expected the esteemed Luo Hun to read such vulgar books. Guan looked ahead, filled with dissatisfaction. Stinking girl, daring to scold indirectly. He'd have to make her suffer a bit when guiding her cultivation later. In the wilderness, a gentle breeze blew. And Hao, dressed like a wandering swordsman, strolled along a mountain path with his hands raised, his sword scabbard resting on his shoulders through the crook of his arm, his head tilted back, looking carefree. After attaining the Nirvana realm, he had completely shed his youthful naivety, and now exuded an inscrutable aura, embodying the elegance of a high-level practitioner. Who? A gust of wind blew towards him from up front, rustling in Hao's hair. His half-closed eyes suddenly opened wide. He looked towards the top of the hill in front of him, where a towering figure stood, its black robe fluttering in the wind. Annihilation God Emperor. And Hao found that he couldn't see the stranger's true face, which meant that the stranger either possessed an extremely high cultivation level or had some kind of treasure on him. He believed the former was more likely. And Hao, who had travelled far and wide for many years, had encountered many powerful beings, yet none were as mysterious and formidable as the person before him. He was not afraid and continued walking forward. The Annihilation God Emperor stood still on the hilltop. As An Hao passed by him, the God Emperor suddenly said, Your life grid is extraordinary. You are destined not to belong to this world. An Hao stopped in his tracks, didn't turn his head, and instead gazed at the distant rugged mountains, asking, Oh? To which world do I belong, then? To a higher realm. Once you transcend the 9 heavens of the immortal path, you'll be able to go there. Is that so? May I ask if your excellency comes from that realm? And Hao did not sound surprised, his tone as calm as ever. The Annihilation God Emperor turned around. And Hao turned to face him, only 5 steps apart. Looking under the God Emperor's helmet at the pitch darkness, An Hao felt wary but not intimidated. Even before Nirvana, An Hao often faced beings far surpassing his own realm. No matter where he was, he had never been afraid, he had long regarded life and death indifferently. Suddenly, a purple vortex appeared under the Annihilation God Emperor's helmet. An Hao unconsciously looked at it, his gaze changing and losing its brightness. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audiobook YouTube channel. Chapter 431 The Strongest Loneliness. And Hao had a dream in which he found himself seated upon an immensely grand chair, with the Kylan crawling at his feet and true dragons swirling around his hands. Below him was a radiant starry sky, and figures exuding powerful auras floated beneath him like a series of steps. The sensation was incredibly wonderful. He felt as if he had control over everything and even experienced a sense of loneliness. Immersed in this feeling, he lost track of time. He did not know how much time had passed when suddenly, a dazzling golden light burst from the depth of the universe below and rushed towards him, turning the powerful figures along its path into ash. The golden light shone on Anhao's face, making it feel scorching hot to the point of burning. Anhao suddenly opened his eyes, gasping for breath with sweat covering his forehead and his pupils still trembling. What met his gaze was the twilight sky, and his eyes instinctively caught the sight of the figure of the Annihilation God Emperor. The Annihilation God Emperor stood nearby, gazing up at the sky, seemingly lost in thought. Anhao sat up and was about to stand when the Annihilation God Emperor's finger pressed on his forehead, rendering him immobile. At that moment, Anhao felt his mana and chi blood freeze, making him extremely uncomfortable. Having reached the Nirvana realm, he had felt so powerful, confident to handle anything. But at that moment, he felt as if he had returned to the mortal realm, feeling his own insignificance once again. He looked up at the Annihilation God Emperor, his expression of shock rapidly turning into one of resentment. You have the same look in your eyes as he did, possessing the same life grid, but you are still far from his level, the Annihilation God Emperor said, looking down at Anhao. Anhao gritted his teeth and asked, "Who is he? His name cannot be mentioned. This entire great heaven and earth cannot bear its consequences. If mentioned, this great heaven and earth would instantaneously turn into nothingness." Anhao's eyes widened. It was the first time he heard of such power. Neither the Yangxian Emperor nor Holy Heaven could achieve such feats. Having traversed so many great heaven and earths, it is rare to encounter someone with such a grand life grid as yours. I grant you a divine skill, now it remains to be seen how high you can reach. As he spoke, the Annihilation God Emperor's index finger emitted demonic chi, which burrowed into Anhao's forehead. Anhao, unable to move, was extremely nervous. As the demonic chi entered his body, he did not feel any discomfort, which made him even more uneasy. The Annihilation God Emperor withdrew his hand and said, "What you saw earlier were the memories of that being. Remember that sensation, it is the power you must strive with all your might to pursue." With those words, the Annihilation God Emperor vanished from the spot. Anhao then, freed from constraint, swiftly got up. He could no longer sense the presence of the Annihilation God Emperor, not a trace was left, as if everything he had experienced was just an illusion. Who exactly is he? Anhao furrowed his brows, touching his forehead subconsciously, feeling that he had gotten himself into big trouble. Meanwhile, far away in the Third Medicine Valley, Guan withdrew his gaze. When the Annihilation God Emperor approached Anhao, he had been paying attention. This Annihilation God Emperor was merely a free immortal in terms of cultivation level. If he dared to harm Anhao, Guan could eradicate him even faster, but it seemed as though the Annihilation God Emperor intended to bring an opportunity to Anhao. After the Annihilation God Emperor left, Guan checked Anhao's fate once more and found that his future had changed. Anhao was already on the path of the chosen, but after receiving the legacy from the Annihilation God Emperor, Anhao grew even stronger, which reminded Guan of Long Zhan and Liu Han, who could just barely surpass him. What exactly is the origin of the Annihilation God Emperor? What does a higher realm refer to? Guan looked up, and beyond the outer heaven was the universe, surrounded by the silent destruction domain. The entire universe seemed infinitely vast, with no end to be seen in any direction. His gaze involuntarily fell upon the boundary gate, guarded by the heavenly spirit god. Perhaps to reach beyond the universe, one must pass through that gate. But, approaching the boundary gate would mean destruction by the heavenly spirit god, a terrifying existence capable of effortlessly annihilating the Taoist hidden immortal. Guan then thought of the immortals he had encountered, it seemed that there were even more terrifying and vast beings above the immortal path. Master, the sect leader is here to see you. A disciple ran up to Guan and whispered. Guan, standing in front of a wooden railing, withdrew his gaze and nodded to the disciple, then walked towards his loft. Returning to the room, Guan saw LV Badian, who immediately rose to greet him. I've told you so many times, there's no need for such formality, it feels so alienating, Guan complained. As LV Badian watched him walk over and sit down, he finally spoke, I was ignorant before. Knowing your true identity now, proper courtesy must be observed. Guan's face remained unchanged, but he was pleased inside. Old LV really understood people's hearts. He invited LV Badian to sit and asked why he had come. Your disciple, Suji, had a conflict with a family. It was a misunderstanding, and I have had the family release him and have tried hard to ease the relationship. However, Suji is still unhappy, LV Badian began, his face showing helplessness as he spoke. Due to the prior incident with the Wuju, LV Badian dared not be careless. With such extraordinary talent, Suji likely had Guan's guidance behind him, he had to handle the situation carefully. Guan replied nonchalantly, if he's unhappy, so be it. The Supreme Sect must not indulge him. LV Badian pondered the underlying meaning of Guan's words and responded, he's still young after all, and his talent is indeed rare. He reminds me of Anhao in his earlier years. Mentioning Anhao made him think of an Xin, and his expression turned strange. When many things were connected, they seemed so absurd. He also wondered what Anhao's feelings would be if he knew all this. Anhao didn't know who his own master was, only knowing that his master had transformed into Sword Venerable Fudeo. Are there a shortage of geniuses in this world now? Just treat him normally, no need to consider me. He is just a passerby from the Third Medicine Valley and has not truly become my disciple, Guan said carelessly. Hearing this, LV Badian became even more interested in Suji. Without the guidance of Sword Venerable Fudeo, Suji had still shown such talent, such a genius must be properly cultivated. The key was to bring him under his command, to become his strength. Seeing Guan truly uninterested in Suji, LV Badian started discussing other matters, hoping Guan would provide guidance for the future development of the Supreme Sect. A full ancient hour passed before LV Badian finally left. Guan personally saw him down the stairs. Before parting, the two kept bowing to each other, causing nearby disciples to talk. Guan looked at LV Badian's departing figure and noticed that LV Badian's karma had changed. Killer calamity. He immediately calculated LV Badian's life grid and his expression became strange. Due to his words today, LV Badian would face calamity. LV Badian would find death due to Suji. Chapter 432, Involuntarily. In Guan's projections, LV Badian would focus on nurturing Suji in the future, treating him as the next sect leader to be groomed, and even betroth the daughter of the LV family's patriarch to Suji, as if she were his own child. Suji did not disappoint LV Badian, his growth rate was not inferior to Anhao's, and he, too, took Anhao as his target. 500 years later, when Anhao returned, Suji, overrating his own ability, challenged Anhao. Even though Anhao suppressed his cultivation level, he still easily defeated Suji. After that, Suji's personality drastically changed, becoming paranoid. He practiced cultivation even more diligently, treating getting stronger as the most important thing. He even schemed for LV Badian's defying fate divine skill and eventually succeeded in persuading LV Badian to pass on the skill to him. After the transmission of the skill, LV Badian became a cripple and returned to the LV family, only to have the LV family attacked by Suji's enemies. In that chaos, LV Badian died. Although Guan could see the future, he was not panicked, because he knew these events would occur only if he did not intervene. To deduce cause and effect, one must set oneself aside, an approach that allows for more accurate foresight. This is why many who are aware of their heavenly destiny refuse to engage in worldly affairs, because they cannot predict the choices they would make in the future, and thus they try not to change the course of the world. Guan was not displeased with Suji because of this, he was more reflective on both of their fates. LV Badian's choice to choose Suji brought disaster upon himself, and it wasn't that Suji intended to harm him, it could only be said that fate was playing tricks on people. One thought can turn one into a demon or make one an immortal, but who really knows whether their own thought is right or wrong? Guan muttered to himself, truly moved. Downstairs, the blood prison great saint looked up, pondering the words of his master. Could it be that LV Badian was about to become a demon? That would be just great. The blood prison great saint had no fondness for LV Badian at all. Knowing that LV Badian might be in trouble, he only felt schadenfreude, even looking forward to LV Badian disappointing Guan. After watching for a while, Guan turned and walked back inside the house. Night fell, and the lights of the Third Medicine Valley lit up one after another, revealing the mortal world's charms. 20 years later. In the Third Medicine Valley, the sunlight was bright, birds circled above, and the shapes of disciples practicing cultivation could be seen everywhere, with Supreme Sect disciples riding demon birds flying across the sky. Guan lay underneath the mystic pure tree with his hands behind his head, looking at his attribute panel. Name, Guan. Lifespan, 899/1,393,608,114. Physique, mixed Yuan Dao golden body. Cultivation level, perfect Xian Yuan Zize immortal realm. Almost 1.4 billion years of lifespan and close to 900 years old. Guan, looking at his age, felt the passage of time, unaware of how old he had grown. Yet his mentality remained young, and he was still able to converse with some of the younger disciples. The fat as a buffalo white spirit rat came over and nuzzled his waist with its head, in a flattering manner. Guan paid it no attention, it followed and circled to his front and said in a low voice, "Master." It spoke in a childlike voice, indistinguishable between male or female. Last year, the white spirit rat had just learned to speak the human language. Its growth also brought liveliness to the Third Medicine Valley. Almost every disciple who entered the valley had been bullied by it. It had a strong presence in the Third Medicine Valley, and the disciples respectfully kept their distance. After all, it was the master's demon pet, they couldn't fight back even if bullied by it. "Spit it out if you have something to say," Guan said impatiently, looking at the white spirit rat with annoyance. The creature had recently been pestering him to raise a batch of female rabbit demons, which the found quite disgraceful. How could he, so esteemed and virtuous, have raised such a demon pet? Guan thought of the 3 Tian Yaoer sisters and the deep-sea dragon carp, seeming somewhat abnormal as well. In contrast, the blood prison great saint was quite steady. He would focus on nurturing the blood prison great saint from now on. "Master, I had a dream earlier, where I was cultivating, and I still remember it was a fist technique. Would you take a look?" The white spirit rat said softly, its beady eyes filled with excitement. Because of its obesity, it lacked the cunning look of a rat demon, appearing rather foolish instead. Guan sat up and said, "I want to see what fist technique you can comprehend." The white spirit rat spent years meditating under the mystic pure tree, consuming heavenly materials and earthly treasures, and its maximum lifespan kept increasing. In a way, this was also a talent, as not everyone could increase their lifespan just by being under the mystic pure tree. The white spirit rat jumped aside and then stood up, supporting its body on its fatty hind legs. Under Guan's gaze, the white spirit rat started to perform fists. As it threw its punches, gusts of wind kicked up the grass, drawing the attention of nearby disciples. Guan's expression was odd. The white spirit rat's fist technique was not impressive, clearly mimicking Longqing's moves, yet a mountain of flesh-throwing punches was very bizarre. To say it was comical, but its body moved rhythmically, each punch was executed with precision. After the white spirit rat had demonstrated a set of fist techniques, it turned to look at Guan with a hopeful expression. Guan pondered for a moment and said seriously, "Not bad, you can challenge Qing'er now." Upon hearing this, the white spirit rat was overjoyed and immediately bade farewell to Guan. It was off to challenge Long Qing. After sending off the white spirit rat, Guan continued to lie down, enjoying his leisure time. Doing nothing but lying there was quite interesting too. However, this peaceful life was about to be shattered. The Annihilation God Emperor, who had been traveling the mortal world, had already arrived at the Supreme Sect. Judging by his pace, it would only be a matter of time before he entered the Third Medicine Valley. Wherever the Annihilation God Emperor went among crowds, he would disguise himself as a cultivator, and so he did at the Supreme Sect. With 1,000 faces for 1,000 people, no one could remember the visage he had transformed into. Time continued to pass. An ancient hour later, a figure entered the Third Medicine Valley, a man in blue clothes with an ordinary face and no eye-catching magic artifacts adorning him. It was the Annihilation God Emperor. As he stepped into the Third Medicine Valley, he looked around, as if in search of something. A disciple approached to greet him and inquired about his business. The Medicine Valley disciple was very polite and did not posture. The Annihilation God Emperor said, "I'm looking for Ji Xiaohu." Ji Xiaohu? The Medicine Valley disciple paused, thought for a while, and then remembered, saying, "Elder Ji has been in seclusion for many years and has not seen anyone. I have been here at Medicine Valley for many years without having seen her. It's fine, I'll just look around." Your Medicine Valley allows that, right? Of course, you're free to do as you wish. If you have any needs, feel free to ask me. Much appreciated. The Annihilation God Emperor responded, and the Medicine Valley disciple followed up with a bow before leaving. Afterwards, the Annihilation God Emperor continued forward. When he passed by the dojo, he turned his head to look, but after a mere glance, he withdrew his gaze and did not pause in his footsteps. Two female disciples walked towards him, one of whom was Yu Yingying. "I told you before that the heavenly colored evergreen grass needs constant attention. You didn't listen. Do you know how many top-grade spirit stones are lost with one plant?" Yu Yingying complained, while the woman beside her was almost crying, her lips quivering. As the Annihilation God Emperor was about to pass by Yu Yingying, he suddenly said, "For one facing imminent death, you've managed to live quite tenaciously." Upon hearing this, Yu Yingying stopped in her tracks, looking suspiciously at the Annihilation God Emperor. She knew that she was a reincarnation of a heavenly demon, and with Guan's help over the years, her cultivation level had been continuously growing. Although not a genius, at least she was far from her lifespan's limit. Hearing the words of the Annihilation God Emperor, Yu Yingying instinctively panicked. "Are you talking to me?" Yu Yingying stared at the Annihilation God Emperor and asked. The Annihilation God Emperor did not stop, continuing on his way, leaving behind a perplexing comment for Yu Yingying, "Cherish the present, there will come a time when you are powerless to control your fate." A time when she is powerless to control her fate? Yu Yingying furrowed her brows, immediately feeling uneasy. The Annihilation God Emperor eventually reached Guan's pavilion, where the blood prison. Great Saint looked up at him, his eyes filled with curiosity. "Reincarnation Path Emperor, aren't you going to show yourself?" The Annihilation God Emperor spoke, saying words that Shenzhenzi, who was eavesdropping from afar, could not hear. After hearing what the Annihilation God Emperor had said to Yu Yingying, Shenzhenzi became curious and puzzled about him, but unfortunately, the Annihilation God Emperor did not allow his eavesdropping to continue. "Reincarnation Path Emperor?" The Blood Prison Great Saint promptly stood up, watching the Annihilation God Emperor warily. The Annihilation God Emperor glanced at him and said, Future great saint, sit down. Pretend you saw nothing, heard nothing. My future identity has been seen through by him? He is a real master. How extraordinary! Blood Prison Great Saint's heart raced with excitement, as he began to fantasize about his own future greatness. He was not afraid of the Annihilation God Emperor causing trouble. His master was inside the valley, probably enjoying the show. Chapter 433, 10 Million Incarnations. While the Blood Prison Great Saint was still lost in his vivid fantasies, Ji Xiaohu's room door opened. Dressed in black, Ji Xiaohu stepped out of the house, her gaze settling on the Annihilation God Emperor, filled with doubt. The Annihilation God Emperor's gaze rested on Ji Xiaohu, his expression remaining calm. At this moment, the Sun and Moon Netherworld Emperor appeared beside Ji Xiaohu, vigilantly staring at the Annihilation God Emperor. Who might you be? The Sun and Moon Netherworld Emperor asked in a deep voice, his eyes betraying a strong sense of wariness. He, strong as a divine thought true immortal, couldn't see through the Annihilation God Emperor's cultivation level at all, which gave him the same feeling he got when facing Guan. The Annihilation God Emperor spoke up, Reincarnation Path Emperor, you should remember me. He completely ignored the Sun and Moon Netherworld Emperor, feeling like the Sun and Moon Netherworld Emperor wasn't worthy of conversation. Upon hearing this, Ji Xiaohu's face changed dramatically, her expression one of disbelief, her body trembling as she struggled to compose herself. Seeing her like this made the Sun and Moon Netherworld Emperor even more nervous, while the Blood Prison Great Saint curiously looked at Ji Xiaohu, seeing her in such a state for the first time. Taking a deep breath, Ji Xiaohu raised her hand in salute and said, "The Junior has seen the Divine Emperor. May I ask why the Divine Emperor has personally come to the great heaven and earth?" The Divine Emperor? The Sun and Moon Netherworld Emperor appeared to realize something, his look towards the Annihilation God Emperor filled with reverence. He stepped back, half kneeling, bowing his proud head. The Blood Prison Great Saint was even more curious about the identity of the Annihilation God Emperor, his blood beginning to boil. The stronger the Annihilation God Emperor, the more likely his words would come true. He might yet become a great saint of the great heavenly spirit land. The Annihilation God Emperor said, "I am here to find someone, a remnant of the ancient evil demons." Ancient evil demons? Ji Xiaohu asked in surprise. Descendant from the long family of the battle court. The answer from the Annihilation God Emperor made Ji Xiaohu's pupils widen sharply. Ji Xiaohu asked with a frown, "That clan still has descendants? Weren't they already extinct?" The Annihilation God Emperor stared at her and queried, "Do you really not know?" Ji Xiaohu fell silent. The Annihilation God Emperor continued, "I am aware your master is from the Dragon clan, but you must have seen their malice. Should a living person carry such hatred, the catastrophe he could cause is beyond what you or I could foresee. That would not be a catastrophe for one great heaven and earth, but a crisis for the entire universe." Ji Xiaohu replied, "I really don't know, and currently I am undergoing the reincarnation tribulation. I have memories, but not the genuine feelings of my true self." The Annihilation God Emperor turned around, his gaze sweeping over the Third Medicine Valley. Ji Xiaohu followed his gaze, her heart suddenly trembling as she realized his gaze had fallen on Guan. Guan lay beneath the mystic pure tree, his eyes covered by leaves, as if he were sleeping. The Annihilation God Emperor looked at Guan, pausing for a while before shifting his gaze elsewhere. Ji Xiaohu didn't dare disturb him, waiting for him to speak. If she felt this way, the Sun and Moon Netherworld Emperor was no different. After a long time, the Annihilation God Emperor turned his head towards Ji Xiaohu and said, "Indeed, his aura and causality are nowhere in this land, but I will draw him out. Once you conclude this lifetime, you may come to assist me, and I will not leave you unrewarded." Having said this, the Annihilation God Emperor transformed into his true form, his black robe fluttering, his scale armor glinting with a chilly light, and the darkness beneath his helmet startled the Blood Prison Great Saint enough to widen his eyes. The Sun and Moon Netherworld Emperor glanced over subconsciously, equally intimidated by the Annihilation God Emperor's appearance. The Annihilation God Emperor vanished into thin air. Far away, Shenzhenzi, though unable to hear their conversation, saw the true figure of the Annihilation God Emperor and was startled, rising involuntarily. Not just him, some curious disciples also witnessed the transformation of the Annihilation God Emperor. However, the sudden disappearance of the Annihilation God Emperor gave them the illusion that they were seeing things. The Sun and Moon Netherworld Emperor stood up, took a step forward, and asked in a low voice, "Could it be that one from the legends of the Silent Destruction Domain?" Ji Xiao looked up towards the sky and softly said, "Yes, that's the one." The Sun and Moon Netherworld Emperor appeared to be in a trance, and he couldn't help but ask, "Wasn't that just a legend? It actually exists." "Your Majesty, what is your relationship with him?" Ji Xiao replied, "I have once received the inheritance he left behind and communicated with his divine thoughts. He could be considered one of my mentors, and this was also the first time I truly saw him. The one just now must have been only an avatar." "Avatar?" the Sun and Moon Netherworld Emperor exclaimed. "Yes, an avatar. He has countless avatars, spread across different worlds, all searching for his own way." Ji Xiao's gaze became distant, as if filled with longing. The Sun and Moon Netherworld Emperor fell silent, equally shaken. The Blood Prison Great Saint, on the other hand, contemptuously thought to himself, "Why doesn't such a powerful being dare to take a walk in front of the Master?" In his view, the Annihilation God Emperor was wary of Guan. Time continued to pass. As dusk approached, Guan sat up. He stretched lazily, having had a very comfortable sleep. He even had a dream, as if he had experienced lifespan samsara. But it was not as real as the memories left by lifespan samsara. This made Guan want to start another round of lifespan samsara. He stood up and walked towards the attic, spotting the white spirit rat on the way, which was looking at him with a plaintive gaze. Guan noticed that one of its legs was twitching, clearly injured. It had been at a disadvantage at Longqing's place. Fortunately, the breakthrough deepened their path of returning primordial spirit, Guan said with a smile, a smug look on his face. Being cautious was always right. When he arrived at the front of his attic, Ji Xiao walked out from inside. "Let's go up to talk." Ji Xiao came up to Guan and suggested in a low voice. After that, she went up the stairs first, with Guan following behind. Once upstairs and in the room, Ji Xiao began to cast spells, setting up restrictions around the room to prevent others from spying, even utilizing the power of the primordial deist talisman. "Is it that serious?" Guan feigned surprise. Ji Xiao fixed her gaze on Guan, her eyes complex. Guan touched his face and asked, "What's the matter? Have you awakened memories of your past life? Or rather, have you not gone through reincarnation tribulation at all? Who exactly are you?" Ji Xiao asked softly. Guan laughed and inquired, "Who do you think I am?" Ji Xiao looked at him and said, "You take in orphans and give them the Long surname. Could it be that your real surname is Long? Suspecting I'm Longqing?" Guan couldn't help but smile wryly. "Wrong guess, I'm actually the ancestor of the Dragon clan." Guan shook his head and said, "How could that be? My surname is Gu. Giving Longqing the Long surname is because he has it on his back. You've known that all along, haven't you?" Ji Xiao responded, "I have known for a long time, but I've also always had my suspicions. It's okay if you don't admit it, and it's best if you never do because there are beings out there to kill you that have come here. That being is from the ancient legends of the Silent Destruction Domain and may have existed even longer than the Great Heavenly Spirit Land. He is convinced that you are hiding in the Great Heavenly Spirit Land and he will not rest until he finds you." Guan, resigned, said, "I'm truly not the person you think I am, but I am quite curious about this being you mentioned. Is he very strong? Chapter 434, Chivalrous Reincarnation, Yang Xian. He is naturally very strong, perhaps the most powerful being I remember, and I don't even know how high his Dao level is, but one thing is certain: if he discovers your true identity, or if you offend him, you won't stand a chance. Ji Xiao looked at Guan and spoke seriously, her tone somewhat cold. Guan didn't get angry but was surprised as he asked, "That impressive? Do you admire him?" Ji Xiao frowned and said, "How could that be possible? I am just worried about your safety. He will take action next, and you must practice restraint, avoid revealing yourself, and try not to make a move if possible." "What kind of move could I make? I'm just an ordinary farming cultivator," said Guan with a shrug. The more he acted like this, the more vexed Ji Xiao became, thinking him too arrogant. Seeing her about to erupt, Guan continued, "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing, and I'm really not who you think I am." Ji Xiao calmed her emotions and said, "It's good as long as you understand." After that, she released the power of the primordial deist talisman and walked past Guan. Guan turned to look at her and asked, "Are you leaving just like that?" "Yes, I need to continue my cultivation," Ji Xiao said without turning back. Guan didn't try to persuade her further, feeling helpless inside. "I really am not a descendant of the dragon clan." As for the Annihilation God Emperor, he did indeed feel wary, but not towards this Annihilation God Emperor. It was the original one he was cautious of. Guan sat in his own chair and took out a leisure book to distract himself. Regardless, it was a good thing that the Annihilation God Emperor hadn't recognized him as Longqing, nor had he seen through Longqing's real identity. It proved that Guan still had time to grow. In this life, he wasn't going to be as reckless as Long Zhan. A year later, the 900-year-old Xian came to the Hidden Spirit Palace, where first he gathered medicinal herbs, with the deep-sea dragon carp following closely behind, carrying the basket for him. "This herb, my junior sister should like it. This one for Zhang Qiang, it hasn't been easy for her. These are for Tian Yaoer, she has a big appetite." Guan mumbled to himself while picking the herbs. The deep-sea dragon carp had grown accustomed to this. He didn't speak. With his long hair reaching his feet, wearing white clothes and an elegant demeanor, like a gentle woman. His eyes seemed to hold tenderness, a face full of feminine charm, making it difficult to guess that he was a male demon. When Guan finished gathering, he took the basket and handed a bag of seeds to the deep-sea dragon carp. As the deep-sea dragon carp began to plant the seeds, Guan walked to the entrance of the Hidden Spirit Palace and sat on his rocking chair, taking out a book. The water above shimmered, and the whole dojo was quiet, a perfect atmosphere for reading, occasionally complemented by the sound of whale calls, which struck the soul. An hour later, Guan finished savoring the book in his hand, pressed it to his chest, and started to reflect. The spirit of chivalry is precious. Who says immortal cultivation is only about benefits and lacks chivalry? Guan talked to himself, his tone full of emotion. Having finished reading the Swordman book, he wished to wander the mortal world, live the life of a chivalrous swordsman. However, he had to maintain his schedule of gathering medicinal herbs. If he had his clone do it or squeezed in the time, the experience wouldn't be the same. Forget about it. It's nice to think about. Wait, why not live a chivalrous life in the lifespan samsara? Guan opened his eyes, sprang up, and tucked the book into his chest. It was time to start a new journey. And this wouldn't be a waste of lifespan. Lifespan samsara could enhance his understanding of the Tao rules. His character for this reincarnation shouldn't be so stubborn, he must have a compassionate heart. So Guan thought, and with a thought, a series of prompts appeared before his eyes. You will spend 10 million years of lifespan to initiate a reincarnation evolution. Beginning to connect with the Tao rules. Searching for a reincarnation world. You have the following great heaven and earth choices, pick any one. First, the dark heaven and earth. Second, the Dahong realm. Third, Xianqing Great Heaven and Earth. It's the Dark Heaven and Earth again. Guan really wanted to try his luck with the Black Profound Emperor, but his intuition told him that if he chose Black Profound Emperor this time, the Black Profound Emperor would surely be even more terrifying. Forget it. There's no need to mess around. Since he had chosen a life of chivalry, he should choose a world of lesser strength. Guan thought that the Dahong realm should be weaker than the Great Heaven and Earth. Let it be the Dahong realm. You choose to reincarnate in the Dahong realm. Given that the Tao rules of this world cannot conceal your talent, you will retain the ability to seize lifespan, but you cannot activate the phased functions. Reincarnation evolution begins. In the first year, you were born inside the purple micro-immortal mansion, and you were named Yang Xian by your parents. At the age of 5, your father began to teach you the ways of immortal cultivation. That day, you demonstrated exceptional insight, stunning the purple micro-immortal mansion. At the age of 8, you mastered your family's swordsmanship to great success and comprehended sword intent. At the age of 12, when the purple micro-immortal mansion hosted a banquet for cultivators from various sects, you met an old man who said you had an extraordinary life grid and wanted to tell your fortune. Will you choose to agree? Wow! Why is there another person trying to tell fortunes? Guan could hardly bear to let the other party suffer a loss, so he chose no. You refuse to let the other party tell your fortune. The person feels somewhat disappointed and bids you farewell. At the age of 15, you condensed a golden core with sword intent within, becoming an unmatched prodigy the purple micro-immortal mansion hadn't encountered in 10,000 years. At the age of 17, you were sent by the purple micro-immortal mansion to the 10,000 sword immortal ridge. On the way, you encountered someone being attacked by a demon cultivator whose wife and children had already been slain. You felt compassionate, but the elder accompanying you advised you not to interfere too much. Will you choose to intervene and save them? Here it comes. Time to kick off the immortal chivalrous life. Save them. Ignoring the elder's advice, you forcefully step in. The attackers are relentless and even start to besiege you. Out of desperation, you execute your swordsmanship, slaying the demon cultivator leader and accidentally seize 87 years of lifespan, marking a turning point in your destiny. Here it comes. Guan had been wondering why there had been no prompt about seizing lifespan. It turns out this kid had never taken a life. Only at the age of 17 did he discover the ability to seize lifespan, indicating he truly had a heart of great kindness. Guan also grew curious. Could it be that before starting the lifespan samsara, what he had in mind could determine the nature within the reincarnation? That's quite possible. In his previous reincarnation evolution, he had thought about surviving as much as possible, so his character in the reincarnation was more paranoid. At the age of 18, you arrive at the 10,000 sword immortal ridge, where you stand out among the thousands of trialists, and you obtain your first immortal sword in this life Jing Hong. At the age of 19, after contemplating the sword intent of 10,000 sword immortal ridge, you gain the appreciation of the ancestor of 10,000 sword immortal Dao, who wishes to take you as his disciple. Will you choose to agree? Definitely agree. What's there to hesitate about? Start getting stronger. Guan thought this and made his decision immediately. You choose to be apprenticed to the ancestor of 10,000 sword immortal Dao, you receive his instruction, and you begin to delve into the 10,000 sword immortal Dao. At 21, you finally step into the 10,000 sword immortal Dao. All of the swords in the 10,000 sword immortal ridge tremble for you. The ancestor is very satisfied with you and starts to personally train you in swordsmanship. Wait a minute. This lifetime's talent seems exceptionally strong. Chapter 435, Sword Dao Life. Although it was impossible to determine Yang Xian's realm from the hints, he seemed very strong. Most importantly, he was only 21 years old. Guan contemplated as he read the information. He even felt that the Dahong realm was stronger than the usual great heaven and earth, casually decorated with the word immortal. At 25, your master, the founder of the Thousand Swords Immortal, summoned you alone, the message read. When you went to see him, he claimed he wanted to pass on the position of head of the Thousand Swords Immortal Peaks to you. If you accept the chi fortune of the Thousand Swords Immortal Peaks, you will be able to command all the immortal swords, divine swords, and treasure swords there, and even gain longevity, but the price is the loss of your freedom. Do you choose to accept the position? Lose my freedom? No way. No. Guan immediately refused. In this life, he intended to experience the life of a chivalrous hero, not to pursue longevity. And what about the reincarnation body's original self if it obtained longevity? You refuse the position of head of the Thousand Swords Immortal Peaks. The founder does not coerce you but assigns you an experienced task to track down the eldest senior brother who has betrayed the section. At 30, you arrive at Blood Deer City where the eldest senior brother was last seen. You meet Fang Meng, the city lord's daughter, and after a stream of fateful encounters, feelings blossom between you. Under her lead, you sneak into the underground city and come across a heritage, learning the killing sword technique. At 31, a mysterious cultivator attempts to sacrifice the entire city's population. You discover that he is the eldest senior brother you have been looking for. After a violent battle, he captures Fang Meng and threatens your life unless you destroy your sword intent. Do you choose to accept? Upon reading this, Guan mused that love was indeed a stumbling block for swordsmen. But as an aspiring swordman, how could he not save Fang Meng? If he listened to this eldest senior brother, he would be willingly surrendering. A dilemma. After a moment of struggle, Guan decided to trust Yang Xian. If the eldest senior brother felt threatened by Yang Xian, it indicated that he was wary of Yang Xian, who must also have an ace up his sleeve. If he died just like that, then it meant the path of chivalry was not viable, he would just read books in the future and give no further thought to it. Guan silently chose to agree. You agree to destroy your sword intent. You dissipate the sword intent within you and sustain serious injuries. Your eldest senior brother laughs wildly, mocking your foolishness and threatening to execute Fang Meng. At the critical moment, your master, the founder of the Thousand Swords Immortal, acts. Using his finger as a sword from millions of miles away, he instantly kills your eldest senior brother. Enduring the pain, you catch Fang Meng as she falls from the sky. At 32, as you're contemplating the sword dao in the courtyard, Fang Meng visits you. She confesses her true feelings, wishing to marry you and for you to inherit her father's legacy and walk the path of immortal cultivation again. Do you choose to accept her? No. Never marry. Without hesitation, Guan made the decision on behalf of Yang Xian. If the original self has not married, what right do you have? You reject Fang Meng's heartfelt proposal, leaving her deeply hurt. That night, you secretly leave Blood Deer City and pursue your own sword dao. The subsequent hints were all about traveling and performing chivalrous deeds. Yang Xian did not return to the Thousand Swords Immortal Peaks, nor did he go back to the Purple Micro-Immortal Mansion. Seeing Yang Xian walk the path he wished to, Guan felt gratified. Yang Xian was more obedient than the previous reincarnation bodies. At 40, based on your years of acting heroically, you earn a good reputation, but you still cannot recondense sword intent, nor can your dao level grow. You find yourself in a quandary, uncertain whether to engage in a killing tribulation, executing those extremely vicious to seize their lifespan and thereby restore your sword dao. Do you choose to undertake the killing tribulation? Kill extremely vicious people, what's there to hesitate about? Guan felt that taking lifespan did not conflict with being heroic, being a hero didn't mean killing no one. What he had to do was to punish evil and promote good. You choose to undertake the killing tribulation, but another voice within cautions you, placing you in another dilemma. Voices urge you to take up the butcher's knife, warn you of the Demon King's initial intentions, and in the end, you choose not to engage in the killing tribulation, remaining true to your deist heart. In the esoteric process, you sense a wisp of sword intent close to you, yet invisible and intangible. It actually resists my choice? For the first time, Guan encountered such a situation. Fortunately, Yang Xian had his own realizations, which made Guan even more hopeful. At 41, while saving someone, you are severely injured by a great cultivator. You flee into the river and drift down into an isolated island, where you find an abandoned bamboo tower to recover. At 43, having observed the mist in the forest for a long time and contemplating the natural world, you begin to create your own swordsmanship. At 45, you founded 1,000 forms of swordsmanship, reconvened your sword intent, and you welcomed the path enlightenment. At 48, your achievement in the sword Dao surpassed what came before. Every blade of grass and tree seemed alive with intent, as did the mountains and rivers, and you embarked on a path of the sword Dao that belonged only to you. At the age of 50, a youth stumbled upon your island, mistaking you for an immortal and wishing to take you as his master. As soon as he arrived, the bamboo swords you crafted quivered, and you sensed a sword intent from him, realizing he was the innate sword intent the sword immortal ancestor spoke of, a person naturally suited for sword practice. Did you choose to take him as a disciple? Innate sword intent? Is it that formidable? Without much thought, Guan chose to agree. Taking a disciple was not a bad thing, after all, he himself had taken disciples. Every choice brings both fortune and misfortune. As long as he did not resist in his heart, willingness was sufficient. You chose to take the youth as a disciple, hearing that he was raised by bandits and had no real name, thus you named him Yang Pingan. At 52, Yang Pingan had mastered all your sword techniques, but he could not yet perceive sword intent nor could he refine his own. Moving on, Yang Pingan's name appeared in every prompt. Yang Xian advanced his own understanding of the sword Dao while observing Yang Pingan's cultivation. Guan was astonished. The natural talent of Yang Pingan in the sword Dao was truly exceptional, even exceeding Yang Xian's by some measure. At 60, your sword Dao reached even greater heights. That year, Yang Pingan desired to leave the island to gain experience. Did you choose to allow him to leave? No. Having only practiced for a few years? With such little skill going out, is he seeking death? You disagreed with Yang Pingan's departure. Dissatisfied, Yang Pingan thus agreed to the rule you set: he could leave to gain experience only after he defeated you. He dedicated himself to intensive cultivation. Reading this prompt, a bad premonition suddenly arose in Guan's heart. Could it be that master and disciple will turn on each other later? As Guan pondered, he watched the incessant flow of prompts before him. It was still about cultivation, yet now included the challenges from Yang Pingan. Every 5 years, Yang Pingan would challenge Yang Xian, and according to the prompts, both master and disciple were growing rapidly. At 100, you once again ascended a step in your sword Dao, and your consciousness peered into the sword Dao river. You saw figures standing upon the river, and yearning for it, you drew closer only to encounter one of the figures swinging a sword at you, damaging your sword Dao. Your consciousness retreated back to your body, and you found your sword intent temporarily dispersed, with your internal spiritual power also depleted. At this moment, your disciple Yang Pingan came to challenge you. Did you choose to consent to his challenge? Such terrible timing! Guan wanted to refuse, but on second thought, refusing meant showing weakness. Yang Pingan likely harbored no intent to kill him. It would be a good test of Yang Xian's true strength. Without sword intent and spiritual power, could Yang Xian still defeat Yang Pingan? You agreed to Yang Pingan's challenge, and after a fierce battle, both of you were injured, with Yang Pingan winning by a narrow margin. He shouted out excitedly, venting out years of repressed frustration, and you could only let him travel the world. Before parting, Yang Ping'an gave you 3 deep kowtows, saying he would never forget the kindness of your teachings. At 101, your wounds healed, you reconvened your sword intent and gained new insights. Seeing Yang Xian actually lose, Guan felt helplessly resigned, but thankfully Yang Ping'an still had some conscience. The path of practice continued. Yang Xian gave up the ability to seize lifespan, yet his growth rate remained swift. He secluded himself in the deep mountains without wandering out, delving into the sword Dao. His cultivation advancing by leaps and bounds. Yang Ping'an, however, did not return again. One prompt followed another. Quickly, time brought Yang Xian to the age of 500. At 507, you attained the accomplishment of perceiving everything in heaven and earth as a sword, and you buried all your swords at the bottom of a lake outside your island. At 508, a masked woman arrived at your island, claiming to be Fang Meng's daughter. Fang Meng was near death and wished to see you one last time. Did you choose to agree? Fang Meng? She actually had a daughter, but that was normal. Not all women can wait forever, especially since she was rejected by Yang Xian. With a sense of reminiscence in his heart, Guan then fell into hesitation. Chapter 436, Sword Saint, Great Hong Dao Sky. After much hesitation, Guan still chose to agree. After all, it was Yang Xian's life, and considering the affection between Yang Xian and Fang Meng, even in the absence of love and with old acquaintances departing, a farewell was appropriate. You chose to agree to meet Fang Meng, you packed up and left that same day. In the same year, you arrived in Blood Deer City and saw Fang Meng. She lay on her bed, her face devoid of any color, and you noticed an energy within her similar to sword intent but more complex and eerie. Upon investigation, you learned that Fang Meng had never married. The masked woman was a descendant of the Fang family. With her impending death, Fang Meng sought to test your feelings for her. Understanding the truth, you felt a mix of emotions. At the age of 509, no matter how much you helped, Fang Meng still succumbed to her illness. You stood before her grave in contemplation, standing for months as your hair turned from black to white. Suddenly, you felt a faint energy emanating from Fang Meng's grave, moving towards the distance. Believing this related to her death, you decided to investigate. Before leaving, you engraved Wife of Yang Xian on her tombstone. Seeing this, Guan suddenly felt ashamed. Had he originally agreed to marry Fang Meng, would the outcome have been different? The reminder for reincarnation continued. The mysterious energy moved slowly, and along the way, Yang Xian avenged evil and promoted good. His reputation as a virtuous swordman began to spread. He also gradually realized that the people of the world were suffering under the oppression of the dynasty while the immortal cultivation sects sat idly on their pedestals, not helping the people in misery but only extracting benefits from the secular world. Thus, Yang Xian continued his charitable journey, though his enemies grew more numerous. His mastery of the sword Dao was unmatched and unstoppable. Years later, following the mysterious force, he reached the outskirts of the imperial city, discovering bodies of commoners and cultivators piled up outside the city walls, discarded haphazardly into mountains of corpses, a horrifying sight. Seeing that the energy had entered the imperial palace, Yang Xian faced another moment of decision, as the imperial city was closed for a ritual, forbidding entry. Guan chose to forcefully enter. This was not a moment in Yang Xian's life to shrink back. The reminder continued. Forced entry into the imperial city put Yang Xian in a difficult position, but wielding the heavens and the earth as his sword, he managed to enter the palace unharmed. He discovered the source of that energy, the national master of the dynasty, who devoured others' life energy with a miracle skill, including that of Fang Meng, whom he had met briefly. This life energy was then pumped into the emperor to prolong his longevity. Yang Xian slew the national master, avenging countless victims, but discovered that the emperor was even more terrifying. A heart-stopping battle erupted. In the end, with no one to aid him, Yang Xian killed the emperor, sustaining severe injuries himself. He departed, the city's populace knelt to thank him. A young girl asked his name, and he did not hide it, choosing to bear the greatest hatred for this matter. Murderer of the emperor, Yang Xian. The following year, Yang Pingan returned to a small island in the mountains to recover and continue his understanding of the sword Dao. But every few years, people would seek his help, and if their suffering was indeed irredeemable, he would intervene. Time reached Yang Xian's 1000th year, and Guan still could not discern Yang Xian's realm, as the prompts did not specify. However, between the lines, it appeared that Yang Xian had reached the immortal path realm. Yang Xian's opportunities were not many, far less than other reincarnation bodies, and he had never resorted to usurping others' lifespan. His understanding of the Dao came entirely from his own revelations of nature. Guan felt an even stronger sense of enlightenment from him. Of course, his greatest asset was still his talent for combat, as if born solely for warfare. At the age of 1234, a cultivator came to your mountain island, claiming to be a disciple of the sword god. Delivering an invitation, opening the letter, you discovered that the sword god turned out to be your disciple, Yang Pingan, who was about to become the sword master of the heavenly sword sanctuary, and was inviting you to a festival. Do you choose to go? What's the point in going? After so many years of not coming back to see him, now that he is flourishing, he wants to show off his power? Guan directly refused on behalf of Yang Xian. After Yang Xian refused, the cultivator had no choice but to leave. Afterward, another long period of cultivation years ensued. Although there were hardships, Yang Xian always managed to handle them with ease. More and more place names and power names appeared in the hints, which also indicated that Yang Xian's fame was constantly rising. During this period, there were also women who admired Yang Xian, all of whom were refused by Guan. 5,000 years later, someone came to visit Yang Xian, pronouncing his current title Sword Saint. This title not only praised his strength but also celebrated his deeds and spirit. No matter how high his cultivation level, Yang Xian preserved his original intentions. When those in suffering sought him out, he would help without asking for anything in return. He had slain a great demon that shocked the world, exposed the evil plans of a reputable sect, and even stopped the demon path from massacring the people of the dynasty. His deeds were widely known and had become legendary. At the age of 9,999, after meditating for 10 years, you finally attained enlightenment, transformed your golden core into a primordial elixir, and achieved the carefree Taoist skill. Wow! A carefree primordial immortal not even 1,000 years old? What kind of talent is this? Yang Xian didn't possess vast immortal cultivation resources and didn't even have a great power often giving him guidance, yet he cultivated so quickly? After becoming a carefree primordial immortal, Yang Xian could do even more. He even came into contact with the greatest evil of the Dahong realm. Dahong Dao Heaven. This was the strongest force in the Dahong realm, located above heaven and earth, like an immortal overseeing all living beings. They took mortal spirits as food, indiscriminately plundered the Dao level of cultivators, all while remaining excellently concealed. Even if someone knew, those with knowledge dared not speak out. Yang Xian was approached by a cultivator, whose family had been slaughtered by the Dahong Dao Heaven for help. Thus, he learned of their heinous acts. Although Dahong Dao Heaven possessed a power surpassing the 9 heavens of the immortal path and he could not shake them, he still chose to help the seeker of revenge and executed the carefree primordial immortal of Dahong Dao Heaven. Decades later, the Dahong Dao Heaven sent people to recruit him. Knowing his character, Guan helped him decline the invitation from the Dahong Dao Heaven. After that, great cultivators occasionally attacked Yang Xian. He repelled them one by one, until he finally faced suppression by a mysterious great power. Due to the vast difference in cultivation levels, Yang Xian was struck into the mountains by a single hand of his opponent. At the critical moment, a sword light cut through heaven and earth and saved Yang Xian. It was none other than his first mentor, the sword ancestor of 10,000 swords. The sword ancestor of 10,000 swords rescued Yang Xian and took him out of the Dahong realm, to hide in a secluded minor heaven and earth. The sword ancestor of 10,000 swords warned Yang Xian never to oppose the Dahong Dao heaven again, as he could not protect Yang Xian if he truly angered the Dahong Dao heaven. Faced with the choice, Guan decided to endure in silence for the time being. Once Yang Xian's injuries healed, the sword ancestor of 10,000 swords began to instruct him in cultivation, and after 10 years of personal teaching, the sword ancestor left. Yang Xian resumed his cultivation and leveling up. He no longer sought to rescue individuals from suffering, he wanted to help all the living beings of the Dahong realm. This cultivation lasted tens of thousands of years. At the age of 70,000, Yang Xian reached the free immortal realm of the 9 heavens of the Immortal Path. Chapter 437, Achieving Sword Dao Saint Ancestor. A free immortal of 70,000 years achieved his realm through meditation and cultivation. Impressive indeed. Guan was even more excited about Yang Xian's future, wondering if he could surpass the free immortal realm and overcome the death tribulation that awaited according to past experiences. After reaching the free immortal realm, Yang Xian returned to the Dahong realm. Along his journey, he met several cultivators from the Dahong realm and learned about the situation there. For thousands of years, every millennium, the Dahong Dao heaven would cleanse a region with blood. There were less than 100 regions in the Dahong realm, and now, its cultivators were wary of the Dahong Dao heaven and started to establish their dojos in outer heaven. After parting ways with those cultivators, Yang Xian returned to the Dahong realm alone. He first visited his birthplace, the Ziwei Immortal Mansion, only to find it annihilated by the Dahong Dao heaven long ago. The once familiar land was desolate, with just a few broken walls remaining of the Immortal Mansion. Hatred for all living beings combined with personal vengeance, even Guan was concerned for the Dahong Dao heaven, questioning whether Yang Xian would embark on a slaughter. Although the Dahong Dao heaven had beings that transcended the 9 heavens of Immortal Path, Yang Xian also had the ability to evolve his lifespan, yet he chose not to use it. The following year, Yang Xian went to the site of the former Blood Deer city. He could no longer find Fang Meng's bones, and the city had vanished over time, leaving no trace behind, as though that memory was a figment of his imagination. Yang Xian decided to draw his sword against the Dahong Dao heaven. 2 years later, Yang Xian descended upon the Hongtian realm of the Dahong Dao heaven, intending to destroy its chi fortune and dissolve it. For this, he faced an ambush by the Dahong Dao heaven. During the fierce battle, Yang Xian continuously improved his sword Dao achievement, making Guan suspect that he had used his lifespan evolution ability. The free immortals of the Dahong Dao heaven were alarmed. 10 free immortals besieged Yang Xian, but he held his ground, wielding the world's essence as his sword, casting a brilliance that shook the ancient and modern world, even harnessing the power of the Sword Dao River. The Sword Dao River, like the River of Destiny and the River of Time, was a manifestation of the Dao. Mortal spirits could not fathom it, it represented the condensed power of the Sword Dao. Boosted by the Sword Dao River, Yang Xian eliminated the physical bodies of the 10 free immortals in one strike, forcing their divine souls to flee in disarray. Just as Yang Xian was about to destroy the foundation of the Dahong Dao heaven, an ancient being from it descended, a being who surpassed the free immortals, leaving Yang Xian to fend off the attacks as best as he could. When Yang Xian was nearly overwhelmed, the Sword Saint Ancestor arrived to aid him and ultimately fell. Yang Xian, in utter fury, awakened his sword heart to a divine level, making heaven and earth tremble. Guan, looking at the prompt before him, could already imagine how dire the situation had been. A battle of free immortals against a Taoist hidden immortal, without the protection of the Sword Dao River, Yang Xian, no matter how strong, would have met his demise. But this time was different from the past. Yang Xian had an ally. After tens of thousands of years, his disciple Yang Ping'an appeared to help. Remarkably, Yang Ping'an had also become a free immortal. Together, teacher and student united in their sword Dao, critically wounded the old ancestor of the Dahong Dao heaven, and forced him to flee beyond the heavens. In the end, Yang Xian and Yang Ping'an together destroyed the foundation of the Dahong Dao heaven. The heavenly Dao sensed their action, and grand heavenly Dao merit fell upon them. Their cultivation levels skyrocketed, and they both condensed Tao fruits. Taoist hidden immortal. A Taoist hidden immortal of less than 100,000 years, and moreover, a teacher and student duo. Guan was deeply moved. If he had not taken Yang Ping'an as his disciple back then, Yang Xian would likely have died at the hands of the Dahong Dao heaven. The chi fortune of the Dahong Dao heaven dissipated, its followers scattered and fled. The news spread far and wide, the names of the Sword Saint and Sword God resonated across the world, becoming legends of the Dahong realm. Afterward, Yang Xian chose to leave the Dahong realm. Yang Ping'an declared his intention to create a new world order, pledging to protect all living beings personally. Yang Xian gave him a deep, meaningful look, then set out to roam the cosmos beyond the heavens alone. Yang Xian arrived at a fragmented world beyond the heavens to engage in path enlightenment. His battle with the Dahong Dao heaven had given him much insight. Guan saw multiple prompts of him comprehending the Karma Dao, Chi Fortune Dao, Fate Dao, and Creation Dao. At the age of 100,034, a mysterious figure invaded your dojo, claiming to be the Black Profound Emperor and challenging you to a combat. Do you choose to accept? Black Profound Emperor. Guan's spirits lifted at the sight of these three words. However, he was unsure whether Yang Xian's time was in the past or future, thus unable to judge the Black Profound Emperor's cultivation level. For now, better refuse. I'll take care of him myself later. Such were Guan's thoughts. You choose to refuse the Black Profound Emperor's request for a combat, however, he unexpectedly made a move. You countered with a single sword strike, annihilating the Black Profound Emperor's physical body. His divine soul manifested in shock and fear, leaving behind a harsh threat before escaping with an Xian Miao method beyond your pursuit, leaving you sinking into contemplation, watching the direction he fled. Hey! 1. Victory with a single strike. Guan was filled with surprise and delight. Yang Xian was more formidable than Liu Han, Xiao Shengtian, and Chu Liu. However, it was regrettable that the Black Profound Emperor had escaped. From this life, it was clear that the Black Profound Emperor had been relentlessly pursuing his reincarnation. Why was that so? What grievance did they have that warranted the Black Profound Emperor to persistently hunt down his reincarnation body? Guan couldn't figure out why, but he began to look forward to Yang Xian encountering the Black Profound Emperor again. After surviving the attack of the Black Profound Emperor, surely Yang Xian should be able to reach an even higher realm? After the Black Profound Emperor fled, Yang Xian reflected on the path enlightenment for 1,000 years, and then he ventured deep into the cosmos, entering the silent destruction domain, and made the acquaintance of people whose mere titles were extraordinary. There were still female cultivators at the Tao fruit realm who wished to become his Daoist friend, and Guan still helped him refuse. At 300,000 years old, Yang Xian achieved the status of Xian Yuan free immortal. He continued to uphold the chivalrous spirit of relieving suffering in the cosmos, spreading his name even further, and he gained a new title. Sword Dao Saint Ancestor. At 332,7134 years old, while you were teaching Sword Dao to the juniors of various dojos in the universe, the Black Profound Emperor suddenly attacked, wishing to annihilate your entire dojo. You used the stars as your sword, with the sword intent of billions of stars converging into a Sword Dao holy net that enveloped the Black Profound Emperor and fiercely vanquished him. However, you did not receive a prompt about seizing lifespan, hence you concluded the Black Profound Emperor was still alive. This bastard was really hard to kill. Guan began to grind his teeth. The prompt continued. After 350,000 years, Yang Xian wanted to see just how vast the universe was and continued his Travels. In the end, he arrived at the boundary gate. Guan inwardly cursed his luck, but had no choice in the matter. At 350,008 years old, upon arriving at the boundary gate, as you were immersed in the profound Dao of the boundary gate, a figure stepped out from within the gate and attacked you, causing your physical body to perish. Your sword intent barely protected your divine soul, but the assailant struck again, annihilating your divine soul. You died at the hands of the heavenly spirit god. Reincarnation cycle has ended. Guan's face darkened. He knew it would be this way. Previously, the Black Profound Emperor was an insurmountable barrier he had finally overcome, and now the heavenly spirit god had become his new obstacle. How foolish, Yang Xian, why did you have to be curious? If you hadn't gone, wouldn't you have avoided death? Guan vanished into thin air from the chair and arrived in the midst of the cosmos, settling on a meteorite. He activated the lifespan barrier and then received Yang Xian's life memories. Feeling Yang Xian's life truly was even more poignant. During his life, he had never used lifespan evolution, and although he could not see Yang Xian's prompts directly, Yang Xian's sword Dao and cultivation level didn't skyrocket within a single ancient hour, except for the time he received the heavenly Dao merit. Moreover, throughout his life, Yang Xian had slain fewer than 100 living beings. What a terrifying will! The death of Fang Meng grieved Yang Xian deeply, and Guan felt the same sorrow. The obliteration of the purple micro-immortal mansion and the fall of the Wan Sword immortal ancestor also caused Guan distress but did not dampen his spirits. Guan focused on understanding Yang Xian's two encounters with the Black Profound Emperor. The Black Profound Emperor was very mysterious, each appearance shrouded in black mist around his body, preventing any glimpse of his true face. From the battles, it was evident that the Black Profound Emperor was no match for Yang Xian. But Yang Xian was no match for the heavenly spirit god either. It's worth noting that, moments before his death, Yang Xian left behind some items, sparking some expectation within Guan. He wondered if he would ever come into contact with those remnants. Chapter 438, Holy Heart Sword Dao, The Change in Guan. After inheriting the memories of Yang Xian, Guan had received Yang Xian's sword Dao inheritance, which was the essence of his life's cultivation. Holy Heart Sword Dao. This sword Dao uses the heart as its foundation. Whatever the heart conceives can be transformed into one's own sword. Flowers, grass, trees, and woods can become swords, mountains, rivers, seas can become swords, all living beings can become swords, the sun, the moon, and the stars can become swords. Yang Xian even wanted to turn the 3,000 Great Dao into his swords, but his sword Dao had not yet truly reached the level of the Great Dao, so it was only a conceptual idea for now. By the time Guan had fully accepted Yang Xian's memories, he opened his eyes, and a day had gone by. It seemed like only a day, but he had experienced a reincarnation. Those memories were so intense that they felt as if he had lived them firsthand. He was Yang Xian, but he was not entirely Yang Xian. To put it precisely, Yang Xian was just a part of him, Guan, and this feeling was very mystical. Yang Xian brought Guan not only the Holy Heart Sword Dao but also a profound understanding of the many great Dao. Even Guan was amazed by Yang Xian's perceptiveness. Without utilizing the evolution of lifespan, Yang Xian's understanding of the great Dao was deep, stronger than other reincarnation bodies. Guan checked the lifespan consumed by the lifespan barrier, which wasn't too much, stood up, and in one step, returned to the hidden spirit palace. Deep-sea dragon carp was cultivating. Upon hearing footsteps, he opened his eyes, saw Guan return, and was pleasantly surprised, promptly rising to ask, "Master, why have you returned?" Guan looked at him and said, "Didn't you want some combat techniques? How about I pass on a set of swordsmanship to you?" "Of course, thank you, Master." Deep-sea dragon carp immediately thanked Guan and excitedly approached him, full of expectation. Guan didn't say much and began to impart the swordsmanship to him, guiding him to practice the Holy Heart Sword Dao from some simple techniques. Deep Sea Dragon Carp felt a change in Guan's aura, but he couldn't quite pinpoint what had changed, instead feeling an even greater respect for Guan. This was the influence of Yang Xian's memories on Guan. Yang Xian, often referred to as the Sword Dao Saint Ancestor, who regularly lectured, couldn't hide the refined dignity about him, and it had already begun to affect Guan. Integrating reincarnation memories inevitably affected Guan to some extent. An ancient hour later, Guan returned to the Third Medicine Valley and, after stepping off the transmission array platform, was greeted by disciples. "Do you feel any changes in our teacher? You all noticed, too." "Indeed, there is a change. Has the old man made another breakthrough? Our teacher's understanding of the Dao is beyond our imagination, remember who's backing him." The disciples watched Guan's retreating figure, whispering among themselves, some even deliberately flattered him, guessing he could overhear. When Guan arrived in front of the pavilion, Blood Prison Great Saint was also startled by the change in his aura. Had his master's cultivation level improved? He admired Guan, and the stronger Guan became, the happier he was, because he had decided to follow Guan for life. It doesn't necessarily have to be a millennium, be prepared. Guan stopped and said that to Blood Prison Great Saint. Upon hearing this, Blood Prison Great Saint was taken aback, his bovine fur fluttering as if blood flame was burning. Guan continued upstairs, returned to his room, sat at his desk, took out paper and ink, and began writing down the sword techniques and cultivation techniques from Yang Xian's memories. He wasn't afraid of forgetting them, he just wanted to write them down to spread fortune in the future. He could even create a pavilion in the future dedicated to these secret books, not for profit but to display. Cough cough. To show off. Half an ancient hour later, there was a knock on the door, Guan responded, and an Xin pushed the door open and entered. She closed the door behind her, then came to the desk, not saying anything, but simply observed Guan. Guan did not stop writing, and without lifting his head, he asked, "Is something the matter?" An Xin giggled, "I heard that Master's temperament has undergone some changes, and everyone is speculating that you've had a breakthrough, so I came to see for myself." "Indeed, you've changed, seeming even more like a great power than before." Guan smiled but did not respond. Suddenly, he thought of Yang Xian's experiences and asked, "Do you ever harbor affection?" An Xin paused, puzzled. She asked, "Harbor what affection?" "There is no one in Medicine Valley who could stir mundane desires in me, and I will never fall into a calamity of emotions in my life. My senior brother once told me that his biggest regret was getting emotionally involved with someone, which hindered his progress, yet it would pain him to abandon it. I will never allow myself to fall into that situation." An Shengtian and the later generations of the An family were still harboring grievances against An Hao, making An Xin even less inclined to marry and have children. Moreover, she was cultivating immortality and would not be swayed by the instincts of flesh and blood. She was happy as she was and truly did not crave love. Guan looked up at her and seeing that she was not just giving lip service, he smiled, "Is that so? Affection is not as simple as you think. When fate arrives, you might forget your words." "Today?" An Xin tilted her chin defiantly, "I won't forget." "Master, you aren't trying to send me away, are you?" "How could that be? I've just been reading a book these past 2 days and felt some emotions about the love story within," Guan explained while once again feeling that complex emotion well up within him. Yang Xian's biggest regret in life was rejecting Fang Meng. He had never had a woman because the memory of Fang Meng's feelings for him was satisfaction enough. Hearing this, An Xin breathed a sigh of relief and reminded him, "Master, you should read fewer miscellaneous and idle books." Guan couldn't help but glare at her, "Get out, get out, get out. You have no respect for your elders." An Xin grinned triumphantly, bowed, and then left. Guan continued writing the secret book as the sun outside the window gradually set. Time kept flowing by. 3 years later, all who knew Guan had grown accustomed to the changes in his temperament. Through integrating the Holy Heart Sword Dao, his sword intent had also improved, making swordsmanship once again his strongest technique. On this day, Guan stood on the cliffs at the edge of the Third Medicine Valley, gazing up at the sky. He saw in the depths of the universe, near the silent destruction domain, a massive city appeared, pitch black in color, as big as the sun above the great heavenly spirit land. The Annihilation God Emperor was hiding within that black city. Holy Courts, Immortal Dynasties, Swanya Divine Dynasty, and the Sky Demon Great Sect from the great heavenly spirit land had all sent people to investigate, but anyone who came close to Black City would turn to stone. Looking around, the void was suspended with hundreds of stone statues, the strongest among them reaching the Dao Void mysterious immortal realm, which was a pity. What exactly are you planning to use to attract Longqing? Guan wondered to himself, noting that the Annihilation God Emperor was shrouded in a causal force stronger than even the free immortal, indecipherable, surely the true body of the Annihilation God Emperor. Just then, a figure descended from the sky and landed beside Guan. It was Wu Ju. In recent years, Wu Ju had just broken through to the Mahayana realm, making a name for himself in the Supreme Sect, and had drunk day and night with Guan. Guan looked at him and smiled, asking, "What brings you here?" Wu Ju, with excitement, said, "I have news about Anhao. He has now attained nirvana and has arranged a time for a decisive battle at sea. The Supreme Sect plans to send a group of cultivators to the array platform to support him, and I will go too." Anhao. This was the most talented genius in the history of the Supreme Sect, still a legend to this day, constantly spoken of by many disciples. Guan pretended to be surprised, raising his eyebrows. He's advanced so quickly? Is his opponent formidable? The opponent is a loose immortal. He's challenging a loose immortal beyond his realm, so this has caused quite a stir overseas. Your disciple and Xin has a good relationship with him, do you want me to pass on a message? Wu Ju said with a smile, unable to wait to watch the battle. After a moment's thought, Guan said, "Never mind, don't tell her, so she doesn't worry." "That makes sense," Wu Ju nodded and continued, "You know, just how powerful is Anhao now. He dares to challenge a loose immortal at the Nirvana realm. It's said that it gets increasingly difficult to surpass others in the higher realms of the immortal path, and even within the same realm, defeating one another is as hard as reaching the heavens." Anhao was younger than Wu Ju, who had just reached the Mahayana realm, yet Anhao was already challenging loose immortals. How could he not admire Anhao? For a long time, he had been the #1 talent of the Supreme Sect, but both he and everyone in the sect felt he was not the strongest talent in the sect's history, because someone else was firmly holding that position. Guan pointed to his own face feigning astonishment, "You're asking me?" Wu Ju laughed, "Aren't you the self-proclaimed sword venerable Feudao? After all, Anhao is your disciple. Do you want me to tell him about this?" Guan gave him a sidelong glance, "You don't believe me anyway. Say what you want, I'm not afraid." Wu Ju got excited, "Since you're not afraid, I'll tell him. I'm looking forward to the scene when you two meet." Chapter 439, Dahong Sword Heaven. Wu Ju argued with Guan for a while before leaving in a hurry. Today, the Supreme Sect had just received news, and because the journey was long, he had to leave immediately. The Hall of Elders of the Supreme Sect was also anticipating in-house strength, so the arrangements were made urgently. In the following 3 days, the news of Anhao challenging a loose immortal spread to the Third Medicine Valley, sparking discussions among the disciples. As Anhao's junior sister, an Xin naturally received a lot of attention. Guan went downstairs and looked afar, seeing an Xin surrounded by dozens of female disciples chirping incessantly, their voices merging into a noisy chorus. He had just descended the stairs when Ji Xiaohu stepped out of the door. Guan initially thought she was looking for him, but she merely glanced at him before leaping up and swiftly flying out of the third medicine valley. Guan subconsciously deduced Ji Xiaohu's fate, and knowing what she was about to do next, he felt relieved. He walked towards the dojo. This time, he was not interested in playing chess. Upon reaching the dojo, Guan did not step in but instead watched from the periphery as disciples and cultivators played chess. It was unusual not to see the nine-finger Divine Lord, and Guan felt somewhat unaccustomed. Longqing approached from the entrance of the valley, spotting Guan, his eyes lit up, and he hurried over. He came beside Guan and curiously asked, "Master, would you like to play chess? Shall I keep you company?" Guan glanced at him and said, "You, a lousy chess player, play with me? Didn't I ask you to cultivate your deist heart? Why are you fooling around with the white spirit rat again?" Hearing this, Longqing scratched his head awkwardly and said, "It claimed it had found a treasure and wanted me to accompany it." Guan asked, "And then?" Longqing clenched his fists in frustration and gritted his teeth, "It tricked me into a cave and then filled the entrance with dung. It infuriated me. I must settle the score later, Master. It's really despicable." Upon hearing this, Guan silently stepped back. Longqing continued to curse the white spirit rat. In the entire Third Medicine Valley, except for an Xin, everyone detested the white spirit rat. Though it was merely mischievous without truly harming anyone, and occasionally even gifted treasures to the disciples it had bullied, they could only endure its antics. Listening to Longqing's complaints, Guan just listened without comment. Although the white spirit rat was nasty to others, it was very submissive to him, often trying to please him. How could he punish it? After Longqing had finished venting, Guan suddenly asked, "I'm planning to establish a sword mountain. Where do you think it should be located?" "Sword mountain?" Longqing was stunned, his face showing surprise. "Wait. The master is Sword Venerable Fudeo, could this sword mountain, like the heavenly repair platform, contain his sword intent? It must be so." Longqing immediately became excited, turning his head to select an appropriate location. The reason for creating Sword Mountain was to commemorate the ancestor of the 10,000 swords. The 10,000 sword peaks of the ancestor left a vivid memory, hillsides covered in swords, each of exceptional grade and rank, each containing different sword intents. All the sword intents together were like the heaven and earth rules converging, forming a unique realm of their own, a realm of the Sword Dao, and it was the 10,000 sword peaks that had inspired Yang Xian to create the Holy Heart Sword Dao. Longqing eagerly began to suggest ideas, and Guan had him follow to look around. Having the rare opportunity to roam the hills alone with Guan, Longqing felt delighted, and the master and disciple walked toward the edges of the Medicine Valley. Seeing this scene, a smile appeared on an Xin's face surrounded by people. Longqing was someone she had watched grow up, always considering him like her own child. Over the years, Longqing often confided in her privately. He felt that his master could help him but insisted on tempering his deist heart. He suspected that his master did not like him. Naturally, an Xin hoped that there would be no rift between Guan and Longqing. Seeing Guan willing to spend time alone with Longqing, she thought Guan wanted to help Longqing. An hour later, Guan and Longqing reached the top of the mountain. Side by side, they looked out over the forests outside the Medicine Valley, a sight so magnificent it was breathtaking. "Do you still think I'm singling you out?" Guan suddenly asked, his gaze following up to the sky. The reincarnation vortex was fluctuating again, a massive amount of spiritual energy was emanating from it, clearly indicating that a force was arriving on the scene, likely with hostile intentions. Longqing quickly waved his hands, saying, "How could that be? Master, why would you single me out? If not for you bringing me back to the Medicine Valley, I would probably have been devoured by demon beasts." He had indeed once thought that his master disliked him, but after Guan had made it clear last time that he carried significant karma and revealing it would invite catastrophe, he no longer indulged in wild thoughts. Now, he was more eager for Guan to teach him cultivation. Master is sword Venerable Fudeo, even teaching him just a couple of moves is enough for him. Guan heard Longqing's words and smiled with satisfaction. If you truly think that way, I'm relieved. Rest assured, I do look forward to nurturing you, but not now. Do you know who the Bull Demon King is? The Bull Demon King? He has a background. Longqing was astonished. To him, the Blood Prison Great Saint was the second most lowly existence in the Third Medicine Valley, only inferior to the White Spirit Rat. Such a guy has a background? Guan proceeded to tell the origin of the Blood Prison Great Saint, leaving Longqing dumbstruck. The Blood Prison Great Saint is this formidable? And he's an ascender from the lower realm? The most crucial thing was that the Blood Prison Great Saint was actually a human, who only turned into a bull after devouring divine beast True Blood. Longqing felt as if the sky had fallen. It was one thing for his master to hide his cultivation level, but even the Bull Demon King had an extraordinary background. He then thought of an Xin, Yu Yingying, and other acquaintances in the valley. Could they all have backgrounds or hidden strengths? The Blood Prison Great Saint has to be a bull for 1,000 years, and he has already endured most of that time, Guan said profoundly. Longqing's expression kept changing. After pondering for a while, he took a deep breath and said, Master, I understand now. I am indeed very lucky. I really should settle down, I've been too impatient. Your second master treats you well. When you have time, you can sit in meditation with him to calm your mind, Guan continued, his gaze shifting towards outer heaven. Along with a large number of figures flying out of the reincarnation vortex, both the Holy Court and the Immortal Dynasty could no longer sit idly by and began to join forces to block them. Over the years, they had been fighting the Suanyu Divine Dynasty and the Sky Demon Great Sect. The Suanyu Divine Dynasty and the Sky Demon Great Sect had become increasingly strong, making it difficult for the Holy Court and the Immortal Dynasty to defeat them. This made the world situation more chaotic. Although the world is difficult, it is only the lowly beings who suffer. Yet for prodigies like Hao, it is actually a rare opportunity to rise. They could gain fame and fortune more easily. Master, what are you looking at? Is there another movement in outer heaven? Longqing suddenly asked curiously. Although he had never left the Taixuan continent, he knew that outer heaven was much bigger and even had heavenly demons descending to the mortal world. With his master's ability, he must be able to see what's happening in outer heaven. Guan replied, the reincarnation opened by Yuangsu ancestor is connected to many places similar to the great heavenly spirit land. Now, forces from other lands have arrived, and the Holy Court and the Immortal Dynasty are blocking them. A great battle is likely to erupt. Upon hearing this, Longqing's eyes widened. There are many places like the great heavenly spirit land? Why do they have to come here? Who knows? Guan casually answered. His eyes showed a slight change. This mysterious force from the reincarnation vortex actually had a connection with him. More precisely, it was connected to Yang Xian. Because he felt the sword intent of the Holy Heart Sword Dao in many people of this force, although it was nowhere close to Yang Xian's, it indeed originated from the Holy Heart Sword Dao. Before Yang Xian perished, he entrusted his sword intent to the Sword Dao River. The sword intent lived on, hence, anyone who practiced the Holy Heart Sword Dao would strengthen this sword intent, helping Yang Xian's sword intent to become a great Dao. Sword Dao Eternal. This was the terrifying aspect of Yang Xian. Even before he encountered the heavenly spirit god, he was considering his own death, so he left his sword intent in the Sword Dao River. His plan wasn't resurrection but to keep his sword Dao eternal, to prove he had lived. Guan couldn't help speculating if Yang Xian had guessed that he was a reincarnation body. Although he had Yang Xian's memories, he couldn't hear Yang Xian's thoughts at every moment. Guan began to deduce this force. Dahong Sword Heaven. Only one word differed from the Dahong Dao Heaven that was annihilated by Yang Xian and his disciples, but it was certain that Dahong Sword Heaven came from the Dahong realm. Master, have you been to other worlds? Is our world considered powerful in outer heaven? Longqing kept asking. Just then, a vast sword intent suddenly burst forth from the horizon, shooting up to the sky, startling Longqing to turn and look. He saw a sword light rising in the sky, as if wanting to split the heavens in two, rapidly stretching to the zenith. What is that? Longqing asked in astonishment, feeling the sword intent, which made him want to submit. Guan did not respond, but he had already seen the master of the sword intent. From the Immortal dynasty, it was a divine thought true immortal. Chapter 440 Ju Luo Sword Monarch. Sword cultivators of the divine thought true immortal realm were formidable, their sword intent stirring the entire world, but to harbor illusions to obstruct Dahong Sword Heaven was undeniably a fool's dream. Guan's gaze returned to Dahong Sword Heaven, where continuous figures flew out of the reincarnation vortex, each emitting a formidable sword intent, led by two free immortals. These people's faces were unfamiliar to Guan, never having been seen in Yang Xian's memories. However, he was certain that Dahong Sword Heaven was founded by Yang Xian's disciple, Yang Pingan. Previously, Dahong Sword Heaven had not appeared, but now it did. Could it be because its followers were being taught the Holy Heart Sword Dao? Guan felt this was only part of the reason. Their imposing manner suggested they harbored designs on the great heavenly spirit land. After a brief negotiation, the Holy Court and the Immortal dynasty commenced their siege on Dahong Sword Heaven, the battle fierce. Longqing could not view the fight from outer heaven, but he was lost in boundless imagination. The Supreme Sect, disturbed by the Immortal dynasty's sword intent, debated where this sword intent originated. After watching for a while, Guan turned and left, with Longqing quickly following, inquiring about the situation in outer heaven. Guan did not conceal the facts, briefly describing the battle in outer heaven. Longqing listened excitedly, his longing for the immortal path realm intensifying. Upon returning to Medicine Valley, Longqing hurried to his room to meditate, determined to make his master proud and to become a powerful figure who could stir the winds and clouds of the world. Guan returned to his room, untroubled by Dahong Sword Heaven bringing calamity, as this group was not potent enough to threaten the great heavenly spirit land. Sitting at his desk, Guan turned to look out the window, his thoughts drifting to distant memories. There, on that island, only Yang Pingan accompanied him, always challenging him. Thinking of it, he felt quite nostalgic. Seeing the robust chi fortune of Dahong Sword Heaven, it was clear that a lengthy time had passed since Yang Pingan had established it. How strong was Yang Pingan now? Guan looked forward to finding out, though he also felt a sense of urgency. Times had changed, and it was essential to guard against others. Guessing Yang Pingan's intentions in seeking the Holy Heart Sword Dao was challenging. Setting aside Yang Pingan, he also had to consider the Annihilation God Emperor as a hypothetical enemy, striving to grow stronger. Moreover, the depths of the universe still had the Heavenly Spirit God as an obstacle. What a long and heavy responsibility! With these thoughts in mind, Guan took out the latest volume of the Supreme Secret Records and began to consolidate his Daoist heart. The Supreme Secret Records were still being written but were no longer sold in the market. Only Guan had access, as a form of repayment from Shenzhen. At dawn, the waves crashed against the shore. On the cliff, streams of sword chi appeared out of nowhere, circling and coiling to form a vortex that rapidly expanded, followed by a figure stepping out from it, landing on the cliff. Bathed in sunlight, this was a man in black armor and a white cloak, his long hair tied under a white jade crown, and a treasure sword hanging at his waist. His handsome face emanated a commanding arrogance. After landing, he looked around, the sword chi vortex behind him quickly contracted. After looking around, he smiled, then raised his right hand, sword chi emerging in his palm to condense into a silver mirror, the mirror reflecting a gentle woman. Sword Lord, the fate of the great heavenly spirit land is in chaos. It is for this reason that I could help you infiltrate it, but this also implies unpredictable dangers. You must be very careful, the woman in the mirror spoke, her face filled with worry. The man with the mirror hailed from Dahong Sword Heaven, revered as Ju Luo Sword Monarch. Hearing the woman's words, Ju Luo Sword Monarch responded dismissively, the great heavenly spirit land is not what it used to be. After that great battle, it's just a fragment of the great heavenly spirit land now, no one can threaten me, rest assured. The woman in the mirror frowned, then asked, can you tell me now why you want to infiltrate the great heavenly spirit land? Ju Luo Sword Monarch looked into the distance and said, the Holy Heart Sword Dao has reappeared. Those above wish to find the reincarnation or inheritor of the Sword Dao Saint Ancestor to serve him, but I disagree. I will defeat him and prove that Dahong Sword Heaven does not need to pursue the Holy Heart Sword Dao. I will create an even stronger Sword Dao. Upon hearing this, the woman in the mirror's expression drastically changed, just about to speak when Ju Luo Sword Monarch crushed the silver mirror, dissipating it into sword chi. He then identified a direction, stepped forward, transforming into a streak of sword light soaring toward the end of heaven and sea, leaving behind a trail of sword chi mirages, like a mirage hanging above the vast ocean. At the same time, North Sea Mountain. Guan, wearing a mask, sat on the eaves reading a book, his divine thought locked onto Ju Luo Sword Monarch. The ninth layer of the free immortal realm was intensely replete with the cause and effect of reincarnation. It was estimated that the reincarnation tribulation was about to end, only half a step away from the Tao fruit realm. When the other party descended onto the great heavenly spirit land, Guan had detected him immediately and also heard what he had said. He didn't consider Ju Luo Sword Monarch a threat, rather, the implications behind the words of the Sword Monarch gave him pause. Did Dahong Sword Heaven intend to serve the inheritor of the Holy Heart Sword Dao? Guan remembered that although Yang Xian had imparted the Holy Heart Sword Dao to Yang Pingan at the time showed no surprise but instead smiled, saying his own Sword Dao was not inferior to the Holy Heart Sword Dao. At that time, Yang Xian's Holy Heart Sword Dao was merely rudimentary, nowhere near as strong as it was when contending with the Heavenly Spirit God, and countless years had passed since then, with the Holy Heart Sword Dao having reached unimaginable levels through the Sword Dao River. Could it be that Yang Pingan had faced setbacks in his Sword Dao and come to believe his own was inferior to the Holy Heart Sword Dao? Guan speculated about what might have transpired after Yang Xian's death to make Dahong Sword Heaven so highly esteem the Holy Heart Sword Dao. As for Ju Luo Sword Monarch seeking to trouble him, he wasn't too concerned. What waves could a mere free immortal stir up? If he dared to act against him, Guan wouldn't hesitate due to past feelings, he would kill if necessary. He wasn't Yang Xian, he didn't confine his actions within so many strictures. In the courtyard, Sage Xian Miao, holding a secret book, looked up at Guan and anxiously said, Mountain God, this secret book is too profound, I can't understand it at all. Back at Three Pure Ones Mountain, he had been considered a prodigy, able to grasp any Daoist sorcery with just a glance, yet, when faced with the secret book bestowed by the Mountain God, he couldn't comprehend it at all. Guan nonchalantly replied, if it were that easy to fathom, becoming an immortal wouldn't be so difficult. Centuries had passed, and Sage Xian Miao had already achieved the Mystic Heart Realm cultivator status. His talent was not lacking, it was just that Guan hadn't prioritized nurturing him. Upon hearing this, Sage Xian Miao could only manage an awkward smile and continued to delve into the secret book in his hands. Boom! A deafening boom suddenly came from the sky, startling Sage Xian Miao to look up and see a huge ball of light appearing and rapidly expanding, with strong winds soon descending upon the mountains and forests. Sage Xian Miao quickly stood up, frowning deeply. With the mountain god still there, he was not panicked. Mountain god, a sword intent ascended to the heavens a few months ago, and now this bizarre phenomenon has occurred. What could be the reason? Sage Xian Miao asked, turning to Guan as the tempest tousled his long hair. Guan answered, obviously, someone is fighting. Hearing this, Sage Xian Miao fell into silence. Though he was secluded from the world, people still passed by this place, allowing him to keep abreast of the major happenings overseas, which was currently in the midst of rare chaos. He wanted to ask the mountain god why he didn't put an end to such turbulent times but feared it would be presumptuous. He always believed that the mountain god was a true immortal, different from those powerful cultivators and demons. But he figured that the mountain god had his own considerations, perhaps everything had its own natural laws of evolution, and even immortals could not disrupt them. Guan stood up and tucked the book into his chest, looking down at Sage Xian Miao. Cultivate well, these days are long, and when you are strong enough, I can let you leave the mountain to alleviate suffering. As his words fell, he vanished into thin air from the eaves. Sage Xian Miao, rather than being ecstatic, looked down at the secret book in his hands, his eyes revealing a glimmer of hope. Above the boundless mountains and rivers, dust swirled as An Hao stood proudly in the air. His knight's robe fluttered wildly. He looked downward, with 9 bright suns floating behind him tracing circular paths, the firelight illuminating his form, making him look like a deity. From all directions, cultivators and demons watched the battle. They stood outside the formation, each gazed towards An Hao filled with disbelief. Those from the Supreme Sect watched with surging emotions, excited beyond measure. Wu Ju watched An Hao from afar, his eyes unable to hide his stunned expression as he subconsciously looked at his own right fist. An Hao could overpower a loose immortal, but could his fist defeat a nirvana realm cultivator? At this moment, he truly felt the vast disparity between himself and An Hao, as if it were the difference between an immortal and a mortal. Chapter 441 The Origin of Sword Venerable Feudeo. It seems I have won. An Hao's voice resonated between heaven and earth, silencing all the noise, allowing sects from all directions to feel his pride. A nirvana victor over a loose immortal, such a record was a marvel and shock throughout ancient and modern times. Looking at the peerless An Hao, Wu Ju felt that he still shouldn't test him. If An Hao learned that Guan was impersonating his master, Guan would probably be in big trouble. Such a domineering divine flame, the flame primordial treasure body, is truly powerful. How do I feel that he is even stronger than the treasure body? Our vast energy deist sect also has geniuses with treasure bodies, but none as dominant as him. His divine skills just now were no small matter. He could actually mobilize the heaven and earth rules, which is also why he was able to defeat the loose immortal. No wonder the immortal dynasty could recruit him. Such talent truly surpasses the immortal spirit. Cultivators from all sects talked amongst themselves, but An Hao did not pay attention. He raised his right hand, threw an elixir, and it plummeted into the rolling dust below. Immediately after, he turned and flew in a certain direction. Great cultivators, led by the Supreme Sect, immediately ordered a pursuit of An Hao. Wu Ju, having no time to ponder, hurriedly caught up with the group. Half an hour later, in the mountains and fields, An Hao and the high-ranking members of the Supreme Sect stood beside a stream, talking and laughing heartily, while Wu Ju stood not far away, envying the scene before him. Without An Hao, he would be the one everyone looked up to, the future of the Supreme Sect, but with An Hao present, he was no different from the other ordinary disciples. No one paid him any attention anymore. Vice-sect leader Ji Hantian looked at An Hao and said with a smile, "We are most comforted by your achievement today. You carry the hope for the rise of the Supreme Sect. Even when you're away, the disciples in the sect will inquire about your whereabouts. You have become the hope that the juniors chase." Hearing this, An Hao smiled even more, and faced with such words, he chose to be humble. He had quite a fondness for the Supreme Sect, as in the early stage of his immortal cultivation life, the Supreme Sect had given him considerable help. Most importantly, his master and junior sister were in the Supreme Sect, and just by that fact alone, it was impossible for him to leave the Supreme Sect. Just as they were exchanging pleasantries, an immense sword intent descended, making everyone feel as if their throats were being choked, cutting off all speech. And Hao looked up, his eyebrows furrowed, a wariness apparent in his eyes. A whooshing sound descended from the sky. Clang! A sword fell from the sky, landing in front of An Hao, stones shattered and flew off, and the cultivators from the Supreme Sect retreated in shock, while An Hao remained as steady as Mount Tai, unmoved. The sword that was planted in the ground trembled non-stop, the blade vibrating to form afterimages. Before the cultivators of the Supreme Sect could speak, a figure descended from the sky, landing precisely on the hilt of the sword. It was Zhu Luo Sword Monarch. An Hao looked up at Zhu Luo Sword Monarch before him, his eyes filled with confusion, but no fear. Zhu Luo Sword Monarch ignored everyone else, his gaze fixed on An Hao, burning with intensity as if he were looking at a rare treasure. Who are you? What do you want? The highest cultivation level elder of the Supreme Sect asked in a deep voice, clutching the Dharma treasure in his hand, clearly very nervous. Just one glance at Zhu Luo Sword Monarch was enough for everyone present to realize that they were no match for him. Boy, what's your name? Zhu Luo Sword Monarch stared at An Hao and coldly asked, the breeze blowing his robe as he stood on the hilt, emanating an overwhelming pressure. An Hao responded, An Hao, do you have a matter to attend to, deist friend? Zhu Luo Sword Monarch's mouth curved upwards, I am Zhu Luo Sword Monarch. Your life grid is quite decent, no matter which part of the great heaven and earth you are in, you will rise. Serve me, and I can help you grow faster and raise your limits. Upon hearing this, An Hao wasn't surprised. On his journey, too many people had already said such things to him. An Hao remained composed, thank you for your kindness, deist friend. I have a master, a sect, and a power I serve, I cannot pledge allegiance to you. Zhu Luo Sword Monarch narrowed his eyes, do you know how high my cultivation level is? An Hao shook his head slightly while the others were extremely nervous, sensing that the situation was far from over. Zhu Luo Sword Monarch raised his right hand, and sword chi surged from his palm. Even though it was just a thread, the implied sword intent left everyone feeling cold. I am a free immortal, which is what you call the 9th level of the immortal path. The strongest of your great heaven and earth, the Shengtian, is also a free immortal, just stepping into the reincarnation tribulation, while I have reached the end of the reincarnation tribulation, just one step away from breaking through to a higher realm. At that time, with just a thought, I could obliterate the entire great heavenly spirit land. While declaring this, Zhu Luo Sword Monarch wore a defiant smile, he seemed eager to see An Hao's reaction upon knowing his power. An Hao's expression indeed changed unnaturally. He knew of the free immortal, that was the realm of the Yangxian Emperor, but from Zhu Luo Sword Monarch's words, the Yangxian Emperor had only entered the threshold of the free immortal realm, whereas Zhu Luo Sword Monarch had reached the pinnacle of the free immortal realm. The cultivators from Supreme Sect were all showing expressions of disbelief. How could they have come across a being more powerful than Shengtian? Zhu Luo Sword Monarch's arrogance was overflowing, making people feel that he wasn't spouting empty words. What about it, will you take back what you said just now? Zhu Luo Sword Monarch stared at An Hao with a mocking smile. An Hao replied, Senior is indeed formidable, but if I were to serve you just because you are stronger, and then tomorrow I meet someone stronger than you, wouldn't I have to betray you too? Addressing the other as senior was already the limit of respect An Hao was willing to give. He was indeed shocked by Zhu Luo Sword Monarch's cultivation level, but did not believe that Zhu Luo Sword Monarch was the strongest in the world. The strongest person could only be his teacher. Zhu Luo Sword Monarch, upon hearing An Hao's refusal, showed a displeased look, but he also felt that what An Hao said was reasonable, and his appreciation for An Hao grew stronger. Who is your teacher? If I ask him to give you to me, will you no longer refuse? Zhu Luo Sword Monarch asked. At these words, the expressions of the cultivators from Supreme Sect became strange. Although they were shocked by Zhu Luo Sword Monarch's power, they also believed in their hearts that sword Venerable Fuedao was the strongest. Otherwise, how could the immortal dynasty lay aside their hatred, and why would the holy court come forward with flattery to win over sword Venerable Fuedao? And how frowned? He did not believe that Zhu Luo sword monarch could threaten his teacher. But he feared causing trouble for his master. If you don't tell me, I can calculate it myself. Zhu Luo sword monarch huffed and then started to calculate by using his fingers. He can calculate it. And Hao's expression clearly changed, and the cultivators of Supreme Sect were also frightened by such means. Wu Ju had been silent, but hearing this, he suddenly grew worried for Guan. If that kid impersonates sword Venerable Fuedao, could he be found out by Zhu Luo sword monarch and bring trouble upon himself? Thinking this, Wu Ju grew anxious. All was silent in the great heaven and earth. Everyone was watching Zhu Luo sword monarch's calculation. However, after more than a dozen breaths of time had passed, Zhu Luo sword monarch's brows furrowed. Strange. Zhu Luo sword monarch was surprised in his heart but did not dare to show weakness. He could not calculate an house teacher. He did manage to calculate LV Batian and an house teachers from the Star Sea congregations and Immortal dynasty, but these people's cultivation levels were too low, and the karmic ties of teacher and student with Anhao were not strong, indicating that Anhao didn't acknowledge them in his heart. He could feel there was a mysterious existence behind Anhao, but no matter what, he could not figure it out. What's going on? Zhu Luo sword monarch was filled with vigilance. Was there still an existence in the great heavenly spirit land that he couldn't calculate? Even for Shengtian who had entered the reincarnation tribulation, he could still calculate some traces left by Shengtian before his death. Zhu Luo sword monarch's gaze flickered, looking at Anhao with a somewhat odd look. Could it be that Anhao's teacher was the inheritor of the Holy Heart Sword Dao, or a reincarnation of the Sword Dao Saint ancestor? The more Zhu Luo sword monarch thought about it, the more possible he felt it was. He had come to the great heavenly spirit land for some time now, but could not find anyone or anything related to the Holy Heart Sword Dao. He even doubted whether the Holy Heart Sword Dao had appeared in the great heavenly spirit land at all. With thoughts as swift as lightning, Zhu Luo sword monarch put on a smile and said, "And how about you take me to see your teacher? We can put aside your matters, I won't insist on them any longer." And Hao asked in confusion, "Why do you want to see my teacher?" Zhu Luo sword monarch smiled and said, "To be honest, I come from another world, and I am here to find your teacher. Your teacher is the existence our Daoist tradition has been searching for. As long as we find him, we will acknowledge him as our leader." Another world. Everyone was shocked, so Sword Venerable Fuedao had such an origin? Upon further thought, they realized Sword Venerable Fuedao's mysteriousness and unfathomable strength seemed to indicate that he could only come from another world, any other origin would seem illogical. After hearing this, Anhao furrowed his brows tighter, falling into hesitation. Zhu Luo sword monarch's face turned solemn, while his heart stirred with excitement. "Holy Heart Sword Dao! Finally, I have found you. Do not let me down, my Sword Dao will certainly be stronger than yours." Chapter 442, 10,000 Sword Mountain. In front of a mountain on the north side of the Third Medicine Valley, Guan stood shoulder to shoulder with an Xin, as they watched the disciples embed treasure swords into the mountain. This mountain bore no flora at all, it was barren, with rocks of a red hue. The mountain was not naturally formed but was constructed from special stone materials. Guan had acquired materials often used to build array platforms and magic artifacts. An Xin turned her head to look at Guan and asked with curiosity, "Master, are you creating this sword mountain to leave a legacy?" Guan smiled and said, "You will find out later." Seeing him speak so mysteriously, an Xin grew even more curious about the sword mountain before them. Guan raised his hand, and a steel flew out, landing in front of Sword Mountain and embedding itself into the soil. He followed by waving his hand in the air, using his finger as a brush to carve characters onto the steel. An Xin focused her gaze and could feel a force from Gu An's strokes, a force she could not describe with words. For some reason, she felt sense of loneliness. 10,000 Sword Mountain. Gu An avoided inscribing the full 10,000 Sword Mountain ridge for fear of directly impacting fate. Omitting one character seemed excessive, but it actually made a world of difference. There were many 10,000 Sword Mountain ridges and 10,000 Sword Mountains across different lands. As soon as the 3 characters for 10,000 Sword Mountain were carved, an Xin suddenly felt that this Sword Mountain possessed a spirit. Although many disciples were still embedding swords into the mountain, it somehow felt exceptionally distinct to her. Once they are done, disciples are not to set foot here in the future. With that, Gu An turned and walked away. An Xin remained standing there, continuing to admire 10,000 Sword Mountain, always sensing that the mountain hid mysteries. In the following days, 10,000 Sword Mountain became a frequent topic among the valley's disciples and visiting cultivators. The very name 10,000 Sword Mountain carried immense force, and since Valley Master Gu An was associated with Sword Venerable Fudeo, they couldn't help but pay close attention. The news also spread to the Supreme Sect. Since Gu An had claimed he was Sword Venerable Fudeo, his fame had skyrocketed, and the major families had even investigated him. Pan An's true identity could no longer be concealed. Since Pan An was him, it led the major families to encourage their disciples to study Investiture of the Gods, Journey to the West, and Romance of the Three Kingdoms. They felt Sword Venerable Fudeo must have wanted to convey something through Pan An. Even if they overthought it, being familiar with Pan An's books would give them something to talk about when facing Sword Venerable Fudeo in the future. It could do no harm. One day, at noon, outside the Supreme Sect, An Hao, accompanied by Zhu Luo Sword Monarch, emerged from the forest. He turned his head to Zhu Luo Sword Monarch and said, "I only know my master is in the Supreme Sect, but I don't know exactly who he is. If he wants to meet you, he will seek you out. Remember, do not harm the disciples within the section." Zhu Luo Sword Monarch snorted, "As the Sword Lord of Dahong Sword Heaven, would I harm mortal spirits?" He transformed into a streak of sword light and soared towards the Supreme Sect. An Hao followed to catch up but had already lost track of Zhu Luo Sword Monarch's presence. Thus, An Hao decided to first visit an Xin at the Third Medicine Valley. Half a column of incense later, An Hao landed on a mountain peak, from where he could oversee the entire Third Medicine Valley. Compared to many years ago, the Third Medicine Valley had become more prosperous and impressive. Each surrounding mountain was equipped with formations, and he could see the figures of valley disciples laboring and practicing. Things truly change, but people pass away. An Hao murmured to himself, his tone filled with lamentation. He suddenly felt anxious, fearing that an Xin was no longer there. He was about to jump down when a noise from beside him caught his attention. Glancing over, he saw a man and a mouse running toward him. He remembered that mouse, it was Gu An's white spirit rat. The Supreme Sect had many, but he had never seen any as plump as Gu An's, which is why he remembered it. Behind the white spirit rat came a strapping young man. Upon seeing the newcomer, An Hao couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. This fellow looked a bit like Gu An, which made him slightly bewildered. Most importantly, this youth had not a trace of spiritual power, but his physical prowess was astonishingly strong, An Hao even felt that the youth possessed the physical prowess of the Nirvana realm. An Hao became interested in Longqing. He didn't mind the white spirit rat running past him, his gaze fixed on Longqing. Suddenly, the white spirit rat stopped, turned its head to look at An Hao, its eyes filled with suspicion. It felt as if it had seen this person somewhere before. Notice taken of An Hao's gaze, Longqing involuntarily slowed his steps. In the presence of others, he needed to maintain dignity and couldn't disgrace the Third Medicine Valley. When he reached An Hao, Longqing bowed with a clasped fist and said with a smile, "I am Longqing, a disciple of the Third Medicine Valley. May I know your respected name, and are you seeking entry into the Third Medicine Valley? Nowadays, the Third Medicine Valley held a high reputation within the Supreme Sect, and even as a servant disciple, one could face anyone confidently. And Hao sized up Longqing and asked, "What is your relationship with Guan?" Hearing the direct mention of his master's name and recognizing the extraordinary demeanor, Longqing guessed that Hao's relationship with his master was not shallow, so he replied, "He is my master." "Are you looking for him?" "He just left today and should be back by evening." "Shall I lead you into the valley?" "Master? Why do I feel like you're his descendant?" And Hao chuckled. Upon hearing this, Longqing wasn't angry, since many people had said the same, and he had doubted it himself. However, Guan had refuted any blood relation between them, and ultimately, Longqing attributed it to being heavily influenced by his master in manner and temperament over time. Longqing shook his head and said, "I am not, though I wish it were so." And Hao did not press further, nor did he mind the trace of melancholy in his tone. And Hao smiled and said, "Throw a punch at me. If you manage to hurt me, I will pass you divine skills that require no spiritual power to wield." "Is that really a good idea?" Longqing frowned. "Divine skills? Do you take me for just another master?" He had already learned divine skills from Shenzhenzi, but in his opinion, they weren't all that impressive. And Hao raised a hand, his face challenging as he taunted, "Aren't you afraid? With such a strong physique but too scared to strike, aren't you failing to appreciate the gift given to you? By the heavens!" At these words, Longqing's temper flared. He lifted his right hand, slowly clenched it into a fist, a visible force enveloping his fist, his robe billowing and hair dancing as his aura abruptly transformed. His expression turned stern, making Hao feel he resembled Guan even more. Longqing said coldly, "If I end up crippling you, you'd better not regret it." And Hao proudly laughed, "Thinking of crippling me? Even if you trained for another 100,000 years, you couldn't." A cold glint flashed in Longqing's eyes as he suddenly stepped forward, his right fist held back while his body poised as though drawing a bow, unleashing the punch from his waist with all his bodily strength channeled into his fist. He could sense Hao's strength. Not wanting to lose face, he naturally gave it his all. His punch sounded out like a rumble of thunder, startling the Medicine Valley disciples in the distance. Whether on the mountain or in the valley, they turned their heads towards the source of the noise. Also, beneath the mystic pure tree, an Xin was practicing when she opened her eyes and looked towards the sound, her brows tightly furrowed. Chapter 443 The So-Called Fellow Disciples. On the mountaintop, the strong wind spilled over, causing flowers and grass to sway like green waves. Longqing maintained his punching stance, his face showing disbelief. How could this be? His eyes widened, a tempest of shock surged within him. Following his gaze, he saw his right fist being blocked by a single finger from Hao. His fist, being resisted by Hao's index finger, gave him the sensation of pushing against a mountain. No. Mountains aren't this hard. Hao's hair fluttered in the wind as he stared at Longqing, his lips curling into a smile. Not a bad reaction, but it seems you haven't fully mastered your power, or rather, you don't really know the kind of power you possess at the moment. With a gentle push of his right index finger, Longqing felt a force overwhelming like a mountain collapsing over him, throwing him backwards. His complexion drastically changed, and while he instinctively stabilized his body, he still staggered backward several steps before stopping. He looked at Hao with fear in his eyes, swallowing hard before asking, "Who exactly are you?" "My name is Hao, have you heard of me?" Hao asked with a smile, his dominance and pride momentarily receding, now his smile seeming warm as a spring breeze. "Hao?" Longqing's eyes widened, excitedly asking, "Are you elder sister and Xion's senior brother?" Hearing this name, An Hao's expression turned gentler as he asked, "Is your teacher's sister doing well?" He hadn't used his divine sense to probe the third medicine valley, partly for fear of being rude and partly because he was somewhat nervous inside. Of course, she is the leading disciple of the third medicine valley, how could she not be doing well? Long Qing, knowing An Hao's identity, suddenly felt a sense of closeness. Although An Xin was his teacher's sister, she was like a mother to him in his heart, since he had been raised by An Xin and Yu Yingying since he was young. He often heard An Xin mention An Hao, naturally forming a close and curious impression of him. Hearing this, An Hao completely relaxed and then asked Long Qing to take him to see An Xin. Long Qing was very curious about him. As the two walked towards the valley, they chatted, mostly with Long Qing asking and An Hao answering. An Hao quite liked Long Qing, he couldn't quite say why, perhaps it was Long Qing's strong physique that sparked anticipation. "Why does your medicine valley have so many great cultivators?" An Hao suddenly asked. He even sensed the presence of those from the immortal path realm, which piqued his curiosity. Long Qing mysteriously said, "Haven't you heard? My master is Sword Venerable Fuedao." Hearing this, An Hao was taken aback, asking in surprise, "You have two masters?" "No, it's my master Guan, he is Sword Venerable Fuedao." Long Qing hurriedly explained, knowing what he should say and what he shouldn't. Anything publicly said by Guan, he could repeat. "Guan is Sword Venerable Fuedao? How is that possible?" An Hao frowned. He couldn't forget his first encounter with Guan, both were very young back then. How could Guan possibly be his master? His first reaction was that there must be some misunderstanding, given that no one in the Supreme Sect would dare impersonate Sword Venerable Fuedao. "My master admitted it himself, and Sword Venerable Fuedao hasn't challenged him, so isn't the Sword Venerable Fuedao." Long Qing explained. He was unaware of the relationship between An Hao and Sword Venerable Fuedao, too much time had passed, and only a few knew of their relationship. Long Qing, having spent years in the Third Medicine Valley and An Xin deliberately not mentioning it, those great cultivators had no interest in gossip, so he was also none the wiser. Admitted it himself. An Hao's brows furrowed tighter, feeling quite uneasy. What did Guan mean by this? Trying to take advantage of him? An Hao decided he needed to have a good talk with Guan, as some matters must not be carelessly touched. Half a stick of incense later, An Xin led An Hao into the house, shut the door, and asked him to have a seat, then she began to brew tea. "Elder brother, I thought you had forgotten about me," An Xin said jokingly as she walked to the table with the teapot. An Hao, who was looking around the room, replied awkwardly, "How could I forget you? Whenever I have time, I come back to see you." An Xin laughed heartily, "You can even forget your own wife and children, forgetting me wouldn't be strange." Guan became more embarrassed, he coughed lightly and said, "My aspiration is to travel the world, I cannot stay with them, if I maintain relations, it would only bring them trouble." An Xin did not speak of the An family's encounters, reasoning that if Guan cared, he would visit on his own, and if he did not, speaking of it held no meaning. Moreover, as long as Guan remained, the An family had already received his care, and they would no longer face significant troubles. Thinking of this, An Xin suddenly felt that although Guan was strong, there was still much he could learn about being a person from his master. Just like romantic. The master would not decide. But he would take of those who had good relations with him. Guan didn't know what she was thinking. After expressing concern for a few moments, he asked the question he most wanted to ask, "I heard that Guan calls himself Sword Venerable Fuedao. What's that about? How dare he?" An Xin heard this, widened her beautiful eyes, and huffed, "What? He's not worthy. It's not that. Sword Venerable Fuedao is our master." Guan grew anxious, a side of him that only showed in front of An Xin. An Xin followed saying, "He is my master too, I have two masters. It's not the same. Guan frowned, unsure how to explain. An Xin said, perhaps Sword Venerable Fuedeo truly is him, and our original master isn't him. Has the master, as Sword Venerable Fuedeo, ever met you? Could it be he also received guidance from our first master? Or maybe they have a common master, that's why they both can perform the demon shadow divine skill. Having been with Guan for a long time, she too had become crafty, thinking of continuing to confound Guan. So fun. Guan hesitated and said, you mean we might actually be fellow disciples? Who knows, he calls himself Sword Venerable Fuedeo and hasn't run into trouble, an Xin shrugged. More than that, she was curious about how strong Guan was, she felt a competitive spirit rising within her now. Guan, after hearing this, pondered thoughtfully. Thinking that Guan might truly be Sword Venerable Fuedeo, and his master hadn't clarified this matter, he felt uneasy. No way, he had to find Guan personally. If the master wasn't Sword Venerable Fuedeo, why wouldn't he explain? Could it be he was helping Sword Venerable Fuedeo pose? Could this mean that in the master's eyes, Guan was more important? Guan's thoughts were in turmoil, he hadn't felt so perturbed for a long time. Previously, no matter how tough the situation, he had never felt such anxiety because his master was his ultimate pursuit, and he was so determined to become stronger because he didn't want to disappoint his master. An Xin changed the subject, starting to ask about Guan's experiences over the years, and Guan didn't hide anything, beginning from the time he left the Star Sea congregations. Guan too wanted to impress his junior sister by sharing his legendary experiences, speaking emotionally, but unfortunately, an Xin hadn't yet learned Guan's emotional intelligence to provide timely emotional feedback to him. Time flew by quickly. As evening approached, Guan rode the Blood Prison Great Saint back to the valley leisurely. Although Zhu Luo Sword Monarch had arrived, he didn't pay much attention to it going about his usual activities. Having spent the afternoon investigating, Zhu Luo Sword Monarch had already set his sights on Sword Venerable Fuedeo. He would soon arrive at the Third Medicine Valley. Guan could sense a strong intent to battle hidden within Zhu Luo Sword Monarch's sword intent, an indication that Zhu Luo Sword Monarch was harboring ill intentions. He was curious to see how strong this prodigy descendant of Dahong Sword Heaven was. Upon entering the valley, Guan dismounted and walked alone towards 10,000 Sword Mountain. Simultaneously, Zhu Luo Sword Monarch appeared out of nowhere in front of the stele at 10,000 Sword Mountain, gazing at the mountain, lost in thought. This mountain harbored a faint sword intent that was difficult to capture, although he felt no threat, he couldn't see through this sword intent. It didn't resemble the Holy Heart Sword Dao, he had been to the Sword Dao River and knew what the Holy Heart Sword Dao was like. Some disciples passing by on the trail behind him cast surprised glances his way, but seeing he didn't step onto 10,000 Sword Mountain, they didn't come forward to stop him. From a distance, Guan spotted Zhu Luo Sword Monarch and conducted a lifespan detection on him. Zhu Luo Sword Monarch, Free Immortal Realm 9 layers. 29,769,870/500,000/500,000,000. Could killing him yield 40 million years of lifespan? Guan thought to himself, his steps neither fast nor slow, leisurely as if wandering through a garden, occasionally greeting disciples he encountered along the way. Chapter 444, You Dare Challenge Holy Heart Sword Dao? Daoist friend, you seem unfamiliar. Is there something you need help with? Guan's voice came from behind, interrupting Zhu Luo Sword Monarch's thoughts. Zhu Luo Sword Monarch half-turned, glancing at Guan with the corner of his eye. Looking at Guan, he felt a strange sensation in his heart. Logically, such a mortal shouldn't merit his attention, but somehow, as soon as Guan spoke, he had turned around involuntarily, drawn to him. He had only ever felt this way in the presence of those stronger than himself. While sizing up Guan, he deduced that Guan had some karma within how, though not closely connected, it indeed existed. Zhu Luo Sword Monarch asked, "Are you the valley master of this medicine valley?" Guan smiled and replied, "I am Guan. May I know your esteemed name?" Zhu Luo Sword Monarch answered, "I am Zhu Luo Sword Monarch, from Dahong Sword Heaven." Dahong Sword Heaven? I have not heard of it, but it sounds grand and powerful, certainly the force of a holy land, and it must be far from the Taixuan continent. Guan feigned surprise. Zhu Luo Sword Monarch was not in the mood for probes, and directly asked, "Are you a disciple of Sword Venerable Fudeo? Call out your master." As he spoke, he also emitted a trace of sword intent, instantly enveloping the entire Third Medicine Valley. Ji Xiao appeared out of nowhere in front of Guan, staring warily at Zhu Luo Sword Monarch, the Dao patterns on her forehead igniting into fierce flames. The Sun and Moon Netherworld Emperor appeared as well, frowning at Zhu Luo Sword Monarch. And Hao, Nine-Finger Divine Lord, and Shen Zhenzi also quickly appeared. Those great cultivators, who had been playing chess in the dojo, promptly arrived as well. Guan could feel that Zhu Luo Sword Monarch's sword intent was to isolate the Third Medicine Valley from the outside world. Was he intending to create a battlefield? And Hao stared at Zhu Luo Sword Monarch, asking in a deep voice, "Senior, what are you trying to do?" An Xin swiftly ran over, curiously looking at Zhu Luo Sword Monarch, her eyes filled only with anticipation. Zhu Luo Sword Monarch ignored An Hao, his gaze settling on Ji Xiao. He squinted and said, "Yin Yang 4 Emperors, long time no see, Reincarnation Path Emperor, I didn't expect you to undergo reincarnation tribulation here." Ji Xiao, with a composed expression, replied, "Zhu Luo Sword Monarch, it seems Dahong Sword Heaven has no intentions of invading the great heavenly spirit land. Are you acting alone?" Zhu Luo Sword Monarch laughed, "Among the Yin Yang 4 Emperors, I only fear the 6th Tao Dust Emperor. Has his reincarnation tribulation ended?" Yin Yang 4 Emperors. Reincarnation Path Emperor. 6th Tao Dust Emperor. The surrounding cultivators listened in astonishment. These names sounded impressive. "You can go find him, he indeed mentioned you," Ji Xiao coldly replied. Zhu Luo Sword Monarch shook his head with a rueful laugh, ignoring the stares of others. He said, "Enough of this, I'm here to find Sword Venerable Fudeo and challenge him to a battle." Hearing the name Sword Venerable Fudeo made everyone tense. Daring to challenge Sword Venerable Fudeo, he must be extraordinary. The Sun and Moon Netherworld Emperor couldn't help but ask, did Dahong Sword Heaven come for Sword Venerable Fudeo? He had also witnessed the great battle outside of heaven before. Dahong Sword Heavens might had alarmed him. They managed to fight simultaneously against the Immortal Dynasty and the Holy Court, and Zhu Luo Sword Monarch hadn't even participated in that battle. Just how many free immortals did Dahong Sword Heaven possess? Zhu Luo Sword Monarch did not answer the Sun and Moon Netherworld Emperor. Despite being only a single great realm apart, he simply looked down on the Sun and Moon Netherworld Emperor. The scene suddenly quieted down, turning the Sun and Moon Netherworld Emperor's face an iron blue. Guan gave a cough and said, "So, it seems you want to challenge me." At these words, everyone turned to look at him. Zhu Luo Sword Monarch's expression changed, he stared intently at Guan and asked, "Are you Sword Venerable Fudeo?" So that was it. No wonder he had such an unusual reaction. In his eyes, no matter how one looked at it, Guan seemed like a cultivator in the nascent soul realm with no trace of the immortal path realm. And Hao heard Guan's words and wanted to speak but stopped himself. He had a suspicion in his heart. Could it be that Martial Master was secretly watching, which is why Guan dared to be so reckless? He also hadn't noticed Guan concealing his cultivation level, so he didn't think Guan had the ability to fight. More and more disciples watched from a distance, not daring to get closer, only able to discuss from afar. Guan walked around Ji Xiao and approached the Zhu Luo Sword Monarch. Ji Xiao grabbed his wrist, trying to persuade him, but Guan just smiled at her and gently pulled his hand away. Well, I am. How do you want to challenge me? Guan looked at the Zhu Sword Monarch and asked with a smile. He was giving the Zhu Sword Monarch a chance. If he answered poorly, he would perish along with his cultivation. After all, Dahong Sword Heaven was Yang Pingan's Daoist tradition, and by seniority, the Zhu Sword Monarch was also his disciple. As a martial master, how could he kill a fellow sect member upon meeting? The Zhu Sword Monarch raised his right hand, condensing sword intent in his palm, resembling a thread of lightning, neither dazzling nor enormous, yet it made everyone terrified. This thread of sword intent contained extremely terrifying power, making people shudder. Ji Xiaoyu, the Sun and Moon Netherworld Emperor, the Nine-Finger Divine Lord, and others didn't even dare to move, feeling a terrifying sensation that any movement could lead to death. And Hao clenched his fists inside his sleeves, ready to make a move. Long Qing stood at a distance, on tiptoe, watching. He couldn't feel the sword intent of the Zhu Sword Monarch, but with so many people gathered, how could he not be curious? Naturally, we'll compare the sword Dao to see whose sword Dao is stronger. Show your Holy Heart Sword Dao. The Zhu Sword Monarch coldly stated. Holy Heart Sword Dao. Ji Xiaoyu and the Sun and Moon Netherworld Emperor both drastically changed their expressions, looking at Guan in astonishment. They had heard of the great fame of the Holy Heart Sword Dao, a supreme inheritance of Dahong Sword Heaven, able to dominate across 3,000 worlds and be invincible. Guan had actually inherited the Holy Heart Sword Dao? No wonder Sword Venerable Fu Dao refused to show his true self. It turns out he was a great cultivator from Dahong Sword Heaven. In any great heaven and earth, there was no one who could silently reach the free immortal realm. Just the heavenly tribulation from divine thought true immortal to free immortal would shake the universe. How could one hide? Hearing the words of the Zhu Sword Monarch, Guan showed a faint smile. His smile, however, appeared as a provocation in the eyes of the Zhu Sword Monarch. Just then, Guan suddenly shifted, appearing instantly in front of the Zhu Sword Monarch. The gust of air lifted the Zhu Sword Monarch's cloak, and he widened his eyes. Challenge the Holy Heart Sword Dao. Guan slightly raised his chin, looking at the Zhu Sword Monarch with indifferent eyes, as if he were looking down on an ant. With his left hand, he then grabbed the Zhu Sword Monarch's wrist. The entire process went unchallenged by the Zhu Sword Monarch. It wasn't that he couldn't react, but he was unable to resist. With Guan holding him, the Zhu Sword Monarch's pupils dilated, and his heart was struck. With shock, Guan looked at him and slowly said, "Let's not first discuss whether I possess the Holy Heart Sword Dao. To you all, what status does the Holy Heart Sword Dao even have? Are you even qualified to challenge the Holy Heart Sword Dao?" These words struck the Zhu Sword Monarch like a hammer, causing his body to tremble. And cold sweat began to bead on his forehead. Everyone else could feel Guan's dominance, and what surprised them most was how the usually arrogant Zhu Sword Monarch had suddenly become mute. And Hao was the most shocked and unable to stay composed. He knew too well how strong the Zhu Sword Monarch was. A mere breath from him could annihilate a cultivator in the nascent soul realm. Although he hadn't felt Guan's aura now, he knew something must have happened that made the Zhu Sword Monarch dare not retaliate. Or rather, the Zhu Sword Monarch simply couldn't retaliate. Chapter 445, Master, I want to be the Heavenly Emperor. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Zhu Sword Monarch trembled all over, unable to speak. All gazes fell on Guan's hand, which held the wrist of Zhu Sword Monarch. At that moment, Zhu Sword Monarch's aura was not a match for Guan, almost as if he was about to kneel at any moment. Guan's face was so cold, and his gaze, falling into the eyes of Zhu Sword Monarch, was terrifying. How can this be? The thought of utter disbelief crossed the mind of Zhu Sword Monarch. Held by Guan, his sword intent dissipated instantly, and the mana within him was suppressed, rendering him unable to mobilize it. He was like a mortal, incapable of resistance, let alone freeing himself of Guan's grasp. Tao Fruit Realm. This person must have surpassed the free immortal realm and reached an even higher level. Despite Zhu Luo Sword Monarch's claim to have reached the end of the reincarnation tribulation, in reality, he had yet to find his breakthrough opportunity. This was also why he wanted to challenge the Holy Heart Sword Dao. He hoped to break his own limits through the swordsmanship exchange. The stronger the inheritor of the Holy Heart Sword Dao, the more he looked forward to it. Only tremendous pressure could break his shackles. Guan stared at him and asked, "Now tell me, do you still want to challenge me?" Zhu Luo Sword Monarch clenched his teeth, attempting to speak, but he lacked the courage to voice his words. For him to bow his head was harder than death. Damn it! Why was the gap so vast? Zhu Luo Sword Monarch harbored a secret hatred, not towards Guan, but at his own weakness. With such a vast difference in strength, his challenge to Guan seemed absurd. He despised those who were weak yet acted arrogantly, and now he was the very person he loathed the most. Zhu Luo Sword Monarch was extremely frustrated. He roared inwardly, wanting his sword Dao to break free. But Guan's power was like a wall of the Tao Fruit realm, crushing him mercilessly. No matter how furious, he couldn't shake it. For a moment, the atmosphere was tense. The pressure on everyone vanished, replaced by shock. Could it be that Guan was truly Sword Venerable Fudao? They couldn't sense how strong Guan's aura was, still seeming like he was in the nascent soul realm. However, Guan was clearly suppressing Zhu Luo Sword Monarch, and Zhu Luo Sword Monarch's earlier arrogance and haughtiness could not have been an act. And Hao was shocked. He looked at Guan's retreating figure with complex emotions, astonishment, delight, apprehension. Just then, Guan suddenly let go, smiling and saying, "Since you're not speaking, I'll take it you've given up the challenge. Guests should be treated well, stay at the Third Medicine Valley for a few days." Zhu Luo Sword Monarch felt the suffocating pressure lift instantly. His first instinct was to flee, but he resisted. If the other party didn't kill him, would fleeing not bring shame to the Dahong Sword Heaven? Looking at Guan's gentle smile, Zhu Luo Sword Monarch didn't know how to respond and wished he could vanish into thin air. Guan turned around and beckoned to an Xin, who immediately ran over. "Accommodate this Daoist friend," said Guan, then turned and left. Ji Xiao stared at Guan in a daze, once again astonished by his strength. Zhu Luo Sword Monarch was stronger than her true body, and such a being was completely suppressed by Guan to the point that he couldn't even speak. How high was his cultivation level, really? Others too were shocked by Guan's cultivation level and conceived speculations about his realm. Zhu Luo Sword Monarch watched Guan's departing figure, his face flushed with humiliation. When an Xin invited him into the valley, he could only nod and follow her. Although he was suppressed by Guan, no one dared to mock him. As he walked by, the great cultivators made way, fearing they might provoke his anger. And Hao kept pace with Guan's steps without catching up immediately, maintaining a distance instead. The Sun and Moon Netherworld Emperor stood by Ji Xiao's side and pondered, who exactly is this deity? Ji Xiao did not answer him, and no one else could either. The Nine-Finger Divine Lord was relieved that he hadn't underestimated Guan due to his cultivation level. Shenzhenzi thought even further ahead. Faced with the provocation of Zhu Luo Sword Monarch, Guan had the power to kill him yet chose to give him a way out. Such magnanimity was beyond the capacity of ordinary individuals. This was the very path Shenzhenzi himself should pursue. On another side, Longqing ran over to Guan's side, walking shoulder to shoulder with him, occasionally glancing back at An Hao. He could tell An Hao seemed to want to talk to Guan and was adopting a very humble posture. "Master, what just happened?" Longqing asked curiously. His gaze followed and fixed on Zhu Luo Sword Monarch, whose presence was so powerful. Just walking down the road, he exuded an air of invincibility, as if even the heavens couldn't contain him. Guan smiled and said, "Nothing much, just chatted with someone. You can go talk to him directly, he is a senior after all. Remember not to forget your manners." Hearing Guan's words, Longqing really did want to go meet with Zhu Luo Sword Monarch. After a while, Guan went upstairs alone, and Anhao stayed at the bottom of the loft, hesitating for a moment before he also went upstairs. He had just reached the door when he heard Guan's voice, "Remember to close the door behind you." Upon hearing this, Anhao instantly felt calm. All his doubts were washed away. This was definitely his master. Suppressing his excitement, he closed the door. He strode to the table and then knelt down, kowtowing to Guan. Guan did not stop him, graciously accepting his gesture of respect. Anhao looked up at Guan and exclaimed excitedly, "Master, you've kept me in the dark for so long. No wonder you took an Xin as a disciple. You've been looking after her all along, hasn't she known all this time?" Guan smiled and replied, "She didn't know at the beginning. She was just as excited as you when she found out. Stand up and speak." Anhao hurriedly stood up, he had too many things to tell his master. Guan invited him to sit down and then inquired about his experiences over the years. Anhao did not dare to hide anything, he did not overly embellish his narrative, sharing both his hardships and achievements. After a long time, Guan asked, "What are your goals for the future?" Unlike an Xin, Anhao had been wandering outside for years, and his ambition only grew higher and higher, so Guan had no intention of keeping him. Taking a deep breath, Anhao said, "Master, I want to become the Heavenly Emperor, just like the Jade Emperor you've written about." Guan smiled and said, "Those two words should not be uttered carelessly because real immortals do exist. Indeed, to be besieged by immortals, real immortals are far more terrifying than mortals can imagine. If there is order, there must be a ruler, and the leader of the immortals might be known as the Heavenly Emperor." Upon hearing this, Anhao was startled and cautiously asked, "Immortal dynasty?" "They are far from it." Guan's response let Anhao breathe a sigh of relief and also filled him with surprise. If the Immortal dynasty was not considered a group of immortals, how powerful were they? True immortals? Guan looked at Anhao and also discerned his life grid. Life grid, the combination of fate and chi fortune, indicates that the stronger the life grid, the better the chi fortune and longer lifespan. Anhao had a continuous stretch of chi fortune, and his life seemed to have no visible end, which Guan saw for the first time in such a life grid. Indeed, the limit of 9,999 years was simply the upper limit of mortal realm, not the limit for Anhao. After reaching the Nirvana realm, Anhao's lifespan limit became 6 nines, and Guan estimated that breaking through further great realms would continue to extend it. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audiobook YouTube channel. Chapter 446, Want to become a disciple. Do you aspire to be the Heavenly Emperor because you want power and influence? Guan asked curiously. The Jade Emperor in Journey to the West wasn't described as particularly strong, at least not the strongest, and Anhao had always wanted to be the strongest. Could it be that his mindset had changed now that he was considering becoming the Heavenly Emperor? Anhao answered, "I want strength, and I want power and influence. Along the way, I've been to many places, left behind many people, but I feel that this path is not right. However, to become stronger, even if it's not right, I still have to continue on. By becoming the Heavenly Emperor, I can protect those I wish to protect and shelter all living beings from suffering." "I didn't expect you to still have such a benevolent heart," Guan remarked. Anhao's face turned red, and he said, "Master, what do you mean? Do you see me as someone ruthless, without bottom lines? After all, I have inherited the righteousness of the Supreme Sect. No matter where I go, when I encounter people in suffering, as long as I can help, I will take action. Guan smiled. He indeed had seen such behavior from An Hao, though it wasn't frequent. Compared to Yang Xian, An Hao still had a long way to go. However, Guan never had specific expectations for what An Hao should become. He imparted the technique of immortal cultivation to An Hao due to fate. As long as An Hao didn't do evil, he was loath to nitpick. Guan continued to chat with An Hao, which gave An Hao a deeper understanding of his master. It seemed no different from their previous interactions, but An Hao felt his master's vastness, like the Canghai Sea. With the ability to conquer the world yet able to recluse here, laughing and chatting with anyone. Every word Guan said seemed sincere in An Hao's eyes. When Guan's image merged with the image of the master in his heart, it was both sincere and contained wisdom, as if every word from his master taught him and held expectations for his growth. Suddenly, An Hao thought of something and asked, "Is Yang Jian your direct disciple?" Guan smiled and nodded, saying, "Yes, he knows I am Sword Venerable Fudeo. I even told him he has an impressive senior brother, just didn't say it was you." Upon hearing this, An Hao's face broke into a smile. He had a profound memory of Yang Jian, and they had even agreed to a duel at the Sky Ranking tournament. He had never forgotten it. Where did he go? Why haven't I seen him? An Hao asked curiously. Guan recounted Yang Jian's background and current whereabouts, leaving An Hao silent. The Holy King of the Holy Court. He had visited the Holy Court, witnessed the demeanor of the Holy King, and suddenly felt pressure. Yang Jian's talent had already won his approval. Coupled with the background of the Holy King, he might indeed surpass him. Guan continued, "Besides Yang Jian, I have taught others, including demons. Don't underestimate them." His tone seemed joking, but his eyes were sharp. An Hao felt his fighting spirit ignited after hearing this. Full of confidence, he said, "Master, rest assured, I will always be your most outstanding disciple." Guan smiled and nodded, but his heart disagreed. If that were the case, wouldn't it mean that my teaching ability is inferior to your talent? He had to cultivate a disciple stronger than An Hao. An Hao thought of the Annihilation God Emperor and began to say, "Master, previously I encountered..." "Don't speak." Guan interrupted him, causing him to look puzzled. Guan continued, "Your realm is still low. When you delve into the way of cause and effect, you'll understand that even when you speak of certain beings in secret, even without naming them, merely describing their likeness and deeds can alert them. I'll keep an eye on that existence." His help for you was casual, without any ulterior motives. You can rest assured. Longing was evident in An Hao's eyes. What kind of realm must one reach to be so powerful? He adjusted his emotions and stopped thinking about the Annihilation God Emperor. Moonlight streamed through the window as the master and disciple continued their chat. The atmosphere was pleasant, with An Hao occasionally standing up, using actions to describe the scene he was talking about, while Guan looked on with a smile, as if enjoying a storytelling session. An Hao was excited because he could finally sit and talk with his master. Guan too was content. Watching the vigorous An Hao, he thought of the resolute youth who, in order to protect his sister from the village, had boldly faced an invincible wolf demon. In the blink of an eye, over 800 years had passed. The young ones had begun to stand on their own, while many of Guan's contemporaries had passed away. Considering this, Guan was not sad, he still wore a smile on his face. The old friends had passed, but the younger generation was still there. Such was life. The moon set, and the sun rose. In the early morning, An Hao stepped out the door, looking towards the vast ranks of disciples in the distance, watching them practice. His gaze drifted. Previously, he too had watched the Medicine Valley disciples' morning practice, but he had never felt quite like he did today. He realized that the movements of the Medicine Valley disciples carried a profound mystery, truly worthy of being the body-strengthening method created by his master, embodying the simplicity of the great path. Guan stepped out of the house, standing behind him and looking towards the distant spectacle of the practice. Over 4,000 people practicing together was stirring the spiritual energy in the valley, a magnificent sight. "Hurry up, what are you looking at?" Guan urged. Coming to his senses, Anhao turned back with a smile and then started walking down the stairs. Reaching the corner of the staircase, he turned his head toward Guan and asked, "What kind of person do you hope I will become?" Guan glanced at him and then looked up to the east, saying, "I hope you become like that proud sun, radiant and shining. Even if you fall into the lowest valleys, you always rise up, climbing to a height that all living beings find unreachable." After hearing this, Anhao unconsciously looked towards the rising sun on the horizon. His smile faded, his expression turning serious. Chapter 447, Want to become a disciple _2. I definitely will. Anhao said determinedly, then turned his head and continued down the stairs. Guan didn't see him off. Instead, he kept looking toward the east. The morning sun rose, streaking across the sky, only to be chased down by darkness again. When the world fell into darkness, new sunlight broke through the earth's surface, illuminating all things and banishing the darkness. After daylight, Guan stepped out of his room again. He faced the blazing sun and stretched languidly. "The first day after 1,000 years seems no different than the rest," Guan said with a smile, talking to himself. Today, he turned 1,000 years old. In his eyes, this marked a brand new page in his life. He followed the stairs down and, just as he reached the bottom, Ji Xiao walked out from inside the house. "Will you intervene in an house conflict with the Sky Demon Great Sect?" Ji Xiao looked at Guan and asked. 97 years had passed since Anhao left. While the world's events changed each year, Guan's life in the Third Medicine Valley remained the same, and he was content with that. Guan casually replied, "Why intervene? I'm just an ordinary cultivator who loves to garden. I have no wish to get entangled in trouble." Having said that, he moved forward with his steps. Since Ji Xiao had learned of his strength, she no longer behaved like a petulant girl, which actually made him find her rather dull. As Ji Xiao watched him walk away, she followed up with, "But as he continues like this, the Sky Demon Great Sect surely will not let him go. You will definitely save him." According to my investigation over these years, behind the Sky Demon Great Sect stands the Heavenly Demon, who is also at the peak of the free immortals. Guan stopped his steps and turned his head to look at her, asking, "What if you surpass the free immortal in this life? What will you do?" Ji Xiao paused, then said, "I am just a reincarnation body, it's impossible for me to reach the realm of my true self." With more of her memories reviving, her reluctance was fading, she was gradually becoming her true self, or rather, reverting to her original temperament. After listening, Guan appeared thoughtful, then continued on his way. Ji Xiao started to ponder Guan's words. Must a reincarnation body truly not surpass the original self? Thinking it through, she didn't know how to reach a higher realm beyond the reincarnation tribulation, she had received no guidance. Ji Xiao felt as though she had grasped at something, but it wasn't clear what it really was. She looked at Guan's retreating figure, feeling that somehow he was reminding her of something. Guan was also in deep thought. Within the lifespan samsara, Long Zhan had once surpassed him, and he believed that a reincarnation body could possibly surpass the original self. His curiosity aroused, if his reincarnation body continued to grow, what would happen? Guan was merely curious and felt no urge to experiment. For the time being, he had no desire to open another lifespan samsara because he was saving up his lifespan for the next breakthrough. Although no existence threatened him at the moment, he couldn't relax. He had to maintain his progression in strength, not wait for an unbeatable foe to arrive before starting to regret. With these thoughts in mind, he made his way towards 10,000 Sword Mountain. A meteor streaked across the sky, caught perfectly by his gaze. Another free immortal has descended. It seemed it wouldn't take many years for another earth-shattering war to erupt. But there had been many such wars in recent years, with high-level beings fighting outside of heaven, clearly all fearing they might shatter the great heavenly spirit land. Guan's gaze then shifted towards the depths of the cosmos. The Black City, created by the Annihilation God Emperor, was still devouring Tao spiritual energy, and Guan could sense a faint power gathering inside it. The Annihilation God Emperor seemed to be refining some kind of supreme treasure, but it was unknown whether it was an immortal path supreme treasure. Was he trying to force Longqing out by using this treasure? Guan pondered curiously in his heart. He wasn't in a hurry at all, as long as the true form of the Annihilation God Emperor didn't appear, he felt no fear. For Guan, time was even more important. He made his way to Sword Mountain, where treasure swords covered the mountain, reflecting sharp sword lights under the sunlight. Stepping up the mountain, he touched every sword hilt along his path, infusing each with the sword intent of different swordsmanship. The swords he touched would instantly lose their luster, seeming to lose their spirit, but in reality, they were being nurtured by the sword intent, with the underground spiritual energy altering the essence of the swords. After a while, Guan reached the mountain peak. Looking down upon all the swords, his figure was noticed by Zhu Luo Sword Monarch, who was under a distant tree. Since coming to Third Medicine Valley, Zhu Luo Sword Monarch had not left. He acted properly, no longer arrogant and imposing. He wanted to understand Guan. Although Guan didn't acknowledge that he had inherited the Holy Heart Sword Dao, instinct told the Sword Monarch that Guan must be connected to it. Perhaps it was because of the relationship between the Holy Heart Sword Dao and Dahong Sword Heaven that Guan had spared him. Putting himself in Guan's shoes, the way he had previously addressed Guan was enough to warrant death 10,000 times over. It was precisely because he understood this that he acted so properly and would occasionally give pointers to the disciples in the valley. A figure rode a sword through the air, landing beside Zhu Luo Sword Monarch. This was a man in blue attire, holding a treasure sword. He saluted Zhu Luo Sword Monarch, saying, "Senior, I have learned the swordsmanship you taught me." The standoff between Guan and Zhu Luo Sword Monarch had not spread. Firstly, because the Sword Monarch had isolated Third Medicine Valley with his sword intent at the time, and secondly, since the Supreme Sect saw that Guan didn't kill Zhu Luo Sword Monarch, they thought to win him over. This was a being of the 9 heavens of the immortal path, and if they could successfully win him over, the Supreme Sect could leap to become a powerful force under heaven. The blue-attired man was Su Ji, the disciple with the strongest talent in the history of Third Medicine Valley. Su Ji had heard from LV Badian that a powerful sword cultivator had appeared in Third Medicine Valley. He loved using swords, so he took the initiative to visit Zhu Luo Sword Monarch. Considering Guan's face, the Sword Monarch gave pointers to many valley disciples. Faced with Su Ji, he was not stingy. "Just learned it then," Zhu Luo Sword Monarch said indifferently, his gaze fixed on the silhouette of Guan. Su Ji indeed had exceptional talent, but he was not the strongest he had seen, certainly not compared to how he had met before. Thus, he had no intention of taking a disciple. He was now focused on becoming a disciple of Guan. How could he have the time to take on his own disciple? Su Ji followed Zhu Luo Sword Monarch's gaze and saw Guan. His feelings towards Guan were complicated. He even felt a bit defiant. He believed his own talent was strong, even comparable to Hao, but during his time in Third Medicine Valley, he didn't receive special attention from Guan. He felt overlooked. Of course, he still had fond feelings for Third Medicine Valley. Although Guan hadn't given him special treatment, he was kind to him. He didn't dislike Guan, he just wanted to prove himself to Guan. More than 90 years ago, he had witnessed Hao's strength. This was why he was so eager to seek out Zhu Luo Sword Monarch. Catching up to Hao was not going to be easy. Su Ji turned back to Zhu Luo Sword Monarch, asking, "Senior, wouldn't you like to see my swordsmanship?" Zhu Luo Sword Monarch replied impatiently, not interested. Upon hearing this, Su Ji's expression became unnatural. Suddenly, the Sword Monarch remembered the Valley disciples' assessment of Su Ji. He was the pride of Third Medicine Valley. Guan must be paying attention to him too. No, he couldn't offend Guan. He still wished to become his disciple. Zhu Luo Sword Monarch looked at Su Ji and began to scrutinize him. Chapter 448, Pure Land Under Heaven. Su Ji had been feeling quite stifled, but seeing the Zhu Luo Sword Monarch reassessing him, hope rekindled in his heart. "Do you want to learn the most superior swordsmanship?" the Zhu Luo Sword Monarch asked seriously. Upon hearing this, Su Ji quickly responded, "Of course, I do. Would the senior be willing to teach me?" The Zhu Luo Sword Monarch raised his right hand, and a piece of silvery white jade appeared between his fingers. He tossed the jade to Su Ji, who caught it instinctively. "If you can comprehend the swordsmanship contained within this, I will pass on my sword Dao to you. After that, dominating the great heavenly spirit land will certainly not be difficult," the Zhu Luo Sword Monarch said calmly. Upon hearing these words, Su Ji immediately bent at the waist to bow and thank the Zhu Luo Sword Monarch. The Zhu Luo Sword Monarch waved his hand, indicating that Su Ji could leave. Su Ji didn't dare to linger and turned to leave. Yet, he couldn't help but glance toward Guan. He wasn't foolish. The Zhu Luo Sword Monarch had clearly been impatient just moments ago, but after looking at Guan his attitude changed completely, indicating that it was only because of Guan's face that he agreed to impart his swordsmanship to Su Ji. This made Su Ji's feelings even more complex. He was very grateful to Guan and even wanted to thank him, but he felt like there was an invisible wall between himself and Guan that was very difficult to cross. Meanwhile, Guan was still standing on 10,000 Sword Mountain, deducing fates and cause and effect. He saw many people coming and going at the foot of the mountain. These were visions of the future. Inheriting the memories of Yang Xian, his understanding of the sword Dao and fate was profound. Using the sword intent of 10,000 Sword Mountain to deduce the future, he could see the shadows of times far away. Suddenly, he spotted a figure standing still at the foot of the mountain, looking up at him. Guan slightly raised his eyebrows, focusing on the figure, his eyes revealing a hint of surprise. He deduced that this figure and 10,000 Sword Mountain had the closest connection of fate. This individual would inherit all the sword intent of 10,000 Sword Mountain and even boost its chi fortune. He could even deduce the person's name and identity. A talent like this in the new epoch, Guan thought to himself, feeling somewhat emotional. The talent of this individual in the sword Dao was extremely terrifying, almost like he was seeing another Yang Xian. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that this individual's talent was even stronger than An Hao's. Regrettably, he wasn't born in the same epoch as An Hao. By the time he came into this world, An Hao had already become the most dazzling sun in the heavens. Guan didn't keep his focus on this future talent, continuing to deduce the future, not to probe for something, but to increase his own understanding of cause and effect and the way of destiny. He stood there the entire day. Although the disciples in the valley were curious about what he was pondering, no one dared to disturb him. No matter how Guan was viewed by the outside world, within Medicine Valley, all the disciples believed he was formidable, and many had even concluded that he was Sword Venerable Fudao. This led to more and more disciples choosing to stay in Medicine Valley after their foundation establishment, and those who became masters often returned to visit. For this reason, Guan had established several positions within Medicine Valley to help manage the disciples. And an Xin also delineated several other positions, causing Third Medicine Valley to unavoidably form a hierarchy of power, much like a mini-immortal cultivation world. The next morning, Guan rode the Blood Prison Great Saint to Tianya Valley. Over the years, Tianya Valley had expanded, providing a steady income to Guan's lifespan. The valley also fostered many talented individuals cultivated by Li Suandao, who had established good relations with Guan. Guan loved to mingle with the talented, and no matter what they played, they would not give up easily after losing, always coming back to challenge Guan. While Guan's outward cultivation level was at the divinity transformation realm, the disciples of Tianya Valley all knew he was very strong. The change in demeanor and appearance enabled Guan to no longer deliberately conceal his strength, though at most he didn't appear overly strong. Currently, his undefeated record in the battles of combat at Tianya Valley made him want to laugh whenever he thought of that prince consort challenging him again. The Blood Prison Great Saint, too, was looking forward to the upcoming battle of Tianya Valley. He also wanted to see those arrogant individuals suffer setbacks. Guan, admiring the scenery along the way, said with a light laugh, "Next spring festival I will unseal you. Are you ready?" Blood Prison Great Saint didn't react with too much surprise, as he had long been prepared. In a low voice, he said, "Master, I have been ready. Even if I regain my cultivation level, I will never betray you and will always follow you." He had already begun cultivating the primordial reincarnation skill, and once unsealed, his cultivation level would soar, perhaps achieving nirvana in one fell swoop. Guan laughed, "Cultivate well in the future, your strength also represents my face." These words instantly excited Blood Prison Great Saint. He had been waiting for this. He wished to always be by Guan's side. He had come to realize that those who left, despite their wandering, could hardly compare to those who stayed with Guan. And Hao was an exception. If An Hao had stayed by Guan's side, his achievements would have only been greater. And he felt that, in the future, there would definitely be individuals who would appear with even greater talent than An Hao. "Master, rest assured, I will cultivate hard. I'll first set An Hao as my goal." "Blood Prison!" Great Saint said excitedly, trembling all over. Guan said no more, letting him continue on. In the following journey, Blood Prison Great Saint felt as if he was floating, his thoughts lost in boundless imagination. Autumn arrived. At the Supreme Sect's subsect, within Ye Mansion, Guan sat at a table sipping tea, watching Yelan instruct a young girl in the ways of spellcraft. The autumn breeze blew into the courtyard, making everything seem perfect. Yelan turned to Guan and asked, "Senior brother, do you have anything to say?" The practicing girl cast a doubtful glance at Guan. She had always been skeptical about this. "Senior uncle." Her master said that her senior uncle was very strong, but she couldn't help feeling that he only seemed handsome rather than formidable. Guan responded with a smile, "You're teaching quite well. I've nothing to say. I'm nowhere near your level." The constant emergence of geniuses from the Third Medicine Valley is widely known. "Your ability to instruct disciples is incomparable to ordinary people," Yelan said, shaking her head. She was sincere. There was no need for her to flatter given the relationship she had with Guan. Guan replied, "It's all due to the disciples' hard work, it doesn't have much to do with me." He wasn't interested in the disciple Yelan had recently taken on. The girl's maximum lifespan was around 3,000 years, considered a prodigy, indeed, but now, a true talent was approaching the Supreme Sect's subsect. Zhu Xi. That ultra-talented individual with the Taichu swallowing Yuan body. Guan had been keeping an eye on her, witnessing her crossing the ocean to reach the Taixuan continent. She came to the Taixuan continent because she had heard it was one of the few pure lands left in the world, and she wanted to cultivate in peace under the protection of Sword Venerable Feudao. She had previously received the stepping path of Age's step from Guan, and now she had made some progress, being able to use it in battle. Although in Guan's view, her stepping path of Age's step was rather unrefined, this divine skill was difficult to cultivate. To be able to master it and employ it in combat at less than 600 years of age, her aptitude was definitely terrifying. Hearing Guan's words, Yelan couldn't help but pout. She could see that Guan was not interested in her disciple, Ye Qingxiu. Indeed, compared with a talent like Su Ji, Ye Qingxiu did indeed seem mediocre. Chapter 449, Immortal Creation. Ye Qingxue felt quite disgruntled as she listened to her master heap praise upon Guan. Despite having only met Guan a few times, she spent all day and night with her master. In her eyes, her master was strict and decisive, wielding tremendous power, the strongest woman she had ever seen. She too wanted to become a female cultivator like Yelan. It was precisely because of this that it was particularly unpleasant for her to watch Yelan ingratiate herself with Guan, but she dared not show her anger in front of her master. Ye Qingxue feels hostility towards you and wants to beat you up. Do you wish to perform a lifespan detection on her? A notification appeared before Guan's eyes, causing him to pause. He couldn't help but glance at Ye Qingxue. Ye Qingxue was staring at Guan, but as soon as she met his gaze, she quickly turned her head away, her face and even her ear tips flushed red as though they were about to bleed. Guan shook his head with a smile, not taking her seriously. What would be the point of taking issue with a 14-year-old child? If it wasn't murderous intent, he was too lazy to care about it. He dealt with people daily, naturally, some would be dissatisfied with him. It didn't mean he should kill anyone who harbored dissatisfaction towards him. Yelan had no idea what Ye Qingxue was thinking. After giving her a few words of advice, she walked over to Guan. Considering it was rare for Guan to visit, Yelan was preoccupied with him, even thinking that Ye Qingxue was somewhat in the way. Seeing her come over, Guan stopped paying attention to Zhu Xi and focused on chatting with Yelan. An hour later, Ye Qingxue took her leave. Once her presence had faded, Yelan could no longer contain herself and pounced on Guan. Be careful about the impression you're making. What if your disciple comes back? What about it? I'm not afraid of anyone knowing. You're a law enforcement elder now, you should be mindful of the impact. If it means losing my position as a law enforcement elder, then so be it. I miss you so much, elder brother. You can't touch there. Elder brother, you smell so good. The autumn wind swept away the dead leaves from the trees. The leaves, once they fell to the ground, seemed unwilling to give up and fluttered in the air, struggling for a long time before finally landing helplessly in the corner of the wall. In a dimly lit grand hall, countless figures were scattered around, humans and demons alike, all wrapped in demonic qi, making for a terrifying sight. All their gazes were fixed forward. On a stone platform suspended a red and purple orb of light, displaying a silhouette. This figure seemed to sit lazily on a throne made of bones, as if in another world. He too was surrounded by demonic qi, covered in thick armor, and at his feet lay a black lion with a ferocious face, 3 tails, each tail ending in a snake's head, hissing with tongues flickering. He was the Heavenly Demon Great Emperor, the ruler of the Heavenly Demon Clan, and the mastermind behind the Sky Demon Great Sect. So you're saying, you're also unclear about who's pulling the strings behind the Xuanyu Divine Dynasty? The voice of the Heavenly Demon Great Emperor emanated from within the orb. His tone was icy cold, quieting every heavenly demon in the hall. The black-robed elder at the forefront spoke up, Your Majesty, the opponent hails from Xuanyu, the reincarnation land, and indeed we cannot discern any concrete information from the mortal world. The others concurred. Over the years, they had sent many spies and even turned some people from the Xuanyu Divine Dynasty, yet they were constantly unable to gather useful intelligence. The Heavenly Demon Great Emperor fell silent for a while before speaking. What is the stance of the Xuanyu Divine Dynasty then? A woman in red responded, They wish to gather the souls of the dead. They want all beings in the great heavenly spirit land to perish, which, in a sense, aligns with our intentions because we too wish to destroy the great heavenly spirit land. The fingers of the Heavenly Demon Great Emperor began to tap on the armrest, adorned with skulls, the tapping sounds coiling everyone in the hall into silence. After a long while, the Heavenly Demon Great Emperor finally spoke, If that's the case, then let us fully unleash the great calamity upon the world, and let the great heavenly spirit land feel despair ahead of time. As his words fell, the 3-tailed black lion at his feet howled upwards, its roar deafening. The heavenly demons in the hall kneeled, silent, all staring fervently at the heavenly demon Great Emperor. As the year came to a close, with snow covering the great heaven and earth, soon to melt, the Supreme Sect began preparations for the Spring Festival. The Third Medicine Valley was also in the midst of preparing for the Spring Festival. Unlike previous years, it was said that Guan was planning a grand celebration, much to the anticipation of the disciples. "Come on, tell me, what are you up to?" Shen Zhen urged Guan, looking quite beautiful today in a white dress and a silver jade phoenix crown, embodying elegance and nobility. As Guan was writing, he casually responded, "You'll know when the time comes." This made Shen Zhen even more curious, but no matter how much she pressed him, Guan simply wouldn't spill the beans. Feeling it futile, Shen Zhen stood up to leave. It wasn't long after her departure that Wu Ju arrived, also inquiring about Guan's preparations. Now that Guan was linked with Sword Venerable Feudeo, every word and action of his was the center of attention. Rumors of his preparing a grand celebration had the higher echelons of the sect abuzz. More and more of the upper-level members were convinced that Guan was Sword Venerable Feudeo. If Sword Venerable Feudeo was planning a celebration, how could they not be concerned? Nevertheless, Guan still did not reveal the truth, leaving Wu Ju to depart in frustration. In the following time, a stream of visitors came to see Guan. Down at the pavilion, Long Qing, holding a wooden stick, looked up at the second floor and asked Blood Prison Great Saint, "You're guarding master every day, do you have any insider news?" Blood Prison Great Saint lay on the ground and glanced at him, ignoring the question. Long Qing squatted down, pulling out a white jade bottle from his storage bag, whispering in a mysterious tone, "This is heart-cleansing jade honey, exceedingly rare. I have only 2 bottles, and I'm sharing one with you." The Blood Prison Great Saint opened his eyes and revealed a smile, saying, "You've put in some thought, kid, so I'll give you a hint. The master wants to create an immortal realm existence, right here in the valley, in the Third Medicine Valley." Upon hearing this, Long Qing's eyes widened, and his heartbeat quickened. He carefully asked, "Master, whom will you choose?" "I have no idea," replied the Blood Prison Great Saint. Using his divine sense to open the bottle, the Blood Prison Great Saint drew out the liquid and swallowed it in one gulp. His bovine eyes then bent into a smile, clearly pleased. Long Qing stood up and turned to look towards the second floor, his imagination beginning to run wild. As the Spring Festival drew near, the grapevine buzzed with news that Sword Venerable Feudeo of the Supreme Sect was about to create an immortal path realm existence. The higher ranks of the Supreme Sect kept the news from the ears of the disciples of various departments within the sect, suppressing the information. Once they had finished arranging the Spring Festival affairs for the Supreme Sect, they hurried over, eager to join the excitement. As noon approached, Vice Sect leader Ji Hantian entered the valley and was taken aback by the bustling scene. So many people! He even noticed that the big shots from the families had arrived faster than him. While pondering this, he went up to greet them. Even as Vice Sect leader, he still needed to greet those great cultivators proactively. At the entrance of the valley, several cultivators arrived, including Zhu Xi. Dressed in azure garments, Zhu Xi was curiously looking over the Third Medicine Valley. Having first visited the Supreme Sect's subsect to learn about the relationship between the Supreme Sect and Sword Venerable Feudeo, she wanted to establish herself there. Thus, she came to the main sect. After some inquiries, the Third Medicine Valley became her first choice. To be precise, it was the first choice for most new disciples entering the sect. However, entering the Third Medicine Valley wasn't so easy now. Zhu Xi had barely managed to get the opportunity to visit the Third Medicine Valley for the festival by giving gifts. Walking ahead of her was an elder from the book collection hall, brimming with excitement as if he were introducing his own domain. He was introducing the Third Medicine Valley. He was on good terms with Guan, making him feel sort of at home here. Zhu Xi was curious about the Valley Master Guan. She had heard that this Valley Master was a disciple of Sword Venerable Fuedao, who didn't compete or fight over matters, was amiable with others, and was more than willing to train disciples. Inside the Supreme Sect, Guan had an excellent reputation. Zhu Xi hadn't heard a bad word about him. Traveling the world for hundreds of years, it was the first time she heard of such a remarkable person. Coupled with the earth-shattering exploits of Sword Venerable Fuedao, she was looking forward to meeting Guan. Zhu Xi looked around, curious about everything inside the Third Medicine Valley. As they approached the dojo, an Xin suddenly approached. The elder from the book collection hall greeted an Xin warmly. Guan had introduced an Xin to all his contacts within the Supreme Sect, and they were all aware of Guan's attitude towards an Xin, so everyone treated an Xin warmly. Today, Elder Li, we must have a good drink, not returning until we're drunk. My master often talks about you, said an Xin with a bow and a hearty laugh. These words made Elder Li feel quite comfortable, his spine straightening up. He pinched his beard and glanced at the disciples beside him, who looked up to him in admiration. An Xin turned her gaze to Zhu Xi and asked with a smile, "May I ask if you are Zhu Xi, Miss?" Zhu. Stunned, Zhu Xi and the others, including Elder Li, looked at her in surprise. "I am, what about it?" Zhu Xi asked cautiously. While she was a cultivator of the void, crossing realm and had even greater strength, she was very cautious within the Supreme Sect. It was her survival instinct. "Don't be nervous," an Xin said with a smile. "My master told me to take good care of you, he knew you would come." "Your master?" Zhu Xi grew even more nervous. She had encountered many great cultivators who could divine destiny, and she always kept her distance from such entities to avoid trouble. An Xin nodded and said, "My master is the Valley Master. Come on, I'll take you to settle in." After saying this, she bowed to Elder Li, excusing herself. Under everyone's watchful gaze, Zhu Xi didn't dare to flee and had no choice but to follow an Xin reluctantly. Elder Li and his disciples were astonished. Zhu Xi had such a connection. Suddenly, Elder Li felt the medicinal herbs he had collected for Guan were a bit hot to handle. But thinking of Guan's smiling face, he calmed down again. Guan wasn't a petty person, at worst, he would return the herbs. Yes, that's it. He could also prepare a gift for Zhu Xi and take the opportunity to apologize to Guan, thereby increasing his chances for more interaction. A smile spread across Elder Li's face as he suddenly found Zhu Xi rather agreeable. On the other side, Zhu Xi couldn't help but ask why Guan was looking for her, but an Xin said she didn't know either. "You don't have to worry. If my master has noticed you, it must mean he has a good impression of you. Maybe he will even take you as his disciple. Just settle in comfortably as if it was your own home, and if you encounter any problems in the future, you can come to me. I forgot to tell you, I am the head disciple of the valley and in charge of everything," an Xin said, turning her head towards Zhu Xi with a gentle smile. Zhu Xi was touched by her smile, warming up to her and feeling her stress dissipate. With such a kind personality, the Valley Master might indeed be a rare good person. Zhu Xi thought to herself. Although an Xin's cultivation level was only at the nascent soul realm, she didn't look down on her. Instead, Zhu Xi wanted to deepen their friendship. An Xin thought to herself, she doesn't seem to recognize my master. Could she be the offspring of one of my master's old friends? She did not think of Zhu Xi as a genius. When she said Guan might take Zhu Xi as a disciple, it was just a habit of making big promises, something she learned from Guan. A few kind words didn't cost anything, and maybe she could forge a closer relationship. The two women chatted warmly as they proceeded Underneath an old tree, Zhu Luo Sword Monarch stood up, looking at the commotion in the distance, and muttered, "Such clamor." Suddenly, he caught sight of someone, causing him to exclaim in surprise. It was a white-haired old man, leaning on a cane in one hand and resting the other on his waist, just entering the valley and looking around. The free immortal. Reincarnation tribulation. This aura feels so familiar, as if I've seen it somewhere. Zhu Luo Sword Monarch pondered to himself, his eyes fixed on the white-haired old man. The white-haired old man seemed to sense something, turned his head to look, and when he saw Zhu Luo Sword Monarch, his white eyebrows furrowed. Chapter 450, The Strongest Sword Dao. Dahong Sword Heaven's Sword Intent. The white-robed elder gazed at Zhu Luo Sword Monarch, contemplating with astonishment. Zhu Luo Sword Monarch also fixed his eyes on him, their gazes locked, and both could see the wariness in each other's eyes. The white-robed elder quickly shifted his gaze away and continued onward. Zhu Luo Sword Monarch had no intention of picking a fight either, after all, they bore no grudges against each other. During the reincarnation tribulation, he would often encounter other free immortals. If he were to confront each one, even Dahong Sword Heaven might not be able to protect him. Zhu Luo Sword Monarch headed toward 10,000 Sword Mountain. The number of visitors to the Third Medicine Valley was increasing, and 10,000 Sword Mountain had also become a spectacle that many people came to observe. An Xin had already arranged for hundreds of disciples to guard the perimeter of 10,000 Sword Mountain, to prevent outsiders from trespassing. There can be no mistake about the sword intent on this mountain, it's definitely Sword Venerable Fudeos. With such an abundance of sword intent and each one distinct upon careful observation, what could the old Sword Venerable be trying to do? Perhaps he's creating a land of inheritance. This mountain is too lowly for someone like him. The sect leader should assist in building a taller one. That makes sense. Sword Venerable Fudeo's Sword Dao deserves the tallest mountain in the world. Zhu Luo Sword Monarch arrived and heard the discussions, his lips twitching involuntarily. He wasn't angry that people said Sword Venerable Fudeo's Sword Dao was the strongest, he was merely amazed at the shamelessness of these mortals. Trying to attract the attention of Sword Venerable Fudeo with such tactics? Ridiculous. Zhu Luo Sword Monarch came to the back of the crowd and spoke up, "It's not about the height of the mountain. Sword Venerable Fudeo's Sword Dao is indeed the strongest. But precisely because he is so powerful, even if he were to place just one sword anywhere, it would suppress all Sword Dao in the world and command respect from all beings." Upon these words, everybody looked his way, while those who had just been flattering Sword Venerable Fudeo inwardly gasped in surprise. Another expert? Zhu Luo Sword Monarch stood tall and proud, continuing to describe just how powerful Sword Venerable Fudeo's Sword Dao was. Inside the house, Guan couldn't help but smirk, finding the man's words quite pleasing to the ear. He also understood Zhu Luo Sword Monarch's intentions, but he would not take him as a disciple. It would mess up the seniority. However, giving pointers on Zhu Luo Sword Monarch's Sword Dao was an option. Guan put down his pen, stood up, and prepared to meet people. With so many important figures present, he couldn't stay cooped up and risk being impolite. Of course, the most important thing was he couldn't miss such an excellent opportunity to make a grand appearance. Guan quickly tidied up the desk and then descended the stairs. He threw a glance at Blood Prison Great Saint, who immediately rose and scuttled after him. Along the way, numerous cultivators and disciples greeted Guan, and he responded with a smile to each one. Elsewhere, Zhu Xi stepped out of the courtyard arranged for her by an Xin, wanting to stroll around. Even from a great distance, she could see the star-like crowd around Guan, extremely conspicuous. When she recognized his true face, she was taken aback. How could it be him? Zhu Xi couldn't forget the enigmatic senior she had met on Mortal World Peak, initially thinking he had been toying with her. However, after she began cultivating the stepping path of Age's step, she came to understand the formidable power of this divine skill. Even after hundreds of years, she had not encountered a more potent skill than the stepping path of age's step. At that moment, she suddenly relaxed. If it were this senior, perhaps he truly intended to take her as a disciple. Previously, she thought that Guan wanted to scheme against her, but now that she knew he was Sword Venerable Fudeo, her worries evaporated like smoke and clouds. She saw Guan nodding to her with a smile, which flattered and startled her, so she hurriedly lifted her hand in salute. Guan did not approach but was escorted by the crowd toward the dojo, which made Zhu Xi breathe a sigh of relief. Facing Guan in public still put a lot of pressure on her. Now, she began to look forward to the upcoming life in Medicine Valley and the grand ceremony mentioned by the disciples of the valley. Guan, up to this point, are you still unwilling to reveal who you are making an immortal? LV Badian asked with a smile as he walked beside Guan. The others followed with teasing comments. Although they were jesting with Guan, they all maintained proper decorum, not daring to offend him. Guan pretended to be astonished and asked, "How did you all find out? The news has already spread. Come on, tell me, who are you helping to become an immortal? Is it your disciple?" LV Badian urged. Even the current supreme sect, when faced with the immortal path realm, must make every effort win them over. The most crucial point was that Guan was creating an immortal, which holds a fatal attraction for a sect. If they could create one immortal, they could create a second and third. Moreover, they all felt that Guan was about to elevate someone to immortality in one go, not just giving them an opportunity to grow gradually. Guan laughed and said, "The ancient hour is nearly upon us, don't worry." LV Badian was not content, but alas, no matter how much he pressed, Guan refused to give an answer. A figure flew from the horizon and swiftly landed in front of Guan. It was none other than LV Xian. Wearing a vestment robe crafted by Li Suandeo, LV Xian had an impressive demeanor, like an immortal lord descending to the mortal world, causing the surrounding cultivators to subconsciously make way. When LV Badian saw him, his eyes lit up, wondering if Guan was about to elevate his son. That would be fantastic. "Guan, come with me. Let's talk. What's there to discuss with these old geezers?" LV Xian spoke disrespectfully, immediately causing quite a few people to frown. LV Badian frowned and said sternly, "Presumptuous. Have you not learned any manners following Li Suandeo?" As the crowd used sound transmission to communicate, their displeasure dissipated upon learning that LV Xian was LV Badian's son. LV Xian's fame was no small matter, and he was among the top talents of the Supreme Sect. LV Xian, who had already reached the Mahayana realm, had a presence even stronger than that of an ordinary Mahayana cultivator. LV Xian ignored LV Badian, grabbed Guan, and started walking outside. Guan could only apologize to the others before following LV Xian away. After they left, the crowd began to congratulate LV Badian. Although he gestured for them not to speculate wildly, the smile on his face could hardly be concealed. An ancient hour later, everyone gathered in the bustling loft area of the Third Medicine Valley. Guan stood on a hastily built platform, addressing the crowd. Looking down from the platform, the place was bursting with people. Zhu Xi, Su Ji, Wu Ju, Shen Zhen and others were also among the crowd, curious to see how Guan would create an immortal. "I have prepared a grand ceremony for this spring festival. I thought I had hidden it well, but the news somehow spread." "Yes, I am creating an immortal," Guan said with a smile, followed by good-natured laughter from below. Longqing maintained a solemn face, pretending not to know who leaked the news. "Today, I want you all to witness the process of transcendence and hope it helps with your future cultivation," Guan stated earnestly as he scanned the crowd. He saw Ji Xiaohu staring at him and even deliberately winked at her. Unfortunately, she did not respond. At this moment, Ji Xiao was simply curious about how Guan was going to create an immortal. She even wished he would just start and spare them the idle chat. Guan spoke at length before finally getting to the point. He simply said, "Bull Demon King." As soon as his words ended, the Blood Prison Great Saint immediately leaped onto the stage from the side, proudly stepping towards Guan, enjoying everyone's gaze. The crowd below paid no attention to the Blood Prison Great Saint, assuming Guan had called him up for something unrelated to immortal creation. After all, what did a core formation realm demon creature have to do with becoming an immortal? Thank you for watching. Continue exploring the fascinating world of Chinese novels with us. Hit that subscribe button on Chinese Novel Audiobook to stay updated with our latest stories. And never miss out on a great listen.